TV.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good.
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben mein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben mein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
alive. Gravity is pulling me down again. Remedy is still to be found. Keep I'm running out of time. I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found. Keep running. Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. We're a promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Lied mein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben mein Traum.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for DreamLeague Season 22, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix 5 joining you. Jonathan, welcome back to another DreamLeague. Sir, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. It's been a while since we've been on to cast a couple of games. There's been a couple of online tournaments happening in between, but I'm excited to be back. You know, we saw these qualifiers back at the start of January, finally get to see the teams all gathered around their boot camps in Europe to, you know, play for a pretty good prize pool and a hell lot of EPT points coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You talked about prize pool, John. $1 million on the line once again. EPT points as well. Very, very important here for the year ahead of Dota 2, and can't wait to see how this all breaks out. You know, you and I, we had a short break, Jonathan. I kind of missed casting some Dota, so here we are once again to see exactly how this DreamLeague Season 22 is going to pan out. Anything to kind of point out before we do get into it, John? Anything you want to kind of say before we do get started? You know, any teams to look out for? Any particular things to look for? What the hell's going on?
I'm just looking forward to how the teams adjust. We did have a small patch to come into this tournament, 7.34C. Slight changes to some of the top heroes, like Mage Slayer got a bit adjusted. Sanj and Yasha kind of bumped up a little bit. So there's some interesting stuff lined up. I'm not sure how big these changes will be, but we've seen these micro changes be drastic in how pro players do kind of adjust their itemization. So looking forward to the adjustments there, of course. And I think team-wise, it's going to be interesting because it hasn't felt like we've had that big presence that was there in the last DPC cycle, where it was like Game and Gladiators and Liquid were always like in the top two. It's not the case anymore, and I'm keen to see who surprises us this time around.
Game Spirit are the champions here at DreamLeague Season 21. They take games against Game and Gladiators.
DreamLeague is back once again, and this is the first big test of strength for many of these new rosters. And they're looking to set the bar high at the start of their 2024 ESL Pro Tour. We have the 16 best teams in the world, all ready to earn points for Rehab Masters and for their share of the $1 million prize pool. This season is split into 3 stages: Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, and the playoffs. The first stage is set into 2 groups, with some teams having fought tooth and nail through the open qualifiers, and others riding off their dominance in Kuala Lumpur. We have some fresh faces this season, and some familiar ones, all reinvigorated with the passion and energy of competing. The last time we met these teams, their world was thrown upside down. Now, with more time to strategize, they've designed their vision and concocted drafts that would make even alchemists jealous.
Mix that up special for you. And now they decide to get. Oh my God! He blew them up, so they have enough damage to bring the rest of them down. Oh dear God! Something is a trying, but it's not good. Focus type of a direction.
We're excited to see what the teams are going to show us here at DreamLeague Season 22.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I should be saying welcome back to myself, Jonathan. I had a quick disconnection there, but we are back in. And you saw that tournament overview right there, Jonathan. So a lot of information to take in. Big prize pool, great teams, great tournament ahead here for DreamLeague Season 22. And we do get to see a bunch of these teams here, John. Obviously, I feel like everyone's pretty familiar with the teams they are looking at here, but it should be a very exciting tournament, I'd say.
And it should be. Quite a few interesting teams coming in from our qualifiers as well. Aurora not having the best of times coming in there. Shopify with Yopaj, pretty exciting to watch. Personally, as a fan, of course, team favorites like Team Secret in there. One Win is a really interesting one as well, as they're a fairly young squad, probably one of the younger teams on hand in terms of player age. So I'm keen to see how they can perform here as well. Of course, as mentioned as well, we've got our prize pool lined up here. $1 million coming out for these teams on the line, and a hell lot of EPT points, and all of that now officially building into Riyadh Masters in the Esports World Cup. So everyone wants to be in there. It's almost like, again, a revival of the DPC by ESL. You've got the point system on hand. You want to get that ride into Riyadh without having to go through the qualifiers for that bigger prize, for that secondary TI. So everything matters here. Look at the difference between first and last place, Mike. 42 to 4,200. It's a lot of points.
It is a hell of a lot of points. We get to see the group stages as well, and the groups exactly as the way they are. Obviously, what was it? Group B, I think they were saying, is the group of death, or was it Group A? Who the hell knows? I mean, they both look very competitive. I think Group B is definitely the scarier one to be in, if you are any of these teams. I mean, you've got Extreme, you've got Team Spirit, you've got Aurora. Aurora, I guess, haven't been doing too well, but you've got Team Liquid. You've got everyone there, Jonathan. Group B, very, very scary.
Yeah, I would say Group A is pretty scary as well. Again, the nice thing about this year coming in for Dota 2 is that it's really open as to who's the top dog. We haven't had consistent winners in the first few tournaments we have had on hand. Of course, we can take a look at today's schedule as well on Dota 2 Earth. We are starting off with Virtus Pro up against Heroic, following up with One Win versus Liquid. Afterwards, we've got Bet Boom up against Virtus Pro and One Win up against Aurora. So a lot of great matches lined up here on Dota 2 Earth. Of course, we've got, again, 4 simultaneous streams running. There are other streams as well with a lot more matches. It's a very condensed group stage 1 here, Mike. Only 4 days for the stage, but there's a lot of games happening at the same time. So open up those multi-browsers and just watch all of them if you want to keep track, I suppose.
Like I said, John, it's going to be a great old time here for Dota 2 here with these teams, and can't wait to see how it all does pan out. I mean, I believe we're starting with Virtus Pro versus Heroic here on this stream, and well, there you go. We're going to have a look at both teams. Virtus Pro, of course, a fantastic, handsome bunch of lads here. They're going to be playing up against Heroic. Should be a very, very interesting sort of matchup to start with. John, do you have a favorite in this first series?
I think it's hard to say. We haven't seen Heroic really play up against a lot of these international teams just yet. This is one of their big coming outs for qualifying here. Virtus Pro is a really interesting opponent to come up against. This team has been up and down a little bit. I think this lineup does look really strong with Squadix on point. And of course, Noticed on the off lane, I think, is the big factor for me to look at, especially in comparison to Heroic. I think you and I have seen quite a fair bit of Noticed games. I think the one thing that always strikes me is something like his Mars coming in here. And Mars is still certainly in the meta right now, along with stuff like the Doom. So going to be interesting in how he kind of manages, especially in comparison to what Heroic has on hand. And this squad is one of those big, almost like a super squad in South America, right? Heroic comes in, swoops up this roster. They've got Hector on carry, laning up against Notice. They grab the Vai Lama, drag him down to Peru, and this guy just goes crazy with all those social media posts. He's just rolling around like Pangolier in the city square. The Vai Lama, I love the Vai Lama. That's the one thing, right? All of these players are great, but the Vai Lama is the one that always stands out to me in every team he's in. He's very passionate about the game. We see it in his camps all the time. He plays a really scary Timbersaw, which is very in line with how South America loves to play. They love their Timbersaws maxing out QW. And he's been a very big part of just making the game chaos. I feel like that's where Divide Llama kind of reign supreme in a really high-paced game, and Heroic does kind of lean into that just a little bit, buying space for Hector to build up. So it's going to be an interesting clash of styles, and it should be a fun one to kick off. Again, Heroic hasn't had as much experience as, this lineup would have in terms of facing up against international opponents. So I'm looking forward to how they do here to kick things off.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we haven't seen too much of them, so we can't expect too much yet. But I do look forward to seeing exactly how they kick off here for game number 1. You mentioned Divine Llama, Jonathan. He is a personal favorite player of mine as well. Very well spoken is what I wanted to add to the description of Divine Llama that you kind of gave us there, Jonathan, because most players, they don't really want to talk to us. We do these interviews, nobody ever wants to answer the questions. We get one-word answers, but at Divine Llama, he always seems to have a bit of an essay written out, ready to go whenever. So shout out to him. I always appreciate the expressions and all the discussions we do get to have with the man. Discussions, Jonathan, game number 1. You kind of said it already. There's not so much to talk about. We haven't seen these two guys go at it quite yet. It is a brand new patch. I know you were quite upset when it comes to the new patch, Jonathan. Lion got nerfed. Witch Doctor got nerfed. 2 of your current favorite heroes were absolutely destroyed here by Ice Frog. Do you feel like any heroes came out on top? I realized we didn't see any buffs. I think it was only Leshrac that really received a proper buff, Jonathan. But do you see any heroes maybe becoming a little bit more popular here in this new patch?
Leshrac. I don't like saying that because our entire career, Leshrac was always in the picture. We started when CCNC was an Optic, and he was playing Leshrac off lane, and we've had to deal with Quinn's Leshrac in every single game we cast with Quinn, and now Leshrac is still here all these years casting, Mike. Leshrac's...
Yes, he is,
Leshrac.
John. Yeah.
I don't like
the hero gets like a few months break, and then he's immediately back. Like they break the emergency glass, and they get Leshrac back into the game immediately. I'm not sure what it is, but somebody really likes playing Leshrac at Valve headquarters, and Leshrac is indeed looking to make his reappearance, which I thought was going to come a little bit earlier, considering how popular Bloodstone became at one stage recently, and it just didn't happen. Leshrac was quite quiet, here and there it did get picked up, but not quite. But now it looks like it probably is going to make its reappearance, and well, we know these pro players love heroes like Leshrac because, they love hitting creeps, and Leshrac's one of those heroes that loves just destroying creep waves, we've seen a lot of Leshrac. It's a painful experience for most part, that they just farm a lot, is what it feels like.
That they do. I'm interested in seeing how the Sange changes kind of affect itemization overall. Like, it gets bumped back to 25% stat resist. I feel like that was the point where, we were seeing a lot of Sange and Yasha. We could see Kaya Sange coming back in, since it still leans into magical damage dealing, some slight nerfs to Mage Slayer. So I'm not sure how big these changes are, right? Like, there's a lot of incremental changes, but it still feels like you're still looking at Pangolier being a great hero. You're still looking at Empress Spirit being great on mid. So I'm not sure how heavily that adjusts. I've heard murmurings of people running Terrorblade 5 in other tournaments. It gives me really bad flashbacks to the CDPC when we had that,
Pos 5 Terrorblade. Well, why is that?
Yeah.
Just reflection abuse, is it? Is that why?
That's what Pablo was trying to sell me on, and he wasn't even sure if that was an actual pick, or they were like, Terrorblade doesn't work here, we have to pick something else, which is what happened in the CDPC last year with Polaris, where CML had to play Terrorblade 5, and I had to watch that with Winter, and that was an experience. I don't know, I'm not sold on it. It has a place, but I'm not sold. So I don't know if that comes back in. But, Terrorblade did get buffed a little bit more sprint. Reflection uptime's a little bit better. So maybe, I think, again, like the bigger thing that could bring Terrorblade back outside of those little touch-ups is stuff with Yasha, maybe the Manta feeling a little bit better with slightly lower cost, not really that much cheaper, but his timings could be a little bit better. I think the big thing with Terrorblade 5 as tech is using the illusions to block camps. That's it. Like, like an Enchantress being annoying, blocking camps with her creep, not necessarily dominating the lane, but ensuring the economy stalls out is one way. Again, I feel like if you're going to do that, then you could have gone for Ench, but Chen has been a top tier ban, Ench as well to a certain extent, so maybe Terrorblade's a scapegoat. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, Terrorblade still feels iffy because of how much magic damage is in the game. And Leshrac got buffed, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, there you go. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Terrorblade Pos 5. Yeah, I don't know if I want to see that coming out here today, Jonathan. You know what? It would be interesting. I would like to see it just because I've been in a negative mood recently, John. So I want to trash talk some hero picks. And if Terrorblade Pos 5 does come out, I'll have my day, I think. But we'll see if either of these teams are actually going to go ahead and take that kind of crazy pick for themselves. Looks like we are having some slight delays here, Jonathan. In fact, never mind. Apparently that has been resolved. So we should be getting Game 1's draft underway rather soon, so we can see exactly how this series and this brand new patch is going to play out for us. Hopefully.
Yeah,
rather
Going to be really interesting. Again, the clash of styles between VP and Heroic is going to be interesting. I do believe VP can play that up-tempo pace, and Heroic can kind of fall back to just allowing Hector to farm. And this guy loves playing stuff like his CK. CK is really the big one that sticks into me when I think of Hector. Stuff like his Naga Siren, which has been a top-tier ban as well. So I'm keen to see where VP kind of wants to put pressure onto Hector here. Like, what's going to be their priority ban? More than likely in the first phase, you'll still see the same heroes. Maybe something like the Timbersaw first phase ban up against the Divine Llama out of respect, because that's probably one of his best heroes across every region he's played for. Like, he's played in Europe, he's played in NA, he's played in South America now, and his Timbersaw has been a very consistent tool that has, I guess, influenced teams to pick him up with how great he plays on that. But yeah, I think there's been a little bit of an uptick on Enigma as well, right? Like, we were seeing it in KL, we were seeing it in our qualifiers, but it has been building back in. I think more teams realize what Enigma can provide from the offlane and from support. I think I've heard about it. The surprising aspect was that it was in support a lot in the Re-League in Southeast Asia or something like that. Not sure if that's going to be a top priority, but could be something that fits in. I think, again, you can kind of get into Eidolon shenanigans. You can pressure a lane really well. And some lineups don't necessarily have the best wave clear, so early Eidolon push is a big factor as well. So could be something to consider as well.
It could be. I was about to go back to the fact that the Divine Llama is currently in Peru, which is pretty wild. But, we've kind of already gone over this. I just find it wild that this guy just has to go across the world and play in a... But doesn't have to. He chose to. I mean, obviously, he wants to play in this region, but it is kind of crazy, isn't it? I mean, it must be very, very different for the man to be playing this region. I mean, he comes from Belgium after all. Like, not exactly a very similar country, I'd say, to Peru, but we'll see how it all pans out. Like, how do you even communicate? Does everyone just speak English, Jonathan, do you think? Or does he just have to go off what everyone else is doing? Like, he's just pinging.
I believe, Hector speaks some English. We've spoken to the man a couple of times. Pings probably work really well, considering, the reputation of the NASA servers for your pubs. Pings probably work, but I'm not sure if the Divine Llama actually picked up some Spanish. I think I've had some messages from other players about learning Spanish for whatever reason.
Really?
I do not speak Spanish, but I've had a few players, like I believe Fearless pinged me about learning Spanish at some point.
Well, why do they ping you, John? Well, why do they assume you just, because you're Filipino, you should know Spanish? Is that the case?
Maybe. I mean, my last name is kind of, Spanish. I'm not Spanish by blood, but my last name is, so
okay.
Maybe that gives them the suspicion. But yeah, I mean, he could have learned a little bit of Spanish. Very basic Spanish, I don't think is that hard to learn. Like, simple words in Dota 2 isn't the hardest, but again, it's been working for Heroic. I doubt communication is a problem. Plus, Devi is kind of used to multinational teams, and if he needs to rally his team, he could just throat sing. He could always go back to that, rally the team that way with his voice lines. It would rally me.
Oh, that was him, wasn't it? That was him doing the throat sing. And I gave him crap every time I heard that damn voice line. It was horrible, by the way, Divine Llama. If you're listening, don't ever do that crap again.
What do you mean?
Don't ever do it again, Divine. It's not.
I can't believe you're outing your taste again. Your cultural taste, Mike. You don't like throat singing. You didn't like Dune. You're not gonna like Dune 2. You don't like the throat singing I sent you from Hunhurtu, Toven band.
Correct. But what do you want me to say, Jonathan? It's not appealing to my ears. It's not aesthetically pleasing to the ear. What can I do, Jonathan? It doesn't sound good. I'm sorry to say it. In fact, I don't know who's actually out there enjoying throat singing. Like who turns on, YouTube and Yeah, you, John, but actual successful people out there, people with something to live for, Jonathan. Are they sitting there listening to the throat sing?
I mean, no, but you don't have to throw everyone under the bus like that. No, there's a lot of us that enjoy it. A lot of us unsuccessful, unemployed, and unhireable people that listen to throat singing.
John.
Okay.
Okay, you're employed.
For now.
Yourself down that.
For now, I suppose. See how long this lasts. But we'll see.
We'll see if we can fit a few inappropriate things into the cast in the next couple of days. We'll see how long your career does last, John.
Hey, we're not casting Geek Fam, all right? We don't have to deal with her off lane on Geek Fam, so we're fine.
What we do have to
Good
deal with,
old
though, Jonathan, is
Outlaw saving
game
us.
number 1's draft, which has officially now begun. So we can head over to the draft and stop listening, or at least looking to our terrible looking faces, Jonathan. We can look at the players instead and their handsome faces, and we look at that, John. Draft number 1.
Now, keen to see what adjustments are made in these bands. Again, we were used to seeing Chen and P, Viper being taken out here first by Virtus Pro. And we see the Timbersaw being taken out by Heroic, something again Notice does play as well. And along with a Chen. So Chen's still up there in priority. I'm wondering again if we see something like Enigma get sneakily prioritized earlier on. Venge, Hoodwink were top picks as well. Enchantress Doom were all contested. Now, Gyrocopter, which has been picking up as well, does get taken out. What else gets adjusted into the first phase here?
We'll see a couple more picks, a couple more bands to come. There goes the Mars.
Whoa.
Get rid of the Morphling as well, which is not something we're quite used to seeing.
I just love it when we're snacking away on the draft cam. It takes me back to when Whitemon would make it. There you go. There you go. And there's the Enigma as well.
I was about to say, who's
Enigma?
eating a banana? Are we getting cancelled?
I mean,
I thought
what's wrong with eating a banana? No, let the man eat the banana. A nice fresh banana. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know how fresh it is in Europe. I've heard complaints that, whenever the Europeans come down to Southeast Asia, they're like, oh, all the fruit tastes better. So I don't know. But he has a banana. He's enjoying himself. As we do get the Kunkka picked up by Heroic. Rather interesting. Again, the Enigma has been popping up a little bit more. There's some flexibility for the off lane, or perhaps the support coming out here for VP. For Heroic, starting off with a Kunkka. It still plays nicely. Especially in the mid lane, it's really hard to bully out. It gives you that wave clear as well to deal with Eidolons down the line, just with Tidebringer. So I like this as a solution from Heroic. Really nice to build up into those strength heroes off lane as well for the Vailama if he wants it. And again, Kunkka can be flexed, although we haven't seen it outside of mid lane ourselves all too often. There is still that potential to kind of drag it anywhere else, but mid does feel like its best position at the moment.
Final bands to come again before we can see the drafts continue. Heroic, well, one more band to just get rid of a hero they don't really want to have to play against. I mean, we saw the Morphling being banned out last phase. Perhaps just another position one to be removed. Perhaps just something that does well against the Kunkka.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, with these new sub patches, you just never really know what to expect here from either side. I mean, to be fair, I suppose it is a sub patch. We haven't had any crazy changes. There was the Shiva's Guard change, which was, I suppose, quite big. The recipe change, the recipe cost change that we saw.
Yeah, which was interesting that Shiva's gets hit a little bit harder than maybe Mage Slayer, although Mage Slayer did get a little bit touched up again. There goes the Hoodwink that we were mentioning as well. Still up there in a very, very annoying support to kind of contend with. We've seen a lot of great Hoodwink lanes. You don't have the Morse in this case, but stuff like Centaur is still in the pool. That can just really play nicely with a Hoodwink. So I like this. Just a Blightstone start, even without the Blightstone, just a few branches, and you feel really good with the Acorn spam already here for Heroic. Plays into that nice tempo. And I suppose the one thing you'd want is a stable way to cancel off Black Hole if you're expecting this Enigma to get farm priority on offlane, but if it's a support, you don't necessarily need to think about the BKB, so you don't need to really concern yourself too much with all of that. And you see some of those contested stats here. Chen, Pango, Magnus, Larder, Grimstroke being banned. Not the most surprising considering how the game did go in the past patch, as we do see the Shadow Demon Elk coming out for VP. So the Alchemist pause 1, again, something that we've seen pop up a little bit more in those qualifiers last time for Birmingham. I know it's a hero that you're not particularly too impressed by, Mike, but it does play quite nicely, right? You've got an Enigma who can stack, you've got the Shadow Demon who can also stack really nicely for the Alch to build up. And the Alchemist doesn't have to worry about too much burst, although the level 6 timing of Kunkka Hoodwink can still be painful, but you've got some save here with your Shadow Demon as well. It can be a little bit tougher for Heroic to line up that burst as long as your Shadow Demon's very well protected in the back. And it plays into what we have seen from VP before. You know, with how Kiritich loves to kind of play, I think the Alchemist does fit in. And they've got a draft to really protect it well here.
Nice. I mean, look, I don't know how much I hate the Alchemist yet in this sub patch. You know, perhaps with the sub patch coming in, with the nerfs coming out for every other hero, if the Alchemist did not get touched. So, you know, I might be proven wrong here, John. The Alchemist might actually be a better pick, and well, kind of like you said already, there's plenty of ways to stack the neutrals, which I think is going to be extremely important here for VP in this game. One, Heroic, they do go right into the Ench, which still seems to be extremely popular. They'll go ahead and take it for themselves. Can't quite blame them for that. Obviously, against the Enigma, does very well as well, because you can just kind of enchant the Eidolons and just be annoying as all crap here against the Enigma. Assuming it's going to be a position 5 Ench, we'll have to wait and see. Heroic, 4th pick for themselves now. Still looking for something in the off lane and something in the safe lane. With this
the big thing you do get with the Ench is the fact that you can take away the Shadow Demon illusion, right? Like you can pick it up if it's one of your own heroes. You can kind of just take maybe your own Alchemist as well and just have fun with, say, the Radiance Aura being stolen. Radiance did get buffed by 5% for evasion, so that could be annoying for the Alch to kind of contend with. I love the Weaver pickup here as well for Heroic onto Hector, it looks like here. Safe lane Weaver, you don't have the best lockdown on VP to keep that pin down, right? Like you've got Malefice, you've got Disruption, and Black Hole. You could count Unstable Concoction, but it can be hard to hammer in a Weaver. Vision's going to be something that's going to be really big for VP. Constant supply of dusts and sentries has to be kicked in. Biting into that economy, especially for the Enigma, if it does go support, it will hurt, so maybe you could just switch that to an off-lane Enigma, soak up the farm. I think off-lane Enigma up against Weaver is not the worst lane. It's pretty playable. Again, just a sentry in lane, you're going to feel pretty happy in a well-protected sentry spot in the tree line. You can apply some good pressure here from Noticed, so does build up nicely. I'm keen to see what kind of timing we see from Heroic, what kind of build-up we see on the Weaver, because we've seen a lot of Weavers rush Desolator, which I feel like just puts too much of a timer on that hero. Like, if you don't find those kills with the Deso start to build up the stacks, it can feel pretty bad. Love the response from VP just going into the puck. We talked about the lockdown issues here to keep a Weaver down. Same thing kind of goes with a puck. I mean, at the very least, you've got X-Mark, maybe a Bushwhack from Fog can kind of catch out as well, but nothing instantaneous to lock in the puck. And Dream Coil is going to be a big aspect now in stopping that Weaver from playing his game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you literally had no catch for the Weaver before the puck came out. So I do think that the puck was a very, very strong pick here from Virtus Pro, and I'll see how to, see if they can make it work here with the Arc. Seems like their draft is starting to look stronger and stronger as time does go on. Meepo now being removed here from Virtus Pro. Heroic will go into their own ban phase now. Of course, Meepo was nerfed, if I do remember correctly, in the recent sub patch. But when you've got a puck, when you've got an Alchemist, you don't necessarily want to have to play against a hero like Meepo, so they just get it out of there immediately. I wonder how you finish things off as well. Like, have they really left it so it's just a support they need here on Virtus Pro? Or do we assume perhaps the Enigma moves to a support role and they go for another offlane?
It's still open enough that you could go either way. Again, if it is something like the Enigma support, I worry about the economy, or just constraining either the Enigma and the Shadow Demon away from, say, Ags, or even the Shard for the Shadow Demon, the Blink BKB, perhaps, for the Enigma. It can start to hurt if one of them has to focus in on some of that detection, some of that map control and information a little bit harder. So it can be a little bit rough if you're running Dota support. I think you'd want the Enigma to be greedier here, as there's nothing hard to cancel Black Hole. Again, once you get a BKB on the Enigma here, it can play up. And again, your laning presence is pretty solid. Anyway, it does look like Heroic is expecting an offlane pick, so expecting the Enigma to play support. And what options are left for the offlane? They've really banned pretty much all of them. Like Mars, Timbersaw gone, Centaur, Night Stalker, Viper gone, DK gone. You've got something like Tidehunter still left in the pool. If you want to tie in teamfight and presence for either side, could be one way to go. I suppose there's stuff like for Divine Llama, I guess there's something like a pocket pick of Underlord that can come out as well, but that hero hasn't felt the best in a long time. I suppose up against an Alk, physical damage reduction is always good though, so it could be one way. Some wave clear as well. A bit of Malice to hold the puck can be nice to tie in, especially with your Kunkka and your Hoodwink control. So it could fit in, but I don't know if that's a priority ban for VP.
We shall see. VP still having a think about it. 20 seconds reserve time left for this one. Looks like they'll go all the way for this final ban out here, Virtus Pro. They'll get rid of the TA instead, so just not wanting to be out-tempoed here by Heroic. Which is fair, because TA does seem like one of the better picks against heroes like Alchemist, as well as the Enigma, of course, just being able to burst down those Eidolons very quickly. Doesn't care for the puck matchup at all. But nevertheless, it is gone now as Virtus Pro.
10 seconds remaining.
Their final pickup. Still looking for potentially an offlane, potentially a support. We'll have to wait and see. 8 seconds reserve time to make this choice. They're going to go for the offlane pick of the Doom.
Yeah, that was left in the pool. Again, this hero, especially in the Birmingham qualifiers, was pretty much first phase banned. So you do get that Doom out. Pretty steady time. If you lane into the Enchantress, well, no creep to play with for the Ench. Just eat it away. You can apply enough pressure as well with the Doom, just running down the Weaver. You've got enough armor early on to trade, especially starting with a Ring of Protection. Don't mind that too much. I think Doom did get touched down a little bit with his initial levels. Like Scorched Earth scaling has been touched down by 1% across each level. Doom duration scales from 12 to 16, but it's not enough to really kill off the hero. It still does what it needs to do in the offlane. It gives you that further control to help you pin down something like the Weaver or help you eat through that Kunkka. And they do pick up the Void Spirit here for Heroic, so it looks like we are getting a Divine Llama offlane Kunkka, which is a really great solution to these supports. Right, like if you're dealing with the Enigma 5, you can just cleave through the Eidolons. Laning into the Alchemist doesn't feel comfy. Melee lane matchup for the Kunkka always feels great. Alchemist not going to have the best of times there. Mid matchup of Void Spirit versus Puck is going to be maybe a little bit more interesting. There's some give or take here that Analog can do up against Squadix. I think we have seen Pucks can hold their own there, but there is some aggressive play you can line up on the Void Spirit, especially if you manage to dodge the orb coming out in the puck in lane. So, gonna be an interesting time. I think there is maybe a little bit earlier tempo coming out from Heroic. There's a drive for Virtus Pro to play a little bit longer. You've got Doom, you've got Alk, you've got the support Enigma. So there is scaling to be had here for VP, but they can't really afford to lose too much early ground to Heroic. Like if Hector does manage to hit, say, a very fast Deso timing, connects to mid, goes for that mid tier 1 push, and starts chasing around these softer heroes in the backline with the Deso damage, then it can get out of control really fast if you're not careful here.
It's going to be, again, a very interesting game number 1 here between Heroic and Virtus Pro. Can't wait to see how it all does pan out. I do agree with your sentiment, by the way, John. I appreciate the last pick Void Spirit here by Heroic. Believe no changes to the hero was made as well in the recent sub patch, so see how this hero does kind of provide here for Heroic. Is I'm pretty sure before this kind of tournament came around, at least before this game, we didn't really see much Void Spirit at all in the previous qualifiers and tournaments we did cast, so I'm curious myself to see how the sub patch has changed things. In game 1 hopefully will prove to us that this hero is strong once again. Curious to see how Virtus Pro makes this draft work as well. Like it does feel like the timer can get a little bit awkward with an Alchemist pick. Though with the sub patch, I am a little bit more positive towards the hero, at least for now, Jonathan. I'm going to be a little bit more on the optimistic side.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing that changes it for Alka is the Radiance buff. From 15% evasion on the aura to 20% is a pretty big jump. In terms of EHP, it's a good chunk of survivability for Kurtic to play around if he does offer the Radiance route, which still is pretty typical for the L. Let's see. That is something he wants to pick up, as we do have our game on hand. First game of the day here on the Earth Spirit stream for DreamLeague 22. Again, going to be interesting to see Heroic up against international teams. Just not something we've seen too much of from them just yet. I do want to see them to play up-tempo, though.
Oh, of course. Up-tempo is the way we like it. We are going to see both teams already grouped up down towards the south side of the map. Lines are being drawn towards the top side here by Heroic. Not sure if they're actually going to make the move up towards that area, but if they wanted the fight, they'd much rather stick around this area. Seems like they will end up slowly moving up. With some of that was scattered out here by the ward placed on that dire high ground, so K1 should have been spotted going to that top side area. VP not really too interested in fighting with their own draft, of course. It is a rather weak level 1 draft to try and fight with. Do we even see a fight? Probably not. Maybe Analog and KJ could start something here with Squadix, but it doesn't really seem like it. Squadix just going to ban himself up, rather remove himself from that scenario, as we do get a 3-for-1 trade. So Bannerines are going to be in the favor of Heroic.
Yeah, a little bit more for them to play with, but they do manage to get that early D ward here for Virtus Pro, unblocking the camp as well. And just getting a little bit more gold flam for Sayu, which can feel good. Already cutting that wave just a little bit. Notice hasn't picked up the Devour to eat a creep, but does manage to block it in, so maybe drag it a little bit closer to the tier 1 than you'd want. Level 1 for KJ doesn't feel great trading in to the Doom and Shadow Demon. Hasn't quite leveled anything up yet, so still could go for the heal if he just wants to sustain in lane. But there's a lot of early pressure that you can pump out here with Sayu. Still taking a look at that mid lane, our Puck versus Void Spirit matchup. Again, this is something that we've seen, not in the last year, but certainly in past DPC seasons, something that was very common of a matchup. Does feel like the Void Spirit feels pretty good. Big timings really build up into level 6. Whoever does have that slight EXP advantage can run away with the lane, but early rotations around the 4, 5, 6 minute mark can start to play around there. But in terms of just clearing out the wave, a little bit easier for the Puck, but not by a huge margin. Should still be mildly playable for Analog as he goes into 2-3 here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Top lane, of course. Kuritic and FNG going at it here with Divine Llama and Schofield. Right now, pretty good for Kuritic. Not really much pressure being applied at the top lane here by Divine Llama and Schofield quite yet. See, that level 3 mark is probably going to be the point where you get a little bit more worried as the arc here against the Kunkka, but FNG is doing a pretty damn good job of just kind of forcing them back here with the Eidolons. Though he is going to lose them now, but it doesn't really matter too much. The Enigma is creating some great space here for the arc.
That he is. Just ensuring that he cops the attention, the Eidolons cop all of that damage.
Oh,
starting to play aggressive here.
Yeah, stunned up. Kuritic going to find first blood. It's just that easy. Kuritic with the stun connecting on the Hoodwink. And Schofield, he just wasn't ready for it.
And you do have to respect just how much damage Acid Spray enables with the Unstable Concoction, with even the Eidolons that can come out later on. Just the right-click trades don't feel good when you're under that control. And already setting themselves up for a pretty good pacing here for Kuritic up top. Down bot, we were seeing quite a few heavy trades coming on to KJ. Hector is still farming decently well. They have managed to hold back Notice, but we have seen this from Doom lanes. It doesn't feel like it matters as much when Doom can always fall back to Devour, despite, you know, Devour being nerfed a couple of times as well. Really nice from Squadix.
Oh, he's getting everything here, John. Squadix finding the courier, finding both water runes being denied by the Puck. He doesn't even pick the other one up. He just denies, just doesn't want it. Both of them are gone. Now bottom lane. Chase onto K1. K1's down. Notice looking for another. Will chase onto KJ. KJ, oh, he's going to go for a run. Notice will eventually give up on the chase. But another big pickup coming out for VP as they do find a secondary kill here on the map. And that was the POS1 Weaver going down.
Just big wins for VP in the laning phase. Still maintaining that tempo up top there as well, but the movement down bot gonna cut off K1 quite for a bit. He is going for the Dragon Lance into Maelstrom, which is more of the safe bet. Not gonna be pressured to play as fast. Although again, there's a timing here with the Javelin that we have seen from other Weavers where they still make an aggressive rotation once you do have the Javelin up. But so far, VP, every lane just looking shining for them, like mid lane.
Oh boy. Yeah, you just said that every lane was shining, John. Mid lane, Squadix just really kind of nails the point. So he does take down Analog completely solo here on the Void Spirit, and that is not very good news if you are Heroic. The Virtus Pro, I mean, already, in fact, top lane even. FNG finally going down, so they do get one on the side of Heroic. Though I was about to say, John, VP as an organization has always been pretty good at getting players that do secure a laning stage pretty much every single time. And it seems like nothing's really changed. It's KJ. It's going to find notice, so perhaps I've jinxed VP now.
As you tend to do, Mike. You know, the moment you start praising one, they start to drop a couple of heroes. It's not in the
Here we
script,
go
Mike.
again. Kiritich now going down. Divine Llama fights him. Well, what have I done now, John? I've done something,
You
haven't
do
I?
this every single time to the Eastern European teams. Every time you start praising them, this happens, Mike. You made an oath when we catch
They get shy.
team games.
They get very shy, don't they, John? They're just being praised, you know? They start blushing, these guys, and they start kind of acting up.
I suppose. Good openings being found by Heroic, though, to balance out the laning phase just a bit more. And it does manage to get some equalization, especially for Hector down bot. I think that's the big one. The mid lane is the one that hasn't really recovered. Your side lanes are tied in, so you can't really expect any rotation to come in to help out Analog. And we are inching into that level 6 marker. Squadix is going to have a much faster 6. Threat of Dream Coil onto Analog, no way to escape. Lots of damage you can pump in. If you can get one of your supports to rotate out from VP, it's not going to take too much to kill off Analog pre-6. Like, without the step, doesn't even have the dissimulate to try to save himself. Lots of options for VP to just collapse.
That's what I was kind of saying earlier, right? Like, oh, here we go. Our admin stepping in right away. No messing around. Love to see that. We need some answers here, ladies and gentlemen. What's the pause for, boys? And I was going to say as well, John, I mean, for the Analog Void Spirit, like, the sub-patch did not touch Void Spirit at all. Do you think Void Spirit is a better hero in this new sub-patch, or do you think it might be worse?
I don't think it's better. You know, some of the items that would make Void Spirit viable, like Mage Slayer, got slightly touched down. Maybe something like Kaya Sange can feel pretty good for Void Spirit if you wanted to go that route. With a Witchblade, I think that can still line up. I wouldn't say it's in much of a better position. I think this here is still mildly underwhelming, but we'll see what Analog can do. So far in the laning phase, not the best. Again, this is something that in the past, in the heyday of Void Spirit, we've seen Void Spirit, you know, draw even, maybe get a slight lead if the Illusory Orb harassment doesn't connect, but Squadix just controlling those runes early has made it a massive pain for Analog. And again, with how your side lanes are, you have no relief here for Analog. You can't rotate in with your Enchantress. You can't rotate in with your Hoodwink, who can do a lot to set up for a good remnant out and a rundown onto the puck early, but you know, with how much pressure is on the side lanes, you don't have room for that here.
That you do not. We are going to have the reconnection coming out here from Analog, so see if he can kind of reset his own lane here, because he is 7 CS behind right now, 1 death behind the puck as well, and of course there was some claims that input lag was happening because of the camera, but hopefully Analog gets that resolved so he can have himself a good game. The Divine Llama also having issues apparently. We'll quickly disconnect from the game. Not sure what his problem is, but I'm sure we'll find out rather soon. Still, it is a 3-3 kind of situation. Very slight net worth lead of AVP, which is to be expected as they do have an Alchemist. At the very least, Heroic has done a very good job of evening out the kill scoreboard here, as it was 0-3 at one stage. Not so much anymore, but it still does feel like VP are well and truly ahead in terms of the laning phase, though it's still very close. It's nothing to write home about here, John. It's just very, very slight net worth lead. Nothing really happening quite yet.
Yeah, again, I feel like it all explodes once you get level 6 up on Squadix. If you can rotate into a lane or get the rotation onto mid, they can build off of that. Maybe try to connect. I feel like a connection top or bot would be best instead of collapsing onto mid. Just try to build up, get a push onto the side lanes, try to get some control in the further part of the jungle, reach in, prevent some build up for Hector in his recovery here, and start to shut down the map a little bit more, open it up for Kiritich to feel safer in his top jungle, and play off of that. Speaking of why Divine Llama disconnected, Mike, I think he heard you talk about throat singing. You know? I think he heard your comments. He's like, oh, crap, these two guys are in the lobby. This guy doesn't like my throat sing.
He can call me out anytime, John. You know, if we ever get an interview with the man, he can call me out for my comments anytime. I will defend myself as well, John. I'll double down. Live on an interview against him. I don't care. I will stand by my words. I don't care about the cultural significance of throat singing, John. What is it, John?
Why is that the hill? You choose the weirdest hills to die on.
Because
That's like,
that was your fault. Because you kept throat singing. And you kept linking me throat singing videos. And I kept telling you that I don't like it. So now I've got a vendetta against him because of you.
you can't fix lack of taste, Mike. You know? You just can't. There's no fix for that. I'm sorry. There's just no correcting that. Do get the go-ahead and get the unpause as well. We're back into the game. The Vailama has sufficiently throat sung and pause.
I'll say
Collapsing bot, though.
that's a lot of damage on Seiyu. He'll go for a disruption to try and survive, but K1's going to be right there, and I'll try to push him away as well. It just will not make the difference. That's the rotation out from Schofield and KJ to make sure that one does end up working out. See, you still miss out on the off-lane Doom, but it won't matter too much. You are securing K1's lane, and that's all they really care about.
Yeah, making it a little bit easier for you to play on the Weaver. And starting to get some action across the map. That does lead into a bottle refill mid for Squadix at the level 6 mark. Before Analog has his 6, but he's not too far off now, just to creep away. So, does have some play here on Void Spirit. Supports are camping mid, though.
Yeah, they are going to try and go for a jump in here. Analog may have gone a bit too far, but he does have another Astral Step charge going right into Seiyu, but now they do have the coil to lock him down. Seiyu still trying to just survive Analog's damage output as they do get Schofield down. The Seiyu still in danger, does get hit and does die, but now Analog needs a way out. He's running out of time. He's got an Astral Step charge in 3 seconds, but he's not going to get the chance. And all of that for nothing as the Arcane Rune was up top anyway. So KJ is going to go ahead and take it for himself. A very good trade once again for VP.
It is costly, drags a lot of heroes onto the mid, but this is the timing we were looking for. Squadix having 6 ready, having that Dream Coil, making that move onto Analog. Doesn't quite have the big level advantage we were looking at. Down bot though, notice left alone isn't the healthiest. Has managed to survive with a little bit of HP, but it is opening up much more for Hector now. The Doom alone can't really stop the Weaver from just dancing around in that lane. Even the stacks that Seiyu is trying to build, constantly tracked by Heroic here.
They're trying to get the Wisdom Rune away, but Schofield won't be so lucky. Schofield missing out this time around. 1 Wisdom Rune either way. They have forced Kiritich out of the laning stage now. Kiritich just in the jungle as the Vailama's already started onto the top tier 1 tower. This is very annoying as KJ just consistently following the arc around, trying to get the vision over with the enchanted creeps. Though now it looks like he will just focus onto the tier 1 top tower instead. But there's nothing Kiritich can really do about this. He's still CS very effectively though on the Alchemist. In fact, he's going to run in. Chemical Rage is popped. Squadix is going to rotate. They'll go right after KJ. And KJ, oh, he's gone. Squadix with a very nice rotation, able to find himself a pick-off. Will not scout out the Vailama, but won't really matter anyway. In fact, Devi is going to show himself against the puck. But ultimately, it just doesn't matter. They don't want the... In fact, they do want the fight. Kiritich is going to run in. Has the stun channeled up. Does land onto the Vailama. And the Enigma just cutting him off to boots. So the Vailama getting punished for the aggressive positioning. And I thought he was just able to walk out of there. But FNG shows up out of nowhere.
Really good positioning out from FNG to cut off that chase. They are trying to punish bot with all of that commitment up top. Noticed?
Acorn shot is out. Noticed in a pretty big bunch of dangers. Yeah, they'll be able to take him out, no problem, I think. He'll try to hurricane his way away. Bushwhack is available, but Schofield does not have an Acorn shot to throw. Notice still running, but the Bushwhack is going to land very nicely. Meanwhile, middle lane, though, Analog going down again. Squadix able to pick up his 4th kill of the game here on the puck. And this Void, that's his 3rd death already. We're not even 10 minutes in yet, John.
Yeah, it's a rough time for Analog. And you can kind of see why the hero's just not been the best. Its output doesn't feel great, its durability up front doesn't feel great. It has a lot of items it really needs to have that impact. Power Tread's not even up yet on Analog. The one shining point is you're slowing down a Doom, but that's a Doom you're slowing down. Always has Devour to fall back into. You've got the Midas being queued up here as well from Notice. Meanwhile, Kiritich is getting a lot more space out on the Alp, building up that lead you want to see on this hero. Radiant's timing not going to be too far off. Only about 400 gold away for the Sacred Relic. And he still has complete control on his top jungle.
There's a big group up again here onto the Vailama. I say big group up, it's only really 2. It's Seiyu and Kiritich. In fact, KD is going to show up now to the Vailama. Nope, never mind. Here comes Squadix. I was about to say, maybe they need to watch out for Kiritich, but Squadix just all over the map. Perhaps able to secure another kill as Divine Llama. Not going to be able to survive the output. Now this mid puck doing so much work in this game 1. Onto another kill now, and there's just no slowing this guy down.
It kind of goes back to how do you control the puck, right? Like, because you don't have that piece of control really ready on hand. Kiritich left alone, though.
That is a lot of damage being dealt onto Kiritich. Bushwhack is going to barely land, but they missed out on the damage output. It's just not there. I think if Schofield had gone for the Bushwhack a little bit earlier, they might have actually had that. But he does hold out a little bit, and perhaps it does cost them.
And it does. They've got some good stacks as well in that top jungle area for Kiritich to just build into. Radiant's timing now, just 900 gold away from the Talisman of Evasion. So he's going to be online and just farming like a maniac in Kiritich. They're finally applying some map pressure on Heroic, taking up this top tier 1. Should allow that forward wards to try to stop Kiritich, but they're protecting this old jungle instead of the new jungle. And they've already gotten the sentries down. They're keeping Kiritich as safe as possible. Still trying to force their way in, though.
Yeah, Squadix and say you are going to hang around. Here comes Divine Llama, trying to find an X. Won't be able to quite get it off as they do move on to Squadix instead, but Squadix will just jaunt away with an orb. A Heroic, nice bushwhack is going to land onto the Shadow Demon, so they do get one. Seiyu is down. FNG, he was right around the corner, but did not have Black Hole available. Was on cooldown for another 20. So Heroic, they are at least able to capitalize onto one support. Looks like they want to try for the Doom down at bottom lane as well. Why the hell not? They'll scout out the triangle first, see if there's any stacks being made. They'll find a double stack on the Ancients. But it seems as though Noticed is the big target they actually want. Though Noticed seems to have actually noticed that they are around this area, so he will retreat. And Heroic, well, they will continue to try and apply pressure here on the map, but VP are doing a pretty good job of just sitting back and relaxing. They're still finding farm in the jungle, they're not really getting caught out. And Heroic, they are using a lot of time for this smoke to try and find a kill, but even Squadix not getting caught at all.
Oh, man.
Able to juke out the initial bushwhack, and well, now maybe FNG goes down. FNG showing up. Does get caught, but I would not really say it's worth their time.
Certainly not. It's a lot of commitment out from Heroic to get that pick off. It is an important kill for Analog to find, to build into this Mage Slayer he's trying to work into. And they did manage to get a block on the Triangle Ancient as well through that smoke. So they've gotten some things on the map, just not enough to really slow down VP. Again, Kiritich is free farming with the Radiance. Not going to be long until he's fully built in for that time to fight with the BKB, and the Assault Cure is coming in with the Blink. Even the recovery for Notice, like sure he's died a couple of times. He's got the Midas recipe already up. The Glove of Haste isn't too far off. And once that's up, I mean, this guy's just going to be catching back up. Bottom left for core right now, but as a Doom, recovery doesn't take long. And for the side of Heroic, I mean, they're inching into this time. They've got the early Maelstrom on Hector, but he's not ready to roll around just yet. VP with a smoke out, though, up top.
Yeah, Schofield going to try and just break the smoke for his off lane. Will allow at least the Kunkka to run, though Kiritich does actually land a stun onto Divine Llama, so perhaps not Divine. Not out of the woods quite yet. Will continue to run away, but Kiritich, he's got the Radiance up, and with the corrosive weaponry, it's just too much slow coming out, so Squadix able to pick up a double kill for himself under the puck. I mean, you're trying so hard to get these kills in this farm going on Heroic, but it feels like every single time VP is able to find the better kind of trades for themselves.
That they are. And they're invading this triangle area on Heroic at the very least, cutting off these stacks on the Ancients, but it's not the most important thing. Kiritich still has complete control up top, despite losing his tier 1. No forward wards being dropped there from Heroic earlier on either. FNG?
Oh, they're going to try and find the inch. Almost going down. FNG in the meantime does also drop. So 1-for-1. KJ and FNG both dropping. Support for a support trade. Heroic still doing a pretty damn good job of being aggressive with their positioning, just denying the triangle away from Virtus Pro, but it almost feels like they don't care. Like, Kiritich has not even tried to make his way over to that area. He's been very happy at the northern side of the jungle.
Yeah, he knows they haven't boarded that top area. They just haven't rotated into that spot in a successful manner yet. They keep getting cut off in the normal top jungle area, the old jungle, and it makes it hard to just get that information, get that timing to rotate onto the Alk. who again has a little bit more evasion to play with as well, so bursting him down with right clicks doesn't feel as great. 5% is not an insignificant figure buff for Radiant. And I think the one concern for Heroic, we talked about this lineup needing a lot of early tempo. As this game scales on, you know, you have to worry about just the threat of Black Hole, not having BKB Pierce, if that's something FNG can farm up into. How do you hold down this puck? On Squadix, already an issue now, has the blink up as well to further chase. They aren't the most successful in the smoke, but maybe find Schofield. Not the big kill they'd want. Schofield has also managed to block camps and drop a couple of wards. So some of that information that was lacking for Heroic is in play now from this movement.
I mean, at the very least, he has blocked a lot of camps, so it should be very uncomfortable at this point for the Alchemist to stick around as Schofield. Still blocking camps here with sentries, though does finally get caught. They will find the pesky Squirrel, but it's a lot of impact. He's blocked 3 camps in that time. That's not bad at all. Against an Alchemist, that's exactly what you want to get done. See what Kiritich does to respond to this.
He could just switch his position. They haven't cleared bot tier 1, so he can't switch to a more aggressive farming location. The bot?
Yeah, he's very far forward here, the Llama. He's going to have Anlock trying to jump in and help out, though. Anlock misses everything, and now the Tomb and the Black Hole committed. They have got the Void Spirit locked out. He's going to try to go for a cheeky run. Meanwhile, KG trying to get some damage off onto Notice, but he's been dream curled up. He's in trouble. They do at least take down the Doom, but they'll find the Ench. K1 even trying to get out himself, but Kiritich now of the chase. So is Squadix. They might have themselves a Weaver, and they do. 4 down for the side of Heroic, only 1 being lost for VP. A fantastic team fight for the Dire side once again. And this is with Kiritich not being online yet, John. He just picked up a BKB. He's been playing with the Radiance pretty much this whole game. And, you know, once the items are off from the Alchemist, I just don't know how you're going to deal with this team.
Yeah, it kind of goes back into that raft, right? Like when the Alch comes out with the heroes that you picked early on from Heroic, how do you do damage to the Alchemist? There's no magical burst to kind of take care of him early. No one that naturally builds, say, a way of stopping HP regen. Not fast here either. No one going for the Spirit Vessel at all. So you have a lot of room to just play. Again, you have a lot of good saves as well. Positioning here from VP, creating 2 distinct fight zones. You know, one with literally everyone else and one with just Kiritich standing forward. Ensures that they have to split targeting on Heroic. They can't just fully go all in on the Alch, put all of the save in the back. So Analog has to jump the back line, but there's no follow-through. It's just a rough go. There's enough hold here for the Weaver or the Void Spirit when they do commit into the back line. They'll try for a Roshan.
They're going to try for Roshan. It's a bit of an interesting attempt, I suppose. The Heroic should be able to get away with this, though. It's one of those things. Like VP, they used a lot of spells that last team fight. They have no idea this is happening, I don't think. And so Heroic, they will be able to get away with a sneaky Roshan attempt. The impact this Roshan will have is the question I have on my mind right now. Like, do you actually find a fight where this Aegis does pay off within the next 5 minutes here for Heroic? We shall see. I still have my doubts based off what we've seen throughout this game once so far. Mid lane? They almost lose Schofield. In fact, Kiritich is still hanging around. Kiritich's going to jump in for the tier 1 tower. Does take it for himself. TP's in from Divine Llama. In fact, more TP's now coming as KJ does join in to boot. But it seems as though VP are the ones trying to get perhaps a little bit more aggressive. That they will eventually leave the area. Again, I mean, Heroic, they're the ones with the Aegis up. I'm very curious to see how they make this one work.
I feel like it's going to be a little bit more of a farming Aegis for Heroic. Like, they can't necessarily apply all that much pressure onto the tier 2s just yet. Maybe once you hit this timing into the Lincolns here, for Hector, he starts to feel safer about being up front. Doesn't have to worry about the Doom instantly locking him. Can try to dodge out from Malefice as well. So there's a little bit more play for the Weaver to utilize that second life. But this movement out from VP, very clean. Taking care of that mid-tier 1, allowing a little bit more reach into that bottom area of the map across the river. And still buying space for the Alch. Like, it's concerning. Hyperstone up. Full Assault Curious not too far off. You've gotten full recovery for Notice. He was bottoming that with core by at least 1,000 gold or 500. Now is at least matching Divide Llama and Analog. So Doom's certainly ready to go as well with full BKB up. And these are a lot of painful tools that the side of Heroic aren't necessarily the most well equipped for. Like, again, how do you start these fights on Heroic? You try to jump the supports, you could, but at that point, VP is probably disengaging or just not even clumped up with her supports anyway. You try to jump the front line, the puck is too hard to pin down at this point. There's a lot of HP playing here for Kiritic and...
Oh, K1.
Oh.
K1's going to be very careful. They'll commit the doom. K1, I mean, he does have the Aegis up. He's got Schofield right behind him as they almost find... In fact, they do find Squadix.
Squadix?
Squadix gets caught out. Squadix is down. Notice going to BKB TP out. And that is your Aegis being expended. So a lot of gold going back the way of Schofield, of all people. Finding about 1.4k gold out of that kill here on the Hoodwink. Not bad whatsoever. And Heroic, now it looks like they can pressure this T2 top tower.
And they lose Aegis, but that costs Doom, that costs a big death on Squadix. A huge streak for Schofield. That's actually massive. That's the...
Radiant's bottom tower is
That's
under
huge.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Squadix. Again, Squadix. He's going to avoid the boat, but the Torrent Storm is incoming. He will be able to blink out, though. Squadix is alive. Sharpshooter will not land onto the puck. In fact, now the turnaround is there onto K1, though K1 is successfully just casually able to walk away. Here come the cavalry. Kiritic now going to show up. They do still have Devi Llama locked down. The Devi is more than happy to tank through the damage and let the rest of his team back out of there. And he will. So still a good bunch of kills coming out here for the side of VP. Though it does seem like Heroic now officially might be online. So K1 is proving to be a pretty big issue here on the Weaver.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
VP. It had such a fantastic start to this game one, but Heroic have found their way back into the game after that Roshan attempt. So that one kill into Squadix seems to have made all the difference. Just giving the time for K1, though, to be absolutely fair, this Alchemist has not reached that breaking point quite yet. Squadix, oh, he's caught out again. Squadix is gone. Schofield shows off the Orchid. K1 and Schofield very happy to take another kill onto the puck. It's Heroic, slowly but surely, clawing their way back into this game one. In fact, they might even go for another. Top lane, the group up is there. I mean, there's not really much of an objective to go for, I suppose, but you could look towards that tier 2 top tower. Lines have been drawn around that area, so it seems like that's exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, this
tier 2 tower.
is starting to build up. Yeah, I'm back. A little bit of a disconnect, a little bit of connection issue. The itemization here from Heroic is lining up now. I'm full ags up for analog, more control to deal with that pesky puck. Squadix having to go back for that BKB, and Kai Assange just not enough to save him. 25% stat resist is nice, but there's a lot of silences coming in now as well. And he has been the opener for VP. They've been starting all of these fights with Squadix just jumping forward, isolating a couple of heroes. Now, Heroic going for that smoke play with that fresh Ags. Big reveal for Analog here.
That it is. Down towards south they go.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are
Now,
scanning.
these silences have been very, very painful here for the puck, as Squadix does not have the greatest time ever since that Orchid came out on Schofield. Still very patient with their position, VP. They're going to see Schofield first, not quite the target they want though. Schofield is going to be able to back his way out, though it seems like Kiritic is going to jump in. He has found himself a Hoodwink. That's one down. Though Squadix does jump in for a Dream Call, finding the puck, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not coming out yet. Meanwhile, Kiritic, he's right onto Devi Llama. He's got complete control over the Cork gun. Kiritic is just taking it down. Devi Llama gone, but now Kiritic gets left behind right underneath the tier 2 tower. VP, I mean, they're still sticking around, still perhaps looking for a fight. They have found themselves Schofield once again, but now the puck's been caught out. Though no, Disruption will save Seiyu. Will give him another chance. Life has now noticed it in F&G, both going down. They're still trying to deal with K1. K1 finally dropping here to Squadix. Meanwhile, onto Schofield they go. They're the 8th Remnant may lock him down, but no. Oh, they get the bushwhack and the silence. So Squadix is down. Not a good fight at all for VP. It's a very prolonged kind of team fight, but you'd have to argue it goes in favor of Heroic.
That it does. You can see the Vailama ping out the damage as well. I'm a little bit surprised Kiritich went all in on trying to duel out the Vailama with Wood coming in there as well. And you can see just how durable the Vi is. Just with a plate mail up. There's not enough output to kill him off ASAP. He was in a very forward position without the backing of his team. There's no easy way for FNG to come in with a black hole as well without the blink up and BKB. So options were limited. And you expressed that in that patience there from VP earlier on. They start that fight jumping Schofield. And they forced the buyback, but the collapse afterwards, the follow-through just wasn't there.
Oh, now they'll kill off FNG and the Enigma. So an extra kill coming the way of Heroic. Divine Lama handing the tips over to KJ. Yeah, I mean, VP, you know, it's just the start they had to this game one was fantastic. But I am now at this stage starting to question, you know, the effect of this ALK pick. Like, well, what's it actually doing now, John? Still top of the net worth board, but does it have enough? Like, Kiritich, he was very confident in that last team fight to jump in on his own. Obviously, that did not pay off in the end.
You know, I think this will pay off. Yeah, okay. It does. You know why? Because of puck-free Ags saves this game. The Dream Coil machine gun with Parasma? Sure, Parasma costs a little bit more. You're dragging the game slow anyway. And that potential for Squadix to have BKB free Ags plus Parasma is scary. And Kiritich is reaching that point where he's going to be fully slotted up. After the Abyssal, he can start to consider giving these Ags away. Maybe look for the Blink upgrade first, but honestly, going into Squadix to kind of be disruptive in the middle of all of this is going to be a big part. Heck, even a free Ags for Notice could be big as well. AoE Doom on hand is scary. So I think that's where it starts to get a lot more utility as well. Sure, your ALK timing kind of drops off just a little bit, but all of this utility from your other cores is still massive to consider. And that keeps VP in the game. We'll see. We haven't seen the biggest black holes either from FNG. Still has a lot of room to grow with Black Hole Trap and the Blink. Down the line, Blink BKB still being queued up. Long ways off for our Enigma. Long smoke around here from VP.
I mean, they are headed the right direction though, aren't they? K1 and Schofield, they are in position to break the smoke though, and they will. Schofield down already. K1 will be the next target, and K1 does not look like he's going to make it out. He'll get bashed by Kiritich and definitely goes down. So at least it's only your support you're losing. You don't end up losing K1, who was farming that area. It's still a pretty decent set of kills coming out here for VP. They'll even fight the tier 1 top tower while they're at it. Oh, you could probably still stick around with the tier 2 as well if you really wanted, but it seems like they will back their way out.
Yeah, no need to pressure too hard here on the side of VP. The big part for Heroic right now is this vision game they've set up for themselves has made it a little bit harder for VP to play their game. Like, they've got some good wards being put up. FNG does have the gem at least to cut off that top jungle ward, which gave a lot of info out. I think for the side of Heroic, you're really going to have to try to connect. Like, your team fight's strong as well. You've got the Ags for quite a long time now in Divine Lama. The Torrent Storm can be obnoxious, especially as the BKB start to wither down to their 6-second charge and their 7-second charge. So you have some good play left in the tank here as they find Hector.
And K1 able to time lapse away for now. Chase is still on though. FNG right behind him, but just unable to keep up with the Weaver. Unable to lock the Weaver down quite long enough that time. And see, it is quite hard with the Lincolns up on K1. You don't want to just throw the Doom away for nothing. It seems though Heroic, they're more than happy to group up. Knowing the position of VP, they can go right after the Roshan once again. Keep in mind, of course, this time Roshan will roar. So you will have information that this is happening here on Heroic's end of things, but whether VP can get there in time is the question. They are running there now. But Roshan's already less than half than HP. I don't think they're going to make it.
No. Just falls way too fast. They could try for the follow-up fight. Like, this is a very tight position. FNG can look for that control along with the Dream Coil here.
They're going to go to crack. It looks like Heroic, though, getting in position to try and go for that fight. As Notice does have his smoke broken. Schofield going to check around with the Acorn shot. Does see them now. So I do not believe this is the fight VP won. They will retreat for now, though they are running towards the wrong base. So they will just clear out the creep wave while they have a chance, and they will stick around, perhaps still looking for an opening here up against Heroic.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Say you will lose his courier to K1. It seems like VP, they'll just stick around and just keep pushing out the creep wave. Just don't give a chance for Heroic to push out that top lane. Instead, the Heroic have already left the area. They're down towards the bottom side of the map now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
VP, they will follow them though. VP jump in, they'll find the Void Spirit. Analog getting caught out already with the Doom and the Dream Coil is certainly just dead. They want more. In fact, Kiritich looking for Divine Llama. Divine, he was stunned up there for a moment, but is successfully going to be able to walk his way out.
Dire's structure.
It's still a very nice kill though. You get Analog for your trouble.
Popping that Void Spirit is a pretty big win. I mean, we're setting up for the follow-up fight.
Okay,
Not going to be able to follow. Oh,
Okay, one. He will time-lapse away. He'll make it, but it was a little bit too close for comfort, I'd argue.
a little bit on the edge. Don't have the Dream Coil fully locked, although.
Noticed he's going to avoid the sharpshooter. Now goes on to K1, who does get stunned up. K1 playing really on the edge. Will lose the Aegis. That's his first life. Kiritich looking for another. Will wait for the respawn. FNG looking for a black hole. Will not see the opening quite yet, though. Will retreat once again, so instead they'll go after Schofield, taking down the Hoodwink. FNG still being targeted, just throws the black hole out. Looking to get something before he dies. Does lock down KJ, though KJ's going to go for a run of his own. TP away. Disruption is available, but stay you. He couldn't quite get it off in time. I believe he was within the fog behind that tree.
Oh, it looks so awkward from the God camera we have. But really good positioning to bait out, find those kills here for Heroic. Baiting out the black hole, pretty big. Not that they've really utilized it anyway on VP. That is still a big tool in, say, the high ground defense. Taken away here now. Sure, you don't have the Aegis to play with. You still have the cheese for Analog to play up front. Now the high ground is definitely a possibility. You don't have to worry about that big teamfight control in the choke point. You do have Dream Coil backup for Squadix, but it's not like he has something like his Ags. They've been using that for pickoffs as well. Very reliant on these ultimates to just get that hard lockdown onto Analog or Hector. So, gonna be a little bit rougher for the next few minutes. Heroic not looking to fully push in as well. On the side of VP, it looks like Kiritich is considering the overwhelming blink first before starting to think about, say, the Ags upgrades that can come out here. You don't quite have that full Parasma up anyway for Squadix just yet. That is going to be another timer to think about. And I think as this game scales on to late, it gets really interesting when you have to kind of consider all of these factors. The level 25 of Puck with Dream Coil piercing debuffing with these big spells to get the jump.
Yeah, they do. KJ gonna get the Glimmer Cape off for now. Will walk his way out, though there is more incoming. It seems as though they want to try and perhaps turn back onto Kiritich. K1 will move his way in onto Nodus now. Nodus popping his BKB and does get the Doom off onto the Weaver. K1 trying to remove himself from the scenario now, but Kiritich moving his way in onto the Weaver does secure the kill. Though they are still picking up heroes here on the side of VP. They'll find themselves the Shadow Demon. Kiritich, though, and Squadix able to take down Schofield as now Kiritich moving back in, trying to find Analog, moves on to Divine Llama, but he's getting taken out. So the Alchemist just kited around the whole team fight. Could not lock anyone down. FNG not able to get out either. A beautiful torrent for Divine Llama. The Alchemist, I mean, this is kind of the weak point now, John. He's just unable to actually lock anyone down long enough to get a big kill for himself, and they got the Weaver, but it seems that they've got bigger fish to worry about.
And again, that fight just was a little bit too split apart for VP this time. Trying to chase the Weaver as it ran away, taking away that Alch from the rest of the heroes in the back. And just splitting up way too hard. Like, even his Radiance doesn't do enough to save you. Sure, you're dodging the hits from melee heroes, but if with just the damage from KJ standing back, he doesn't care for the Radiance burn. He outranges the Radiance. So you're not having to deal with that burn and the mischance as well. And it just causes a lot of issues. Full Parasma up for Squadix. Just needs something like the Ags, if he is considering something like that. They have managed to take the range racks. Not the biggest objective to lose on the high ground for VP, so they can hang on. But Heroic, they've rallied back. 3k advantage for VP doesn't count for much, especially considering you have an Alch and Doom. And it just feels like it's stalled out here, the side of VP. Like they've got these tools available, but these fights feel really scrappy when they jump in. They just instantly have to commit Doom. They instantly have to commit Dream Coil. There's no angle for FNG to find that follow-up. FNG has a blink now, at least, so he might be able to work some angles in. But without the protection of the BKB, it's still pretty dicey for this Enigma to help kind of open up some opportunities here.
Oh, just so many ways to cancel the black hole, but it does feel like you need the blink up to at least give your team a proper chance at this game one now as well, Heroic are well and truly in control. Skirmishes TPing in, prepping for a defense. Noticed has already been X'd up into a torrent here from Divine Llama. Sharpshooter's going to land. He does avoid the Aether Remnant though, and looks like he's going to be just fine. No real problems here for Noticed. But Heroic, I mean, you can kind of see the confidence in this team now. They control most of the map. They'll move into that bottom tier 2 tower, slowly chipping away. At K1, he'll go through the twin gates. He might find himself an FNG Enigma. Will at least find themselves a lot of Eidolons. The VP, they are moving towards that area, perhaps looking for a black hole and a Doom to be committed onto this Weaver, but the K1, he does retreat at the right moment, so they will not find the Weaver whatsoever.
Yeah. Just manages to scout out with his Manta Illusions as well. They get room to push in that bot tier 2 and start to apply pressure onto the high ground once more. TP's coming in.
Yeah, Analog just happy to move in. Tier 3 tower, they will avoid at least the Dream Core here on the Void Spirit, but they do find the Enchantress, so KJ gonna go down. Squad X though, he has been X'd up. They'll ignore it for now. Instead, K1.
Hector?
K1 gets caught in the mid lane. I'm not really sure why he was alone like that. Maybe just trying to wrap the base, but gets caught with his pants down, and that's a pretty big pickoff.
That's a minute 10 without Weaver. Big opening for VP. They don't even have to commit too much. Like, that did cost Black Hole and FNG, but again, considering the state of game, considering how hard it is for FNG to find a big angle, to have it for the pickoff onto the Weaver, very worthwhile. You still have Doom ready. Dream Coil cooldown, not the longest in the world. You can start to regain some space here. Notice, looking forward to Wisdom Rune Steal. Let's manage to snag it away. Nice little pickup as well at this point in the game.
Heritage. Be a pretty big pickoff if Analog and Schofield could try for it. I mean, it's not going to be too easy with just them two alone. They're going to find Noticed as well. Noticed actually running right towards them, wanting the fight. Does back his way out. Doesn't care for it any longer.
Oh, Squadix. He's queuing up the Divine. They're going for the Ags next on Kiritich. This is it. If they can hit this timing. The Dream Coil machine gun with Parasma. Oh.
Here we go. Now, this is exactly what we wanted to see.
One of the most vile things you have to deal with in Dota 2. Like, just because I don't know why, but Dream Coil does apply Parasma to everyone. Like, it's independent cooldowns of Parasma. So you are gonna burn. It's not gonna be a fun time. Gonna be able to rip off Roshan as well. They get the free axe here. Squad doesn't need to wait.
Oh, here we go. Axe is up on Squaddy. There you go. Machine Gun Puck is on the way. Well, it is online now. No Divine Rapier, but yeah, quite frankly, John, just with this Axe upgrade, it might be enough to turn the tides of the fights. I don't know if Divines are even necessary right now.
I think the next bit is really the level 25 for Squadix. Like, it does feel necessary to have that debuff immunity pierce. Sure. But beyond that, it's terrifying. Like, this is the point in the game where pucks can just literally carry the game by themselves. It's hard to pin down. High Assange, BKB, Ags upgrade, and then into that 25. It's kind of a nightmare for Heroic. They need to stagger their spell use right and just pin down Squadix while they can.
Looks like for now, Heroic's just going to wrap the base. K1 just going to abuse the X back here with Divine Llama to take down a Raintrax down to the bottom lane. And this is something you can do. You know, every time VP is not around to defend their base, just play very safely, just get the X back, and there's not really much VP can do about it if they're not there. Hell, even if they are there, just with the X back alone, it could be very, very hard to actually hold down the Weaver long enough. Especially with the BKB he does have available now. Black Hole is up and available once again, but really just is not that simple here for VP.
Not yet. BKB's not too far off for FNG. He's gotten a lot of space out in the jungle to just get that build up. Have to say as well, just SquadX having something like the Ancient Guardian. It's just so painful. Like, this is the one neutral I'm kind of surprised is just the way it is. You know, it's like, it's 100 damage when you're fighting on high ground. It's like, it's kind of insane. Especially what he gets. Like, this is not going to be simple. You almost kind of hope now for Heroic to not have to fight somewhere close to the high ground. On your own or on the enemy side, but that just creates a double-edged sword. Like, if you don't want to fight high ground into them, it's like you're not going to be able to make progress on that siege. If you're getting pushed into your own, you certainly want to defend.
So we're going to have a look at the scoreboard there for a second, John. Game's not over, though. Game one still definitely underway.
Oh.
Very nice pick-off. Schofield going to get caught out here by SquadX. Yeah, I mean, going back to the Ancient Guardian neutral item you talked about, it's an interesting one, Judge, because I thought high ground was already hard enough.
Yeah,
as it was.
exactly.
But now they put a neutral item in to make it even harder.
Yeah. It's
scanning.
it's interesting, I think is the plainest way I can put it. It's kind of, honestly, kind
one
of
way to put it.
It's one of my most hated. I hate it. I like having it. See, that's the thing. If you're a core, you love having it. If you're on the enemy team, you hate seeing it. It's I don't know why it exists. It's interesting.
And yet it does. VP, smoke out. The wrap through their own triangle, head down towards the south. Into that Radiant jungle they go. Closest target to them right now is going to be KJ, who they do make the jump in on. SquadX, he does not have Dream Coil available, so it's going to be a bit of a slower process on the KJ. In fact, KJ just casually springs his way out of there. Of course, we have seen the Ench proving to be very hard-hitting now. Is going to have the MKB up rather soon to boot. So the Ench is basically more of a threat, I'd argue, than most of the heroes in Heroic at this point, just with the amount of impetus damage she can deal.
Yeah, it has been an issue, right? Like, again, the fact that he can stand out of Radiance, meaning that the evasion doesn't really save Kiritich in the middle, takes away a lot of his EHP. Does have his full overwhelming blink, so some more HP to play with at least, and some good damage for the jump in, but he is copping a lot from just the poke here.
Just the Berserk Potion will get the basic Dispel off, but there go again. Tidal Wave back. Kiritich going to be very cautious. As KJ does just casually remove half his HP pool here on the Alk. This is what I'm saying, like in a big team fight, if KJ is allowed to just stand there and hit people, which he has been allowed to do for most of the fights we've seen, it is not a very fun experience here for VP.
No.
And she's hitting very quickly too, on top of that.
And he is. You've also got to kind of contend with Hector cutting the creep waves. I mean, it's going to be an issue for both sides. And this is where the game really starts to slow down. The Puck can cut creep waves really nice. The Weaver can as well. You can get into the stall scenario. And we're kind of there already. You've got the Divine almost ready to buy out here for SquadX. It's clearing out space in the inventory. Looks like he is setting up for it. Sitting right by the secret shop. And there you go. There you go. Let's go, SquadX. Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh, the Dream Coil. He's got to land a big one, Mike. It's got to be a lot more than just the support.
You're going to wipe whoever's in there. At the very least, we know that. But certainly a 3, 4, 5-man Dream Call could be the real game decider here for VP and Heroic. The smoke call is out already from FNG. He wants to see it happen. They will hang around that die triangle for now here, VP. Smoke is available on Seiyu. They will pop it. So here we go. They want to show this new Divine Rapier off ASAP here on SquadX. They're running right towards Heroic as well. In fact, they found the Alchemist. Kiritich trying to bait them in already. Does pop the Chemical Rage. Meanwhile, SquadX trying to sneak in from the backside. Has found himself a 3-man. No, it's a 2-man Dream Core being thrown out. He's already found one. He'll find a second. They're on to another. Analog's in trouble. Analog realizing he might have to run it now. FNG, he's in with the black hole. He found 2 of them. Maybe they can find the Alchemist in time, or maybe not. K1 still trying. Does take him down before he does have to run. But Divine Llama now being left behind. You can't save the Kunkka, surely. Divine pops the Bloodstone. It won't matter, though. He is gone. An ultra kill out for SquadX. Almost a perfect team fight as the taste is still on for K1. They want the full wipe. Though K1 is going to be able to get a regen rune and does try to just skip the creep wave in the mid lane, but Notice is going to chase him down, does get the Doom off, has found the Weaver, and that should pretty much make it so that K1 is going to go down. At the very least, he cannot split push, and that is a full team wipe coming out for VP.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that movement from Hector, though, still cuts off the mid creep wave, so there's no push onto the high ground that can commence here for VP. Well, maybe try to find down bot, but that fight, you can see the effect. Sure, it's a Dream Coil onto the sports, but it's more than enough. You mount that backline so quick, and with a BKB for FNG to play with that black hole, it gives so much more control that VP has been desperately lacking. A great reveal out from VP. Not the cleanest losing Kiritich still, but again, you hold this game out. You've revealed the ace in the hole, though. So they are aware that they need to do something about Squadix. Some additional control. Something has to come out to stop this puck. And it is kind of all in when you've got the Divine sitting there, but that's the point of the game here for VP. They can't rely on Kiritich to just scale up. They need the puck to kind of destroy now. It becomes so hard with this level 25 as well. It's just that debuff immunity piercing Dream Coil with this machine gun effect. It's not easy for Heroic now to angle in. They kind of have to look for pickoffs. Can't afford a big clump up anymore up against the Dream Coil and Black Hole here.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's
is
a
under
very, very
attack.
painful experience for Heroic, that's for sure. Kind of the other side of the coin here is if they kill off Squadix, they've got a free Divine Rapier on their hands. There is that. See, VP probably going to play a little bit more cautiously, knowing that that Divine Rapier cannot be lost. But now even a Refresher Orb available on FNG, going to make life even more challenging for Heroic. They are waiting for perhaps the next Roshan, which will be up in 1 minute and 10 seconds, so not a very long timer. I even noticed rather Squadix now looking for a Refresher Orb himself. Which makes plenty of sense, because with 2 Dream Coils, it's going to be almost impossible to take on this fight here against VP. And yeah, they are indeed just going to wait for Roshan. And that's just the key, right? You get the Aegis, you try for high ground. You have double Dream Coils available by that point. You've got double Black Holes already. It's going to be a very, very challenging team fight to try and maneuver here for Heroic. Though they are going to go for the big 5-man smoke. They're going to try. They don't know about the double Black Hole. So you've got to be very wary, but they have no idea yet.
This is make or break. This falls flat for Heroic. High ground gets ripped apart here. Good scan.
Jump in. They're not going to find Squadix yet. They'll eventually see the orb, but Analog has officially missed out. So the big target they really wanted, not going to be quite available to take down any longer. But now Roshan, the pit is theirs to control, and Roshan's up in 3.
Dire are scanning.
Hector gated away, though. This could be a little bit dicey with Weaver going for the split push first. They're not quite in position on VP to fully commit just yet. Good vision here from Heroic as well to keep that Roche entrance safe. Fully spawned up. Again, so much on the line with this Roshan. Both sides want the pick off first before committing into the pit. It does still feel better for VP in that pit, though. Again, Black Hole, Dream Coil, very confined area. Kiritich.
Jump in, Lotus Orb is going to just bounce the other way, but he has the BKB up. They're trying to Divine Llama. Divine dropping so damn low, he is gone. VP looking to pressure a little bit longer, but we'll find nothing. Back to the Roshan pit they go.
Oh, man.
Roshan,
Another
it's going to be
Ags.
pretty quick for VP.
Wonder who they give the Ags to. AoE Doom's nice. Honestly, Enigma Ags is also pretty big. To be quite frank with you, I would be happy with either one. I feel like the percent-based damage for FNG is massive, but AoE Doom just sounds like such an easy choice. Still, Notice isn't around. They will hand it to FNG. Is he going to consume it? We'll see. They were being pressured. That split push from Hector did kick in.
Okay, one. He's going to time lapse back towards the base, but FNG,
into the black hole!
He's going to catch him. FNG's got him. K1. Oh, he does push out the wave, but he has died. Luckily, though, he does have Vibe. And to answer your question, by the way, the Ag's Blessing does get handed to Notes.
Fair. AoE Doom's still massive here. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, you can maybe hope that Kiritich... I don't think the game's going to drag on to that point, but Kiritich can still gift out Ags. That's his next way of scaling outside of like Moonshard. So there is that, but not the most important tool. It's a very funny tool, though, with a vacuum effect. Might be able to find a good pickoff up top. Notice is all alone with the rest of Heroic lining up, but jumping to Doom is maybe a tougher order. Really tanky now for Notice. Pretty hard to pin down.
Oh,
they will try.
With the Bushwhack, they will get started. I mean, he is a bit of a tankier boy. He'll get the BKB off. Yule's up as well, but here comes Squadix with the Dream Coil out. He's already onto the edge. Seems like KJ, just with the Invis alone, is going to be able to survive, as we will see a refresh now coming up from Squadix with the Dream Coil, but no. Completely whiffed here from Squadix. Not going to be able to land the secondary Dream Coil. And that was the refresh all being revealed here by the puck.
It is. Pretty massive commitment as well. No secondary BKB, no secondary Dream Coil for a full 2.5 minutes. Not the best of times for the side of VP, but they have Aegis for a little bit longer than that anyway, so they could just sit out a little bit more. Maybe gone for some more safer pickoffs. Notice.
I'll jump in. It's the AoE Doom off. They're going to find Divine with that Divine Llama. It's got help around the corner, but it seems as though that help is just trying to run away. But no, in fact, they are going to go for the fight. They'll try and chase down the Shadow Demon. However, he'll cheese up. He'll survive for now. Instead, Kiritich running after the Hoodwink, trying to find another support. Disruption out. They'll still survive on Seiyu. Seiyu actually just running out of there. And look, trying to jump in, but Seiyu's still alive. Seiyu makes it out. And look, they want to go down. No, how does this Shadow Demon, how does he make it?
Oh, the Glimmer Capes. Just enough to bail him out. The Demonic Cleanse as well, providing that little bit of extra heal. Just the synchronization from VP to jump into the back and help out afterwards. They didn't have to blow anything major there as well. I mean, Doom's down, but you still have that double black hole ready. The high ground's just going to get torn to shreds with the damage ready on Kiritich and Squadix. Fort fight already forced out. They don't have the secondary fort as they've already lost mid. So this is the racks just for the taking on VP. They've got the buybacks, but they need to find an angle in.
VP, one rack's down. They'll find a mid racks, no problem by the looks of it. K1 not able to really threaten them back. They will run towards the bottom lane now. There is still a tier 3 tower to be taken out. Kiritich making short work of it. They're onto K1 now. K1 locked down. He's going to try and just look the away. But FNG, he's out with the black hole. He's found two of them again. K1's forced the play back into the fight. KJ is gone. And look, trying to run FNG. He's going to find another double black hole for FNG. Analog and K1 both gone. The dieback's immediate from both of them. Divine Llama trying to push them away with the tidal wave and the torrent storm, but it doesn't. Oh, maybe they can find Kiritich. That's the first life. Chemical Rage back up in 6 seconds though, and Kiritich, he does not seem afraid. He'll move on to Schofield. He'll find himself another kill. All racks are down. Now Mega Creeps are online. And I think if you are heroic, you are looking to call GG now, as you just don't have the bodies to throw at VP. They are still trying their absolute best to push them away from their Ancient. They're going to lose KJ once again. Schofield will try to buy back on the Hoodwink, but it's not making the difference. The GG's been called. And VP, I mean, it was looking rather awkward throughout the mid-game, John, but you kind of called their entrance back into the game. A Divine plus Axe Blessing on the puck. It makes all the difference.
That it does. They hold out for that scaling on VP. Heroic not being able to play with that advantage they managed to work themselves back into. With all of that aggression coming in, there was still room for all of the key heroes to still farm up here on VP and go for the slower game. Again, they've got Doom, they've got Enigma, they've got Puck with that build-up from Parasma into Divine. Just so much can fly in there. And the damage dealt by Squadix, 67,000. You can see how perfectly balanced Puck is with the Parasma and the Axe and the Divine. Very balanced.
Indeed. It was that's a lot of damage, to say the least. Squadix, I suppose you'd have to argue, is certainly the MVP of this game as well, John, right? Like, this Puck was just doing so much work throughout the laning stage, past the laning stage, and even just the end of the game, just understanding the win condition for his team, was himself with the Divine and Axe Blessing. And I mean, if you were to pick an MVP, I suppose it would have to be the Puck this game won.
100%. Like, he did so much work there, and it's going to be rather interesting if that's going to be a priority ban now. I think VP, they did manage to work out their draft well, their execution well. They had this really good start early on. kind of lose momentum a little bit, giving up a few kills here and there, playing a little bit recklessly. Having that counter control in Heroic did make it tough, but managed to work their way back in there, Mike. Looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, it's fantastic work once again here from the boys from VP. And what do you change up here for Heroic, I wonder? Like, what's the big change up you're looking for here to try and... Well, in fact, you know what? We are going to have to throw to a break for now. But right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2's draft between Heroic and Virtus Pro. We'll see you then. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching game number 2's draft here between Virtus Pro and Heroic, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, game 1 was a bit hit and miss by both sides. It felt like VP dominating for the first, say, 15-20 minutes, and then Heroic kind of making a bit of a comeback throughout that game, and then VP kind of making a comeback once again throughout that game. So very, very kind of back and forth here between Heroic and Virtus Pro. I was about to ask you before we headed to a break, and I'll ask you right now, what could Heroic have done differently in that game 1 to produce a
They
different
need to
result?
play with their advantage a little bit more. Start to push into the high ground, make some progress, especially after the first Aegis. It felt a little bit harder to kind of do that, but they hit this timing as well once they had the Ags up on analog, where there was a major threat in those jumps in. It wasn't as comfy for Squadix, but they weren't able to play across the map as much. I think VP were still finding openings to drag these fights, say, by the tier 2 bot, and just drag it away from the objectives, make it tougher for them to take advantage of that moment there for Heroic. And VP played their cards really well. Again, they lost a little bit of that momentum, especially since you didn't manage to rush the Ags as fast as you'd want to on Squadix, but the moment you hit the Ags into the Harassment, into that Divine, into the Roshan with the free Aegis, all lined up. They hit that timing that we were talking about. The late game threat was massive from VP, just with Doom, with Puck, with Enigma. You didn't even need your Alchemist. He didn't need to carry that game on Kiritich, right? Squadix could close that game out on the Puck, as we've seen time and time and again with that hero, with teams like, say, Old Talon with Mikado. That's exactly how that reminded me a lot of a Talon game, except the early game wasn't atrocious for VP. It was a really good early game. So you have to watch out for that. I think Heroic, again, there was a good understanding of this timing. Like, we saw Hector go for the Maelstrom instead of the usual Deso build-up that we've seen some Weavers go for in the last patch. The Maelstrom did allow him to play farm, tried to catch up. They were focusing very heavily in the early game up against Noticed, and it did slow down to Doom, but it felt like not really the target they needed to slow down there, right? Like, Doom was always going to catch up. It felt like they didn't apply pressure onto that top jungle, apply pressure onto Kiritich earlier, and never connected into the mid lane, I think, the way they'd want to, onto Squadix. So I think that's a couple of the areas where Hero maybe fell a little bit flat there up against VP.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think the laning stage was probably the big thing that kind of cost them throughout that game 1 as well. I mean, you saw them throughout the mid game. It just seemed like they were kind of unstoppable there for a moment. It just the aggression as well from that side. Like, Heroic was constantly trying to be the ones that just dominate the map and just control the more areas of the map per se. But with a negative kind of laning stage, it just did not kind of allow them that play style. And well, again, props to VP. They just made a fantastic game 1 comeback here between both these sides, and I'll see how game 2 is going to pan out, as it seems like both sides are just about ready to head into game 2's draft. Curious to see what kind of hero banouts we do see. I don't want to say the Alchemist is really worth banning. It still felt rather underwhelming to me. I think Kiritich made it look really nice as a hero, but I don't think it was the be-all end-all. I think we both agree that Squadix really did carry the game for them on that Puck, and had it not been for that Puck pick, they probably would not have ended up winning.
For sure.
I would argue.
I feel like the
now
Radiance
underway.
buff is notable, though. Like, again, from 15 to, 20%? It did feel pretty good for Kiritich in some of those earlier fights. His issue in the early fights was the fact that Ench wasn't in range of Radiance. The AoE of that burn is not as big as you'd want it to be, so I think that was the main issue. But beyond that, I would actually say the Alchemist impact was pretty strong. Again, it had a lot of scaling potential. The lane felt really good as well with the Enigma, and we do see that being banned out now by VP in this first phase, along with the Thermosol Respect ban, of course, up against the Vailama. Heroic, for their part, taking care of Chen and the Mars. We did have the DK and Viper banned out by VP as well. So a lot of off-lane bans off the back here for VP. And Heroic as well with Mars. I wonder what they close out with. Like, Doom is still available? That feels like something that still just works. They take care of the NP instead for good reason. And they do manage to pick up the Centaur now on Heroic. So they lock in the Divide Llama hero early. We've seen a lot of Centaurs, all the way back in the last patch. It has felt really good how aggressive you can play. You tend to go for a maxing of QW first. You leave out the Retaliate. Doesn't feel as important now, especially since it doesn't help as much in push. So there's a lot of play. I'm interested in seeing if Heroic will go back to like the Hoodwink or the Batrider, right? That's what we tend to see with a Centaur, and VP grabbed the Batrider themselves. I like that counterplay. It's like, you see the Centaur, you didn't ban Batrider, so you pick up the Batrider yourself. The question now for VP is, what are you doing with the Batrider? Is it going to be that pause 4? Who are you going to tie it in with in the offlane? You don't have the Mars. Tidehunter is still there, but Tidehunter Bat doesn't feel as scary as, say, the Batrider and Centaur, which you obviously can't pick here.
Absolutely not. We shall have to wait and see what they want to pair up with. I feel like there's quite a few pairings here for the Centaur. I mean, the Shadow Demon we just saw could be a pretty nice one. Hoodwink, we do see performing quite well with Centaurs as well, based off the Bushwhack setup. Plenty of options available, I'm sure, here for Heroic. We'll see what the Violama does want to pair himself with. They do indeed actually get rid of the Alchemist. So, Heroic proving me wrong, Jonathan. Apparently, Alchemist was required to be banned out.
I think it just does a lot right now. Like, it feels like it works the map well. That added EHP from Radiance kind of buffed it up, so Alchemist doesn't feel too lousy. It has a non-negligible presence with just Radiance and Blink or Radiance BKB up. It can be a threat. So I do appreciate that from Heroic, and again, Kirtich showed us how well he was farming. I think the issue was for Heroic, they couldn't reach into that top jungle. So if you kind of have the same playstyle and that doesn't change, the Alchemist just abuses that so much with, again, all the space he had up top. So I can kind of see where Heroic's going with the Alch ban. That and Alchemist into Centaur is actually a pretty good lane. Centaur doesn't have the best armor to start off with. He has to go for double grain of protection in, and Acid Spray still negates that. So you still have great presence overall, even though it's a melee matchup for Centaur. That feels great. VP do pick up the Tiny for themselves here. Some flex on hand. You could do some funky stuff like Tiny 4, Batrider 5. You could try a Batrider mid as well, but that doesn't really feel in meta. More than likely a Tiny mid, I think, but it's very early for a Tiny mid pickup. You don't know your matchup, so it's kind of up in the air. I do like the early aggression that, say, a Tiny Batrider support duo does provide you. You've got a really easy way to initiate. Tiny blink timing is key, but even without the blink timing, you've got this toss forward with a Batrider into Lasso that can feel nice. Heroic go into the Gyrocopter. Should be our safe lane, but we have seen a lot more Gyrocopter 5s as well pop out, not just from, say, C players like Varish or Raji. This has been picking up pace as well, so I'm keen to see if Heroic will hold on to that flex or just opt to run it as a core here.
We shall see. Heroic now looking for their third pickup. Back into the reserve time for themselves.
Virtus Pros turn to Crystal Maiden.
Oh, they're going to a Crystal Maiden for themselves. So it's just a classic position 5 to come out here for Heroic. I highly doubt we'll see a Pulse 4 CM coming out, though I suppose you never know. This hero, you know, I've got words about this hero, John, but I won't bother this time. You know, it always ends up kind of just being a lane dominant support that just doesn't do much afterwards. As Virtus Pro, they're going to go for a Mirana pickup for themselves. In fact, right into the
I like Altus from Virtus Pro. I think the Sven into Centaur lane is pretty solid. Doesn't lose out too much. I am curious about the Tiny. I think that should just be Tiny mid very early, but again, we've seen Tiny mids do well for themselves against most matchups. It doesn't feel like you get too suppressed too badly. There's some good ranged heroes here that could work out for Heroic. I can see something like the Puck actually working for Heroic in this draft. Your lockdown from VP isn't the hardest outside of like a Blink Lasso, but that does require some farm here on your Batrider, and the lane matchup for Puck isn't too bad. You've got some good range, got some good harassment, good escapes to dodge out from Avalanche Opener, so Puck could line up here for Heroic. I do agree with you with the CM. Like, we saw a lot of this in like Birmingham qualifiers from teams like, say, I want to say Neon with Castaway. It's a little bit hit or miss. The lane dominance is a big aspect. They pick up the Weaver now on Heroic, so what are they planning? It should be... A Gyro 4 sounds less appealing to me than a CM4. In as much as that might pain you, Mike. I feel like a CM Centaur lane is much more straightforward for you to play. You've got easy setup, good slows, good damage to reach in.
Oh, you know, I'm not going to disagree with you, John. I just don't think the hero's great. You know, overall, you know, if they want, if they were on the Centaur CM, by all means. You know, I don't think it'd be bad.
Yeah, it shouldn't be bad. There's some interesting synergy. This is for me really reaching deep into the bag here, Mike. But like CM Ags with Stampede sounds funny. Centaur Ags could be viable just for freezing field, but you're not investing in your CM, so that's not happening. But Stampede and CM Ags, that is fun.
That would be fun. Yeah, that would be a good time. Probably not going to happen, but we'll see. I didn't necessarily think the whole Divine Rapier Axe Puck was going to happen either, but it did, John. So you know, maybe you're going to have a 2 in a row.
I don't reckon. No. I don't think CM Ags is as scary as Puck Ags at all. I mean, it is scary. Don't get me wrong. That is actually one of the more busted things with a BKB on the CM. But you're asking for a CM to find space for Ags, to find space for a BKB, and for Stampede to solely be used to get the CM to freezing field in the middle. That's and you're probably going to need a Lincolns to protect from a lasso if you're actually going to go for that. It's not. And as much as it pains me to say, not happening. Just something that happens in your pubs. Zeus does come out for Heroic, so they've got some really decent mid lane matchup up against Tiny. I don't think that's a lane that feels great for Tiny at all. The Zeus just harasses you from a million miles away. Right-click damage of Zeus is also pretty good. He's got a disengage with a leap. So it's really nice. You've got scaling damage here as well with Zeus. Like, a lot more players have been leaning into the Phylactery, into Manta, into Shard, which is pretty scary. HP percent damage up against Tiny, up against Fen is good, and it is magical as well, so it doesn't care for the armor to get from Warcry and from Grow. So I like the solution here for Heroic. And it looks a little bit more tied up. My bigger question mark with Heroic this time around is really the support duo. Like, support Gyrocopter and support CM. I'm just used to seeing both of these as 5. A CM4 we've seen a couple of times, but I'm not sold on that. I feel like you want your 4 to be able to play make a little bit harder than a CM can. Unless you get like a really insane Blink BKB timing, but most pause 4s don't really find that much farm. You know, it's a little bit more farm than your 5s, but not by a significant margin.
No. Well, Virtus Pro. Well, we'll see how they finish their own draft. But I do agree with you, by the way, John. The Gyro CM, we are very used to seeing the position 5 for both those heroes. So I'd still want to say the Gyrocopter's maybe more so a pos 4 here, but you know, we'll wait and see. As Virtus Pro, final pickup for themselves, looking like they need something in the mid lane. Potentially in the off lane as well, just depending on where they want to throw everything. They'll think about it with their reserve time. 40 seconds left for this final pickup.
Oh! Alright, so they're running the off-lane Batrider for Noticed, yeah, and they will go with the Squadix Ember mid. Ember versus Zeus matchup is a little bit more manageable for the Ember. You got a little bit of reach, some good harassment. You can still build Mage Slayer, which did get slightly nerfed, but still feels great up against a spellcasting hero like the Zeus. Your lockdown for the Zeus, for the Ember, I mean, isn't it particularly great? Like, your hardest stun is what? Frostbite from KJ, and that is a KJ CM and Schofield on the Gyro. So I'm really interested to see what Heroic's cooking with lanes. Like, there is some aggression that can come out here. Certainly some good jump potential lined up here for the side of Heroic. I'm just... I don't know. Like, scaling up is fine. Again, you've got this path for Analog to not care about all of their armor with, say, the Manta and the Shard buildup. You've got good damage to scale up. You've got Hector again on the Weaver, and I honestly don't blame that last game on Hector at all. I think he was doing pretty much everything that he could on the Weaver. It's just a hard core matchup when you're dealing with a puck. You don't have to worry about that. This time around, for Virtus Pro, it does feel like they want to play this game a little bit faster. I mean, you've got scaling with Sven, but you don't have that be-all and all late game solution. There's a lot of good disengage as well from Heroic. Like, Stampede can cause massive issues for VP. They don't have area hold. Nothing like a Disruptor, nothing like a Mars here to just lock these heroes down, nothing like the puck. So Heroic can kind of pick and choose their fights a lot better in this game than they could last game.
Absolutely. It should be, again, a very interesting kind of game number 2 here between these two teams. Virtus Pro 1 game away from finding themselves a 2-0 victory here in this best of 3, and of course, Heroic fighting for a chance at game number 3 here. See if this draft does pan out for them. Once again, putting their faith in this position 1 Weaver. I still don't really know how I feel about it. At the very least, the rest of the draft is quite different, so hopefully we'll see a bit of a different result here from Heroic. Mostly in the laning stage, I think, is where you want to see the difference anyway. We see a level 1 team fight this game, Dominic. Last time around, Heroic were able to just kind of avoid the level 1 team fight. This time around, they may not. VP we're in somewhat of a position here to go for a fight down on the bottom side. Though it does seem as though VP is looking to retreat, so maybe.
I think the level 1 is a lot scarier from Heroic. Got some good chain control that can come out, a lot of early magic damage depending on what Schofield goes for. They're actually going all the way back.
I like it. They'll break their smoke. They know someone's by the T2 tower. See, FNG see none of this yet. Huge wraparound here from Heroic. Not really what you'd expect. Up back into the jungle they go. Squadix is kind of around the area, but you will have to go past the Watcher to be able to catch him, and that'll give you away anyway. So Squadix gonna be just fine as Heroic. I mean, as much as they try, they find nothing for their trouble. Though I say that, FNG now gonna show up. But it seems though he is very well aware that Heroic is probably around the area and does retreat. Still looking around. The Heroic is still trying for FNG. Maybe just the body block on the creep wave is what they want. In fact, it looks like that's exactly where they're going with this. The Vailama go for the body block. Let's push out the creep wave underneath the T1 tower. But Kiritich is doing the exact same thing.
You gotta love it when counter plays just to do the exact same thing. They do manage to finally catch out FNG.
But do they kill him? FNG, he'll go to the tree line. Oh, very nice tree plant. But it won't matter. Schofield going to catch him out eventually and does get the first blood. I mean, close call there, but Schofield, he had faith in himself to fight him eventually, and that he does. Though top lane, K1's gone. K1 is gone already.
That's a bigger issue. And first blood bonus is nice. With that free time, good use by VP to just find that punishment onto Hector early. Does balance out a little bit. Kill coming out onto Notice is pretty big as well for Bat Rider to start to build up a little bit more, especially into the level 2, level 3 spike the hero tends to enjoy. So, not the worst trade in the world for the side of VP Heroic. I mean, they're still happy with First Blood, but doesn't feel the most impactful when that's just shared between the supports in comparison to a Bat Rider getting some EXP on top of it. Still taking a look, these lanes breaking out. Seeing a little bit of trades down bot. This Centaur Gyro lane can get really aggressive early on. Just a hoof stomp into a chase down with a rocket barrage is a lot of damage. Again, you don't care for the armor that Kiritich will have with a Warcry. The move speed should allow him to disengage, but it's a little bit rougher. You can try to play later on with like Stormhammer and the Arrow if FNG can find an angle through the creep wave to be aggressive, but the output and the durability in Heroic does lead to a bit of a better time for the Vailama this time around down bot.
That it does. FNG going to try and harass him the best he possibly can, but it's not really working out too well for him. I mean, it is a Centaur after all. Of course, down in mid lane, Squadix and Analog going at it here on the Zeus Ember. Working out quite nicely here for both sides. It doesn't really feel like anyone's pulling ahead too much. Pretty even in terms of the CS board. I suppose as the levels do go up, you do kind of expect Analog to start to pull ahead, especially in the harass game, but for now, Squadix having a great old time as bottom. Schofield gonna get jumped. The chase is on. Kiritich will just leave him alone and instead go back after the Vailama. But Kiritich and FNG certainly trying to be as aggressive as humanly possible. The Vailama with a fantastic double hoof stomp. But it will not make the difference.
It is keeping them in a bit of an uncomfy HP situation here for the side of VP. Like the range Schofield has, the harassment with a flak does land itself quite nicely, and the uptime of Warcry isn't the best in the laning phase, so you're not able to just instantly Warcry when flak's on. You have a lot more wiggle room here for Heroic to play that aggression. Just make it as uncomfy as possible for Kiritich. is a bit slowing down here on the Sven, not finding as much farm as you'd want, but you're also getting that same slowdown for Hector anyway, up top. And in the end, your Sven should be able to clear out creep waves and clear out camps just a little bit quicker with that cleave. Can maximize stacks pretty nicely here as well if you've got the room to do that on VP.
Heritage going a little bit too far here. Schofield's going to move in. They do get a nice arrow off onto Divine Llama. Divine now the one dropping rather low. FNG does not want to stick around. In fact, he will turn back onto the Centaur. Still, the chase is on for Kiritich once again. Divine rushing right towards it to boot. Schofield just getting so much damage off, and they will eventually find the Sven. Divine does land the hoof stomp at the end and does actually survive the whole ordeal, this Centaur. Just never
has enough regen
down.
with just the Helm of Fire and Will and the 2 ring protections to sustain that dive. About the damage here as well to deal with FNG. Doesn't have the leap point up.
No, it's just the leap is so valuable against this support gyrocopter, but they won't go for it. Instead, arrow onto the Centaur now. Kiritich with the setup. They'll take down one. Schofield still trying to trigger it, stick around for FNG. Does take him down. And we'll be able to walk away from Kiritich, as Kiritich doesn't have the stun available. In fact, Schofield casually ran back in, but it won't cost his life. He'll be all right.
He's managed to bail out. A rather back and forth trade. It does feel maybe slightly better still for the side of Heroic. Just a little bit. You've gotten a lot of value for Divine Llama. You know, he's not expending regen. He's just standing there passively regenning and just comes back in. No problems in the world. Has the boots as well to help chase down. So his opening for dives is starting to line up a little bit more. I think you do have to kind of start to build up for this Sven. Like, this isn't too bad of a start, but again, you're lagging behind in CS even in comparison to Hector up top. Weaver has gotten a little bit more wiggle room for himself. There's no room for FNG to build up stacks here, and no room for you to build up stacks from top with Sayu as well. So that flash farm potential for Kiritich just diminished a little bit. Still trying for this aggression onto Divine.
Another arrow. Yeah, Divine Llama never safe. The Stormhammer arrow combination from FNG always flying out onto the Centaur, but the thing is, Divine's still finding plenty of farm. He's got the Helm of the Iron Will up as well, so a regen is going to be there for the Centaur. As much as they are landing this Stormhammer arrow combination, I'm not sure if it's really making the difference. It just feels like they don't really have the follow-up damage with all the armor.
I think the bigger issue is that it's very hard for FNG to angle himself to ensure that the second Starstorm hit is on the Centaur. That's where a lot of the DPS is lacking. Analog on mid, though.
Yeah, Analog's a big kill if they can get it, but he does manage to just jump his way out of there. But the turnaround now onto the tiny Sayu, taking a fair bit of damage. Schofield even showing up, and Analog being gifted a free kill here onto the Zeus. So happy days here for Heroic, finding themselves another kill, this time onto their mid-core. The Virtus Pro unable to find any kind of
not able to trade back, even not finding the rune as well for Squadix. Pretty good movement out from Heroic. We'll get the bottle topped up with the TP. Oh, sorry, doesn't actually TP mid, so just no bottle refill yet for Squadix, but you can always remnant.
Noticed. So Noticed is going to make it all. They didn't have the Frostbite available to cancel that TP. Meanwhile, Kiritich looking to run towards Schofield, perhaps. Didn't really have a nice angle for the Stormhammer arrow, so doesn't really waste his time throwing it out. I'll tell you what, so far Heroic, they've had a much better time throughout this laning stage. It's still a very even affair, but it did feel like Game 1 was very one-sided in favor of VP, where this game around, it just feels much more even, though. As I say that, VP throwing the numbers down at bottom lane. Kiritich has been jumped, but a nice avalanche out from Sayu. Going to stop the onslaught, though. Sayu still needing to help out a little bit more as they do lose the Sven. Kiritich and Schofield both going down at the same time. Now FNG trying to run. Divine Llama takes him out, and well, KJ, he's not going to make it out either. Squadix able to rotate and find himself a double kill on the end.
Big sacrifice to make. Your Ember is building up. Your Sven is just pretty shut down bot, lagging severely behind in comparison to how much Hector is able to find up top now on that Weaver. And that's going to be the big difference maker. This timing here for Hector, the same timing of Dragonlance and Maelstrom should line up. They are making waves mid now as well.
Oh boy, Squadix so close to dropping, does get away just barely. A little bit unlucky with the power rune. It is going to spawn up top, but he does at least survive with his life intact. I think that's probably most important for the Ember at this stage. Screw the power rune. He'll get the reset of the fountain.
Rather unfortunate again that Analog did have to pop Thunder God's Wrath earlier on, so he couldn't try to look for that cleanup. Not that he would have had enough damage, I don't think, in the fountain. Might have, but not the biggest loss opportunity. The pressure alone is already massive. You're keeping Squadix constrained on mid, you're keeping your side lanes open, you're having this free game for Hector in comparison to game 1. And you're applying so much pressure onto Kiritich. Like, this is not the same game where you could just AFK farm on the Elk. He is still set up to AFK farm as Sven, but they've managed to rectify some of those issues earlier on. Invade that bot jungle, pressure early on onto the safe lane here for Heroic, and just ensure that Kiritich can't hit this early timing. Like, even the Mask of Madness stalled out now. And the recovery process, it's going to be a while. You're going to have to just hope that Notice is getting enough from cutting the waves up top, hit that blink timing on the Bat Rider, and connect with the Ember.
Notice actually wants to try and go onto him. Does pop the Firefly, but does decide better of it now as he realizes that he is not alone with the Zeus. Schofield will join the fray, but Firefly does just let him run away quite easily. In fact, now they've got the numbers. Here comes Squadix and FNG. Double chains out. They want the Zeus. They'll lose their Bat Rider. Analog, they're dropping so low. The Remnant's forward. Squadix does take him down, but now Squadix needs a way out. He'll Remnant towards the south and continue to run. But the chase is on. More chains out towards the gyrocopter now as Seiyu shows up. Nobody going down though. Squadix still running. K1 still chasing. Does take down FNG. They will get away with the Ember's life, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, and it does still feel like it favors Heroic, even if they lose that Zeus.
Again, you're opening up these lanes. You're getting some early activity out. Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. They'll lose Schofield. In fact, they might even lose KJ. Well, poor old KJ shows up, and now KJ's down. In fact, Analog might be in danger. Notice has got a lasso up. Analog's probably down. Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah, they make up for it. They finally get a rune out as well for Squadix. He hasn't had the best of luck with these power runes. Does get the big impactful one when it matters. The DD coming out for him right there when he needed it the most. And he's getting that build up now into the Mage Slayer. So the Ember is starting to kick into gear. Your counter action for all of this magic damage coming through. Ember's still one of the better applicators of Mage Slayer. I don't know if that's a real word, but one of the better guys applying Mage Slayer. It's a word now in John's dictionary. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, just a sleight of fist onto Zeus, onto even a CM, the gyrocopter, cuts off a lot of your bite. Heck, even something like the Centaur, early game, like, does rely on just double edge and the hoof stomp to really have impact and burst. But this Mage Slayer time is going to be key for VP to start to get more play. And the kill it's landing for Notice as well is massive. This blink timing with a Veil of Discord, it's not going to take too long. He's had free reign to just cut the waves. This is giving Hector space to farm as well. But it does take a little bit more for the Weaver to take advantage of that. They will find a bot tier 1 for themselves here on Heroic. No contest coming out from VP. But Kiritich is fairly well protected, pretty far back. Farming has the Watcher to keep him safe as well. So this is the point in the game where we saw last time. Kiritich just locks in, farms up, and tries to get a few more items up before going crazy on that Sven.
Absolutely. 8-8. Still an extremely close matchup here between these two teams. Fight over the power runes. It's going to spawn bottom. Seems like Heroic will be able to have first dibs on that. They'll hand it over to their Zeus, of course. Seiyu with a nice avalanche landing on 2. Chains out as well here from Squadix, almost taking down the gyrocopter. Schofield will be able to successfully retreat. VP still not interested in a big team fight, so they just want pickoffs here with this Mirana arrow along with the Tiny. Perhaps looking towards Analog here in this mid lane. You can't forget, you've also got the chain set up here with the Ember. There's plenty of ways to set up perfectly for a nice arrow. Heroic, I don't think they're too much into a rush either. Like, K1's still basically top of the net worth board here on the Weaver. He's just behind the Ember Spirit right now, but things are still going pretty well if you are Heroic. Okay? Definitely no rush here.
Got the Mage Slayer up in Squadix. He wants to show it off.
I think they might find Analog. They don't see him yet. Pings are out though. They've got the right idea. Analog going to reveal himself eventually. Chains will lock him down. He'll pop the Thunder God's Wrath just preemptively, understanding he probably is just going to die. And he will.
That is
will take
rough.
the kill. However,
Radiant's
spoke
top
out from
tower
Heroic.
is under attack.
It is rough, but they are trying to capitalize with the smoke. Problem is may not even pan out. Say you does get caught in the tiny, but he might be the one initiating. If they got the last off with Divine Lamb, the Notice is dropping too darn low. KJ with the ulti doing so much damage. They'll take down Notice. They've got Schofield, they've got Seiyu. They've even done FNG now. Although the freezing field, Jonathan, just doing so much here to see
You
it.
can never underestimate it. In a good spot and good choke point, does do a lot of damage. I do want to say, like, the moment when Analog popped that Thunder God's Wrath with a Mage Layer debuff, it literally did no damage. That's what I'm just gonna say. Like, this item, I can't believe it got only, like, it got nerfed a good amount, but it doesn't feel like it's really enough. This item's still ridiculous. At the tempo you find it. Like, it still does a lot of work. Still, Heroic, more than happy to find that punishment coming out there. Does cost VP quite a fair bit more. And yeah, they're buying so much space for Hector to just play his game. Maelstrom flying out soon. Into the Lincolns to protect against the Lasso and the Stormhammer. It'll be a little bit tougher to jump. We've got the Moonlight to play with, but Sentry's preemptively set up by Heroic earlier on. So a little bit harder to get that angle in. And for the side of VP now, it's really down to what are you looking for from Kiritich here. Like, you're ready to go on Notice. He's got the Blink. He's going for the Shivas into BKB. You've got that Mage Slayer on Squadix going for the Kai Sanj afterwards. But it does feel like it gets a little bit worrying how hard it would be to catch Heroic. Again, just going back, you've got a Weaver, you've got the Heavenly Jump on Zeus, you've got Stampede. There's a lot of disengage here for Heroic, so you have to 100 to 0 really quick on VP. Like, you've got to nail this Searing Chains arrow combo and just jump onto one. You've got to be able to make perfect use of the lasso onto an impactful target. And that's all easier said than done with how slippery Heroic is. I do want to point out as well, I really appreciate this build Squadix has gone for. Like, he did go for pretty much maxing QW over getting any value point in Flame Guard. Like, it's only now he has the room to pick it up. Did allow him to play a lot more aggressive and, you know, not be pressured out by the Zeus, because, you know, you're just going to lose your Flame Guard anyway. So just going for that more aggressive play, trying to connect with his supports, with that control, has led to that early activity and this earlier Mage Slayer timing for him here.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top
Certainly has. You see how kind of worried this Zeus is. Like, Analog in the mid lane, still hiding in the tree line, just not confident to move on to the creep wave. And
Dire's top
Thunder God's
tower
Wrath is going to give plenty of vision. Virtus Pro thinking about rushing Heroic, but they will not. Virtus Pro instead just head back towards their triangle. Meanwhile, Heroic, they're still hanging around that mid lane as a unit. So they are thinking about trying to pressure the mid tier 1 tower, but they are going to lose that siege creep now. So both sides just kind of posturing aggressively, but neither one really wanting to make the big jump in.
Yeah, I think you're more than happy playing the farm game for both sides for all the reasons you mentioned. They will go for the smoke play now on VP. You only really need your Ember +2. And we'll start to rotate, but they don't have that forward vision here for VP. Nothing to give info on the triangle, nothing to give info on the right side jungle. Tier 1 still standing as well, making it difficult to fully infiltrate the right side, but fine to see him.
KJ, nice easy pick off. We'll probably still be happy to just break the smoke. Yeah, it's just one of the things this is important, right? You just love to tank the ganks for your team. They would have probably preferred a much better target anyway than the CM, so Virtus Pro, they'll just take what they can get for now. For Heroic, it seems like they're more than happy just buying themselves more time. You know, Analog's had such a bad game, but he's having the farming time now on the Zeus. You see our Weaver, K1, top of the net worth board right now, having a very good time. It seems though Heroic are pretty confident in their ability to just beat them late game with their own draw.
Squadix.
VP. Arrow is going to land onto Schofield, and it seems though FNG just going to be able to leap his way. So no real pressure. Say he's going to cop a homing missile, but looks like he's probably okay to boot. Divine Llama thought about chasing for the blink in, but see, pretty deep. You don't want to blink in past that tier 2.
Yep, it's a lot of space out still, VP, and they're farming really nicely on Noticed. And that's going to be a key aspect. Again, that timing into the Shivas, having a Lincoln's break as well with Yules coming out down the line, along with the BKB. Lots of defensive items for Notice to be that frontliner here to open up and follow through from when Squadic does commit. So it's going to be down to probably this early BKB timing for Squadics for you to start to feel comfier with these fights. Along with Kiritich, it's going to line up with his Sven timing here as well. For Heroic, you've got that full Kaya up on Analog, going for the Sanj next. Going to be harder to pin down the Zeus. I'm a bit surprised he's not going for like the Shard kind of build up with the Manta, but Kaya Sanj did get buffed, so that stat resist does feel pretty good. It's a little bit cheaper to build into as well. And the damage can shoot up. Like Kaya can be somewhat of a counterpoint to the damage reduction of Mage Layer to an extent. They will go for this early Roche once more on Heroic. And no wards from VP to spot this. It's going to be a quick one.
It certainly will be. This is something that Heroic's been very good at doing throughout this best of three. Just always having first dibs on Roshan, and be another game where they can get the first Roshan of the game their way. I believe last game around they were able to find the first 2 Roshans for themselves. Once again, just that key kind of target of the Roshan being taken here by Heroic. See what they do manage to get out of it. I mean, even in game 1, they were pretty far behind up until they got that first Aegis. And then after that first Aegis is when they really started to take over the game. See if that's kind of a key point here in this game.
They've managed to get the siege going on the top tier 1, opening up the access point. Makes it a little bit easier to reach into the Wisdom Rune, into the Triangle as well. Some good openings being found by Heroic. We did see them default to farming a little bit more on Hector with his first Aegis, and it looks like that same timing's here. It's the Linken's timing that this seems to always connect into. BKB up now on Notice. They can play.
Ratso is out. They found the Zeus, Divine Llama trying to save, but huge pickoffs coming out from VPs. They've already found Analog. They're going to find KJ by the looks of it. Still looking for a little bit more, but they are not going to find anything else for their trouble. But you've got the mid Zeus. That's the big target you wanted. And this is against a team with an Aegis up on their carry. Like, they're the ones that want to try and be aggressive with that Aegis, but unable to do
that
so.
BKB timing for Notice. Has that protection ready. Has his team rally around him. They find that good backline jump. Might lose Sayu for this, and they will. Hector does find a nice pick-off for himself, but a very well worthwhile trade-off for the side of VP. 2 for 1, 1.3k gold swing for their way. Up against the Aegis as well. Again, for Heroic, like, this first Aegis does tend to feel like a little bit more farm. I mean, the Linkage is up, so Hector is very well protected here to just do what he wants.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Heroic. That's a lot of damage on FNG just for the homing missile, my god. Not a very fun spot to have to play against support, as they will get the tier 1 mid tower, no problem. K1 still feeling very, very strong here with the Aegis and Lincoln Sphere available. See, it just doesn't feel like VP really care, though. VP is doing a very good job of just completely avoiding them the whole game. Kiritich is now working on towards that Blink Dagger up on the Sven. And that is, I think, when you are going to start to see things get a little bit more challenging for Heroic. You are going to have the big jump in from the Sven to just blow somebody up immediately. They'll take their Tormentor on both sides of things. KJ might die for his if he's not too careful. In fact, they have to leave it. They don't have the damage. That's unfortunate. They'll go back for it now, it seems.
Alright. They will find it in the end.
Oh my goodness. He gets out of it.
On edge, but you've got that nice little crystal clone. KJ can try to get some repositioning, maybe try to find some farm here as well. Get into that Glimmer Cape. Just try to find that positioning to get a good freezing field off. Virtus Pro going out with the smoke. They've got pretty much the triple BKBs lined up here. Squadix as well having his online. Makes this game a lot tougher for Heroic. Like, a lot of their damage is magical. They don't have enough physical on Hector.
Okay, one. It's a big pick-off if they can catch him. The Weaver looking to retreat, but they know exactly where he's gone. K1 hiding in the tree, and then realizing they are probably around. They are going to spot him eventually. K1 trying to run towards the east, but it will not matter. He has been caught and he is down. That is one life. The Violama right around the corner. Blink up in one. We'll jump in immediately, but the lasso actually going to catch the Centaur instead of the Weaver. They'll take down the Vi instead. The Vi just taking the bullet for the President. The K1. K1 is okay, but it's another engagement where the Weaver gets out, but everyone else is just dropping like flies. Nobody's able to survive the damage output here of VP.
Again, your own damage here for the side of Heroic, it's mainly magical. These BKBs ruin that. Do isolate Kiritage here?
They do. Kiritage's been left alone. Pop the war cry. There's your freezing field, though. He'll cancel that one off. His team is trying to approach him from the low ground. Kiritage, though, still dropping. Does eventually go down. That's a pretty big loss. I mean, VP maybe just kind of underestimating the side of Heroic. They'll lose their spend for really
That was
nothing.
extremely greedy for Kiritage to go for that clear. Not respecting maybe some defensive wards being planted there earlier. Does get punished nicely for it. So it's not all doom and gloom for Heroic. They do lose Aegis, they do lose a couple of heroes, but Hector stays alive, is building up into his own BKB. He has a lot of protection with BKB plus Lincoln's. Gonna be hard to pierce through that for them now. On the side of VP though, I mean, they still have a lot of output here from Squadix. They still have all of this threat from Notice, but have to respect Hector. Very slippery bug. Harder to pin down than you'd want. And they are getting some control back. Some interesting vision here from VP as well. Lots of emphasis in that last fight. Dropping 2 wards by the triangle. But they aren't spotted out either, so they can play off the back of this pretty nicely, covering the top of the ramp and the bottom by the secret shop. Can lead some good potential here. You've also got further growth left for Squadix into his Sanj Kaya of his own. So with the buffs to the cost, or the lessening of the cost in that, we're going to be seeing that spammed out a lot more, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
It's time.
Heroic still playing behind their tier 2 mid tower here. Now the blink is up on Kiritage. Moonlight Shadow already popped from Virtus Pro. They just want to get going. They have no cares in the world at the moment. Right into that dire triangle is where they'll head. The Violama around the corner does not want to get caught like this. KJ also caught by a chains out. Cops the arrow, is going to go down. And with the lasso, they have definitely got the Violama, who can try to buy himself a little bit more time, but it's going to be pretty much phenomenal. 2 down once again. FNG to take both kills. That was without Kiritage being involved. He wasn't even there.
He's into a really nice opportunity to push. They still have the God Strength to fall back to as well. Lasso, not the longest cooldown right now. Only 40 seconds off. Still, Sayu doing work.
Yeah, the Sayu's finding even more targets. They've got themselves a Weaver caught out. K1 pops the BKB and just tries to run away. They do lose Schofield. Squadix now on the retreat, but K1 can really do nothing. Like, with the BKB wearing off, the Weaver's just too much of a sitting duck. And once again, I mean, VP, you lose your support tiny, but there's always some trade they're finding. This time with Schofield on the gyrocopter, I just don't think Heroic are finding really anything. It's really just K1 farming effectively, but the Weaver just feels like it needs so much more to be able to stand.
I'm not even sure if you're going to have enough damage coming in here from Hector as the game goes on. All right, you've got this potential for the Warcry short to come in for Kiritage off a Tormentor. Just +6 armor. It's a lot for Weaver to have to contend with, who is pretty much your big physical outputter. Your magical damage getting nullified just by Mage Slayer and a pipe that's eventually going to form here from FNG. So your magical burst isn't going to be in play. I'm not sure where you find the damage for Heroic. It does feel like, again, maybe on Analog with something like Lightning Hands build, but even that doesn't feel like the best bet, just because Mage Slayer is still an item. It still makes it tough for you to try to whittle down these tanky heroes, and they've got a decent amount of tank hero on the side of VP.
Only the wary might find us.
Oh, that they do. Moonlight Shadow again popped. Heroic going to be so cautious. Schofield getting caught first. Will break the smoke. K1 now looking for another target. Kiritage takes down the gyrocopter, and now they've got the Weaver. Time-lapse will be popped preemptively. Meanwhile, KJ just popping the freezing field, trying to kill off Sayu, but can't really do so. So it's still another kind of team fight win so far for VP. They will buy back on Schofield as now Noda's going to jump in, does find a lasso, has got the Violama. In fact, an arrow has connected on K1. K1 gets hit by a rogue arrow, and he's just down. Schofield trying to fight this one out, but he's just a support gyrocopter. Analog will drop to Kiritich, and the gyro is gone. And dieback immediately. Seiyu will barely survive. Squadix will find another. Divine Armor is gone. And how even the last piece of the puzzle, they'll find KJ. That is very problematic if you are a Heroic fan. This Virtus Pro will completely team wipe them. And
It's
they
so
lose
hard for
nothing.
Heroic to open up these fights. Like, their best bet is just this blink hoof stomp from Divide, but it's just so telegraphed. These BKBs save him every single time from the side of VP, and we've seen this scenario for Heroic like 2-3 fights in a row now, where Divide Llama has to come in, has to try for the hoof stomp, but they just pop these BKBs, this triple BKB timing from VP ruining the counterplay that Heroic wants to gun for. And again, it's just after that, it's a matter of not having control and then not having enough damage. Mage Slayer, this pipe that's already up and running on FNG, all the armor you're getting out just with a spin without even the Ags shard being picked up yet. It's just so much defense that you have to work yourself through. And Heroic just doesn't have enough output. They don't have enough to rip through that. Roshan open out as well for the side of VP up top. Gonna be able to work through it before Roche switches sides here as well. Heroic, I mean, they could try to contest, but they're way far off. Maybe find this nice pick off onto Notice. He is worth a lot of gold right now.
Perhaps they can get him. Notice, I mean, he does have a BKB available. He'll go through the twin gates anyway, and I mean, the smoke was close from Heroic, but not quite close enough. He is fine. Squadix will pick up the Aegis for himself.
We bathe in
And they don't even want it on the spin. Like, here it just doesn't feel like he needs it. I don't quite disagree with him either. Kiritich, sure, the spin can feel like a bit of a sitting duck, but with the Blink BKB up, as long as he's able to find those key targets he wants to jump on first, which seems to be the Sven or the Weaver, it's his job's basically done. The Ember's doing the rest of the work anyway. Like, the Squadix can take
He's got
care
a lot
of
of output. Again, it's this durability. Like, do you even lose your Sven in the middle of a good fight? As long as this Mage Slayer debuff is on, and you manage to pop your Warcry with your level 20 talent plus 10 armor, you're not dying. The output from Hector to threaten with physical output is just not there. Your magical output certainly tapering off with that Mage Slayer and Pipe. Like, it's just damage. I feel like damage from control for Heroic. It's just not quite there.
Now the big wraparound again. They're going to find themselves KJ on the CM, so KJ at least is alive for now, but probably not for longer. Squadix is not giving up. Divine Llama at least landing a stun onto the Ember, but that's about all he gets. Meanwhile, Notice, having a look around with the Firefly, seeing if he can find himself a Blink Lasso target. Nobody going to show up around the area though, so Heroic will not lose anyone else for now, but the chase does continue. Virtus Pro, Seiyu will jump in. Asgon maybe a little bit too far on his own, but does still survive for now as the rest of the cavalry is incoming. They do take down the Tiny, but Seiyu, or rather Squadix, look for a target on the lasso, is going to catch K1. K1, though, he still has the BKB running, so they don't have the damage. Instead, they'll go after Schofield. They'll go after Analog. They want that mid-Zeus down. K1, he can do nothing to help out either. Divine Llama, he jumps back in with the stun out, but it just does nothing. Without a Weaver to back you up, without your carry, what's the point of initiating? You see after the BKB is worn off here on the Weaver, John, K1, he has no confidence.
I can't fault him. Like, where's the damage? It's not coming out from Hector just yet. You know, maybe if you manage to have a long swarm duration to eat through some of that durability that Warcry is providing, it can certainly work out, but you don't have that burst from the Zeus up front. Well, when you lose Analog, it just feels rough. Even if Analog's alive, it just doesn't feel like he's doing damage at all. Especially onto Squadix up front. It just takes too long. Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is here for Heroic. It's really a big damage issue. I don't think you can take these 5v5s. You could look for these really grouped up fights. Again, if you find a good freezing field position, can be nice, but nothing's holding back VP.
Oh boy. Chains were out. Squadix finding himself a gyrocopter, but Schofield was far enough away that they did not want to make the jump in. Instead, though, VP, they've got a target that can't move. They've got the Tormentor if they want it. They will not.
The arrow missed.
Oh, K1. K1 being caught, but the arrow does not land from FNG. They whiff the arrow.
Yeah, just...
Oh, FNG. He's going to hear about that one.
Nah, he's a nice guy. He's a freaking nice guy, right? So just it's fine. Everyone makes a mistake, right? It's freaking nice.
No, not supports, Jonathan. Supports aren't allowed to make mistakes. You
That
know
is fair. But isn't it the Batrider's fault? He last. He pulled him back too far.
It was, John, but he's going to quickly blame the Mirana
That's fair.
before she blames him.
That's
how the core roll works.
No.
It's not about prowess, John. It's about how fast you can ping the other player.
Yeah,
In my experience,
at the
anyway.
very least, no pinks coming out yet. They will still find a tier 2 for their trouble. Aegis, a minute left here for Squadix to play like a madman. More than enough time to clear out the last outer objective that Heroic has left. And they can just steal away this Tormentor. Another freebie coming out for VP.
Oh, jump in. No fear from Squadix. He's just right in. Taking down Schofield. How dare you even think about contesting the Tormentor? Squadix, this guy is just so confident with the axe up, with the Aegis up on the Empire. He just has no fear in the world. Always happy to jump in, and speaking of always happy, Divine Llama now being caught by the lasso, at least had the Lotus Orb running, so he can't be dragged back, but they can't kill Noticed either. He just casually jumps out of there. K1 is still desperately trying. Meanwhile, Squadix will hold everyone else back. The Squadix, he could be in danger himself. They'll hold him down with the Frostbite, but who's going to take him out?
You want the Aegis to expire?
Chains out again. KJ still holding him down, but Squadix will just get out. The Aegis just doesn't expire till 5 seconds later, so he's still fine to just remnant out of there. So they are continuing to chase the Ember, but this man is not going to.
Really not. I like that patience out from Heroic, just trying to chain stun as much as they can. Just not enough. Managed to find a shield rune as well. Certainly not a target you can jump any longer here. Heroic trying to look for some follow through, but just not finding it. And again, just playing on edge, right? Like trying to find a trade back, trying to snipe away this Tormentor, but no one else is ready to follow through. Not respecting that reach they have on VP right now. Sayu though.
Sayu does kind of get caught with his pants down, so it looks like he's just going to give a freebie over to Heroic. They kind of need every freebie they can get right now with a 23k deficit, to be fair. The Virtus Pro probably won't be too concerned about their Tiny dying like that. Top lane, K1, he really can't afford to die at the moment. It does seem as though Noticed is going to respect the Weaver and does retreat. FNG, though, shows up. K1 still being scouted here by Virtus Pro, but again, they are not going to jump. Not yet.
Hector does have a lot of output now. The Butterfly does rectify some of those issues earlier on of damage, especially once he hits his shard with that Shikuchi debuff. This is a massive amount of output and just a little bit more durability. Some evasion up against Kiritich without anything to pierce. Can buy you some time. Do manage to get their free shard now for Noticed, so a little bit more coming out with the sticky napalm, which is always nice, just having a little bit more output in the middle. Not that you have enough room for Noticed to just right-click away. It's still some decent utility to have. He is going for his Wind Waker after, and they are grouping up for the smoke. DD up for Squadix. This is going to be painful. This fight lines up for VP.
What absolutely is. Jump in. Kane's already out. They found K1. K1 able to time-lapse away for now. Divide, though, being left right in the middle of this team fight. We'll get Yule's stuff for now. Meanwhile, Kiritich looking for K1. Does go in with the Harpoon. Is unable to hold down the Weaver for now. However, the chase is still on. In the backside, Divine Llama finally going down. And here comes Squadix to lock them down properly. Chains are out. The Weaver is gone. Double kill for Kiritich. Double kill for Squadix. Analog going to be able to TP away on the Zeus. But there's 4 heroes down for Heroic. And Virtus Pro, they're onto the mid-tier 3 tower. However, even the bottom rack's being targeted here by this side. In this game, it is looking very over at this stage. The VP just confidently making this game 2 look quite easy. Quite frankly, Heroic just unable to really take off.
Just couldn't hit those timings. Like the early game did feel pretty nice. They were applying decent enough pressure. I think the difference was, again, this time for Squadix, right? Going for that max, steering chains, and the sleight of fist, giving no real play for Analog to just be aggressive. Having this early timing into the Mage Slayer. The Mage Slayer just ruins this lineup from Heroic. Like, it's all just magical outside of Hector. And then your physical is just Hector up against Sven. It's it's hard to work up against the Warcry. Now, especially with the shard up, just the passive strength, passive armor as well. It's a difficult game. They have to deal with these mega creeps. They can't hold on. It does feel like for Heroic, it's one fight away. It's make or break. If they win the next fight, they can stall it out. If they win the next two, they've got a chance in pushing back, take some objectives, maybe even out the game a little bit more. Try to set up for a lane into the high ground off the back of 2 fights. But I don't know if you're going to find 2 fights here for Heroic, Mike.
The Rune of Illusion.
Doesn't really feel like it, John. Roshan, 38 seconds away. Heroic. We'll relax for now. I mean, Roshan, it's still 10 seconds out. It does feel like you can't really afford to give Roshan away for free, but I don't think Heroic really have much of a choice in the matter. They've really just got to let it go down and just keep their base defended. Keep that farm going, try to climb in the net worth borders. Sayu now looking around. He's actually going to find himself K1. Kiritich is going to join him as well. Kiritich just showing up at the right moment. No buyback on K1. He just bought something out, but it's not going to make any difference now. He is down for 90. I mean, they are already up against Megas anyways. Analog's now getting chipped away by Squadix.
Oh my god.
Squadix basically just bullying the side of Heroic as he just dives the tier 4 towers, chains up everyone else. He's just 1v5ing them now. He just doesn't care. Schofield's gone. Notice will find Divine Llama. Divine Llama probably dead as they call the GG. They've seen it up here, Heroic. Game 1, a much closer affair than game number 2 was. Virtus Pro just proving to be the better team here today up against Heroic, and they look very relaxed, John. VP, not even break.
Pretty confident. I feel like the drafts are all really well tied in from the side of VP. There were some ideas coming out here for Heroic that just didn't really pan out the way they'd wanted to. And the execution of VP was just on point. Squadix doing a lot of work from that mid lane every single time. It felt like the big issue for Heroic was that Analog didn't really have that many ways to play, right? Like, he was dealing with Puck on mid last time. He was dealing with the Ember Spirit this time around. Just so much coming out from Squadix, so much mobility. A lot of damage issues for Heroic in this game. The Mage Slayer ruining this early tempo that you'd want with all of this magic damage coming out from your supports and your mid. And just one simple item from the Ember kind of ruins all of that.
It absolutely does. A very, very kind of painful game here for the side of Heroic. And Virtus Pro, they're looking very, very good. Definitely Squadix is the man to keep an eye out for. I think 15-0-16 on the Ember. And of course, his game 1 performance on the puck was also just absolutely fantastic. And if you are the side of Heroic, I mean, you can't take this to heart too much. You know, you got to kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong here, John. Sometimes it did look like maybe some communication issues. I'm not 100% sure. But VP is certainly proving to be the much better team here today.
Yeah,
at least
so. It's just a rough time there for the side of Heroic. There is a lot to learn from this. I think this safe lane Weaver does have some good ideas. It didn't feel like Hector was really missing out on his timings, but the impact that hero has just doesn't match up. And it's going to be interesting to hear as well later on when we get our winners interview what VP has to say. I want to dig into what their mindset was, because it really looked very relaxed for this team. Despite, you know, they didn't place the highest in the qualifier. Certainly still feeling confident here in this first match.
It certainly felt that way. VP again proving to be the better team here in this series, and you kind of saw them just completely taking over in this game number 2 very, very quickly. We'll see what Heroic does have to say as well. So there you go, VP, the game winners, of course. And well, with that, we can head to a break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with some more great Dota action. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do get to see some nice highlights here of that series overall. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're back for an interview with somebody here from Vodafone, but before that, we look at some fantastic highlights of this series. Well, what do you think, John, overall? Give us a summary.
I think it was a really great showing coming out from VP. Game 1 was a little bit tighter. You did see that comeback from Heroic once they hit this timing with a Void Spirit Ags. Some good hold coming out. Some punishment onto Squadix, who didn't quite get that BKB as fast as maybe he would have wanted, relying on the Kaya Sanj to dodge out the hard control, but the follow-through was there in Game 1. Game 2, a lot stronger coming out from VP, with almost the same kind of mindset. A highly mobile hero for Squadix to jump around and punish this last pick mid for the side of VP has paid off in both games quite nicely. Just because they reveal their cards on Heroic very fast, right? Like they showed Gyrocopter and CM as supports very early on. This really big lean onto magic damage is revealed. They've got the Centaur to help them engage and disengage. So your concern is trying to chase down. When you have an Ember, you don't need to care too much about chasing down. When you have this Batrider as well with Blink, you get this Blink timing as well on your Tiny. There's a lot that you have to worry yourself on VP, and you don't really have the damage output on VP, right? The Mage Slayer timing just ruins all of that magic damage you had there in Game 2. And the armor you get just from Sven with Warcry just makes it near impossible for you to find any kills with Hector. So I think the draft in Game 2, it had some ideas that were pretty strong. I feel like they showed all of their cards really early with the Gyrocopter Centaur opener into the CM. I think that just allowed a lot of wiggle room there for VP to play around with the draft.
It absolutely did. Definitely some fantastic performances here from Virtus Pro, and particularly Squadix just feeling like he just completely lifted his team on his own back, just kind of carrying the team 2 games in a row. It felt like, and we'll see what they have to say here, VP. We haven't got anyone quite yet, but I'm very curious to see exactly what they thought about that series. I mean, Game 1 was a much closer affair, of course. Game 2, I don't know if you'd call it an outdraft or just complete outplay from the side of VP. It felt like they were a lot more confident throughout game number 2. Again, I don't know if it was just based off draft or whether it was just based off this Ember completely popping off. Obviously, things seem to be going very smoothly in Game 2 and Heroic. I'm not sure where the problems really start as well, right? Because sometimes in certain fights, it seemed like there was a bit of a communication issue. Divine Llama would jump in, but the rest of the team would just run away. It seemed like it happened a couple too few many times, and again, I'm not sure if it was based off the draft they had. Perhaps we saw K1 in quite a few fights, just not confident to make the run in to try and back up Divine Llama because BKB had run out by that point. I'm not sure if that was the reason why, or perhaps maybe just they didn't communicate quite as well as you would hope. But some moments did feel a bit messy and other moments felt great. So it is very hard to know exactly what went wrong here for Heroic. Perhaps the VP just proved to be the better team. I mean, maybe that's just
plays into that just a little bit. I think maybe a little bit of a big part is just Divine Llama is just a straight up priority first phase ban. Like literally almost all of his heroes gets taken out in the first phase, and just makes it hard because I feel like Divine Llama is the kind of player that needs like a really great tempo setting, and all of that tempo from the offlane just gets taken out so fast. And VP really did a research coming into this matchup. Granted, Divine Llama is a very vocal player. I'm sure they've run into him in pubs as well when he was in Europe, so it does lead into that just a little bit. But I feel like, just no Timber Saw, no Mars. Without that high tempo, high damage, and really good setup that Divine can provide, like the Centaur is there, didn't feel amazing last game. There's only so much you can do with the heroes who was left. I think VP really did their research in that aspect of the draft, at the very least.
Do we know who their next opponents are as well for VP? I'm not 100% sure if you have it right in front of you, John. I was just kind of curious because we do have a bit of time to talk about it. And in fact, I think I've already got the answer anyway. Pretty sure it's going to be Bet Boom later on. So there you go. Probably going to be Bet Boom versus VP. I believe it's the 3rd series on this stream. I suppose Bet Boom probably a team that could give them a bit of a better fight, I would argue, just based off results. But have to wait and see. You never know. It is a new patch after all, new sub patch, but a decent sub patch. And speaking of that sub patch, John, while we're waiting for this interview, did you notice the Cobalt changes? My goodness, +3 damage to all the boys. Very, very scary here for those poor carries that have to hit.
Yeah, that really stood out to me at the top. I was just like, why is that at the top change? The neutral keep, it's like, all right, +3, that's pretty cool. No longer heals the Hill Troll not healing instantly. It's like, all right, And the Ogre Bruiser not casting Ogre Smash while above 70%. It's like, okay, interesting behavioral changes, but yeah, it is great.
It's great.
I guess. I don't know. Like I guess the kobolds are mean. Should do 3 more damage. Sure, why not? It's like, yeah. You open up this. I mean, my first impression of the patch when I opened it, it's like, this is the changes at the top. I'm like, that doesn't strike me so hard. It's like, this is at the top. It's like, huh. It's just a psychological thing. Like, it's at the top. You're like, this is where the big stuff is, right? And it's like, plus 3 damage to these guys. Like, oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure who made the decision. I feel like the person that made that choice just wanted to troll the community a little bit. Just have a bit of a meme, have a bit of a laugh. And who knows, John? Maybe they just keep amping the damage until they've just got unlimited damage. Maybe just the damage becomes so damn high that you could just never approach that camp ever again. In fact, that would be highly ironic considering that's the one camp you just don't even think about taking out, right? It's just so damaged. But maybe one day, maybe the kobolds, maybe they'll be a real threat. You never know.
Funny. I mean, plus 3 damage is pretty good if you're like an enchantress and you enchant the kobold foreman, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's sort of. We've got an interview. We've got FNG joining us for an interview. FNG, congratulations, sir. In fact, there it is. There's a phone ring. Here we go. FNG, congratulations on your 2-0 victory.
Hi.
How the hell are you feeling?
I'm happy. I don't think we played the best way we could have done it, because first game supposed to be easy because we had a good lead at minute 20, I believe, and we failed to press buttons in the right way at teamfight. So game went a bit longer than it's supposed to go, and second game I fucked up again at laning stage and game went a bit harder than it's supposed to be, but Heroic is like they're a good team when it comes to early game. They have strong ideas how to pressure lanes, how to win lanes, etc. But as you can see, our drafts were slightly better, like definitely better in late game, first game, and second game it was slightly better, and we just slowly farm our items, find right picos, etc., and just finish the game.
I mean, in that game one, you kind of mentioned that you guys had a great start and then it fell apart a little bit in the mid game. Did you guys always have confidence that Squadix was going to be able to take over with the Parasma Divine Rapier and the Aghanim's Blessing? Or were you guys a little bit worried in that game?
We didn't have that planned, but at some point he was like, okay guys, I know how to win. I just need Rapier and Aghanims. It was like, he's level 20, he's not even level 25 or something. He's just like randomly, okay guys, I know how to do it. And then we like, okay, if that's our plan, let's follow it.
It certainly looked like
but we were
on.
lucky because we got third rush, right? We had Aghanim Center because we originally were thinking about Alchemist buying Axe for pack, but then we got the rush and everything went slightly easier than we were planning.
Yeah, that's really great timing there when we were watching it as well. I'm curious, coming into this FNG, your journey into DreamLeague 22, you guys didn't have to fight the other guys who qualified. How do you feel you guys fare up against your fellow qualified teams? Are you looking forward to play against some of them, or do you feel confident coming in? How do you feel about coming in here?
I mean, we definitely feel way more confident if we compare to Qualifier or even the Boom Dash event, right? Because I mean, every time you face some issues and you solve them, you feel the confidence, but you never know what new issues might came up when you play against a strong team. So I don't want to say like we will win, we will lose. I just hope that we will improve compared to our previous series against them. That's it.
It's fair enough, and it's looking like a good start here already up against Heroic at the very least. I am curious, coming into this tournament, a small patch came out. I'm interested in your thoughts about this patch. Do you feel like it changed enough? I was looking at particularly Squadix. It feels like this kind of build would have worked pretty well as well in the last patch. Would you like to have seen more change? Do you feel like this is a good step forward?
I actually like this patch a lot. I don't think teams and players managed to find out the best strategies or like the best builds or find the most OP hero yet, because usually it happens when some extremely strong teams play against each other in like some finals or whatever. Then new meta builds up, and I'm sure at this group stage we will see more and more ideas come in into the games and series. However, I don't like that economics or the map itself didn't change, because honestly I feel kind of bored that it's all the same as it was like maybe for a year and a half or something. But on the other hand, it gives some stability to Dota. You know, you don't need some big changes for meta to change. You need just to nerf or like buff some small heroes, and then because you buff this hero or nerf this hero, maybe some other hero that wasn't touched even become slightly stronger. But to find these heroes you need to play a lot, and not only matchmaking, also scrims and tournament games.
Yeah, I'm curious about one thing. Like the last thing for me, is there any hero that you haven't gotten to play because of the patch? Like, is there one hero that you feel like you want to bring out once more into the meta?
I mean, I kind of want to play Silencer. You know, this hero is such an easy +5 support, because usually, you know, you lane in similar ways. You either spam spells or just W enemy. What was the English name for his spell? I forgot. But whatever. Glaze of Wisdom. Yeah, you just Glaze of Wisdom enemy this one way, or you just spam spells, and then you just sit behind press ulti. That's like the best feeling on support you can have. You do such a big impact with so low net worth, and especially when back then when Silencer was super popular, Zoo meta was like online, you know. You pick Silencer, insta some Lycan, some Beastmaster with Halvo Dominator. Back then it was Necrobooks, and you cannot play Silencer. But in this meta, there is not much heroes that can abuse Zoo, right? And because of it, I feel like Silencer could have a potential, but you cannot pick it early still, because it's easy to abuse on laning.
Okay. I'll look forward to when you get to pick that up then.
Nice.
Yeah, FNG, before we let you go, you're up against BetBoom next, I believe, later tonight. How's the confidence against BetBoom? You're feeling confident against
As I said before, we definitely took our lessons when we previously faced them, and I hope the series will get better than before, but they're a strong team. We need to play good in order to beat them. And it's not only like, you know, win lanes against them. You need to be good in every single part of the game. So yeah, it's gonna be tough, but hopefully we will do good.
Oh, you love to hear it. Thank you very much for joining us, FNG. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory, and we can't wait to see you later on tonight.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That was the lovely FNG, of course. Plenty to say, which is what we love, Jonathan. Obviously, I have to learn not to move my head too much, because as you can see, you know, we're running a bit slow on the internet here in Australia. Apparently, we can't keep up with the rest of the world, as we are going to go for our next matchup. Of course, one win up against Team Liquid. Coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this great series coming up.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series rather soon here between OneWin and, of course, Team Liquid. And it is MLP Dota and John X-Fire once again. Jonathan, no rest for the wicked. We are right back into it. How the hell are you doing, sir?
Feeling pretty good. That first series was a great showing from VP, and this is going to be an interesting match. OneWin up against Liquid is... It's going to be fun, mainly because I feel like OneWin is a team that we haven't really seen on lands as much as well. It's a really young roster, probably on average the youngest stack in the scene right now. Like their mid laner, Chirya, is like 19, I think. So it's going to be a really good test up against a Titan like Liquid, very experienced players. I'm not saying they're old. I'm saying they're very experienced. They've been in the scene for a while. They've got legends on hand. So it's going to be fun to see that comparison here.
I'm a little bit upset with you, Jonathan. You didn't appreciate my upgraded camera quality after the very short break, John. You probably didn't even notice that I fixed it.
It looks better, but I've been screenshotting every single one, Mike. I'm saving these NFTs, all right? And I'm also saving into my mind just how young OneWin's roster is. Chirya Jr., of course, is the one player that I wanted to highlight here just because he is a really promising young player. Again, the youngest player in the stack, one of the younger players we have in the tournament. And I've heard word from other people that keep close eyes on CIS, as we don't get to watch the EEU region all too often because of the overlap, that this man has looked really promising on his mid, right? Like it's going to be a big test for him to play here, but from what I've heard, a lot of eyes are on him.
Okay, so maybe you've got a bit of a prodigy on our hands, is what you're saying, Jonathan. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like that's what you're hearing at the very least. You know, we haven't.
That is what I'm hearing.
You're hearing rumors, Jonathan. I know you're in with the the underground crowd, and you hear all these rumors before anyone else. Team Liquid, of course. I mean, no real introduction necessary for these boys. You've got Mickey, Niche, 33, Insania, and of course Boxy on this squad. And this team's a fan favorite. I mean, I know they've been coming second at pretty much every event, which has become a bit of a meme. But everyone loves these guys. Even I love these guys, John, and I want to hate them so bad, but I just can't do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, these guys are great. Very experienced lineup. And again, the comparison here for Chirya Jr. is going to be Nisha, who was considered last year probably the most consistent mid, probably the best mid right up there with good old Quinn. So it's going to be a big test for a young prodigy up against the big man Nisha. No stats to show just yet.
No stats needed.
We all know that he's really strong. Yeah, no stats needed.
No stats needed for Nisha. Regardless, Jonathan, we do actually have a video statement here from Team Liquid, so let's head over to that and see exactly what they had to say.
Liquid, I felt like was a really nice option because I get to try something new, but also don't have to start like a new team from scratch. Like I join a team that's already established, I know are really good, I respect all the players. The org is amazing, so it was a very easy choice for me after TI. I think once we manage to kind of combine the playstyles, it's gonna be very nice.
Well, there you go, 33. I mean, he kind of says it, right? You just combine the play styles. Once that's online, Jonathan, they'll be the squad everyone's been looking for. And, you know, they're still coming second at every event. Second isn't exactly a bad result, John. It still means you're the second best in the world. It's just that first place is what keeps avoiding them, and well, hopefully it does come for them. Even I'm getting a little bit tired of the second place meme, John. I can't see it anymore. You know, the boys deserve it. They're all so nice.
That they are. And we'll see if they can get off to a strong start here in the groups. I think that's one thing as well with Liquid. Can be a bit shaky, but we can take a look into that first game draft here for Liquid up against OneWin in a short manner. I'm sure we're going to be able to pull that in relatively shortly.
How
but
dare you.
Liquid's journey, again, it's been up and down.
Let me enjoy my camera, Jonathan. I had to do a whole series with a pixelated camera while you were taking screenshots.
No.
You let me enjoy it. You let me enjoy it.
No, but now I can't take screenshots. Like, who would want a high definition mic? I see that all the time.
Oh, as I'm saying it, it is pixelating it. Throw to the draft. Let's get to the draft right now. Game number 1 between OneWin and Team Liquid.
precious MLP NFTs right here. Screenshot that, download it. It's going to be minted really soon as we do have that draft. We see those bans, not too different from what we've seen so far. Mars, Timbersaw being banned out by Liquid.
Why
yes,
am I
yes,
on
just
camera?
leave it up there. No. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. We need it. We need a Michael Phoenix camera, all right? Have it pixelated. What are you doing? Why is it high def?
The best part is you messaged me probably 2 hours before this before we went live, asking me if I needed help setting up, and I said no, of course not, Jonathan. I know what I'm doing. I'm a big boy now. I'll put my own pants on this morning, and look what happens, John. The one time I don't ask for help, look what happens.
This happens. It's beautiful. And again, the draft is underway. Team Liquid do manage to pick up the Doom, 1 win. Again, further banning out Chen, Alk, the Venge, and Batrider, and picking up the Magnus. So these are 2 heroes. Well, the Magnus, at the very least, was ignored completely in the last years. And you and I have seen the impact of this Magnus be really great from Kuala Lumpur into those Birmingham qualifiers. Magnus has just been a fantastic hero to watch. It's had a lot of impact. It doesn't feel like it got changed all too much from this patch. It's not impacted by the sub-patch as badly. I like this from 1 win. I think it's really flexible for them to kind of put this on mid or off lane as well. A lot of options to kind of throw this one around for Chira Jr. or Cloud potentially here. So doesn't quite lock them into a hard playstyle just yet. And I suppose you still have some counters here for Liquid. Like the most straightforward has been stuff that instantly locks the Magnus as he blinks up to try to skewer back. Stuff like the Lion. Rubik is the big one that's relatively easy to play up against the Magnus. You have this steal opportunity of RP as well. So I'm kind of curious if that's the way Liquid wants to lean into this up against this very early Magnus pick.
I wonder as well, Jonathan. I mean, do you, this Shira Jr. you tell me about, the man I need to watch out for. Is there any particular heroes he's known for playing very, very well? Is there some signature heroes, perhaps, that we've been hearing about?
When I looked at the history, it's not too far off from what we've been seeing on mid. So I don't think it's that signature. You know, it's not like when T-Panda hounded us with, oh, MTD, oh, you have to watch Zeus, oh, MTD and Zeus, you know, it's like, it's not like that, but...
why are you going to do T-Panda like that, Johnny? He didn't do anything wrong.
No, he didn't. It's just that he was really on it, and he was right for a good reason, though, but it feels like the Spirit Brothers, Ember and Storm, and probably Pangolier, like, there's no, like, unique pick, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, as I think, you know, mid has been a little bit more stable for picks overall in terms of the draft. Something like the TA actually was something he was picking up as well, and I think flexing into safe sometimes in some games. So taking care of that early from 1 win themselves, not wanting to have to deal with it. I'm not sure if I've actually seen him play Magnus in this match history. I don't see it, so I'm pretty sure this should just be our off-lane mag coming out. I mean, there's the first time for everything, I suppose. And again, Chira Jr., one of the fresher faces, not been around as long, certainly hasn't been on as many lands as well. And they do manage to pick up the Rubik themselves here in 1 win. So they protect the Magnus pickup. They've got some good spells to steal from our Doom. And Rubik's just a very stable laner. Like Rubik Magnus now in the off lane can be painful. We've seen that lift back into skewer back many times before. Heck, even just Fade Bolt spam with a Shockwave can be pretty oppressive on a safe lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid. See how they respond to it. Already just with the Doom pick up for now. We can assume that should be the offlane Doom for 33. Perhaps a support to follow up. We do still have supports like the Ench if you do want to pick it up, but we see the Enigma's highly contested. That could potentially be it, but they are going to go down the Ench route. So I think Enchantress is still just a really, really damn strong support to have. Just transitions into a core so damn well throughout the mid game. You know, once you get that Hurricane Pike up, it is pretty much it. You are a core all of a sudden with this hero, and good to see it coming back here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, just does a lot of work. We saw it a little bit of that in Game 1 as well in our last series, where KJ was doing a lot of work with the Enchantress. Can expect the same thing coming out here, of course, for Liquid, for Boxy perhaps, if he wants to kind of pick that up. The Ench Doom lane is a pretty good rundown lane as well. So there's a lot of aggression that can come out from that. for the side of Team Liquid. They will build up with a tiny pickup as well. So could be a mid-tiny, could still be maybe like the boxy tiny and Insania Ench here. Which again, Tiny Doom, really good run at you lane, very tanky heroes to just play aggressively early. Some decent spells for the Rubik to steal, like Avalanche feels nice. Enchant feels nice as well, not too bad. So, still feel like there's some play. I think your concern with 1-win is the fact that you don't have an easy way of clearing out the Enchanted creep. It will be really impactful for Liquid no matter what. They will go with the Undying on 1-win. I actually like seeing that here. Up against what you're assuming is already a tanky offlane of Doom Tiny. You've got the Undying to soften them up. You know, start to make every hit from your safe lane feel better, buy you some space. Really good follow through as well from an RP with a Tombstone follow-up, especially if you take a fight near a cliff area. So you have a lot of connections here for 1-win, some decent sustain with Soul Rip. Not the best, but still a little bit more to keep you topped up here as well. I'm wondering how they follow up. Like, you know it's into a Doom. You know it's more than likely a boxy Tiny coming in here. You've got some options on the safe lane that feel good, like Luna's been left alone if you want to go that route here for 1-win. They'll go with a Terrorblade instead. And fortunately, Mike, you know, going back to what we were discussing earlier during our first game, it's not going to be a Terrorblade support. Goodness enough. Good enough.
No. Well, hopefully not, John. You never know, but I do hope we aren't seeing a TV support coming out. There's your Morphling being picked up, so Team Liquid. It's just the classic, isn't it? You see TB, you take Morphling for yourself. There's no real thought to be had here. Just very, very easy pickup here from Team Liquid's end of things. Of course, that is also into the added value of an Undying, of a Magnus. You know, plenty of pretty damn good morph targets to be had here up against 1-win.
Yeah, a lot of play that can come out for a morph. Certainly a lot of options here for Mika to dance around. I'm curious about what they are lining up for on mid. I feel like for the safe lane of 1-win, for the Terrorblade coming out here for Munkushi, it's been buffed, right? Like Reflection is a little bit easier to spam out. You have a little bit more strength to play with. Do feel like the Magical Burst is still there for Team Liquid. Doom is still a massive threat for the Terrorblade, especially since you can't heal through it. So you don't have many saving options here for 1-win outside of maybe like a Tombstone Shard and Entombment to stall for time. Eat through a little bit of that Doom duration. I suppose that's one way here as well. You do see the mids being banned out, Puck being taken out by 1-win, Ember Spirit being taken out by Team Liquid. Will they ban out something like the Storm, which again, Shira Jr. has been playing a lot of. It's been like his top two heroes have been Ember Storm. So you don't have the best lockdown for something like the Storm. You're kind of reliant on either blink timing on your Tiny or just dooming the Storm straight up, providing an angle for the Terrorblade to play his game. So there is some choices to be made if the Storm does slide through.
We shall see. They'll get rid of the Ember here on the Team Liquid end of things. 1-win still thinking about their final ban out. Obviously looking for a mid ban here against Nisha. Continue to think about this final ban. The Storm does, you know, if you're comfortable, it can be one of those heroes, and you certainly are correct. Like, there is a Doom that you'd have to play against, but that is really the only concern right now from Team Liquid's end of things if they did end up going ahead and picking up a Storm for themselves on 1-win. Still, the final ban yet to be made. 40 seconds reserve time left from 1-win's end of things. They'll get rid of the Pangolier, fair enough. Team Liquid. I mean, if Storm's the most played hero, you may as well just remove it here, surely, for Liquid, unless they feel just confident versing it.
Yeah. I think
10 seconds
with the Ember ban, it actually provides a really big opening for Nisha to play some magic dealing mids. Something like Alina, something like the Zeus to counteract. Like, you get why the Pango is a priority. Nisha Pango is something that, you know, we've seen over and over and over again. But I think these options into Terrorblade just makes the game so much harder than it has to be. They'll pick up the Storm themselves. The lockdown from 1-win is pretty atrocious to deal with Storm. You've got the lift back and you've got RP basically, which is not stable enough to lock in the Storm. So there's a lot of play here for Liquid. Nisha should have a great time in the mid game. And the mid lane matchup, what's left? I mean, you've got those same ranged options here for 1-win. Some like the Lina, some like the Zeus could come true. I mean, if you're running Magnus mid, up against a Storm, first 2 levels aren't too bad. Level 3 into 4 starts to feel pretty good for Storm though. So maybe not the best time for our young mid, Chira Jr.
Still thinking about it. A lot of reserve time being committed, but it is the final pick. 20 seconds left. They are going to go into the Invoker route. It's always like this, isn't it, with the newer mids? You know, it's always the Spirit Brothers or an Invoker pick. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I like it. I think its matchup against Storm is pretty alright. You've got some good teamfight potential down the line. The Ags buildup can look nice. There's a lot of early itemization you can go for on the Invoker as well. Into the Spirit Vessel feels pretty good to gank up Mike or even just pin down 33. And the matchup against Storm, again, it's not too bad for the Invoker. You've got range, so Storm can't utilize that level 3 spike of double overload with a Vortex. The Remnant threat wouldn't be that big either onto Chira Jr. And you've got a good way of burning down the mana of Mike. You land a Tornado into EMP, suddenly you don't need to worry too much about the Agi shifting, the strength shifting for Mike to sustain true, and you can start to focus on that burst down. Rather interesting drafts from both sides, very different from what we saw in the first series. Would have to say, draft-wise, I'd lean towards Team Liquid still. I think your concern is still trying to pin down Nisha, right? If you don't manage to lift back or RP or pin him with Tornado into a perfectly timed EMP before he zips away, Nisha is going to have a lot of play to just dodge out. Like, there is not much threat onto the Storm in this game. Maybe the Orchid timing for the Invoker is the big difference maker. If that is something Chira Jr. will look for, but we'll have to see. I think without something to pin down the Storm, it's just going to be a big threat. I think Nisha's just going to be able to dance around too much here.
It sure feels that way. We'll have to wait and see exactly how it does pan out. Game number 1 between Team Liquid and 1-win now underway. Feels like a lot of pressure on the Magnus this game to be able to lock this Storm down, that's for sure. See how the lanes do go as well. Like Chira Jr. on this Invoker against the mid-storm of Nisha. It's the not going to be the easiest of matchups here for this Invoker, and of all players to be up against in your first series of Dream League Season 22, it is going to be niche. You know, arguably one of the best. So if there's ever a time to prove yourself, it's probably now.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Chira Jr. can bring out for us. Again, I actually he really needs something like the Orchid here. If he's going to play aggressive early on, something like Spirit Vessel Orchid or just the Urn Orchid, something like that, just to pin down the Storm, force a BKB from Nisha or Yule's build up earlier on than he'd want to. Probably your best bet, because otherwise no one is threatening the Storm. Unless you get like this insanely quick blink timing from Cloud into RP and just constantly commit onto just the Storm. It doesn't feel like you have a lot of answers for Nisha this game. And we've seen what happens when a Storm Spirit's free. I'm sure, like, you know, Bulba rubs his hands whenever he sees his free Storm Spirit game. It can be pretty devastating.
Absolutely. Bottom lane. Now maybe a fight to come. Insania and Nisha going to group up here. Cloud and Sweden Strong will show up, but they won't bother going for the big fight. So it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in terms of bounty runes in the favor of Team Liquid. So a nice start for the side of Liquid already. Of course, we'll start with the mid lane. You are going to have Nisha on the mid Storm against Chira Jr. on that mid Invoker. You kind of went over this already, John, but do you expect an advantage one way or the other here between these two?
It's rather even. Maybe you can clear out the creep wave a little bit better on Nisha if you can drag back the creeps and just play with Static Remnant, but beyond that, he doesn't have that big of a threat onto Chira Jr. Chira Jr. should be happy enough to farm. He also doesn't have the biggest threat, but a little bit more threat from Invoker, depending on what he goes go. He does have Wex, could go Wex Exort, start play around with that, and try to look for pin down onto Nisha if he gets overextension on the Storm, but not too likely. We'll see. Probably the 4-minute rune's the big one, and rune control overall is just really important, more so to deny the storm top-ups. I'm wondering if that's something OneWin will be able to find space for. Taking a look at top, some pull shenanigans from Boxy and from Respect, trying to get this creep wave to meet in a very awkward spot away from the cores. It does make it a little bit rougher for Munkushi to find farm, but it doesn't really hold him back too badly. Although, the creep wave is somewhere entirely different now for both of these cores at the very least.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's very, very messy mid lane at the moment here between Insania and, of course, our tiny box, or rather respected Boxy, I should have said. How's that bot lane going? Is Sweden strong and Cloud against Insania and Mickey? It seems like it's a pretty kind of smooth affair here for the Morphling thus far. Not really much of a kill chance here against the Morph, I'd argue, right? As long as Mickey's got the finger on the strength Morph, he should be just fine.
Not too much threat. They have done a good job of whittling down Mike, just a tad bit, so it's maybe not as comfy. You don't have the camp set up here as well for Insania to steal. Good blocks from Shooting Strong with a body. Good sentry being dropped as well to block the large camp. So you can't really go for the enchant, but Impetus in this lane isn't too bad anyway. You are up against a melee offlaner, and Impetus can kind of harass nicely. He still does go for the enchant for the slowdown. Down mid, a lot of pokes. Does hurt Nisha just a little bit more. Again, going for the Quas Wax for Chira Jr. does allow the chase down just a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly does.
And just even on bottles, even on the runes at the very least, so Nisha's not out of play. With the bottle, he does feel better off though, so it is something to be mildly concerned about.
Still a bit of a slower start than the last series we saw. Chira Jr. again just burning the mana pool of Nisha, but Nisha's still proving to be very aggressive with the right-click harassment against the Invoker. Not too much action happening top lane. Like, you would have kind of expected perhaps a little bit more from Respect on the Undying, but perhaps due to Boxy's laning shenanigans, he just hasn't had the opportunity to really abuse the double decay with the Tombstone. And a bit unfortunate, right? Because you've got this Undying with a great laning stage matchup, but he just really has not been able to abuse it whatsoever. Props to Boxy for making this kind of lane very challenging for the Undying when it really shouldn't have been. And you kind of just lose the value, it feels like, of this hero here at the top lane.
And it does, you know, and Undying is made to stomp lanes. You're not finding that angle here for Respect, not finding the double decays, already running out of mana, still has 2 mangoes at the least. He's in a pretty ugly spot right now.
But there is no respect being given to this Undying, that's for sure. Avalanche out, 33, he might have to retreat if they do get the Tombstone drop, but look at the Tornado, John. Just look at it do the damage. Respect will barely survive on 70 HP. But that's the ultimate disrespect, isn't it? Had you died to the Tornado of all things. That's not a good feeling.
And it isn't. And just the slow cutting them off from that chase down as well. For that early metamorphosis committed from Munkushi. Not able to chase down and punish down mid.
Oh, Nisha. He's going to go down. Chira Jr. able to secure first blood by himself on the mid-invoke. Tips coming out already here from Munkushi.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy with what they're seeing from Chira Jr. again. Pre-6, the Invoker can play quite nicely, and that he is. Getting that aggression out just with a cold snap, maximizing that EMP, making it uncomfy for Nisha to try to trade back. A good launching point already for our prodigious mid, Chira Jr.
Is that a word, John?
I believe so.
Chira Jr.?
It is. I just Googled. There you go.
Well, what was the other word you came up with earlier?
Applicator?
Adapticator, I think it was. Applicator.
That is also a word.
Top lane. 33 is he's gonna find the Respect. 33. Very nice. And Munkushi forced to back away here on the TB. Not a very good feeling for himself. I suppose the one saving grace right now for OneWin is the fact that the Invoker is having a pretty damn good lane. But it does start to feel like the side lanes are going a little bit too well, perhaps, for the side of Liquid. Like, you look at Mickey on the Morphling, he's completely free farm now. 34 and 6 on the CS board. No real contest coming out here from OneWin whatsoever. And I don't expect the bottom lane to change
no presence. No presence to be had there, unfortunately. Early rotation from Shooting Strong onto mid.
Oh, Nisha. Mana drained again. Shira still going. We'll find another kill. So this time Sweden Strong was there to help out, but they are really ensuring that this mid lane does not go the way
I
of
like
Blink.
seeing that. It does feel like Storm held back from this timing of Power Treads into Witchblade, and the Falcon Blade can feel a little bit off without that early mana regen, without that extra bit of damage to jump in. Does feel rougher. So you're not going to see that early activity kick in from Nisha anytime soon. I have to sit back and recover where he can. Early power rune control as well coming out for Chira Jr. DD, they see Nisha.
Oh, they are just not leaving this man alone. Nisha, he might just be gone again. He'll hide in the tree line for now, but Shira's going to find him. Nisha just trying to buy himself time with these static remnants, just trying to set up a trap. Shira in a little bit of danger, but will be able to get away. Respect forced to take the kill on the Undying just in case they lose their Invoker. But my goodness, just the emphasis on shutting down this mid-storm. It has been fantastic.
And that's what we needed to see with this lineup. Again, as the game scales on, if you got a strong start for Nisha, pinning down that Storm with his level 6, not going to feel good. At level 6 timing now stalled out completely for Nisha. Already level 7 on Chira Jr. off the back of all these kills. Has a lot of room to play. Has the earn up. Just needs a kill to get that charge and further that pressure that he's been applying here. And it still comes at the cost of the side lanes, but you can recover on the Magnus. Cloud did go for the Empower build in lane 131 here, so it does have some way of catching up into Power Tread's Blink. So he has managed to catch up with that space in the jungle as well, in terms of CS at the very least. There is recovery, but just ensuring this mid-launching point for Liquid doesn't happen is already a big part in buying an opening here for one way. You're just not leaving him alone in the jungle. Look at that.
No, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Like, when you've got a good mid lane you're up against, just shut him down as much as possible. They've put a lot of emphasis on it as Boxy now rotating, trying to go into Cloud. But Boxy looks like he's going to die. One win, able to pick up another. Shira Jr. once again able to secure a second kill. He's going to have a very quick Spirit Vessel timing on the Invoker, which is certainly going to help him escalate out of control. At the very least, Nisha in the meantime has hit level 6 now. So you probably don't have as much pick-off potential onto the Storm, but you've already done more than enough damage, I'd argue. So I think Nisha's going to be hiding in the jungle for quite a bit of time.
And he is trying to queue up into the Orchid for a little bit of control on the jump. And so does want to immediately launch off, coming out of that jungle. Try to get this control onto Mankushi. The saves, again, here for the Terrorblade, not going to be the biggest. Heck, even jumping someone like the Invoker, jumping Chira Jr. with that Orchid can be massive, but setting your eyes up top, Chira Jr. with a TP. Wants to get something happening here onto 33, it looks like.
They can try. 33. Defensive positioning, but they'll get the Tornado off into the EMP immediately, and 33 even having the Tombstone dropped right on top of his head. But it makes no difference. He is still okay to back his way out of there. He even had the Hurricane if he needed it. So he really just not sweating whatsoever on the Doom. With that one win, bit of a failed attempt. We'll have to rotate back into the mid lane, perhaps look at Nisha or Insania. Insania probably going to be the one to get caught out, though, as Nisha does have to zip away. And they will indeed just take down the Ench for themselves. Not the greatest kill in the world, but it is something, and it does allow them to continue protecting that
Hold on,
T1
that was
tower.
a good amount of pressure coming in just with the Ench's presence, but not enough damage done to the tower. At the very least, takes attention away from the side lanes. An opportunity for 33 and Boxy to play here.
They're going to try. One Cushy. Being chased down a little bit by Boxy, but will be left alone. The TB, not too far behind in net worth, but is about 1k behind the Morphling, which I think is the more concerning aspect of all this. Is you are up against the Morph of all things, and Mickey, I mean, he's having the freest time of his life. He is still just freely CSing down to the bottom lane. The Mag can obviously do nothing to slow him down. There's your Spirit Vessel now on Shira Jr. Obviously, he wants to try and make some work happen immediately, and he will run right down towards the bottom to see if he can find Mickey. Seems like Mickey, very well aware that he might be coming, does
Good
retreat.
scan out from Liquid. The moment that Shira Jr. is not showing mid, instantly suspects something's happening. We'll go for the top, though, but good avalanche, preemptive avalanche from Boxy. Sure as Shira Jr. can't find an opening. And take a freebie tower. I like this defensive play from Liquid, because they understand their launching point, and that Storm isn't ready. You know, a Doom jumping in, committing Doom. You're not going to have the follow-up with the Storm jumping around. You have to play it safe. Minimize these losses. They have a slight network advantage still from all this free space coming out on Mike. And 1win aren't really able to farm back this difference just yet. Although, Mike.
Bottom lane, jump in. They found the Morphling and they've got him. Cloud with the RP just able to lock him down very, very easily. And again, the Invoker just kind of all across the map with the Spirit Vessel out does make the kill happen. They do look towards the bottom T1 tower rather. 1win, I mean, it's 1-6 so far. Team Liquid still finding plenty of farm on the Morph, but I feel like 1win are slowly starting to heat up.
Again, all off the back of Chira Jr. making his way across the map, TPing top, taking the gate down bot, and just looking for these opportunities. He has been opening up the game while the two cores farm up. There is room to siege mid here for Liquid. They are making use of that opportunity to chip away at that tier 1 just a tad bit, but without the creep army from Insania, not the quickest process here. So not going to be able to do as much. They also haven't really set up the forward vision from Liquid to get hunting in preparation for like that Orchid timing that Insania is looking for. So no wards to watch the top farming patterns of one Kushi. In fact, all their wards are right now defensive as they will lose their mid.
Yeah, denied off by Nisha. At least denies the gold away, but 1win. Opening up the map now. See if they can continue applying as much pressure as they have been across the map. Lines have been drawn towards the top lane now. Shura Jr. going to smoke up with the rest of rather just with his Rubik for now. Sweet and Strong going to join him on this this journey up towards the north. They are going to miss out though. 33 does back his way out. Insania does the exact same thing. You could still look to try and go towards the Radiant Triangle if you so wish, and in fact they do have vision around the area. So Shira's going to make his way over, has the Ghost Walk going, does get the D ward off instead, and looks like that's going to be enough. Doesn't bother trying to rotate into that Die Triangle. Or rather Radiant Triangle, I should say.
Still try. Boxy's going for the D ward.
Okay, gets D ward off, but it's probably going to cost his own life. In fact, he only got the Sentry, right? No, he got the obs. It's a little bit too hard to tell with those obs, but he did get the Observer ward. So, no, it was a Sentry ward. Never mind.
Yeah, didn't find a big one. And then that means they can take over these stacks. They've got the clear with Cloud on hand. Good invasion still pays off, even though, yeah.
Well, hold on a minute. If you click on that Observer ward, it says Sentry ward. No one. No, but I've got to defend myself here, Jonathan.
no, I get you. It's weird. It says Sentry Ward. It only has the Observer Ward buff. It's weird. I don't know. I get confused when I D-ward as well. It feels weird. So yeah, it's not just you. Okay. Maybe a little bit of the age, but not too much of the age point. You know, not that old.
Not to be mistaken, and I am indeed a moron.
Shura Jr. You know? They've got the Doom.
Shura Jr. Oh, Hurricane up. Oh, he's clipped him. He has clipped him. 33. That's something you don't see every day. A hurricane cliff coming out from the turf. You love to see.
And Nisha finally gets that punishment he was looking for. Oh, he's been itching for that kill. Really big kill to give onto Nisha as well to rush into this Orchid time we were talking about. So, again, despite all these kills for 1win, they haven't had a significant net worth lead. They've found some objectives, but it's not been enough to pressure Liquid away from these farming spots. Mika is still farming. 33 is getting that build up with the Midas, as you expect from the Doom. Just going for that scaling towards a later point in the game. And only the recipe away from Nisha. So despite all this activity coming out, it hasn't led to enough. It's at parity for 1win. You've recovered well in one Kushi. But certainly with like a 6-kill lead, you expected a little bit more. Unfortunately, not able to find as much.
It's still 2-7. Team Liquid still with a very slight net worth lead their way. Most of that farm still sitting on Mickey. Win probability is actually sitting at 62% the way of 1win. Liquid, they are about to pick up the Orchid now on Nisha. Nisha he's still very far behind naturally after a terrible laning stage, but he is getting to a stage where he can start to join his team and start to find pickoffs. In fact, mid lane, he might have his opportunity very soon because there is a bit of a group up here from 1win. Respect. Gonna get caught here by the avalanche of Boxy. Orchid timing is now available for Nisha. And he'll take his second kill of the game.
He's not actually behind. He was matching Chiro Jr. in terms of net worth, despite all that activity for our Invoker. So all things considered, that little bit of space he had to farm from jungle does pay off quite nicely. And that Orchid timing's the big key. Yeah,
behind for Nisha standards.
Behind for Nisha standards, sure. But even behind for Nisha standards is like equal with a mid that's been crushing your lane, which is still, you know, Nisha. Nisha's just crazy finding ways to keep parity at the very least. Do you have a pause? No reason to go. There we go. There you go. Yes, let's go, Snit. Same reason.
I do love myself some admins that just don't take crap. You know, they just straight away they need to ask what the hell's going on. I'd love to see it. Input lag again though is the call. What does that even mean, John? Do they mean that the buttons they're clicking aren't just
basically
not reacting quick
it's just a fancier way to say lag.
Okay.
I feel a little bit of that lag, sure. Bit of a replay on that clip.
What is it, like a 0.01 second delay or something?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You know how it is. You know how pro players are. Yeah, you know, it's not like they're like LY playing on NA for anyone that gets that reference. that's years ago now. Sheesh.
Certainly was.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Want to win? Oh, they're going to go for a smoke up. In fact, they'll just ghost walk their way there. It's going to be the Invoker rushing through that Radiant jungle, trying to find himself a target, preferably Nisha, but Nisha's across the map. Instead, the closest target they have to them is Boxy, who is not giving them the easiest opportunity to jump in, but Chiro Jr., he does not give up. He will find him eventually, gets the tiny. Boxy certainly just going to die. But again, I kind of asked the question, John, how worth it really is this? Because it does feel like the rest of Liquid are just freely farming at this stage.
It's not the worst thing in the world. It's also not like you're benefiting off of it, but you're also not losing off the back of it. Right? Like it's not like you're losing anything for making these plays. I think you've got good scaling coming in, especially with a farm that Cloud is finding. I feel like a lot of that momentum Chiro Jr. was creating is feeding into this Magnus timing now with the blink into the Harpoon. So you've got to kind of hammer in that blink skewer back, but pull back on the Harpoon rather soon when it is done. And you've got a lot of free space for Mankushi, who has managed to overtake on net worth. So it is leading into somewhat tangible leads now for one win. With a long smoke onto the top lane here as well.
Nisha. Yeah, smoke broken. He'll zip away on the storm. Tornado barely not going to connect. Sunstrike even to try and get some vision over onto the storm, but not going to quite find it. So the smoke will not pan out. Nisha barely able to escape with his life intact. A one win is certainly continuing to try and find more and more fights. They are not interested at all in sitting back and just hitting creeps. I mean, to be fair, as long as their TB is hitting creeps, it seems though they're more than happy. And speaking of that TB, Mankushi is pretty close to the Eye of Skadi timing now. Once he's got that Skadi up, he's going to be feeling a lot better to try and go up against that Morphling of Mickey. Mickey, of course, just trying to farm towards the Kanda on the Morphling. You know, I'd say the Skadi timing going to be pretty detrimental here for the side of Team Liquid once Mankushi does have it up, and it's not too far away.
It is.
Come.
Oh, good sentry usage.
Jump in. They have found themselves an Invoker, and that'll be, of course, Chiro Jr. going down. In fact, they'll find another now. The Undying also caught here by Nisha. Be a second to come out. Not the greatest of news if you are one.
Oh.
And just losing the Invoker was already bad enough. In fact, they are going to lose Insania. So you do get a bit of a cheeky kill out. But now the Doom being stolen from Sweden Strong. And oh boy, Mickey getting caught with his pants down. Sweden Strong, he was ready for that one. Nobody, not even us, noticed the stolen Doom. But it does end up paying off immediately. It's now one win. It went from a bad engagement to a great engagement.
And I think the key aspect here for one win is that Chiro Jr.'s playmaking, he is not the hero you're relying on to go into this late game. It's a Terrorblade, it's a Magnus for Cloud and Mankushi. And after you blow everything onto the Invoker, you've got a lot of room to just play on these other heroes. They find a tier 2, no trouble here for the side of one win. For Liquid, I mean, they did find this opportunity with some really good sentries. They had that sentry watching while the enchant creep was around a ramp, near the Watcher up top, in that bot jungle, I mean. along with a sentry preemptively drop, spotting Cheery Jr. out, so he has to respect that vision game. Can't just scout around in the Ghost Walk, but has been sneaky.
Oh boy. Nisha playing on the edge. Let's try to jump away. Still in a bit of trouble, but looks like he should be okay to back his way out. There was Sunstrike. Oh, barely avoided.
Back.
Still the zombies are chasing him down. 33 desperately just trying to run. The zombies. Oh, the Fade Bomb. The Fade Bomb from Sweden Strong takes care of it. Spoxy also going down for trying to help out his teammate. Nisha forced to run away. And they'll get him. Eventually 33, even with the Hurricane usage and the toss back, just does not end up being enough.
Just that little bit of vision to reach out with Fade Ball. More than enough for Sweden Strong to clean up and one win. Again, I can't say it's been a slow game. It's also not the fastest in terms of kills, but certainly one win has been very active with Cheery Jr. I have not seen a mid this willing to rotate as much as Cheery Jr. at all in some time. And it is paying off. Sure, he's not scaling. He's not getting as much gold. All he has is just a Midas and Spirit Vessel with a really good timing, the Spirit Vessel. But he's not getting the space. He's giving that space away to the heroes that will scale into the Terrorblade of Munkushi, into that Magnus of Cloud. And now they've got this opportunity for Roshan. Like, they've got the damage with the Empower. It's not going to take too long to melt Rosh with Alacrity on Terrorblade as well. Your team fight in such a tight spot for Liquid isn't the cleanest, but they'll actually smoke out from the pit here.
Maybe just preempting a fight to come from Team Liquid, but it never comes. So back into the Roshan they go. Not expecting a free Roshan for themselves this time around, but that's exactly what they'll get. I suppose you probably hand the Aegis over to Munkushi. I mean, even Shura Jr. seems like it could be a pretty good hero to hand the Aegis over to, considering how active he has been, but they will indeed give it over to the TB. And for now, it's back to the farm game, but within the next 5 minutes, I'm sure that OneWin will try to go for a big smoke out. Probably won't lead to high ground, but perhaps a couple T2 towers to be taken. And Team Liquid, I mean, as much as I want to say this team is still in a great position, they are 3k behind, and with an Aegis down, like, you've got to be cautious. These fights have been going OneWin's way quite often, and it seems like they have the fights.
It has. I think my issue is the scaling for Liquid is hinging a lot on Mika. Like, there is some good spikes to the left for Nisha down the line, of course. Some like the Ags coming out. His Sanj for a little bit more durability up front can feel good as well. And 33 still has this blink to be completed. But it does feel like a lot of your output is going to be on Mika. And the core, it just doesn't feel great at the moment. Like, sure, having the Phylactery is nice with a Manta. Into the Conda, it's pretty good magical damage to deal with the Terrorblade. But it feels like you have to target prioritize here. Like, you have to be able to doom the right targets, and it's about making that choice. Will you want to doom Munkushi? Will you have to take care of Cloud? Will you have to take care of Cheery Jr., who can disrupt these fights very easily if you're left alone? It's not an easy choice to make unless the initiation from Liquid is perfect, which they can do with once these blinks are up. But at the moment, it just doesn't feel comfy. And they're going to find a top tier 2, no problem for OneWin. They'll find a Tormentor as well. No problems here. Free Shard coming out for Sweden Strong. Another save on hand here as well. And for Liquid, all they can do is just shove a different wave. Apply a little bit of pressure. Find some farm. And these 2 lives in Kushi is hard to deal with.
Absolutely. We go again. Top tier 3 tower is going to be the target. Metamorphosis will be popped, and along with the Alacrity being provided by their Invoker, he's going to make very short work of that tier 3 top tower. Cloud having a look around for a harpoon target into the skewer back, but will not get so lucky. Thing is, this Terrorblade just has no fear in the world. He's more than happy to just keep going while he's protected by the Tombstone, by the rest of his team right behind him. You can see the fear in Liquid. They do not see the opening to jump in. At least the backdoor protection will kick in now. So you've got that going for you. And in fact, it is not going to, they are not going to be able to continue pushing because the Skeleton Warriors the top lane shot. Someone's cutting the creep wave. This is insane you're doing. Just all the way by the T2 top tower. The Skeleton.
They're just standing there. They're not even hitting the creep wave, just sure that they're not moving out. And that's enough to hold them back. That is The full Metamorphosis down for 1:10. Age is still up for 2 minutes though, so there's still another opening left, but they're trying to capitalize on this. Liquid with a smoke. Full Kaya Sanja on Nisha, so he's a little bit more flexible up front here. Not going to be able to fully commit. One win, do pull back successfully. Again, very calculated game. 5-12. Not kill heavy, but a lot of attempts, a lot of movement. Good vision being built up by Liquid once again, keeping control of that top jungle and even the triangle with a nice ward on the ramp area here. Just not the areas where One Win's camping around.
Dire are scanning.
Kushi.
Well, scan is out. They are still playing with the Metamorphosis here, One Win, for another 30 seconds. Team Liquid have got that big advantage their way. I mean, mind you, you are still playing against an Aegis, but again, without the meta, it may not really matter. Only 15 seconds away now. Team Liquid still aggressively posturing. Still have the vision advantage in that dire triangle.
Oh!
But not seeing the opening yet. There's a toss back into a TB illusion, but they're going to lose Boxy for this. Boxy getting dragged back by the skewer. Will go down. Now a tornado to fly out, trying to find some more targets. They'll miss out on practically everyone. Insania, he will be able to TP away. So they've only lost Boxy.
Not the biggest hero.
The thing is, Team Liquid, they find nothing.
But it is time they're wasting from One Win, right? It's time away from the high ground. Aegis only 40 seconds left. So you have a very narrow window for One Win to find more. They're going to go for the top set of racks with backdoor being taken away, with a creep wave marching in. Should be able to find this at the very least, and that is going to set a rack's advantage for One Win. Good tone to set. But not much more than that. Heck, only the melee racks, leaving Illusion to deal with at range, and Illusion is enough. So again, very calculated, right? They're not going all out. They're taking their time. They're finding some openings, but not the big ones. Liquid mitigating losses and trying to set up a stall, which is building up, but the key timings are lined up. Full butterfly from Munkushi. 3K ahead of Mika's Morphling right now. BKB coming up next for the Terrorblade. A lot of protection in the middle of these fights. Still a tough game for 33 to find this angle, even with the blink. Like, he has to make that choice. It's down to who he dooms. If he dooms Terrorblade, good. You can take him out, but then you have to worry about the RP, all of these disruptive spells from Sheer Jr., stolen doom potential from Sweden Strong. It's not a simple game for the side of Liquid. And for One Win, it feels a little bit more straightforward. Just make sure that the doom choice is tough. Make sure you're always playing around this Terrorblade when you're going up forward across the river, and you're pretty happy. Liquid, I mean, I don't know. It feels like they need that big control to kick in. Something with wide AoE, like Nisha Ags down the line, or even the AoE Doom from 33 can kind of make it simpler to take these wider fights if it breaks out at all.
Zip in. Nisha's going to try. 33 jumping in as well. They want the Undying, and they've got him. Undying down. The RP is out. Cloud, he's found 2 targets. He'll drag them right back. It looks like 33 will get annihilated immediately as it even find Foxy. The Shura Jr. He'll drop to boot. So 2 for 2 trade.
Oh, no.
Like it's... Oh, that's an avalanche. Sweden Strong on the side, finding Mickey. Cancels the TP off. Mickey is gone. A beautiful avalanche to come out from the Rubik. It looked like a decent team fight for Team Liquid after they found the mid-invoker, but they lose a few too many, I think, to make it worthwhile.
They do.
At least there was a buyback committed by the Undying, but
I don't think they were even targeting Shira Jr. in that jump in. He was in Ghostwalk that entire time. And they actually were just jumping this Undying. You come in with this great RP from Cloud, and then the cleanup's just there. It's just a rough fight. They didn't manage to commit Doom as well. I think that's a big issue. If you don't manage to get that hard control onto the Magnus or Terrorblade, there's just no way you take any sort of prolonged fight here. Again, Shira Jr. is not the key as this game scales on. It's Cloud, it's Munkushi on these 2 heroes. These are your scaling options. The Invoker at this point is just a bonus. You know, he's utility, he's disruptiveness in team fights. But all of that hard damage and hard control is now on these 2 other cores. And you have to be careful about that. Good punishment out from One Win, keeping that lead up at 9k. Full butterfly up and running on Munkushi. Another Tormentor to go their way here as well. And they will have it on, of all people, Shira Jr., so it doesn't even get RNG'd onto Respect. Always feels bad, but Invoker Shard's nice enough.
Dire are scanning.
Okay. Now Shura Jr., speaking of the devil, I mean, he's right by Mickey and Insania.
Radiant are scanning.
Will not spot them out. Roshan's going to be another short timer, by the way, John. Only a minute away. The one win probably will have first dibs on the next Roshan. Certainly feels like Liquid can't really afford to hand a free Roshan away again to one win. Group up here in the Radiant jungle. 33 going to front line. However, jump is there from Cloud. Looking for the skewer back. Does find it. The Doom is just annihilated. They have the vision on the high ground, but Cloud is just a bit too quick.
At the very least, they don't manage to steal any big spell, just devour for sweet and strong. Not the best feeling. But this does open up high ground in a big way for the side of one win. Mind you, Roshan is still 15 seconds away, so if they decide to back off, Roshan is still available down south for them here as well. Gonna go slow and steady. Alacrity on the Terribly is just so much output.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See when they do want to commit. Mankushi maybe a little bit nervous, does go for the T3 tower, and they will indeed probably just go for the safer play in the Roshan pit. I do appreciate how conservatively one win are playing. You know, there's just no need to rush this game. They respect Team Liquid as a roster, and they're certainly not willing to throw this game one away, as it is certainly their game to throw.
They smoke up.
We'll smoke up on the high ground of the Twin Gates by the Roshan pit. Nisha smoked himself, but it will end up expiring. Still in position to try and force a Roshan fight. Keep in mind, Metamorphosis is still available. RP is still available. Everything is still available. It's Nisha. He'll break. No smokes. Cloud looking to jump in. Hasn't found anyone quite yet. Nisha using quite a bit of mana just to scout out the side of one win.
Oh.
But he does have a regen rune going, so he doesn't really mind too much. So they'll make the jump in onto the Invoker. Nisha with his BKB trying to burst him down. He might just have him, but Shura Jr. still surviving back.
God.
Nisha! Nisha's the one going down! It's just too much damage from Mankushi. 33 also in danger of being left with the devices of the illusions. Meanwhile, Mickey trying to man-fight here up against the Undying, but Respect is just walking away. And Mankushi will take care of it. I mean, at least they got the Doom out of there. 33 just got ignored at the end. But Roshan will still go the way of one win. And that fight, it just wasn't really much of a contest.
They managed to get the Doom off onto Cloud, cutting off the RP, but then, again, it's this choice, right? It's not an easy game for Tier 3 to just find a good Doom target. It's like, which one's the one you have to focus on? You take away RP, sure, but then you get this Metamorphosis Terrorblade on top of you, whacking away with the Butterfly protection. Mika can't hit him. You know, he doesn't have an MKB. There's no thing like a Blood Torrent to deal with the evasion as well, and even if he did, Manta and BKB makes it near impossible to try to keep that debuff onto Mankushi. So it's just a tough one. The way for Liquid does feel like it has to be a pick off into a wider fight. And you have to kind of kite around this Terrorblade as best as you can when Metamorphosis is up. You cannot just waltz up there with how much farm Mankushi has. And the great aspect is, your mid laner here is just willingly just playing forward. Cheater Jr. is just standing forward, not caring the world, constantly in Ghost Walk, constantly scouting around, being the front line, and if he cops the hits, the most you're losing is actually really the gem. It feels like the gem is a bigger loss than actually losing Cheater Jr. in the fight. Like, he is just such a great piece of utility right now for one win to build off of.
Oh, Nisha. Cloud's having a look again. Like, he's got the RP still available. They'll jump in onto Mickey instead. Mickey!
Oh my god!
Caught on the Morphling. RP'd up. They've even found 33 in the middle of that RP as he blinked in. Mickey is down. No buyback available. 33 still trying to casually walk out of there, but the chase continues. As 33 is down a boot. Well, this game might just be over. No buybacks available on either Mickey or 33. And Mega Creeps are surely incoming. They call it GG. Team Liquid unable to put up a real good fight here up against one win for game number one. And I'll tell you, one win. I mean, I had my doubts at certain stages of the game, but their draft, their strategies, it all pays off.
That it does. It feels like there was a lot of patience coming out here from one win, right? Like, they were playing really aggressive early on. They were building off this great start Cheater Jr. had on his Invoker. And they use that utility to open up the side maps, open up the side lanes for both of these cores to farm up. And then suddenly Cheerio Jr. becomes this target that Liquid focus on. But at that point, he doesn't matter. Right? It's the RP threat coming in from Cloud. It's Munkushi and his damage and all the space he's been given in the world despite a slower laning start that they couldn't contend with on Liquid. I think for Liquid's part, I wouldn't say this was completely a drafting issue. To an extent, it is. Like, you see that early Magnus pickup. You don't ban Rubik, which is fine because you want to pick it up yourself, but then you go for Enchantress Tiny as your answer. There was no easy way to stop Cloud from playing his game. No instant Hex, no nothing to stop him from just getting these skewer backs, and I think that's something we've seen in the qualifier games when that Magnus is allowed through. So maybe something to consider coming in there into the next game, but one win, a really impressive, very calculated game one. That was a game where we didn't see a lot of impatience. We didn't see them, getting too slow, getting nervous onto the high ground. Just a lot of confidence and a lot of calculated plays, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's certainly a very kind of impressive game number one performance here from one win. Team Liquid, I'm sure, not looking too happy after this game one, but obviously just go back to the drawing board, speak to the coaches and the analysts and see exactly what the hell's going on, what went wrong here for game number one, and come back stronger for game two. It is a best of three series after all, so we are going to head off to a very short break, but right after that break, we will be back with Team Liquid up against one win game number two. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very soon here between OneWin and Team Liquid. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and Johnny X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, Game 1 went the way of OneWin, and I want to say it happened quite convincingly as Team Liquid were completely shut down throughout that game, number 1. I mean, what do you think Team Liquid need to change up here for this game?
I feel like they gave the Magnus too easy of a game. Like, sure, laning-wise, it wasn't the greatest for Cloud, but he had recovery, he had his triangle control for a long time, so he managed to recover pretty nicely. It was a very early Magnus pick. Sure, you don't ban out Rubik because you want to pick Rubik into Mag, but the supports of Ench and Tiny didn't really counteract that dive in, right? Like, once Cloud's in, he is free to do what he wants. He went for the BKB. There's no instant control that they could pop onto Cloud. They also just gave too much space to Munkushi, right? He was just able to sit up top and farm, even though his laning start was a lot slower than Mikes. And I think the big thing as well was just this mid matchup for Nisha. Chira Jr. found way too much in his matchup of Invoker versus Storm Spirit. And that's just, it's not a lane that Storm Spirit wins, for sure. Like, it's not a very easy lane for Storm Spirit, but Chira Jr. played insane. Like, they emphasized mid so hard, they denied away pretty much all the runes that you could ask for there for Nisha to even find a recovery process in. So I think the emphasis of OneWin is just very calculated. Every single part of that game was just so calculated. Chira Jr. popping off really strong early on, then just suddenly becoming this Ghost Walk scout for most of that game and still having the impact, forcing them to jump him first, forcing them to commit Doom onto Invoker, which didn't matter by the mid to late game. Like, it forced a lot of tough decisions for Liquid to make and made that game really hard for them to play in their own way.
That it did, John. That it certainly did. I'll see what game number 2 does have in store for us here between these two teams. So Team Liquid probably not very happy with the way that game number 1 panned out. OneWin, though, must be feeling fantastic. See if they can keep the kind of the secret recipe here for this game number 2. As I believe game 2's draft should be underway rather soon here between these two teams, and see what they get up to really here between these two. I mean, I don't want to say complete outdrafts happened last game either, right? It just felt like OneWin had a strategy that they understood very, very well, and they just played to their strengths. Like Nisha being shut down that hard as well was certainly not very advantageous to Team Liquid, that's for sure. I wonder if they just kind of repeat that exact same strategy of just making sure Nisha just doesn't
I think it's a good way to go. I feel like if Nisha has to sit back, it does make the game extra hard. He tends to set a lot of that tempo for Liquid, and they had a really good answer there for Chira Jr. just to be, running around causing havoc, always pinning down Nisha. So we'll see. They do respect ban to Magnus that OneWin pulled out for Cloud. Again, just so much that hero was giving them here for OneWin. We'll see what they will get away with this time around. Do ban out the Chen, Alk, and Batrider with Avenge. Team Liquid still have to see what they ban out next before their pickups. I suppose options like Doom, Timbersaw are still open on the offlane. Centaur is there as well. Tidehunter is still there. You still have some strong offlanes. Heck, even Enigma is still in the pool. So there's still some heroes that you can kind of dip into here if you want to open early once more on the offlane. We'll see what the priority is after these bans, whether or not one of those heroes get banned as well. Normally it's Doom or Timbersaw at this point. They'll take care of the DK instead, and they'll get the Rubik. Alright, so they do manage to pick up the Rubik for Boxy more than likely here, and just have a way to preempt something like the Doom, have some good laning synergy that can kick in with, say, a Centaur down the line. If that's not something OneWin will pick and ban at this point. They will go with the Timbersaw that we were talking about, though. So it's been banned in literally every game so far from this stream's games. Does come out here for Cloud, and let me tell you, Timbersaw does feel great, especially with how we've seen South American teams run it. I think that's how most players are finally realizing to play Timbersaw, which is more of a 1-2 build, 1-2-0, no points in reactive at all, just going for the nukes, going for the Kaya, which again, all of the Kaya combinations have grown cheaper. So you've got this early ramp up, say Kaya Veil for the Timbersaw into Shiva's feels really good here. So I like that coming out from OneWin.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right. We'll take a look what those further picks will be. Still have a couple of bans left. Let's see what the priorities after Ench. And there's still some good supports left in the pool. I think, what is there? Hoodwink still available if they want that to be banned out. Maybe some cores as well. Maybe some respect for that Timbersaw. Sorry, for the Terrorblade. That one win ran from Kushi. Looked really good last time around as well. We'll see what the priority is. Taking their time, digging in. And we saw this in the last game as well. The draft was very calculated from both sides. They'll take care of the Slark instead. One win. Little bit to be taken out here. We'll see.
Well, think about it. Final ban to come. One win. Bit of a mix of supports being banned out.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
They'll get rid of the TA.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Lion is the pickup. John, this hero got nerfed
That
quite a
did.
bit. What do you think? Do you still like the hero, John? Do you know the
I still
Lion
like it.
specialist?
To be fair, the break range on the shard was a little bit excessive. The fact that he would keep stucking you even in invis was also excessive. Or out of vision. It was excessive. So I think it's a very good balancing change. I am really curious about picking Lion into Rubik. That's one of the matchups that I personally hate and I think is very enjoyable for Rubik. You have a lot of great spells to steal. Even just stealing mana drain with your own shard is actually a nightmare. Legitimately horrific for a Lion to play up against his own mana drain because of that added range Rubiks have from their passive Arcane Supremacy. So I would say this is not too bad for Liquid. I think laning wise though, it can be a little bit rough. Like playing into a Lion Timbersaw is not a fun time. You've got early mana sustain for the Timbersaw. You can afford to go for maybe a 2-0 tree build on Lion, more than likely a 1-1 tree. Lots of value for going for the 3 points in mana drain with the Timbersaw in lane, especially if you're looking to spam out your spells. I like the answer from Liquid to just go into a Luna, so you've got some good blend of magic and physical damage here for Mika. Some really good farming pace as well that the Luna brings out. A lot of varied builds as well. I mean, normally it's the Conda, it's the Manta and Mask of Madness, but there's still always like a potential for, say, the Ags. If it feels like you're going to have to sit back a little bit more, you can play off some team fight from 33. That could be one route to go here for the side of Team Liquid. So it's pretty open. Going for the Muerta now as well for Liquid should be our boxy hero, or maybe our Insania hero. It's pretty open where you'd want to toss this support Muerta. I'm going to be assuming here for Liquid. Again, gives you magical damage up against the Timbersaw. The Calling is still one of the more annoying spells to play up against, and it still has scaling potential if you find that farm, even as a support.
Now one win. One win. We'll see what they want for their third pickup here. Team Liquid revealing this carry fairly early. I wonder if that is going to be a cause for concern them later. Cause for concern for them later on. The one win have plenty of opportunities to just try and counter that as they do pick up a Wind Ranger pickup into the Tusk now. So a bit of a confusing draft, if you ask me, John. Well, what's happening?
Interesting. Here? I'm wondering what they're thinking of doing with a Wind Ranger more than anything else. I do not like safe lane Wind Rangers still. I don't think that changes in this patch. A mid Wind Ranger makes more sense. Are they expecting an early mid matchup already showing? Or are they expecting like a Muerta mid for Nisha? I don't think so. I think mid Wind Ranger works, maybe a mid Tusk, but that's something I'm less sold on, and support Wind Ranger sounds even worse. I am curious about what this does for their lanes. Like, if you're talking about the Timbersaw Tusk lane, it's a little bit more awkward to set up a double melee into potentially a Muerta 5 is maybe not the best thing in the world considering the Calling. So you'd likely just keep the Tusk 5 perhaps here. Brewmaster coming out for Team Liquid is a good way of just holding up the Wind Ranger if it does become an issue later on. Good dispel as well for the Wind Run, so you're not going to be able to utilize that as much here for the Wind Ranger until your talents are up. So it's a good answer to have. We've seen, at least again, in the qualifiers for Birmingham, Brewmaster tends to be banned in that second phase. Does slide through. And Team Liquid now showing respect for Chira Jr. Again, he has mainly played Ember Storm. Like, those are his most played heroes in his relatively new career on the pro scene. So take care of one of the specials at the very least. But does that mean they expect Wind Ranger safe?
Absolutely.
Like, they're not expecting Tusk or Wind Ranger mid. So they're expecting mid Wind Ranger safe? I'm not sold on that still.
Also, this Wind Ranger pickup, you know how I feel about it, Jonathan. Yeah, it's cheeky. I don't like it. It's a bit too experimental for my old age. Don't you know? I can't run these kind of heroes anymore. One win.
I'm trying to think if Wind Ranger has some interesting builds. Like, as a core, you still go for Maelstrom, but I think there's like alternative builds. Parasma's not too bad in the hero. Then just go for straight up damage. It feels like with the change to Maelstrom having attack speed again, Wind Ranger's not the best utilizer of that. Right, like she already has an excessive amount with Focus Fire. So you might be better off with like the Witchblade Parasma build into damage or just durability in this game. Again, it depends for one win. It's still fairly open. Band of Void Spirit as well, so they are expecting a mid pickup for Chira Jr. And I don't recall seeing Wind Ranger in his pickups. Puck comes out from Team Liquid. The hold for one win isn't too bad, to be honest. Like, you've got the Hex in line, so there is some solid hold to open up these fights for you on one win. But again, the scaling of Liquid is off the roof. You've got the Brewmaster down the line, you've got this Luna who can go physical magical, and then you've got this Puck that we've seen in our first game today with the Ags can be a menace with something like the Parasma as well. Keen to see what one win's response is. Like, I don't know, I'm really not sold on Wind Ranger safe.
Neither am I, John. We'll see what one win do. I mean, I can't necessarily say it's the worst thing in the world because, you know, we don't get to see it. We haven't seen one win play it at the least, as they are going to go for the tiny pickup. So arguably that is a safe lane Wind Ranger we're looking at here, I would assume. And in fact, it is. Chira Jr. is going to take the mid tiny for himself. So mid Wind Ranger is safe lane Wind Ranger for Mankushi is the call here, John.
Not the biggest fan, but with a Tusk laning partner, it is really strong. Like tag team, blockage, and just run down can be nice. You're dealing with Muerta and the Brewmaster. Not the worst lane to kind of deal with early on there for the Wind Ranger and the Tusk. So I think it has a place. My concern for one win is this tempo. A lot of this tempo has to come out from Cloud and Chira Jr. this time. More so Cloud, I want to say. Like, Chira Jr. is going to be trying to build into the Blink. His mid lane matchup against the Puck is not too bad, but there is more play for Nisha. It shouldn't be a complete wipe here for Chira Jr. What has to happen is Cloud's timing into his level 6, into either the Veil or Kaya, whichever he opts to go for first, has to be on point. And you have to build off of this Timbersaw running down, doing a lot of damage up front, and being extra durable before the damage really ramps up from Team Liquid. Because once Mika has farm, once 33 has levels, and Nisha has a couple of mobility items, it can be really hard to pin down this lineup. It puts a lot of pressure on Sweden Strong's line for that initiation as the game goes on. Like, pinning down the Puck is solely on the line here. Not going to be the easiest of times, considering how slippery Nisha can be.
No, I mean, absolutely. You know, Nisha, he had such a horrible game one that he had to go through. Just constantly being targeted throughout the laning phase, so I'm sure he's looking very forward to trying to get a bit of revenge here on his mid Puck. We shall see. I mean, game one, or rather game two, is officially now underway, so we can't get underway and see exactly what is happening. I do wonder what the performance is going to be like. I mean, it's not like a Midstorm, at the very least, where you are a bit of a sitting duck to level 6. With the Puck, you are a much more slippery hero. I highly doubt we'll see one win applying as much pressure as they did in game number 1. As Boxy, smoke is broken, but they will not be able to scare out the Muerta quick enough. Respect never ends up bothering to skill up the ice shards to try and lock him in. Team Liquid should have pretty good info that, you know, they are around this area. They do not want to go for the
What I always find interesting is that Boxy, whenever he draws the line, he always makes it a full arrow. He always draws the end. I don't think any other player does that. Yeah, there you go. He always draws the line.
Well, he's got
pointy end.
You know, just in case there's any confusion. They know which way he's telling them to go.
I guess. Doesn't impact his actions per minute anyway.
You know, probably improves it, John. You're going to increase it somehow. You've got to pump up those numbers. Mankush looking at 33. 33, it decides better off. It won't stick around for the bounty. Does back his way out. Seems like this time around it will be a 2 for 2. So Liquid not able to get the big 3-1 bounty rune start they had last game around. Doesn't really matter too much anyway. Of course, we'll start with the mid lane here with Nisha on the mid puck, going up against Shira Jr. on the mid tiny. What do you think about this matchup, John?
Not
the
too
mid
bad
puck
for
versus
Nisha. It should be plenty playable. The constant harass from the tree grab cleave is pretty annoying, but you've got the range advantage. Tiny has no armor, so your slow pokes is pretty impactful onto Shira Jr. and should be fairly happy. Level 3 is when the Tiny starts to feel a little bit more threatening, with maybe the 1-1 being added with a tree grab. Up top, though, early jump onto 33. It's,
Yeah, 33.
Oh, Mankushi!
Oh, power shot! Oh, Mankushi! No, I was just waiting for it, John. I very patiently waited to see if he'd landed it. Oh, there you go.
That is
Mankushi the sniper.
What a way to set the tone for the side of One Win. Just early aggression coming out. Again, tag team plus Wind Ranger with her right clicks is a lot of damage. Not much a level 1 Muerta can do, except try to dead shot and stall. And the threat here for Liquid really kicks in at level 3. Once you have maybe 2 points in dead shot and a point in the calling, or 2 points in the calling, depending on what you prioritize here for Boxy. Gonna be a little bit harder to shove out in Kushi. That is the big win here for the Wind Ranger. Like, it isn't going to be threatened by Brewmaster, by Muerta. You've always got the Wind Run. As long as you're not silenced at the edge of the calling, should have a lot of room for Munkushi to play. And that is how they're going to have to run this on One Win. Just make this pretty slow for 33, or as slow as you possibly can. Try to choke out Boxy from EXP gain as well, as Muerta behind in levels doesn't feel great. Let's see if they can achieve that. Taking a look at the other lanes as well. Down bot, we've got Cloud on that Timbersaw along with Sweet and Strong in the line up against Insania and Mike on the Rubik Luna. And this is a very straightforward lane for the side of One Win. You know, you get into level 3, it starts to feel pretty good. You do have the value point and reactive for Cloud, as well, you're up against Luna with a lot of right click. You need that extra protection. But the kill threat onto Sweet and Strong isn't the strongest, although good tree cuts from Mike to enable this chase.
Oh, absolutely. Sweet and Strong. Able to fairy fire up for now. Insania still chasing, but may have gone a bit too far, because now Cloud's going to chase him down. Doesn't have any points in the Whirling Death. Just in the Timber Chain and the reactive armor, so not going to be able to really kill off the Rubik quite yet. So Sweet and Strong will survive another day, which seems to be all they really...
Yeah, and you kind of need to keep that line around to soak into that level 3, or at the very least level 2 with Mana Drain Annoyance, to set up for Cloud to start to play aggressive. But it's already a pretty big thing to just stay in this lane. Does feel good for the line, of course. Overall, outside of that 1 kill up top, does feel pretty good for One Win, except maybe the bot lane, as they are trying on top again.
They aren't giving it a crack. It was all over that Healing Lotus that was picked up by 33. Shards won't really lock him in, so 33 is still able to successfully retreat. Respect still chasing him down, though. Power Shot this time will not land onto 33. But Respect more than happy to just continue the chase here onto 33, just ensuring he never feels like he's quite safe. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sweet and Strong able to go down. Mike and Insania do get the pick off, and well, Mike, he does get left on very low HP, but it doesn't really matter if no one's able to really harass him from a range.
It is a pretty nice pickup for Mike. Does force the salve out from Cloud as well, but not as much regen left here for Mike to play with either. Does have the shared tango at the very least to play with, and the tower being shoved in his favor. A little bit of an early movement out from Sweet and Strong onto the mid. Looks like they will just secure the water runes for themselves. Ensure Nisha won't be able to find a little bit of a top up here. And we've seen this in the last game from One Win. You already have a pretty even lane for Chira Jr., but the bottle can be the difference maker.
That it can. Avalanche out. And Nisha's going to be okay. So Sweet and Strong did leave the area anyway. Looks like he wants to head down towards the bottom and get back to trying to harass Insania and Mickey. Mickey again off to a brilliant start here on the Luna. 25 and 11 in terms of CS. Just no struggle whatsoever up against Cloud on the Timber. Did see the same thing last game, to be fair. You know, that Morphling had complete free farm and he did not really pan out that game as Boxy, top lane in a bit of danger, but is able to escape. Now Mankushi and Respect are forced to back away because Mankushi does not have the mana to try and snipe with the power shot. It seems like Boxy will be able to set him up anyway, so he's going to be just fine. No kills to happen up at top lane. Mid though, Shira is again going to find Nisha. That's another solo pick off 2 games
Stems
in a row
back
here
to the
for
bottom.
Shira Jr.
No, not having Water Runes. Puck already low, doesn't have the mana to sustain harass up top. Trying again, but 3-3 is fairly tanky now.
Respect going to be forced to back away. I think the thing is though, 33 last game around, in fact, hold that thought, because Cloud now does drop. I was about to say 33, not having as good of a game when it comes to the CS as last game per se, but it won't really matter. Like, compared to the Timbersaw who just died, I guess you're not really too concerned. Nisha though, I mean, you might be concerned if this guy keeps dying. Nisha able to walk away this time around, but it was a very close
even
call.
Strong's presence starting to kick in. I mean, the Timbersaw is a hero you can leave alone in lane. So they are getting some openings for this line to start to play aggressive. Heck, even Respect showing up on mid. They want that same timing before Nisha hits 6, before the Dream Coil comes out. Also securing Power Rune for themselves once more. Lots of emphasis mid, 1 win. Having a really good read as to how to counteract Nisha's early tempo. Let's prioritize a lot on that mid lane, and for now it does feel like it's paying off to an extent.
Nisha. I mean, he's got help this time around, almost just trying to bait Shira Jr. in. Shira not going to bother quite yet, just holds on to the toss. Avalanche is back up in 4 if you want to try for Nisha, but it's like he could be the one in danger because Boxy does reveal himself in the tree line. The Respect does show himself to boot, coming from the south. They do land a nice shards out. They've got the Hex on Nisha again, and Nisha is gone. Just 1 win. I thought this time around they wouldn't be able to commit so much here for the mid-park, but they found Nisha twice already. Mind you, they are sacrificing their Timbersaw off lane, but I don't think they care so much about it.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that's happening here as well is that the Fortify that came out, right, as that dive happened, like, it came out right as the dead shot was coming in, right? So they see that the supports are there, they get that save, the Fortify buys enough time for them to get the damage off. They will lose Sweet and Strong. He showed an opportunity with a TP away. Does manage to find that support pickup up top, but it's compensating for a slower lane again. Nisha's gonna have to try to claw his way back. In the early portion of this game, you've got a significant enough lead here from Shira Jr. His blink timings are going to be so fast off the back of these pickoffs. He's TPing out.
I mean, Nisha could think about the Dream Coil, obviously will not though. Shira Jr. going to show up down into the bottom lane now where Mickey is a bit of a sitting duck. He will run directly south, and Shira, I believe, was spotted underneath that Observer Wood anyway, so Mickey did have the information necessary to play on the edge. Instead, now Shira Jr. running back towards the Power Rune in the mid lane. But Sweet and Strong is forced to pick it up, but Shira gonna get an avalanche toss onto Insania and might just have the kill for himself. So that'll be the 3rd kill now for the mid Tiny. Nisha unable to help at all, has to orb away once again. Boxy almost finding Respect, but not quite. Needed maybe 1 or 2 more hits.
A bit on edge, had some flash regen on hand for Respect. Does manage to keep himself up. 4-4 in the early stages of this game. You are finding a lot of farm flying out from Mankushi, which is pretty impressive on his Wind Ranger, especially considering that Mika has had a really free lane down bot in comparison, already commanding a 2-level lead over Cloud at the moment. He's still not able to really translate that fully into farm. He was forced to ditch the Moonglaves here on the Luna, so he doesn't have that as much flash farm potential in the jungle, which is something Mankushi can make use of and trying to build in. Are trying up top again.
Yeah, 33 will be targeted. Respect does get the shards off. 33. I mean, he's still a very, very tanky boy, and with all the evasion he's provided with the Storm Brawler's form, he's just going to be able to get away. It's just, he's just too tanky. The Brewmaster, not the target they can really hope to just take down like that. Already sitting at 1.2k HP, and he still had a Healing Lotus to throw out if he needed to. He was really just never in trouble.
But it does keep him in check. You know, he's still about to hit 6. They're trying to force something out before the split comes in, which is a good read from OneWin. It's just a tough target to pin down. Like no Courier, no Javelin from Winkushi into that Maelstrom. If he had the Javelin, that could have gone a little bit better, I suppose, with a Pierce, but not quite there. Again, a rather calculated game from both sides. A lot of back and forth, a lot of punishment, but no big openings presenting themselves. Big aspect here is the runes being opened up, and Boxy's forced to deny another one. Just no control for Liquid. Nothing to give onto Nisha for him to play off of on this puck. Is working towards the early Witchblade at least, and that's when the damage really kicks in, but Chira Jr. is only 200, 150 away from that blink. That's going to be, again, a really scary timing to face into with this initiation available on OneWin.
Absolutely. It's not proving to be very easy. Less than 1k net worth lead the way of Liquid. Mankushi has found himself at the top of the net worth board here on the Wind Ranger now, so he's having a great game so far. Work on towards the Maelstrom. We'll have it up pretty soon. Nisha playing the catch-up game in the Radiant Triangle right now, just taking all the stacks for himself. Sure, Mike would have enjoyed taking those himself on the Luna, but obviously with the catch-up that's required here for the mid-puck, after the laning stage he did have, much preferred he just takes it himself. They might be able to pressure the top tier 1 tower as well here, Team Liquid, because Mankushi has left, although they are going on to Insania down at bottom lane. Insania playing on the edge. Mike now going for a Lucent Beam, or rather Eclipse onto Mankushi. Mankushi has no way out either. He's down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Eclipse just immediately paying off. It's Cloud caught out, getting taken out by the stuns, I think, though. No, Cloud alive for now, still able to walk away, but does finally go down. Not before they take down Nisha, though. It's Cloud. It's gone. Respect still going for a run. May make it out, though. Mickey right behind him. Shura Jr. going to help out with an avalanche. But they do get him eventually. Respect still to go down thanks to the ward placement of Insania. So a very nice team fight here for Team Liquid. They do lose their mid-puck, but they'll find...
These early fights are not something you want to clump into here for OneWin. Again, very split-up sort of engagement, chasing very far back for Insania, and Mankushi forced to jump in by himself to try to find that pick-off. Just a bit optimistic. The Javelin not respecting the magical damage again coming out from Mike. And again, this build with a full emphasis on the aura has been massive. Good shackle right now, though.
Oh, Shira. Yeah, they have got Shira Jr. That's the big target they really want, and they will lock him down with the avalanche. Very important kill here for Nisha. Now they even find Sweden strong. Sweden, he will indeed go down. Insania is setting up 2 very nice kills, and Nisha will take both those kills.
And this is where the issues start to come in. And that slower lane for Cloud, he doesn't have as much presence, so even if you leave this guy alone, it's not like the Timbersaw will be able to do as much with its delayed timing for the Veil into the Kaya. Again, just not being able to apply pressure onto Mike, which goes back to the Max Lunar Blessing. And the Max Lunar Blessing, again, playing a factor as well in these big grouped up fights around the Luna. Although they will catch out Nisha, but it's got an escape lined up here. Slippery.
Runny will be fine. You see Team Liquid, they are still very grouped up around this this middle part of the map. Strength in numbers. OneWin, not too bothered by it at all. They're just split up across the map, just keeping that farm going. Because Mike has overtaken. Top of the net worth now is the Luna. Maelstrom has been picked up among Kushi, so should escalate his farm just a little bit as Team Liquid smoke up as 2 for now. Nisha and Insania looking for a power rune. It is going to spawn down bottom. Shura Jr. will just go ahead and take that away. So a haste rune now available on the Tiny. That they could find him as well. Nisha and Insania hoping he moves onto the high ground, but he does not.
Radiant's bottom
As I say that, Shiro Jr., he's had a change of heart. He will indeed make that movement. Insania will lock him down with the Lift Earth Spike, but that's going to be about it. There's no real follow-up to it.
It's a little bit of time wasted. It is certainly a lot of space coming out here for Mika to just play in the triangle now. Does have the levels to clear out the camps with the Moonglaves ready, and they've got a little bit of a shove onto that mid-tier 1. Defensive options for 1 win, just not quite there yet. Yeah, and this is stemming to the fact that Cloud has a very slow game lined up here on that Tim, just looking for that trade down bot instead for the tier 1. The mid take is going to be big for Liquid to start to apply that forward vision, invade a little bit more into the jungle, try to cut off Winkushi this time around from his recovery. See if it pans out. They are in a good position to invade, but there is a ward watching here from 1 win. So you should be able to bail out in the nick of time from Winkushi, and that he will. Big timings for 1 win. And the reason why these fights are so rough is they need multiple blinks on their supports. Right? You're looking for Lion Blink, you're also looking for Tusk Blink on top of this Tiny Blink. Because otherwise the Tiny has no one to play with. Like, you're certainly not ready yet on Cloud, the tank in the front line. It has to be the supports that follow through with damage and control here. And it's going to take a little bit longer. Just a slower game for 1 win to build off of these two mildly greedy supports and needing those blinks.
Tier 1 tower could be targeted here by 1 win, but they will force a rotation out from Nisha. Danny and Boxy are going to be right behind him. 16-minute power rune is about to spawn. Waits for it, but it is down at bottom once again. Shiro, though, does get caught in the middle of all this. Coil will lock him down. Do they have the damage output? It seems like they just may as Shiro. I mean, he's still trying to run, but does eventually get taken down by the avalanche of Insania. They'll still be able to pick up double damage rune for themselves, but it won't really matter too much if they lose their mid-tiny like that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Team Liquid looking so much better here in this game, number 2. Looking for some stragglers in that dire triangle. Not going to find anyone quite yet. Anisha eventually will scout out Respect.
has been killed.
But I don't believe they even saw each other. The Respect will let them know he is there with the courier being taken down of Nisha. But ultimately, it doesn't seem like Liquid are really too interested in chasing down these supports. Let's get back to addressing the waves. There's going to be a counter smoke though. 1 win. 4-man smoke up.
Oh. Winkushi is on mid though.
Mankushi.
Oh.
Being chased down as we speak. He's in huge trouble. Mankushi gets a nice shackles off, but he's still going to die. They'll burst down Nisha immediately into Insania now, who also goes down. Who else can they find? 33, he's popped the split. Mickey's still looking very, very healthy. We'll go back onto the Tiny once again. And with the Eclipse, they will take down Shiro Jr. onto the Timbersaw. Cloud also gets caught out. And it seems as though Cloud, he does chain away. They will not continue the chase onto the Tim.
It's a big sacrifice for 1 win to make. These are 2 scaling heroes. And that Wind Ranger and the Tiny just getting blown up. Nisha doesn't mind that at all. They find a counter kill. Mika is the one being fed a lot of his EXP and gold now as well. So this Luna is going to be a massive threat. Manta already up. Going into the BKB next. And again, the output of Mika, it's just too much. Like, you can't tank through it. You don't have a way of mitigating that magic damage here. No Mage Slayer carrier. No pipe coming out anytime soon, if at all, in this game as well. And all the jump in the world is just not lining up. They're just finding you. Like, the mobility of this puck, Nisha is just managing to catch these stragglers 1 by 1. 1 win. They need to find a way to recover. 5k lead from Liquid, very good recovery coming out. A much different game here for Mika. And Nisha just having a lot more impact as well with his puck. Again, there's a lot of scaling. Like, you still have these big level spikes for 33. He's got the Radiance running. The Mist Chance just hurts the Wind Ranger a lot, although she doesn't care as much with a Maelstrom, I suppose. You always have a little bit of Evasion Pierce, but a procs that can come in. We'll see if they can kind of close this gap. We'll find a tier 1 mid at the very least to open up this map a little bit more for 1 win side. But Liquid just invading top fully themselves. Already setting up some good wards as well to watch around this area. Really sneaky ward by the camp here on top jungle, providing a good access point for them to keep that aggression. I think the big thing for OneWin, again, we haven't really felt the presence of Cloud at all. Like, they just left this guy alone down bot to farm. And this Timbersaw doesn't have enough to show for it. Right, it's into the Eternal Shroud after this Veil. So you can stand true and cop the Eclipse, but I'm not sure if your other cores are set up for that. It just feels like you're a little bit too far behind here.
Ooh, the Twin Gates usage as well. They're going to run right into the task. I respect. I mean, I suppose at the very least you don't lose any more than just the support tasks. So Respect does kind of just leave himself behind and tanks the gank for the team. Rest of OneWin immediately just panicking and running away. Not interested in the fight whatsoever, of course. You start to get very worried as well, because you've got a position 1 win range. You know, you just kind of question what this hero is going to do. As much farm as you can give it. You know, after one hero is dead with that focus fire, she doesn't really feel that useful.
Certainly not. I think it's a rough game to just pin your hopes in scaling off of Munkushi. It actually has to be Shira Jr. here. That feels like has to kind of go for that old carry tiny build-up. Maybe Silver Edge or Daedalus with a BKB and a Shard. And Shira Jr. is just not at that point. He is the bottom network core. Not by a massive margin, mind you, but significant enough that does feel rather slow for him. They do smoke up, but they were spotted out by Ward. This is a very red move here by Liquid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Shira blinks away. Boxy, he's going to be able to set up into Sweet and Stronger. Of course, Nisha will jump in. They will be able to take the line. Just completely avoiding here is the strategy of OneWin, just trying to get away from Team Liquid the best they possibly can. Again, it is going to be an issue of how you're going to deal with this Luna very, very soon. Like, Mickey is getting towards the BKB now, into the shards, of course, and the answers just are not being provided by OneWin at all. You did kind of point out the fact that the Tiny might get to a stage where you can kind of just transition to that carry style of Tiny, but it feels like Shira Jr. is just so far away from that. Like, you've got an Echo Saber, but quite a while away from the BKB, and even after that, you do want a bit more right-click damage if you can, maybe a crit or two. It just feels like they need too much time.
We'll be able to find themselves Tormentor at very least here. Maybe get a good one on Sweet and Strong for free. See if RNG lands right. No, it's on to Respect, so you get the deeper Ice Shard, which it still has its utility. But, and then again, I don't know how much Shard Mana Drain does for you in the middle here, as you just melt anyway from physical output right now. Top 2-2 being taken. Aegis still has 3.5 minutes left for the side of Liquid. And no complications. Find it for free. OneWin still trying to reach back into the recovery. Mind you, the lead has shrunk to 3k despite all of that. So you are finding good in-ways here for Cloud and for Munkushi at the very least. It's somewhat building up. There's still no real damage though here from Munkushi. I mean, Blatnir's up into Hurricane Pike, very defensive sort of utility build up here. Does feel like the damage has to pump out from Cloud. With the Eternal Shroud ready, he should be able to do a little bit more up front. Whether or not that's enough though.
Oh, Boxy. Bottom lane tosses out onto the Muerta. They will blow up Boxy. It does take quite a bit to get that done. But they do get everyone out of there quite freely. So Boxy is going to lose his life. They'll force a lot of rotations out from Team Liquid. And immediately, of course, OneWin, they will just respectively get right back towards their own
force
side.
Them away. Ensure that top isn't going to be as pressured to maybe an early bit of threat and high ground with so much time in the Aegis. And they do manage to buy themselves some time, at the least. I mean, it does cost a lot, but at this point, the Sweet and Strong's not finding big opportunities to finger down a core anyway. Just want to build those stacks up for the level 15 talent eventually kick in. I think what I really want to see is just how much can Cloud do. His Shivas is coming up next, still a ways off from the farm. We'll find a tier 1 bot here for Mika. Shove from the Luna is just so damn quick with all the items he has, with this 3k gap he's created for himself. And if they just leave these towers alone, OneWin just are going to give them away. They have no option. Again, their team fight just isn't as stitched together here. Still needs so much more. Even though it's only a 3k lead. Like, by every metric, it's not massive, but you've got a Timbersaw that wants to be ahead. You've got a Wind Ranger that needs a lot of items to really be online. It's a slower pace for one win this time around.
Top lane, Shiro Jr. going to try for a TP play away. 33. Not going to have the cancel he's looking for. Still Liquid, they are smoked up. They are heading towards that Dire jungle, but it seems that they realize nobody's around the area. They'll head towards the Dire triangle instead. Mankushi and Cloud are both around the area. Cloud might just be the one to break the smoke and does get caught by Niche at first. And I suppose you'd rather him die if you have the choice. In fact, Cloud is not dead yet. They'll pop another coil, just lock him down. Cloud, though, still surviving, able to get his way out. Here comes Respect from the backside. Try to go onto Boxy, though Boxy's going to be just fine. So Respect going to kind of just give his life away by the looks of it. So the chase is still on. Respect gets underneath his T2 tower, has a snowball to buy a bit more time, but ultimately should just be dead. At least they get Cloud out of it.
They do bail out the bigger target. And again, just stall for time. Shiro Jr. in a really awkward spot, though.
Feels like he's always in an awkward spot, this Tiny. He'll run towards the north. Nisha is still chasing him down. He does have a blink up in one. Does use it, but Shiro Jr. is hiding very appropriately. Will avoid Nisha altogether. But Nisha will still be able to get away with at least a creep wave before he does leave the bottom lane. But Shiro Jr. will be able to stick around and continue creep skipping for his team.
Again, stall for time here is the name of the game right now for the side of one win. Liquid, they've built that lead up to 5k. They're taking care of the last outer tower. Again, just no complications for Liquid. Straightforward game. Lanes came out strong. You're not having that impact you'd want to see on Cloud just yet on the Timbersaw. And this Wind Ranger safe lane, it's really not doing much. I hate to say it, but Wind Ranger, again, on safe lane just doesn't feel great.
This time around, Shira has been caught. 33 was more than willing to just pop the split to ensure they got this kill on the Tiny. Just cancel the TP off. Mankushi, he's going to try and go onto Insania. Insania, though, will lock him down with the shackles, and now with the Dream Call out, they've got the Wind Ranger. Mankushi is just dead. It's Insania just doing fantastic work on the Rubik. Oh, that's a great shackles. Insania again with a double shackle out. Cloud not able to chain away yet. Will try to walk up to the high ground, but it seems as though Cloud, surely they have the control this time, and they will. Though he's still so tanky. Cloud chaining away again. Nisha going right into the fountain by the looks of it. He does get the kill right in front.
Oh, man. This is just a curb stomping from the side of Liquid this time around. Maybe a little bit of revenge from game one being a little bit shaky. It's very clean from Liquid coming out. Outside of maybe that mid lane for Nisha. Again, a lot of emphasis from one win to enable Shiro Jr. as much as possible. But the sacrifices were too big. Like, sure, you had a decent time here for Mankushi, but just this lane for Cloud just couldn't stop Mika. Mika going for the right build into the Lunar Blessing, knowing that Timbersaws don't want to max reactive anymore. Only had a value point for a long time, very easy to kite around as the Luna. And just builds up this lead. 12k up for the side of Liquid. One win, trying to go out for a smoke. Do you have Finger ready? See if they get this jump. Okay. It's all down to Shiro Jr. and the supports. I don't think you can rely on the Wind Ranger at this moment with the items that Mankushi has. It's just not enough.
I don't know if you're ever going to be able to rely on the Wind Ranger, John. It's always this classic thing with teams. They win game one and then suddenly they choose pos 1 Wind Ranger. For some reason, as Mickey gets a BKB and does manage to get his way out. Nice little quick reaction here from Luna to be able to escape. It really does make you wonder, right? Like, after a game one like that, why go to an experimental pos 1 like this? You know? It just
I really don't know. Like, if you're going to be scaling off the Tiny anyway, Mankushi could have played Tiny safe, which I suppose the matchup wouldn't have been great, but you could have picked a different hero anyway and target a safe lane instead, give Shiro Jr. mid Wind Ranger. I mean, if you look at Mankushi's items now, sure, the net worth is pretty good, but this all feels like support Wind Ranger items. You know, like, this is not strange for Wind Ranger to have, but for a safe laner, you'd expect maybe an extra item at this point in the match. It's, again, not there. I'm not saying it's Mankushi's fault. It's just the hero, once it drops off, feels really bad on safe. And Liquid has managed to put it to that point. Smoke out, have a siege onto the mid. Got a lot of room to play here.
Dump in onto the timber they go. Cloud already caught. Koi to lock him down. I mean, he's still a very, very tanky boy, but he is still going and is down. Never really gets any items off. It's a mid-tier 3 tower, dropping very quickly. And is gone. Team Liquid not to retreat. Going for more. Nisha right onto Respect. Does get Avalanche tossed up though, and Nisha is down. Getting a little bit too excited underneath the T4 towers. He will end up paying for it. You've really got to respect the Lion. You're just so much disable here with Sweet and Strong. Nothing like a Lincoln Sphere or BKB to block out all that save.
It's a little bit too overconfident, and that is enough to hold off in the high ground push. Tower taken, but Rack still standing. The most important bit for one win. You get some semblance of creep parity that can still come out here. Despite being 22-9. One win, still showing that there is some threat. Chira Jr. queuing up the Ags on our Tiny. I have to say, not the biggest fan of Ags Rush for this kind of item setup. Right? Like, again, it still feels like maybe you're lacking some wider burst, although we have seen that they can slow 100 to 0 hero really fast as long as fingers up. So maybe the Daedalus can come afterwards with a shard. Interesting spot. Ooh, Chira.
Okay, oh, Mickey does get caught. BKB is available to use on the Luna, but she's been locked down for what feels like forever. They will shackle her up. Mickey, he's still alive though. He'll turn around with the Eclipse. He's gonna make it out. Respect is down. Chira is gone to boot. They just did not have the burst. However, even Mankushi dying to Nisha. And 33 will take down Sweet and Strong. Oh, they just melt. Once the Eclipse is popped, once the Mask of Madness will start coming in, it's just too much.
It was good open to find, very forced movement out from one win. And the big thing that allowed Mika to live was just this shard, right? Like, he gets tossed into 4 heroes from one win, pops the shard into Mask of Madness, heals back to basically full in no time at all. And this is just the sweetest opening into high ground. Not going to take long for the Luna to rip apart another tier 3 into Racks, or likely could just be Megas at this point in the game for one win. Without that follow-up of Finger, your burst damage just lacking. And it's still a ways off. It's at the very least 10 seconds left. So you'll have some counterplay, but you're going to lose a lot in this high ground.
Yeah, you're probably just going to lose everything on this high ground. I mean, the tier 3 tower now at the top lane is the last one standing. And it is not standing for long. Mickey will make very short work of it here on the Luna. Just Glaives bouncing absolutely everywhere as one win. Falling apart here in this game too. Barely able to deal with the Brewlings of 33 at this stage. Chira Jr. going to get tossed back onto Nisha once again. The puck in huge trouble, but gets the phase shift off in time. Chira Jr. trying to back his way out. Is going to be able to make it with his BKB, but they're up against Megas now. You know, Team Liquid, they can just back off. They can play it safe. There is no need to rush this game. They are the ones with the Megas advantage. One winner desperately trying to just capitalize, try to catch a straggler here, but it doesn't seem to be very easy as everyone on Team Liquid just seems so tanky at the moment, just so elusive. One win, they really get nothing. They find nothing. They're trouble. Oh, Mickey, toss back to Respect. This is certainly something if they can get it. Mickey about the drop does go down. That's a huge kill. But they do lose Chira Jr. in the process. And again, John, they are still up against Megas. You know, you got the Luna, but what can you get done in 70
Not enough, especially without Chira Jr. They have to take care of their high ground, repair these lanes, and without the time to help you clear, it just doesn't feel like you're going to be able to do that fast enough. So, good fight back from one win. They're going to need several more fights like that to really be back in the game. At the very least, you've got the full BKB up for Mankushi at this point, going into the Daedalus. So this is the point where Mankushi's damage can start to escalate with a little bit of a steroid on hand, but I don't know if we're going to have enough time for that full Daedalus to come up here. It just doesn't feel like you're getting enough time with a mega creep threat. And the fact that Liquid could just dip into this Roshan. Like, it is up. There's no outer control for one win. It's the Roche with a Roche banner as well. So you can just ensure the creeps will keep you tied up here for one win. And these items are just going to take forever. Like, we're still looking for the Ags on Chiro Jr. Still need that buff on Munkushi, that steroid for damage. Heck, even a BKB for Cloud has to kick in now with all of this magic damage and control they have to deal with the Timbersaw. Again, for one win, it feels like where it fell flat is really, honestly, probably the offlane. Like, it doesn't feel like Cloud has that same impact. Like, he's standing his ground, sure, but he's just melting anyway. And his laning just didn't go well. Great scan as well from Liquid here to spot one win.
Oh, yeah, down to the bottom lane. One win, they are grouped up around that same area. They lost in last time, though. Boxy already caught out, but no, he's able to get away and just pop the Pierce the Veil. Munkush is the one to go down first, and they just melt. GG is called. They have seen enough.
No,
we are going to a game 3 between Team Liquid and, of course, one win.
So it's a draw and score line. So
oh, I apologize.
Gonna be an even spread of points. Not the worst way to start out for Liquid. Not the best either. We've seen Liquid come out of these group stages, and you know, this is a team that goes far in playoffs, but in groups can look a little bit shakier when they're still figuring things out. And still managing to even out the scoreline is a nice enough note, especially after how Game 1 went. A much stronger performance here from Liquid. Mike having a lot of impact this time around on Luna, allowed to play his own game, dealing with Cloud and the Timbersaw really well. I think that lane was just probably one of the worst lanes for one win in this game. Just not able to pressure on that Timbersaw, not able to really maximize being left alone for so long as well, while all of that action was breaking out mid. And without the Timbersaw to, you know, create space, create havoc, it just doesn't do enough. You also had very tight tempo you had to keep with the Wind Ranger. And for Munkushi, it set a good tone when he found First Blood, but I don't think we ever saw anything impactful come out from him after the fact. It's the Wind Ranger save just really picked that. I don't think had to come out here. They had a lot of room to just shift that onto Chiro Jr. and give Munkushi something else, because with his itemization, he was basically utility this game.
Yeah, it felt pretty rough for Munkushi. I mean, I'm not sure if he was the one that made the call to play the Wind Ranger this game, but it feels like every time we see position 1 Wind Ranger, it just never really pans out, and that's just another one of those games where it just doesn't really look very, very good. And Team Liquid certainly showing while they at least, I can't say the better team, John. They did draw against one win, but you know, they at least showed that they can make a pretty quick comeback happen here in a series, and I'm sure they're at the very least happy with their draw result. Definitely wouldn't have been too happy with a 2-0 here, or rather 0-2 up against one win. And well, with that, John, of course, we do have to head to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from Team Liquid. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do get to have a peek at some highlights of that last series. As Team Liquid obviously pulling off the Game 2 victory here up against 1win. It is MLP Dota and X5. Jonathan, a fantastic series.
That it was.
between the
Had
boys.
some good moments here coming out for Liquid in Game 2 and Game 1, of course. A lot of cheeky plays. Game 1, pretty impressive from 1win. Kind of pretty dominant, very calculated way to play. Nice and steady, not providing too many opens for Liquid, but Liquid rallying in Game 2 and just looking far and ahead of 1win. Mind you, I don't think the safe lane Wind Ranger helped the cause too much for 1win, but maybe there was some reason for 1win. You know, maybe it was a flex pick on mid that doesn't pan out, although again, like, it looked pretty sure like it was a safe lane pickup there. And Liquid rallying to a 1-1 does, again, not the best tone to start with, but does still provide an opening for them here in the group stages to build up on. And again, every single series counts, so a 1-1 does still matter for some.
And you hear the phone ring, Jonathan. We do have an interview with the lovely Insania, so let's head over to him and see exactly what he has to say. Insania, congratulations on your Game 2 victory, sir.
I'm feeling alright.
How the hell are you feeling?
It's a classic Liquid fashion to lose the first game of every tournament. I'm pretty sure if you go back, like, I don't know, 6 months to a year, I think every event since the Lima Major, actually, we've lost the first game of the event. So, yeah, no, but props to 1win. Obviously, they played very well in the first game, and they kind of got us. So, yeah, feeling all right.
Can I ask from your perspective, Game 1, what do you think went wrong from your end of things? I mean, obviously 1win played very well, but could you give us a bit of a perspective of what you think was...
I mean, personally, I didn't love our draft. I don't think our heroes came together that nicely. And I think they kind of got everything they wanted, and they got to play, like, you know, peak performance heroes and good matchups, and, like, we made it too comfortable for them, I think. And other than that, I think they got to kind of camp Nisha mid and screw up Nisha's game, which I think I was a little bit responsible for. So that's like my main takeaways. The Rubik kind of got to go fuck with my mid laner a bit too much.
Fair enough. Well, what were the plans in Game 2? Like, you see Nisha getting bullied in Game 1. It did kind of still happen in Game 2. I feel like he died maybe twice, I think it was, in the laning stage. Did you guys have a plan to try and make sure that didn't happen?
I think the difference was Game 2, we tried to protect him, and then he doesn't get as annoyed that we're, like, you know, nowhere to be found. You know, like when you play your pub and your support is just like, what is he doing? I have no idea, you know? At least that's not happening. Now he's, like, dying and we're there, and he's like, you played bad, but it's not like you're just killing and farming neutrals, so better.
All right, Insane. It's been a while since we talked. I'm curious, you know, coming in, we've had a micro patch. I'm trying to gauge how everyone feels. How do you personally feel about the patch? Did it change enough for you to make it interesting? Do you feel like not enough has changed? Do you expect new heroes to pop in without revealing too much, of course?
I mean, Leshrac is already kind of like showing off, which is kind of cool. I mean, I thought this Mage Slayer nerf wouldn't be enough and people would still be buying it, but I don't think I've seen a Mage Slayer yet in my games, so I don't know. It seems like it's done the job and Mage Slayer is gone, which I think a lot of people are kind of happy about. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but people are playing Leshrac as a support in pubs, which I think is kind of cool. So you guys might see this guy playing it too, hopefully. Yeah. So there will definitely be some new heroes. The mini patch does shift stuff up a little bit. Yeah.
Fair enough. What can the fans look forward to for Liquid in this run for DreamLeague? Are we expecting like you guys to go hard at this time in group stage? Is it more of like that steady ramp up, like you mentioned, after maybe a bit of a shakier start into playoffs? Like, what kind of tone do you guys want to set here for yourselves?
I mean, I can just say ever since Betboom Dacha, we decided like we really want to commit to try to get over our last hump and like try to figure out how to win finals, because we're kind of tired of getting second. It's funny and like you can meme it all you want, but I think we are attempting to put a lot more focus like into trying to fix our problems and like trying to really secure like a tournament win in the upcoming couple of months. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but we're really putting in all of our efforts and we're really trying to push for it as hard as we can. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the tone. I don't know if we're there yet, but we're looking to get there.
Yeah. And just the mindset, I feel like already plays a big part, of course. I'm keen to think about what you think about the field of competition here for Dream League 22. Any particular teams you'd want to face up again that you've played recently? Any sort of rematch you want to run back from other tournaments and have a win here this time around?
I mean, I'm personally always excited to play Gaming Gladiators. I like the players, I like the people, they're cool, and I feel like we always play very fun Dota matches against each other. Except for when they stomp us, I guess. But like whenever we play actual Dota against each other, I feel like it's, kind of high quality games and entertaining, and stuff's happening, and it's fun. So I think I'm always looking forward to playing them in every event.
All right, and I've got a little bit of a bonus question. Is there any hero that you've wanted to play in a pro game in the past 2 patches, but you haven't been able to yet? Like, is there something that you want to pull out?
Leshrac.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I mean, maybe Oracle. I don't know. I was talking about this to someone, but I feel like I haven't. Caudle 5 used to be like, one of my favorite heroes, but I feel like this hero hasn't been viable in like 20 years. Like, I was like, a youngster when Caudle was good, and now I'm like boomer like Caudle himself, and I haven't gotten to play him at all. So, it would be fun to play this hero again, but I don't really see if in modern Dota it'll ever be a 5 again, but it would be cool.
Maybe someday.
Well, Insania, before I let you go, Insania, I'm an Oracle spammer. Can you tell me why Oracle just never gets...
So you know how every single offlane hero has like 75 base damage? Oracle hits for 39 or like 41 or something like this. So you have no chance to deny any creeps. If you trade with any position 4 hero, they will have about 50 damage. So they trade better with you. Their spells deal more damage, and you just are kind of a burden to your carry for most of the laning phase in high level Dota. In lower level Dota, this stuff matters less. I mean, play Oracle if you enjoy it, but for pro games, that's kind of like the big problem. I think it's like a relic from Oracle used to have very low base attack time, so you would hit like really fast. Every time somebody would hit once, you would hit like 1.5 times. It's kind of similar to Dark Below, if you guys have noticed. And then it made sense to have low base damage, but then they removed the base attack time, but they kept the low base damage, so now you're just miserable when you play this hero.
That is true, Insania. Thank you very much for that answer, and well, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the game victory, and best of luck in your next series.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. The lovely Insania, as always, a pleasure to speak to him, Jonathan. I felt like a personal attack when he was talking about Oracle. My goodness, I'm not that low rank, Insania. Come on now. I've got the Immortal Badge too, I'm not that much of a burden on my carry, I'm sure, Jonathan, though I do appear to be a burden on our production because I can't get
No, it is what it is, Mike. We know what's up. You're minting some fresh NFTs at every frame is going to be minted on the chain worth 0.00001. Exactly, 0.00001.
It's 2024 and we can't... Australia has not figured out internet yet. We just haven't got it. We're working on it.
You're talking to guy from the Philippines.
Oh, I promise.
I'm in the Philippines. We've got PLDC and all that, Mike. What's happening?
Something's happening, John. Anyway, we've got to head to a break. We'll head off to... Are we heading to a break, John? I think we're heading to a break. Right after that break, we'll be back with better casting duo for some more great Dota 2 action. We'll see you all again very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are returning with some more Dota 2. It's a beautiful day to continue DreamLeague Season 2.
Yeah, we're going to have an exciting matchup here between VP and BetBoom. I mean, there's been tons of great Dota in the past in DreamLeague, and I'm looking forward to some more good Dota here as we're in the group stage. And, you know, so far, we already saw a little bit of gameplay here. BetBoom starting out in a pretty good way earlier today.
Yeah, some good stuff. And we've cast tons of Eastern European Dota. You know, we cast a bunch of the DPC. We've seen these teams perform and do well at TI. It's kind of felt like Virtus Pro have gone from that kind of gatekeeping mode, you know, the third place, fourth place team, to being solid top three in the region. Now you're looking at kind of one win being that replacement team that's kind of slipping in there and looking for themselves. At this kind of stage though, VP against BetBoom, my heart always says BetBoom. Looking at then my brain says, hey, VP have done better than that every step.
VP. I think they have good ideas of how to play, and I really admire some of their aggression they have coming from their mid lane as well. I think Squadix can be an exciting mid player to keep an eye on as well for when he gets to play those like spirit heroes to really go in. So I don't know. I'm not sure who I would favor here. BetBoom have a little bit of momentum, of course, coming in, like we said. Got that win earlier today. But VP, on the other hand, they have the same thing going for them. So I think here we'll see an important match early on in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, right? It's like do or die almost for the Eastern European squads. Worth pointing out, of course, Eastern Europe did get 3 slots. Yeah, you know, you're in that danger zone where you've got the TI winners in your region. So there was Spirit, BetBoom, and Virtus Pro all coming through to the DreamLeague group stage. As we see there, the star-studded roster of BetBoom. Of course, that little swap out. We've got Miero now in the off lane. He's looked very good slipping into the team. And GPK, the guy that we've got to keep our eyes open for, especially in this kind of series, right? Mid lane versus mid lane. Squadix, you were just mentioning, against GPK is going to be a pretty damn fun one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. Both have a lot of mechanical skill. I think there are some differences here and there in the two players. I think Squadix is slightly more reckless of a player, whereas GPK is a bit more like structured, perhaps. And generally, perhaps a little bit more towards like playing safe, getting his items and farming. But GPK also knows his limits. He will take chances when he sees them.
I sure will. There is Squadix, the lad himself. Yeah, his spirit's very, very potent indeed. Always gonna be fearful of them.
I love this graphics, man. They look so good for the players.
Yeah, like I don't know what kind of art style it is, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Kind of pastel-y, cool looking portraits there of all the players. Yeah. Oh, also, so FNG, you know, he's got his hair back for the portrait as well. You know, he's been through a few stages, the long hair FNG, then going to the short hair, clean cut at the TI, and yeah, it looks like he's grown it back. We'll see what hairstyle he's sporting now. If he's bleached it, dyed it, cut it, grown it, what's going on there? But yeah, FNG has also, along with G, been spectacular additions to this VP roster we've seen grow over the past year and a half, 2 years or so, especially in that kind of leadership and drafting arena. FNG brings so much to the table.
Yeah, FNG has dealt with like a lot of teams that didn't really have structure and like an idea of how to win, and managed to put them together in a way that they actually start playing towards a common goal. So I think he brings tons of experience. You know, I think he is a good leader to have on your side. And he also has good drafting ideas. I'm always curious to see what these teams are going to do. I looked up both teams a little bit before, you know, we get cast here, and they're largely similar. I mean, we still see the same thing for the patch here. A lot of emphasis on like Centaur being the top hero, Windrunner, quite popular for both teams. But there are some differences here and there as well. So we'll see what they're going to bust out early in the draft phase and develop on that.
Yeah, they're kind of overlapping a lot of these hero pairings, like that Grimstroke Centaur or whatever it might be, the Tiny from the mid lane. A lot of explosive damage can come out of their core heroes just to make the plays on the map happen that little easier. And of course, you're always going to have FNG on some kind of Venge, Undying, Shadow Demon, you know, saving hero, but also very strong laning hero. As I kind of want to get into that, you know, we did have this little patch, a few little nerfs here and there. You know, Lion got touched. Any other heroes that have gone from like S tier and been dumpstered, or vice versa?
I mean, I think it's more this C patch wasn't like a huge change for suddenly heroes are completely different. It's more a small nudge here and there. Some things changed. I would say mainly, you know, some of the oppressive heroes with those popular items, the Shivas and Mage Slayers, are not as strong anymore. But we should still see most previously popular heroes be as good as before. The big one, I think, the biggest loser of the patch was clearly Ember.
Yeah, Ember. Lion got a few as well, but we're still seeing him play, and he still acts the same with his Hex and his stun, gives a lot of disable.
Yeah, I theory crafted a bit on, like, I looked at the Lion changes and I was like, do you skill differently now? Do you skill Impale maybe now that you have a little bit of incentive to skill it up? But I think you still do the same thing. I think you still go for that mana drain. I think the Shard Rush is still going to be very strong, so probably not a fundamental change in gameplay.
Well, we'll have some cards revealed as we do have a draft ready for us here. BetBoom up against Virtus Pro, game 1 in this best of 2 to kick off day 1 of the group stage here for Dream League Season 22. And yeah, like you're saying, you know, some of these S-tier heroes, the Chen in particular, are going to be taken out no matter what. The Bat Rider, Enigma, and Timbersaw, along with the Dragon Knight still being removed. So a lot of these very sustained, tanky heroes, Alchemist out the door. See ya, not going to have him play around in this game. Leaving that Wind Ranger out there, still with things like Primal Beast and, you know, the Spirits, of course, available to be picked.
Definitely. You still have as well the Centaur that we mentioned, like the most picked hero for both these teams recently is still available in the pool. But yeah, they're getting rid of a lot of sustainability and stuff that builds into annoying push that you can't really deal with. Has sort of been the name of the game for quite a while now, those tanky heroes. And as you mentioned, Spirit heroes being available, they take out the Storm Spirit here. And this is a change. Like I said, Ember is no longer as focused. This opening though, opening with the Mirana first phase, very curious to see her that early.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit at the BetBoom Dacha. I think it was Falcons bringing it out a couple of times. Definitely came out of nowhere for me when I was watching the tournament. It was like, oh, this Mirana hero. You know, the last time I was casting, Lacoste was like, this hero sucks. I wish it was good, but it sucks. Now it's getting picked up, still buying this kind of Arcane's mech dealio on it, maybe an Urn hero there.
Yeah.
But I'm at a loss still for why, and why first phase?
I feel like the hero is not strong enough to justify picking like this. Like her spells got so weak after, you know, the universal patch came around and changes came in. I would say that she can be useful, but picking her over like Lion here, for instance, or over something like a Vengeful, I just struggle to justify it. They have played it once before recently, and they did have a success in that game, but we'll have to see what they can bring with this. The one thing about Mirana is you have that high mobility, and the ultimate can be very oppressive to play against. You always have to respect the vision game, so if you take control of the D-wards, that can really help Mirana game.
Yeah, who needs smokes when you've got Moonlight Shadow? That's honestly, Moonlight Shadow just felt like that's what she's picked for, just an invis bot, roam around, fun as openings.
It's super annoying in the team fights, but you know, at least I think now that the dust lingers as well, you know, the old days of dust only hitting nearby, but now the lingering dust, it hurt her a bit. So we'll see what they can make happen with her. I think the reaction is good by BetBoom though. Just go for the Lion, go for the solid disable here. You get a way to catch the Mirana. She can't leap away against double disable.
Yeah, pretty good. And it's not as though Mirana's like flexible anymore, right? It's pos 4, maybe 5.
I would say a core Mirana is really wild in the current patch to pull out.
Yeah.
I don't suspect that they're gonna do it. I think it's just inferior to like Wind Ranger. If you want to play a core Mirana styled hero, Wind Ranger is just basically that but better. So I don't think we're gonna see it.
Yeah,
also, a final note on the Mirana before we move on a bit from her is I actually think the Shard, while hated by a lot of people, after all the buffs it's gotten, is kind of slept on. It's actually pretty good now. I tested it recently and it's surprisingly strong, but that doesn't really make the hero strong altogether.
What does it do again? Like another charge on leap, and you have this weird...
It's a massive AoE slow and damage when you leap, and you get the directional leap. But also it guarantees that you do a secondary Starfall on every target that got hit by it if they're in range for a Starfall. So it can do a lot of damage in AoE actually, and the ability to, you know, leap after and slow someone from far away. It might not set up your arrow, but it just helps the chase as well.
That could be pretty cool. I was going to say, usually I like to throw these like 1% wild potential swaps, picks, or flexes. Mirana doesn't even make the 1%. She's down to 0.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is that she's at least not very dependent on certain type of draft or playstyle, so it doesn't really say too much for BetBoom. It's a pretty non-saying initial pick. On the other hand, picking this Lion, you already have a backliner who's low mobility. He doesn't have any built-in mobility, so VP can now try and abuse that with someone who can jump him and bring him down quickly.
Taking their sweet time over these. Virtus Pro get rid of a couple of those annoying laning supports, Undying and Enchantress. And BetBoom, it's starting to dip into their reserve time as well to consider what they want to remove. Drafting feels so much more interactive nowadays. You have these like 5 bans before the proper draft starts. You're really thinking about which direction you're going. Like you're saying, right? Does that Mirana indicate anything? Do we have any bits of info to go off of? No for now, and Doom are going to be our second pick for BetBoom.
It's a hell-themed draft. They're coming in here with the heroes straight from hell. Lion into Doom. Pretty general approach. You know, like you said, you don't know too much about your opponent. So Doom, I mean, no hero likes being doomed. It feels pretty sad. No matter what type of stuff VP want to bring out here. These are just 2 heroes that have good pick-off potential between Lion and Doom. And they scale pretty well. Even after the nerfs, Doom is still a very solid hero.
He's always going to get the job done. Well, now you see that potentially the offlane there for BetBoom, you're 4 and 3. You could start to think about what your safe lane's going to be, what your pulse 5's going to be, where Mirana's heading.
Yeah, gives them a bit of info. It's an interesting way to draft as well for BetBoom. They go for the Lion and Doom. And normally against Doom, you enjoy playing something that is not so easy to doom, like an illusion carry. But illusion carries are not good against Lion, so the two complement each other pretty well. Now VP just go in for very action-heavy draft here with Mirana, Rubik, Mars. Great combinations between them. You have repositioning, lockdown, and you also get that big team fight from the Mars now.
5 seconds remaining.
It always feels so nice playing Rubik into Lion, and then into Doom as well. Tons of spells for you to steal.
Oh yeah, I mean there's already so many good spells for him. The Drain-in might actually be one of the better ones as well. Just a Rubik standing around somewhere.
Outside the arena, looking in, helping the gladiators out. But yeah, it's a good trio of heroes there, and you can see the building blocks of VP, right? No matter who they pick up as these last 2 cores, they've got the ability to hold hands and partner up with anyone. If it is Mirana, Rubik, Mars, they've got catch, they've got a bit of damage. I can play that map with the Moonlight Shadow very nicely. Just need that added bit of reach maybe to go along with them.
I was gonna say this feels like a Morphling game already actually, and they bring it in. This hero, one thing that it brings for BetBoom here is the mobility to actually be able to catch up to heroes like Mirana. You can even turn into Mirana, get all those leap charges, and really pop off. It's one of the supports that is pretty strong to turn into. And of course, Morphling against Mars feels really nice as well. You usually lane quite well against it, and once you steal the spear, you can even try and get some solo kills. That is unless the Mars goes for the Revenant Brooch build and one-shots him later on. I want to see the meme bring out it's so fun to play.
Or is this Revenant's Brooch, triple rapier?
Yeah,
what else do you need?
Rapier and Blink Dagger, you blink in. And every rapier you buy is stronger than the previous one because Spell Amp is additive. So you get insane damage, and the Brooch turns your W into magical. And it was buffed in this C patch. They made it so abilities like God's Rebuke do not cost mana for Revenant's Brooch multiple times. So you actually can use it on an entire creep wave and only pay once.
Oh, really?
Yes, that was a change. So Puck and Mars are 2 of the big ones that benefit from this. The Aghanim's Puck with Brooch is really sick.
Cool.
Yeah, we saw a Rapier Puck earlier today. I wish he had the Brooch as well. He would absolutely just destroy stuff.
Annihilate everybody. Well, Elder Titan, a hero we've seen specifically used against Meepo most recently and hasn't really been at the forefront of the meta at all, comes out. And then, speaking of meta, we've got a Terrorblade that's immediately picked by Virtus Pro.
That is a ballsy TB pick.
Into ET?
Yeah, into Doom, into ET, into Morph. And even Lion is not bad. Like, this does not look like where I would have picked TB. I said it myself like earlier that, you know, it's hard to pick a illusion carry here. So this is a confident pick to pick TB, because if you get doomed, if you have Morphling turning into you, and ET just standing next to you, you lose all that armor. This is a bit spooky looking for me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably Kiratek's best hero. You know, it's his signature. We've seen it time and time again. But yeah, kind of picking it wildly into this draft feels a little wonky, but timing-wise, TB is always one of those heroes that suddenly 20 minutes in, hey, got the backup of all this team fight, you're running down lanes, destroying towers.
It could be that he wants to abuse the little bit potential for slow draft here from BetBoom. Like Doom, quite often we see Dooms want to kind of farm up a bit, get their, sometimes we see Midas go devour Midas. They want to slowly get their item advantage. Elder Titan can be strong early on, but he would prefer to have something, going into the mid game, like levels really help him. And Morphling, it's not a great matchup for TB, but at least you bring a lot of damage with the reflection as well. We'll see. I'm on the fence about this TB pick. I think there may have been something that was like less risky to pick here.
Oh my god, my Dota 2 website's in German. Oh help. oh help. I just wanted to look at Elder Titan's stuff. So ET was always one of those heroes where, for me in my basic brain, right? Morphling, Terrorblade, Meepo, either there's lots of stuff or there's high armor heroes. ET still works that way, right? With a natural order, you just like remove all of the base armor?
Yep. If he stands next to someone, then they get destroyed by it, basically. It reduces 100% of the base armor if he's next to them.
Okay, so the hero has the base armor stuff and the spirit still has the
the magic armor reduction is like magic resistance is on the spirit. So I think if he doesn't send out the spirit, he has both next to himself, and when he sends the spirit, he has the magic only on the spirit, I think.
Right.
I'm not sure how it works. I don't spam ET, but at least if you're next to him, you lose your armor. That much I know.
Sure. Yeah. Well, they go with a pretty solid mid laner there. They ban out the Monkey and the Huskar to protect the Kunkka. So now looking at this, ET morph safe lane, Doom line off lane, mid against the Kunkka. Last pick for BetBoom.
Yeah, they get to pick something into this. We'll see what they feel happy about putting GPK on here. Against the Kunkka, against the TB, Mars. Something with a lot of damage, I want to say, and they're going to go with it. Oh my god, this is like the death combo. You get Finger of Death, Reaper Scythe, Doomed, like all the while Elder Titan is just putting his little spirit on you. Like, yeah, here you go.
Well, yeah, ET puts spirit on you. You get adaptive strike, you get fingered and scythed. You just get blown. I mean, there's no saves on VP either, right? They've got a bit of Coco's rum. That's about it.
Yeah, they don't really have much to protect, so they have to have clean positioning here. I think BetBoom, I like their draft more here. The Necro versus Kunkka lane is really nice as well. Having that counter pick, of course, is nice. And while VP had the counter pick for carry to carry matchup, I just don't feel like TB was it. So we'll see how they play it. I also want to mention a bit more. I think Toronto Tokyo on this ET could be big, because ET against Mars is quite nice. When the arena goes down, you just put your spirit in there and stomp and protect your teammates. Maybe throw in the Earth Splitter. It makes it hard for people to really fight in that arena.
Yeah, right. Good point. Yeah, a little reset button there to help out Nightfall's Morphling, keep him alive a little bit longer. It honestly just feels like BetBoom have all of the counter picks, and they picked them before VP grabbed their heroes. That's a spooky one to play into. But, this kind of element of surprise with Moonlight Shadow, the catch of the arena, this Kunkka roaming around. There's tools that VP have here to make life more challenging for BetBoom.
The big thing that VP have is that they have the bigger timing. You were onto it earlier. The Metamorphosis push timing could be really strong here. There are not that big teamfight spells. Like we talk about the burst and the single target, like screw you spells. Yeah, they have great abundance of those. But the amount of big AoE control spells on BetBoom, it's really just ET and Impale? That's not that much. Meanwhile, you have Bolt, you have the Torrent, which can be annoying, Shard from Kunkka perhaps, the Mars ulti, even the Mirana Invis I would count as a teamfight controlling spell in a way. So they have an advantage for teamfight draft. They just need to get that going. The mid game is going to be crucial for VP here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not like a death ball draft in the old sense of the Chens and the Lone Druids and stuff like that, but definitely a draft that functions much better when they are grouped together, taking Roche, taking these kind of choke point fights, and looking to play around the Terrorblade whenever Kiritich is ready. I've got to pause to start off this game. Everyone get themselves set and ready for game one here in this best of two. Yeah, definitely looking at BetBoom to come out the victors, especially looking at that mid lane, the one that we were focusing on, GPK against Squadix, Necro against Kunkka. Now, this used to be like unplayable for a lot of melee heroes, the lane against Necro. Has it gotten any better over the past like year and a half with map changes, towers moving, runes, anything like that?
Not massively better, no. I mean, it's not impossible. You can do something, but generally, Necro will be winning his lane. Kunkka has no real outplay to make against the Necro. He should be sustaining really well, as long as the GPK doesn't mess up and like tank tons of creeps for some reason. This lane is very comfortable, so they used the last pick really wisely here, I think. And a good start on Necro could be the tempo that BetBoom need to look towards, so they have someone to play around. Because VP, they have all these big spells to go around, but BetBoom, like I said, their draft is a little bit slower and greedier, want their items a bit more.
Is Squadix going to have to like drag waves behind his tier 2 and like, try and...
I think it's fine up until level like 3-4 somewhere, and that's when you start like running out of bottle charges and you start suffering a bit, and you're like, this Heartstopper really hurts. We'll see, you know, early boots on the Necro can really be punishing as well for the Kunkka, because then you struggle to go up against him.
That can be a real challenge. Already seeing the 5-man strength of Virtus Pro all gathered around their Watcher. 2 Dire Observer wards in that area as well. I'm just looking for any movements here from the Lion. Try and protect that mid lane of Squadix as best they can.
Looks like both teams are just happy to go for their own 2 bounty runes here. Unless we see a little bit of a swap over here. I don't think it's in time to contest the bottom rune though for VP.
Sayosh is going over there. He's probably going to see them from across the river and decide otherwise. He doesn't want to go and dip his toes in. Decides it's not worth the risk. And they'll move back out into their lanes. So yeah, Sayosh and Notice going to go down south. Save going to wander back up to play with Miero's Doom. And it's been a bit of a breath of fresh air for BetBoom, honestly. Miero joining in, coming across into this Eastern European squad, replacing Pure, of course. A little less greedy than Pure in this offlane spot. Much better at it feels like much better at playing with the team and playing that more selfless initiator. But
I think almost every player is less greedy than Pure, to be honest. He is a very, very greedy offlaner. But yeah, you're right. He will bring a little bit more, you know, rotations and generally put himself at risk, perhaps, instead of playing for his own game.
Right. GPK, yeah. Observer wants to watch that mid lane, and so do we. But bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo is taking a bit of a beating there. Sayosh noticed, even at level 1, really offering quite a lot of initial damage. Rubik and Mars, one of those old school combos. Mars snap, Mars Rubik.
Rubik doing good damage too. That 60 auto attack damage, it really hurts to go close to him, so ET has to be careful how he plays this lane. Don't lose too much HP.
And is this just playing the lane to keep Nightfall safe, or do they... Can they look for kills once they've got a few levels on BetBoom?
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Tokyo basically has to be the one to take the hits, so he's gonna sit back, wait for an opportune moment, rush in with the Spirit over and over, and kind of rinse and repeat. He can't continuously harass, so he has to look for those power spikes. Ideally, he gets a creep wave spawn, or a creep spawn on his small camp too, but already blocked by Rubik once.
Keeping tabs on it all. FNG, that position 5 Mirana, sat up top doing a similar job. Just trying to trade hits with the Lion, keep the Terrorblade quite safe. These 2 squishy position 1 carries need quite a bit of coddling, a bit of babysitting in these initial couple of minutes.
Hey now, you got +2 strength. TP ain't squishy anymore. He's tank.
I mean, is Toronto Tokyo dead here? Looks like it. Level 2 hit by Virtus Pro. Swipe him a few more times and Sayosh gets that first blood. Nice grab up there. But like you said, Toronto Tokyo, that's kind of his job.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you don't die first blood, but he kind of has to play to be the one to go in here. Otherwise, all that damage is going on to his Morphling, and Morph really needs help until he gets the Morbid Mask, so he can sustain in this lane. But so far, his CS is looking pretty good, 10-4 against the 8-3. So yeah, Toronto Tokyo, basically, like you said, doing what he needs to do.
2 strength per level. Oh yes, Terrorblade is so powerful now.
So you got a full level of strength there. That's big.
Pretty powerful. Getting some last hits on the tower. Oh, down the bottom lane again though. A spear into the trees, and Toronto Tokyo put himself in harm's way. Does run back with the stick charges and stays alive. Sayosh now the one in danger as Nightfall presses forward. Adaptive strike to finish the job. And noticed not able to take anyone down, so this is going to give an opportunity for Toronto Tokyo to get the Lotuses and stay in the lane.
Very nice for Nightfall too. Got back in time to get the banner creep there after the kill as well, so didn't really lose anything of value. Very nice start for him here, and he's going to opt to go for the full power treads, and almost has it now with that kill.
And taking a peek into this mid lane, pretty close on the CS board between the two of them. So Squadix with the stick, the bottle, even a Fairy Fire, tons of regen to keep him alive, but our top, Niero getting whacked around as Metamorphosis held back in its tracks by the Hex of Save. Both the Bet Boom heroes alive, wounded, but alive.
Yeah, and meanwhile, mid lane, as you said, a lot of regen on the Skunkka to try and keep himself alive, but look at his HP pool though. He's going for these runes, getting a bounty rune here, but it's not even going to bring him up to very high HP, and the Necro is ready always. He cancelled his salve with a blood grenade, by the way, so stopped some of the healing there.
Oh, pretty cool. Yeah, and then GPK is going for, how do we want to say this, non-temporal items. He's going for items that last, you know, double bracer, the wand, he's building up, whereas the Kunkka, you can see in the net worth difference now, about 400 behind, because he's buying all these Tango, Salves, Fairy Fires, bits of regen that he's having to spend and waste just to stay alive. Terrorblade
top lane,
getting caught out. Kiritich does turn around, quite a bit of damage with FNG by his side, but he'll get swiped down by the lane from hell, as you were calling it. Oh, FNG gonna fall as well. A double kill for Miero.
Just wailing at him there with this big Doom auto attack. He has the frost attack, so I don't think he expected to get slowed that much. The attack slow and the movement slow on this Doom. Very annoying for him on Mirana.
An incredible turn of events there for Bet Boom. Up at that top. CB's going to come back. No matter for 60. This is Miero now with about 1,000 gold saved up, so he's got some options in where he wants to go.
Yeah, we'll see how greedy he wants to go, but it's going to be face boots, it seems, first here. A good choice. He needs that positioning, and a bit of armor against TB is really nice too.
If that was pure, yeah, it was hand of Midas.
Yeah, that would have been a Midas. Like 1,000 gold, I'm basically there. Almost have it.
For sure. I mean, that's what I was looking at, right? I'm like, is he going to buy it? Is he going to wait for it? No. Miero knows his place.
Question. Mid. Look at Save coming in here. He knows Kunkka only has one play right now. He has to be jungling.
I gets a ward down and spots him. Blood grenade. After the Hex and the stun, and the Reaper Scythe will come.
Oh,
GPK.
Look at the big creeps too. They're gonna go to Lion or Necro here. Lion probably gonna take them himself.
And they have a catapult wave as well. At the same time, arriving in this mid lane, so quite a lot of damage should be arriving. Sayosh will try and hold them back. And yeah, your call. Go and kill off the large camp. GPK and Save there to gather up a good 150 gold between them.
Oh, that's so fast. Just go in, one click, and you're out. Kunkka did all the hard work, got nothing. Meanwhile, top lane, the meta was used here to try and stay strong in the lane as he's alone against the Doom.
Just try and stand tall against Miero. But as this laning phase breaks down, we need some more emphasis from VP to look at mid, help out Squadix, aid him on his way to level 6, because he is their primary playmaker. They need that boat as quickly as possible. I think they've realized FNG and Sayush just gonna go back and like stack camps, build things up for a little bit later on.
Yeah, they're gonna stack, but BetBoom playing very actively here, making rotations to mid, now coming top, looking at the TB a bit. You know, they put a ward. Can't get spotted by the illusion here before he gets back, so maybe Kirtik will realize what happened there.
And then noticed Dragon Wave's bottom tracked back here by GPK and Nightfall. Not sure he was expecting both of the cores to suddenly arrive in the jungle down south.
Oh, that's so painful. Spent so much time as well trying to do that. I actually got Necro stuck, so he has to TP out. What? He speared him into a spot he couldn't leave.
Yeah, just like between a rock and a tree.
That's pretty rare. You know, there are not many places you can spear someone that they actually get stuck. Normally, you know, you get stuck against the wall.
I get sent down the Z-axis of the train, not helping him out too much there. Damn Z-axis, how dare he.
Dude, he's gonna have travels very soon here on Necro. This is only 7 minutes in, and clearing this double stack here, he's gonna get the completed travels. And then he can look towards joining side lanes, coming in with that Reap, perhaps to bring down the TB even. This is a really good timing for BetBoom.
Yeah, it just feels comfortable across the board, right? Nightfall has had, a couple of kills. He's 2-0-0. He's been protected and he's been involved. GPK had a spectacular mid lane. And honestly, when you get into a game and it's 5-6 minutes in, you're already switching to net worth to see how far some of these laners are ahead of their opponents. That's when it's getting bad for VP. They're on the catch-up game.
VP, they need to make stuff happen around Noticed, I think. Like, you mentioned Kunkka earlier, but I actually think the big one is the Arena this early on in the game. They don't have it yet. He's only level 5. Meanwhile, Miro closing in on that level 7 on Doom. So getting Mars into the game, getting him a chance to make some play, I think that's going to be big.
I gotta get him involved somehow. FNG. Just getting walked at by this Elder Titan. Saranja Tokyo is here with save. Letting the creeps hit the tower for now.
I think I'm
trying to wait and see who shows up.
Very smart moves by BetBoom right now, using their supports to go top, just denying this area for TB. He does farm jungle really fast, and he's rushing for that Yasha, which is reduced in cost and, you know, buffed a little bit as well. So gets the early Yasha here. Already has it at 9 minutes, so not too shabby for the TB.
Not too bad.
I mean, if there's one hero you're going to get forced to jungle early on, TB is a pretty good one. He takes no damage, having the safety bubble as well. Even his illusions are getting the bubble effect, which is very nice.
They're all very well protected. And yeah, this was the kind of guy that sometimes level 3 Terrorblade has been booted out of lane. He's got to go jungle. Not too much of a problem. And it looks like FNG going to try and guard this top tier 1. Half HP left on the objective. Dire Vision. I'm trying to keep tabs on that northern side as well as in their own jungle. But BetBoom have pretty equal ward coverage here around this top lane as well. So they're going to see Squadix moving in. And then they can reposition themselves. Try and show Miero, the tanky one, goes up front, drags the wave.
Yeah, they want to get something with those bolts, and I think it's a good call. Like, Kunkka knows that if he just farms jungle here, he's not going to get as much as BetBoom are getting on the map. So he was looking to join, but ultimately BetBoom, they sense it, they read it very well. They had a little bit of vision as well down, so playing around it. Meanwhile, all that was happening, Nightfall bottom was like waveforming up and bullying the Mars back, playing very dominantly. So even though he didn't see heroes, he still knew nobody's down here, and correctly played really, really assertively on the lane.
Yeah, just complete freedom to farm wave and jungle. He's getting both camps at the same time. GPK with Boots of Travel, double bracer, and already well on his way to a Rod of Atos here to add a bit of catch for BetBoom's side.
Good scam by VP, reading the skank, so noticed, he realized what's happening, he saw them around mid, and then he doesn't see them anywhere, so he just sits under tower a bit while the smoke is coming around. We'll see if they find initiation still, though, with the Earth Spike.
Start it off, start him up. TPs are coming now, as GPK that's TPing in here, not an ally, not a friend, the arena's out.
Didn't have mana on Necro.
Trying to drain mana back as FNG has arrived, looking to kill off the Lion, successfully done. Now an X-Mark into the Metamorphosis to lay the damage on the GPK. Slowed down to a crawl, GPK caught up in a ton of stuns, and the Necro will fall. Squadix and Kiritich get the job done. Waveform in from Nightfall now, though, trying to open up on the Kunkka.
He stole Doom.
Slows them down, and the Doom is stolen. Seyo's going to turn it back onto Miero himself. As Kiritich, this TB, he's pretty powerful with a Sunder. It's a little bit of damage there onto Nightfall. Not enough to secure any kind of kill as he spears back
Doom,
to
he lives on 30
Incredible.
HP. Oh my. That was so disastrous for them. All of it came down to one single thing. Necro TP'd in and didn't have enough mana for Reaper's Life. He used his Q, I believe, and ran out of mana, and they couldn't secure the kill on Mars before the arena and the spear came around, and that turned the fight around in a great way for VP. So really big for them, and now they get to keep farming here as well. TB enjoying some nice area. Actually giving it to Kunkka, the big ancient stack here.
Alright, pick it up and rush that Aghanim Scepter, it looks like. Yeah. Squadix going straight for it.
Even more teamfight controlling spells. I like the choice.
Great fight from that. I was wondering in that moment, like, does VP really want to try and react and fight around a tier 1 there? And I guess if GPK goes that deep, not having enough mana to slide someone down.
It was all the difference on that Necro. If he had the mana for ulti, I think that fight works out really well for them. Because no arena, no spear, it's very hard for VP to take a team fight into them with how far ahead they are right now. Top lane. Lion just hanging around. Smoke is coming in from Necro. He has Atos, so he can maybe set up and catch here on Mars.
I think this time Notice not going to have as lucky a time as down bottom. Splits out. And GPK going to slow him. Notice. Slept and scythed. And the finishing touch there, and GPK.
Oh, counter smoke though, coming in around.
Oh yeah, Squadix is in behind. They're looking to move in there.
Is under attack.
They did get rid of. They did get rid of a lot of this radiant vision, so there's nothing that BetBoom sees coming.
Still not gonna be able to defend the tower though. And meanwhile, bottom, this Morphling has not left lane. We're 13 minutes in, just sitting on bottom lane. This is a sign of like really dominant gameplay. If your carry is never forced to leave his lane, that's you basically controlling 3 lanes to some degree.
I mean, the tier 1 down there hasn't taken a scratch of damage.
Yeah.
It is
literally pristine.
That's a PSA 10 tower if I've ever seen one.
Okay, Arena.
Hello. Trying to Tokyo inside. Speared up against the Colosseum. Noticed an FNG should eventually be able to bring him down. Meanwhile, Squadix chasing onto the Lion for that bonus kill. A couple of supports falling there as VP do well to react again up in that top lane.
Some good kills for them. They need this. Even though it's just 2 support kills, they need to get something. But I'm still worried about the ticking time bomb that is this Morphling just happily free farming. There we see nice Arena. Holding the spear a bit too. Pump faked it once, but made sure he got it. Actually, top they're going now.
Atos onto Mars. Oh, the Doom arrowed up, so doesn't get his ulti down. Lifted his hands to throw it onto the Mars there, but
I think it was good he got arrowed, because that Doom would have been wasted if he got it out. Because Mars runs away. The fact that you can use items now, you know, you just face boots and keep running. So face boots actually quite good against Doom.
Thank you, FNG. Stop me from wasting my big old spell.
Yeah, just looking out for him.
Arcane Rune and GPK.
Yeah, item timings. GPK is going for that shard, you know, waiting 10 more seconds here, and he's going to have it immediately. It's a value shard to get as soon as possible. And with that, he's really ready to fight. Atos for a disable, and then shard to have the mobility. Meanwhile, Morphling, of course, just farming for that Manta style. Gonna keep farming for the next 10 to 20 minutes for sure.
Yeah, until someone says, hey, you should stop. Does get arrowed. 500 HP. Nightfall just still unbothered. Unbothered by anything coming his way. Now he can go back to the jungle. Lifesteal all the way back up with a Morbid Mask. It just feels like BetBoom have so much room, so much time to maneuver. I can really feel the cogs turning over there on the VP side. Is TB ready? Can TB fight? He's got Meta. He's got Manta.
It's already... Yeah, I think the call has already been made. It feels like on VP what they're doing. They're fighting around Aghanims on Kunkka. So we see a smoke here, probably connecting into Seiyu. Don't think they're gonna try and fight for him. That's just, okay, buddy, you got caught. We don't know you.
He is dead. He is really, really dead.
Kunkka is like, thanks, that gank wasn't on me, you know, you did your job, tank the gank. Sadly though, the tower is also gonna die, and it's not as lucky as the Rubik. It won't respawn. This is permanent damage being done here, Gareth.
Oh. Yeah, it is. I like that from the Kunkka. He goes and clears, so yeah, okay, Rubik, you know, tanks the gank, allows Kunkka to farm the stacks, and then Kunkka comes and blocks his own Ancients, so the Morphling, who just walked there, couldn't farm them.
Yeah.
Nice little heads-up play from Squadix.
Good understanding of who owns the area. You know, after you lose tower and lose the gank there, you gotta run away, so he was quick to get where he could and then blocked. Salt the earth tactics, you know, blocking the camp.
Good analogy.
Only 300 more gold for Kunkka, and then we have item online. Also, 100 gold for Mars to get his Blink Dagger, so huge timings coming up on VP here. BetBoom have to be ready for it and respect it a bit.
They do get pretty scary. Again, with that Moonlight Shadow, that element of surprise where they just jump out with a bunch of damage and team fight could catch you.
So we talk about a lot of items here. I want to hype up some support items too. We got Toronto Tokyo has the double Wraith Band. It's a high physical damage game here with Kunkka, TB, and Mars, so, you know, he's getting that armor.
And then queues up the Ags. Maybe we'll see a good old... Oh, Kunkka, half HP. Finger of Death, but not enough to finish. Now Squadix with a boat and a torrent to come out. Nightfall getting controlled so that Kunkka gets out of there.
That was Nightfall's mistake there. He didn't actually use Morph on Kunkka immediately and like X torrent combo him. He could have done it, but he probably thought that he can kill him without using his ulti. So now he kind of looks a little bit stupid for not committing it. He even used it towards the end, but didn't manage to catch the Kunkka properly.
Yeah, Squadix just goes back home and says, right, great, I've got Ags now, 40 seconds time, pretty ready to fight. We'll see if we can get a shard before that next proper battle. Smoke from VP. Radiant Ancient's being taken down by Miero, but it looks like VP angling more for objectives.
is under
Metamorphosis from Kiritic.
Yeah, smoke coming in though. Gonna break here and blink forward.
Try and catch this Miro Doom. Pin him up against the arena yet again. FNG and Squadix coming in. The Torrent will connect. And Killing Spree as well grabbed up there. There's no response from Betboom. So not only do they lose that tier 1 mid to the TB, they lose their triangle, they lose their Doom.
That's an 861 gold kill as well. They get quite a bit of gold there. And like you said, the area worth quite a bit as well. And now they're in a good position to try, if they want, to push the top tower. They have the TB, Manta.
Radiant's top tower is under
Tower is
attack.
gone quite quickly here.
Radiant's
Not sure
top
that they can defend at all, even if they wanted to on Betboom.
I just go get these dominoes toppling over. What is it, 19 minutes in? 20 odd minutes? This TB.
So Lion just purchased Blink, so he's prioritizing it over the Shard here, trying to get a little bit of follow-up and initiation power. Back-to-back smoke by VP though, moving towards mid. They want Necro.
He's a tanky fella though. 2000 HP, Sanj, double bracer, Atos.
Dragon Scale even, yeah, he has some good stuff. Morphling? Might be in a bad spot here. He's hard to kill, but...
Good wave forward. Spear's going to send him back into the middle of VP though. And there's a lot of control. Betboom going to lose their Morphling. Nightfall's down.
That was a 6 spear back. He got him into the boat stun perfectly for when the spear brought him back. Nothing he could do about that. So back to back here. VP just finding the moves, getting these kills, and they're worth a lot. Even though it was a big rotation, twice that they committed here, it still was worth it. Easily worth it for them.
And it's just so cool to see these kind of moves as well. Thinking about how the draft went, how the laning stage went. This was clean from Betboom, from first pick to the 10th minute. But
Smoke number 3, the Mirana ulti. It's the fake smoke.
Yeah, who needs to buy them when we got them for free on cooldown? Miro, not enough damage to kill him. They'll piss him off a little bit and probably send him out of this top lane.
Notice messed up a little bit. He missed his God's Rebuke, so that's why they disconnected that. I think they had the kill potential, but the moment he missed it, he'd start running away. He's like, you know what? We don't have it without that.
We don't find it now. VP so good at finding these little pockets of farm for the Terrorblade, who now inhabits that right side of the map. I'm not sure why he's being tipped by GPK. But we're never sure why GPK. He just does it accidentally sometimes, I'm sure.
I'm curious. I was like looking if he denied a rune or something, but...
No, I think he's pinging Terrorblade is missing, but he accidentally tipped him.
He's just tipping people. They should get in his game. Free shards.
Yeah. Give me those tips.
I'll be rich.
So Dire, triple smoked, Moonlight Shadow, now they're double scanning. Everything being utilized here to try and catch a whiff of what Betboom are up to. But they're not in Roche. They're not down bottom lane. They're spread across the map pretty thin.
This is exactly what we talked about during the draft. I said they need to have a strong early to mid game. They need to come out of the laning stage and do things. And even though laning stage was rough, look at them. They're smoking again. They're non-stop realizing we have a strong power spike right now. We want to do stuff. And TB is also just now completing his Eye of Skadi. He has the entire thing. So that's a huge item, obviously, against all these heroes on the side of Radiant who want to heal up a lot. You have the Necro and the Morph. So they have a fantastic time to just go.
Oh no, I paid 10 grand for this PSA 10 tower and it's about to be crumpled and crushed by Virtus Pro. Yeah, but again, this draft, very good in choke points. They know that Betboom aren't roshing. So hell, we'll go rosh. We'll take this choke point fight. You want to come to us? Go for it.
Yeah, this is perfect for VP.
Ooh.
Controlling bottom now. We see a move though. They don't like this Roshan going for free. Oh, they went top. This is a bamboozle moment.
Okay, what's going on?
Betboom want to go bottom and contest Roche, but VP instead went through to the portal top, and now they are smoking down? It's like, they swapped. They did a vengeful swap on the minimap.
Yeah, we're not roshing. Wait, you're not roshing? No, we're not roshing. We're running around in circles.
I think VP were in a good position, but they weren't sure where all of Betboom were. They hadn't seen everyone. They were off map for a while. Now they're going to find out.
Says hello to the entirety, right? The entirety of the Betboom team. Moonlight Shadow, the dust comes though. So they've got that reveal over the Mirana to kill her off. Betboom, don't move into the pit though.
They can't quite take it fast enough here. They could if they tried to move the Morphling over as well, but they're being a bit slow about it. We'll see. Morphling does not want to go. We see Nightfall. That's the important one to keep an eye on. The rest of them are not going to do any damage to Roche. Their heroes are actually terrible at it. It's just Morph who can do it.
I was pretty pretty set on VP just going into Roshan for that tier 1.
Yeah, I thought they had a good position, but it's easy when you have the bird's eye view. You see that, oh, all of them are top, but they actually had been in fog of war for a while there. You gotta keep that in mind. So they could easily have been smoking towards bottom from the perspective of VP. So yeah, they just went for a different play. Didn't work out in the end. They were looking for Morphling. That's what they wanted.
I'm gonna try and go to the kind of outer ring, the outskirts of the map to find him.
Early Tormentor here being taken. Not the strongest heroes for taking Torm, but they do get it. And free shard for Lion, or for Rubik. So he can now be a Lion as well. He gets the mana drain.
Any other cool shardy things he can take?
I mean, it's not super spectacular of a shard game in that regard. It's more that you get the telekinesis. It's like a really nice thing. I mean, there was a meta where people just rushed shard on Rubik primarily for the telekinesis only. Then that was nerfed a little bit, but it's still very potent.
So the Rubik against Disruptor meta.
Yeah.
Save people from Static Storm. Squadex immediately X's himself away from GPK, who wanted to probe in that mid lane to see who's around.
I like FNG's choice in this game as well. He's playing on the Mirana and he's building towards a Lotus Orb next. I think this is one of the best Lotus Orb games you could ever ask for if you're Dire. You're against a Morphling, Lion, Doom, Necro. There's some great stuff to return here. Even dispelling the Rod of Ages is going to be good.
Yeah, literally all of the great things that we said BetBoom have in the draft can be turned right up against them. VP have done such a good job keeping this Terrorblade tucked in behind.
Oh boy, I see the builds. Have you looked at noticed the items? Ooh. I hope he commits for that.
As soon as you said, oh, I clicked the Mars.
Yeah. This is the build. He's queuing it up. The Revenant's Brooch. He wants to have the Rapier and he wants to have the Octarine with it. He's queuing up a ton of things here. Actually, it's a Hex that he's queued up here.
Okay. What was
this build one-shots Morphling really effectively. Especially as Morphling went for the Waveform range talent, doesn't have the magic resists increase. And magic damage against Morph is just insanely useful.
Yeah, this is where the Mars players are wishing he used to, or he had his old Ags. That like 1 second cooldown God's Rebuke. Just spam it non-stop.
The current Aghanims is some tragic thing. They have to fix the fact that it can push people out of Mars Arena. Like the entire purpose of it, I feel, it should be that you put up Arena and then bonk people against the wall with it and like do a ton of damage. But if you do that, you push them out of Arena.
Oh, that's not good.
Valve, get on it, man.
That's not good. That counter synergy within your own hero.
Yeah.
Feels pretty rough. Here we go. Here's Roshan for VP. BetBoom are nearby, and it looks like they will smoke. Nightfall needs to shove out that wave sharpish.
They might be in time if they go straight, but they're going on an arc here. We'll see if they're actually going to be in time like this.
They've dodged the scan. FNG, Moonlight Shadow, going to scout them out and see Toronto Tokyo coming. Roshan down to about 1,000 HP. He's going to get taken down quickly. BetBoom starting out onto FNG. So Mirana's down. Aegis taken up by the TB and then going to TP out.
Yeah, under cover of the Torrent Storm. Drop the Aghanims on Kunkka there and just TP out. Very nice play by them. They only lose to Mirana.
Easy as you like.
BetBoom. Always tricky to go and contest the top Roche, I feel. It's such a hard place because there are so great places to stand and smoke break. As we saw the movement by the VP supports there, there was just not a clear angle to get in there. I feel like bottom Roche is a bit easier to wrap around.
Yeah, I mean, bottom right corner just way more open, it feels like. Just like an open field up at top. There's all these little alleyways, trees blocking everything. It's harder to get access to. So far, BetBoom, it's felt like they've been a step behind VP's moves. Very decisive, very sharp from Virtus Pro so far. Makes things
not slowing down though.
Game.
Even though the Aegis is in the hands of the TB here, they realize meta is probably on cooldown, and Kunkka just used Aghanim, so they're still going in, invading, placing deep vision. I like the aggression here by BetBoom.
Yeah, make the most of the situation.
Dire's bottom
Ping out that bottom tier too. Gather up around their own vision and play into that bottom lane. VP just not entertaining any of this. Going to dodge and play top.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You get into a base race situation. Just run it down these side lanes. Ignore the fight.
Yeah, just the buildings are in danger right now.
Tower has fallen.
So many towers falling. My announcer's going haywire.
Yeah.
Cave Johnson's having an aneurysm trying to decide what he's going to talk
towers.
about. Defend the towers, please. Kiritich, on to save. Lion is dead. That is meta used.
Drained like 30 mana before he died at least, so, you know, always something. TB
Lion
can't get that back.
calls.
Radiant are scanning.
Notice, didn't quite catch a glimpse there of the Necros. GPK TP'd away. So
Actually, they're really making the most happen with this Mirana. VP are, you know, showing signs of what Mirana can do as a hero. Even though we were both doubters in the start, I still feel like she's pulling her weight in this game, just from a support position.
Yeah, it's just probably because in my head in particular, I mean, it's probably both of us, right? Old school players thinking what Mirana used to be, thinking about the you know, WoW Dota starburst arrows flying through the trees, tagging people and getting solo kills with Starstorm. None of her skills matter. It's just Moonlight Shadow.
And the glory that was the old shard, the new shard. You know, while I'm saying it's slept on right now, it's definitely nothing compared to the old crit shard. That was a very, very strong period in Mirana's life.
I pause one Mirana. Those were the days. What's
the full Kanda, Manta, BKB going towards the butterfly next here.
Getting his mana back from the Lion.
Always feels good having Lion on your team. Can fix your mana pool, heal you up a bit. Reminds me of the Pugna meta, you know, Pugna Storm, Coddle Storm.
Petrol Station, just fill you up.
The game is definitely slowing down a bit here. I think both teams are feeling confident in their late game. And both definitely have a lot of power going into late game, but I think it favors Bet Boom a bit more. So VP, they're going to be the ones to go for a move here, having the Aegis.
This is where things, I guess so important. Who you show, who you've got hidden, who smoked, where's your vision. VP all gathered up and Miero shows Invis Rune grabbed. Have they got reveal? They do. See the Doom. Oh, dragging back. They saw him for a while there. Any reveal now? Noticed? Oh, gets him with the arena right on the side. Was it just a fade time? I guess they saw him for long enough, and then.
Yeah, they saw him with the spear. The spear gives vision as well. Like while you spear, if you're pinned, you're visible during that time. So they saw him blink in, take the invis, and then speared him quickly. But yeah, a little bit low on detection there, as nobody on the side of Radiant is actually invis normally. They don't have a Glimmer, they don't have a Shadow Blade, so, you know, it's not really a fault by VP that they didn't have a Dust with them, because what would they have a Dust for?
Yeah.
Other than that specific situation.
They don't have Moonlight Shadow. Why do we need a reveal? I got the kill regardless.
It's also a nice thing about Mirana, right? You always force the opponents to spend detection, not just on one hero, but on potentially any hero in the team fight. You want to kill something? Well, bring detection.
Yeah, it was like that Ricky support meta. Every support player is sighing and crying because you've got to buy sentries every time. Like, the shop is just empty. You've got no sentries, no dust, everything's out of stock. Just to try and keep tabs on him.
Yeah, no tears were shed over that nerf, finally.
No.
It was some annoying patch.
Dark nonsense. It looks like it's Bet Boom's turn to smoke now, though. They've had enough of these Moonlight Shadows, the initiation from VP. They want to try and get into this mid lane, use it as a platform. So
ET wants to use his Aghanim Scepter. He wants to show it off, you know. He has that BKB now effect, or debuff immunity effect, and magic resistance coming along with it too. If he connects on a few heroes, could go in and just punch people.
Curious to see if he does go that Mask of Madness Basher kind of route we've seen from players like Crit in the past. Scale on the ET as much as you can as this game is starting to drag out.
Good scan there. Reading that they're coming out. The Mirana Invis not going to be successful this time.
Looks like they've realized there's vision somewhere. Something's not quite right. A lot of pings on the map here as Bet Boom stepped forward.
So positional. Nobody playing for the lanes right now. That's when you're happy to have the TB on your team. You can use those solutions to push out lanes, and that's going to force something. Right now they see that there's nobody showing anywhere, so VP just correctly playing on high grounds, backing up a bit. Nightfall now. Gonna throw a question mark to this tier 2 tower, though, if anyone wants to defend it, and seems like the answer is no.
GPK is maybe opening himself up a little bit in this bottom lane. They have seen the movement of VP go from that top jungle across to Ancients. And then down south, and that's why GPK is kind of tucking himself back. Yeah, not showing on that secondary wave arriving. This game has had a really nice ebb and flow to it. It's pretty dead even in kills and net worth. We thought it was, or I thought it was an outdraft potentially from Bet Boom, but that's not how it's played out. VP with the big brain mid-game moves.
Yeah, for being 11-9, it feels like a very active game. This doesn't feel like a slow game at all, because both teams are always posturing, trying to make a move, and they're just very correctly reading each other. So it's all about getting the angle of initiation, getting the favorable fight here. Looks like the side of Bet Boom want to try and take over top area again, using the Necro to defend the bottom tier 2, but now organizing a push towards the tier 2 top. If they get rid of that, they'll open up both the sides, already having taken the bottom tier 2.
It's felt like that's something that Bet Boom have been a little better at, is having these deeper wards, keeping them alive, not being scattered out too much by VP.
Goes another fake smoke.
Oh yeah. The MLS. And the Dire Scan connects there, and it's GPK waiting in the wings. Save on the high ground, reflected by the TB with a great arena spear. They've blown up Save already. GPK having to BKB, but his TP is on cooldown.
Oh, and now it's ready, but it's too late. He gets out though.
Oh, GPK, hexed, lifted, X mark. Now, what has he got to protect himself? No Death Seeker for 10 seconds. The boat will crash on him. Ursula is out to protect him and keep VP at bay. They move in on to notice the Mars getting crushed by this Doom and Morphling. The shiny golden Bet Boom heroes have all arrived with their BKBs, and VP are the ones on the run. All that Atos clips Mirana. She's already leapt away, though. Squadix has plenty of spells left to give. Torrent Storm and Riptide as the TB metamorphoses up.
The Morphling,
the Doom, the Morphling opened up on. They've got the connection, but the stun there for the Lion. Maybe protecting Nightfall enough. Can we get the Morph out of here? We're Finger of Death, and a big spear across from Notice. Gonna blow up Save, but Kiritich is dead. And Squadix, this Kunkka in serious trouble. Miero and this GPK just right on top of him again.
Yeah, we're just not really seeing... I mean, this is a really, really good fight by Bet Boom. A lot of it to break down there. The start of the turnaround there, the Elder Titan using the choke point, getting a beautiful 2-hero Echo Stomp to cancel the combo on the Necro, and then they chase after, get some good kills with aggressive play from Nightfall, just waveforming in as a Rubik. But the big thing here for VP is, I just don't feel like their TB is having enough impact. He is so farmed, he's really, really big, and he tries to fight, but his illusions keep dying to mana drain. And he got doomed and Reaper Scythed in that fight. It's just impossible for him to really do that much.
When the fights break out, they're so chaotic. There's like 3 fights happening at the same time. GPK running as deep as he can to these fights. Notice trying to be the same guy that's starting things off for that Mars arena. Everyone picking their targets.
I think they need a different impact right now on VP, so I'm really leaning towards this Mars. He's got 3k gold. He's not changed his quick buy. He did go back for a Deso, but the Brooch is coming up, and after that, he has a Hex queued up, but he could also go for that Rapier once he has the Brooch. He'll feel the urge to do it, Gareth.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
I mean, killing Morph or Necro in one hit, you know? At least Morph would die. Necro might be tanky enough now with a cloak and 3.3k HP.
Yeah, he's a pretty big boy. Dire Vision. Looks like FNG came across here.
Good Torrent
to spot them out. That Torrent with the finger blows up Save. Inside the arena, it looks like the Doom's gonna get caught as well. A good arrow
stunned
off the Disables, permanently stunned up. GPK trying to stand and fight. Spirit Vessel on him, but the BKB TP should get him out of here alive. X Mark, wait, is that long enough?
No, it's not. No. It's not. He's fine. That initial Torrent to Scout was the first stun on Doom, and he was stunned for 10 seconds after that.
He couldn't move.
So he got Torrented, then Speared, then Torrented and Bolted, then Arrowed, and then Sharded by Kunkka as well. He just could not take BKB at any point.
Oh, incredible. Ah, it's perfect timing for VP as well, right aside Roche.
Yeah, this is really big for them. But, like, the game swung a little bit again. Like you said, the ebb and flow of this game. It's really, you know, oh, are they going to win? Is VP going to get the advantage? Going very back and forth. TV level 20 now as well has that big talent, the 10-second conjure image duration. Sure, you're playing as the Lion, but it's still a fantastic talent for both pushing out lanes, fixing stuff, and, you know, if you kill Lion early, then those illusions are going to do a lot of damage.
They start to stack up. I was looking at that net worth and XP graph. It is all over the place. Like up, down, left, right. No idea what's going on there. And VP emerging with a 3k lead. I was going to say VP haven't led this game, but they have by like 100 gold here and there. This is the first substantial lead.
Yeah,
net worth they've had.
That was a huge catch with that move, and they're just utilizing their movements with this Mirana Invis like non-stop. They're looking for it, so you can really tell it's FNG, you know, behind these calls, like the captain drafting this hero early and making the rotations around it, utilizing it really well.
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone being swapped out for the Trickster's Cloak, more Invis, more tankiness.
Yeah. We saw a Shard going over now from the Tormentor over to the Elder Titan, so he has that ability to jump in onto his Spirit now. And also he gets some CDR on the Stomp, which feels really good. And he bought one more Wraith Band, so he has 3 Wraith Bands now after minute 25, so technically 6.
Tanky fella. Tons of armor with that Spirit coming in as well. Terrorblade.
Having that Aegis is huge.
Yep. High ground time.
Brooch is ready, by the way, on Mars, so he's looking for the bonk. He doesn't have tremendous damage yet. There's no Rapier. He's going Nullifier and then Rapier in the quick buy. But he already does a lot.
And if he sees save, you could quite easily see that line disappear. And like you were saying, that gives the Terrorblade much more momentum just to keep on fighting and standing. Yeah. I'm going to glyph this up for now.
He has to be wise about how he uses it, actually. If he goes on save, he's stronger if he doesn't turn it into magical damage. But if he goes on Morphling, he definitely wants the magic damage. But save has no armor. He's running around with 6 armor on Lion, so he would die to the Deso minus armor harder.
Right. That makes sense, yeah.
He's ready for all scenarios, Gareth. He's prepared. Deso and Brooch. Come armored, come unarmored. I am prepared.
Cover all your bases. The ultimate gladiator. Now that's what you got to be, right? You know, whether it's a spear, a machete, a broadsword, a net, a fishing rod, whatever it is, noticed he knows how to fight with every weapon.
Oh, and with a DD rune, I think we'll see Kiratek ready to fight as well. This DD rune is massive to get it over on the TB. Wait, are they giving it to Mars? They're giving it to Mars. Okay, so they want him to bonk the Morphling, is the plan.
Right, my eyes are wide open. I am not blinking. I'm not blinking. GPK shouldn't blink either. He's jumped and speared. He's about to die. He's fallen. I'm glad I didn't blink because that happened so bloody quickly. Miero, BKB, X-Mark Torrent, and he
is long enough.
Back in the timing.
Wow. I actually thought he was fine there, but I guess it was just barely bringing him back.
I wasn't sure, but I always err on the side of fun, and
yeah,
this is fun.
Squadix waited long enough, I guess, just a millisecond long enough.
Oh my god. So it saves little clan tag there. Destroy Lonely. Yeah. Yeah, he got destroyed
Lonely. Well, he was lonely and he got destroyed. Also, Notice did do the thing. He went with physical damage for the Lion. He's truly a man of culture here. He knows what to do.
Oh, he's tuned in. He's cracking up. VP going tier 4s. They'll buy back out of Bet Boom. Inverse Pro going to fall back to the barracks instead of the tier 4s and the throne. Aegis for 1 minute.
The Lotus Orb?
The Lotus on the scythe back on GPK nearly kills him. Noticed is back in, but GPK with the BKB standing up and Noticed falls. Nightfall makes sure no nonsense in this Radiant base, but they've lost their buildings. Bottom lane getting crushed by Terrorblade as well.
That was a crazy bait, though. That was a Lotus Linken's immediate pass from FNG the moment Reaper Sight started being cast. He didn't have Linken's on him, didn't have Lotus. Necro was like, yeah, I can ulti this. And both of them get clicked before he gets the ulti out.
Good stuff. The old man still got it.
Yeah.
It's that hair, man. He grows the hair out. He's a different beast.
FNG knows. He predicted all this, you know. He saw it coming from miles away.
Standing next to that Tormentor. You can't do it on his
stand
own.
long enough next to a Tormentor, maybe teammates will come and give it to you.
Just you constantly spam the, you know, Tormentor has 1 HP. Tormentor has 1 HP.
Yeah, it's just 1, guys. Just kill it.
All it's got. Just kill it. Bet Boom not going to give them a freebie. Sprinting across the map and scanning the Torment.
Yeah, very nice and solid lead now for VP though, and they're holding on to it, sitting in base. They realize they want to play around their timings. Want that Mars. Don't want to force his buyback by making a mistake.
Hello.
The Doom is in.
Save. The turnaround, Lotus. TB kept alive and BKB's up now. Save dead. GPK stunned. A wild initiation from Bet Boom up into this high ground. Miero's going to feel the pain from Terrorblade and Mirana jumping in and looking to clear out the Doom. Miero is down as they try and spear back GPK and the rest of Bet Boom by this tier 3 mid. They've caught him out.
MVP Mirana again, dude. The FNG. Look at that. He gets tipped by Kiratik. Said it. He instantly Lotused and Lincoln Sphered him as well. And of course popped the Moonlight Shadow as well, just to be annoying. But yeah, this initiation, so hard to go on the TB. We said at the start of the game that, oh, they don't have save heroes. He built himself into a save hero. That's what he did, Gareth. Look at me. I'm the Oracle now.
Seriously, I mean, we literally just read off all of his, you know, Shadow Demon, Undying, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He's like, no, Mirana.
Oh, he likes to play stuff that saves his teammates, man. He's a good friend to have on your team. Even gonna give his HP here to TB as he pops Thunder on him.
Incredible stuff.
75 seconds, no Necro. All order.
Does he have... It's cooldown, right? Yeah, so they know he has no buyback if they've been keeping tabs on that. It's not a money issue, it's a timer issue.
Yeah, this is very, very dangerous. This should be game here, but maybe Betboom can somehow fend him off in a decent way. Also, VP could back out and play it safe, but yeah, they don't want to take the fight when Doom is up here. I feel like maybe they're respecting a little bit too much here. Because if they go aggressive, they still have their tier 2 mid tower, they still have buybacks on their own team. Like, it's a very serious chance of winning the game immediately. But backing out, of course, they're just gonna control, wait for ages, get more advantage.
I guess one of the base layers, the foundation of their draft is that on-off switch. Does TB have meta? Yes, no. The Boolean switch of, do we fight? Yes, no. If TB's not got meta, I'll probably just think about backing up.
There's another yes, no going on right now. Is this gonna be a Rapier, this Relic, unnoticed? Because he has a locked Helm in backpack, and then he has Demon Edge queued up.
Toronto Tokyo has wandered into the wrong neck of the woods, it looks like. But Miero, the Doom, he pops the Mantle on TB, the 4 staff drifting away, the TP out. He's been caught and stunned, though. He's dead. Notice going to try and BKB TP himself out of here under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. So Bet Boom come out, kill the Terrorblade, dead for 90. What do they do off the back of this now?
Report Mirana didn't save. You know, it's all in him. Definitely not out of position, but yeah, that was a little bit odd. They backed out instead of pushing, and then they also stuck around top and let the Necro come in and join the fight. So they ended up taking a riskier fight than if they had committed for the push initially. Now Betboom are the ones taking control. Also, you wondered what build we were going to see from Toronto Tokyo. He went for a very manly one. It's the Crystallis build on Elder Titan.
Okay.
So no attack speed really, but if he punches, you know, he wants those crits.
He will punch pretty hard.
What a bounty!
Oh, interesting, eh?
Almost feel like they need to itemize more to solve everyone else than TB, because they have so many things to try and bring TB down in terms of spells. So the problem is almost this, like, Mirana saving people, try and deal with her in some way.
Everyone carry dust, please.
Well,
Save has some...
Yeah, Save has been on point with it. We have an Aghanim Scepter here. Gonna go towards Doom, it looks like. Picked it up, not consuming it yet. See him running away.
Thinking about it.
Is he gonna take it? Yeah, he does have the refresher, so I mean, double Doom with Aghanims. This is definitely gonna be his. This is gonna be very, very big for next team fight, and that also prevents the Lincoln's Lotus save. If Miero dooms himself, blinks onto the TB, now you have to save him in different ways. Now the 4 staff from Rubik is gonna be very crucial to try and get him out of that Doom effect.
Man, this 100% cleave on ET, like, catches me off guard. Like, even though I know he has it, just him going up to a creep wave and, like, one-hitting the entire thing still catches me off guard.
Really says something about how weak a hero's early game has to be for a level 20, 100% cleave talent to not be completely busted. It can be strong, you know. If this game goes on for another 30 minutes, he'll be a powerhouse, Gareth.
He's farming. No, he's getting there.
Daedalus queued up on the support.
Hell yeah.
That's my pos 5.
That is the pos 5.
Aghanim Daedalus build. Do this in your pubs, people.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, he knows what he's doing. Drop to Tokyo. This is what happens when you take a core player and they turn into a support. Yeah, I can play support.
Glimmer Cape, force them to... What? What are
The
those?
rapier's ready on the Mars. He has it ready. Locked, but ready. He unlocked it, and there's the damage.
Yep.
Yep, 2 hits.
Yep.
He almost insta one-shot the 2.5k HP... 2.5k HP ET there.
Arrow, no. Smoke into GPK. They get the slot. Oh my god! The damage!
Oh, they're going for Rapier. They're trying to get him.
Steam doomed up. The BKB refresh out from Miero as well. Noticed falling Rapier on the floor. FNG's gonna have to pick it up. They've got the Terror Blade and Mars down. Oh, huge turnaround for Bet Boom here as they might be able to catch FNG.
Oh, they might still get it.
The Rapier Courier. FNG being stunned up. But
where's the vision?
Just isn't there. They can't see him. Invisibility is invulnerability.
Invincibility. It works. TB bought back on that as well. If they lost that Rapier and got it in the hands of the Kanda Morphling, that would have been a sight to behold as well. But it's ferried back to base. Mr. Mars, here's your frisbee. Don't throw it again.
Drop it back in that fountain. Put it back where it belongs.
Yeah. This is a spicy game, dude. I wished for it at the start, but this is turning out way more entertaining than I could have expected. Looks like they are not going to be able to force something with the 70 seconds no Mars here. They're trying to go down mid now, but still missing their Elder Titan as well. Are they really going to crack high ground? Looks like they might.
What is it? 25 seconds for Doom ult. BKBs are all ready now across the board for Bet Boom.
Yeah, Doom also doesn't have buyback yet, doesn't have gold for it. He's very close. And he also kind of wants the double ulti, so there's reasons why Bet Boom don't want to just rush down mid now. You might question, like, what? There's one dead. They should just go, but I think they're making the right play and not just beelining down mid. They are controlling the map, though.
Yeah, this is the derby for second place in the region, right? And a lot of pride on the line here for both sides.
I think that was good play. Go in, do a bit of damage, and then get out. They got at least, 1,000 damage on a tier 3, so preparing for that push to come later. They are playing down 2 lanes, so difficult spot to be in for Bet Boom. And VP have to be so happy. That was a nerve-wracking moment, losing the TB and losing the Mars. But TB having to spend buyback is the big story there. He now has to be so cautious against all these spells. I would be sweating bullets if I was TB in this game, dude.
You just gotta hope and pray that FNG has got dry and warm fingers, right?
I mean, you can only link in so much, and there's too many spells, Gareth.
I mean, we need a Wind Waker or something as well at this point.
Yeah, he went for Black Mirrors to buff up the TB even more, so, he's doing everything he can here to serve his master.
Do what you can, bow down to the Lord, get down, Mr. President, put your body on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly Bet Boom do have to contend with those 2 super creep lanes as well as these TB illusions, which we saw Miero having some serious difficulties actually dealing with.
This is where you just gotta buckle up as well if you're Mars. Like, you may be a little bit scared, but just buy 1 more Rapier. Just do it, because it actually gets stronger. Since the spell amp is additive, they stack really nicely. So we see him queuing up another Rapier after this. This is a very, very potent build. If he gets 1 more Rapier, he definitely one-shots anyone on this side of Radiant. Like, even that 4,000 HP Necro with a heart, yeah, he's dead. If you have the double Rapier and click W.
Just gets popped. VP stepping into that bottom jungle. Bet Boom, yeah, sat in their base, waiting to see what comes.
Yeah, 52 minutes in here, and dangerous to walk out. You feel the pressure of the lanes coming in, using the Manta to try and fix lanes a bit. And the Mirana Invis, the fake smoke as we call it, they're hovering around here. They have the gem as well, so making sure there's no vision for Bet Boom. Bet Boom now pretty desperately trying to move out bottom.
Yeah, try to succeed, but it can again. how many times this game have both teams have been really?
Both teams are very on point, and they're also keeping track of them. Like, it's so hard to sneak out of base when you have two lanes against you like this. If you're not able to just push a lane before you smoke, then it becomes way too obvious. They saw the Necro pushing bottom creep wave, and he had to do it, but they still very easily spot it and just back up. So we see VP just respecting it. They say, okay, -1 smoke. You know, that's a very big impact. This is a long game, so resources drag out, you know.
Point, we're both looking at the next row. Roshan or Betboom more content with controlling areas of the
Betboom
map?
might have to fight in their base. I'm not sure they're going to be in a position to control Roche. We'll see how well VP played the map here. They look like they might want to gate bottom, as everyone. But I fear for Betboom that they might be stuck in base for a while here. They have been very competitive staying on the field, but it's getting more and more difficult to do so.
You got yourself.
Yeah.
Then again, this Moonlight Shadow.
This is where we see
You
all
show
5 of
hero
them
top,
basically stuck in
that.
base. And to be fair, VP are also
TB
moving
loosens
together a
there,
lot, but they have the benefit of the auto
like
lane
you said,
push,
they'll
and they have
bottom.
TB to push that top lane in really deep with the illusion. So they have an easier time playing the map. And meanwhile, Betboom, you gotta do what you can when you're behind like this. I would say go for that Tormentor. It's like free resource when you're behind, is just taking Torm at least. Downside is, you give the enemy information that, yep, that's what we were doing. We're all on Tormentor. And if Roshan spawns, you know, it's 15 seconds here for the first potential spawn. We'll see if it spawns bottom. More than likely, they have to move top, though. It's only 30 seconds until it moves top.
Oh, very true. Big man. Oh,
wow, he's actually up.
Serious
Yeah,
right now?
they can kill that in 20
Sayos
seconds.
is
TB
like,
is
yo,
going. He's
what
like,
up?
okay.
There's
Wow,
literally-
that's the fastest spawn possible.
I think that's huge.
Sucks for Betboom.
Man, oh. Yeah.
But you make your own luck. If you're not on the map, you don't get to be lucky. It could have been Betboom being lucky right now, but they're in base. No fortune there.
It's just, it's like one of those funny things, you know, 9 times out of 10, you see the
Right?
support
Just wasting
walk
your
into
time.
Roche and they're sat there for 2. I have, you know, old
Oh, they wanna
monitors,
fight
you have
top
like an image
on the
that gets
gate.
burnt
They
into
warded
the
it.
monitor. Oh, hang on, they're catching someone? Gonna fight here. In behind this
One
thing,
insta.
up at the front, Yarrow, dooming the Kunkka. Say good night. Nice. Got buyback available. Spear goes through Nightfall, but the BKB's up for the Morphling. Notice, under Moonlight Shadow, trying to get a bit of coverage here in the trees to run away. GPK half
Beak, you're ready on Mars.
God's Rebuke, but Notice will fall. Aegis down. And Boom are rallying around this. Mars, who arena straight back into Necro, and Here's eviscerated by the
they
God's
want the
Rebuke. Good
That was dying.
back in though by Miero and Nightfall, trying to focus on the no thing. Find the Doom as well.
Oh,
I did lose that TB, who's gone for 2 minutes, and GPK's returned. Notice sprinting back down south. He's very low, but he will escape. Toronto, Tokyo,
Oh
and
my
GPK. Does he eat a cheese? He's munching on stuff, trying to fight in here onto Squadix. Oh, hello, Glimmer Cape TP.
They'll get him
Goes
around.
out of there, and FNG going to try and go the same way, but the axe and finger
That
will
is
bring them
a
around
crazy
down.
fight. He got away with like 70 HP on the Mars as well in the end there. A lot of buybacks used, so GPK had to use his, Save used his, and Seiyu used his. Morphling held on to his there very patiently. Even with the Rapier being on the ground, he realized I probably won't get there in time anyway. So just trying to hold, and you know, the TB's buyback is coming off cooldown here as well. We see the potential for this Rapier, like the amount of damage he can do. GPK just, he needs a Shroud. The item that saves you against this build is Shroud. I've done playtesting on it, because Shroud, increased magic resistance, works on a single damage source. So you get the maximum magic resistance even from one big nuke. And it would protect him really, really well.
So he needs Ghost Shroud and Eternal Shroud.
Yes, all the Shrouds.
Oh, no, just... That's just so easy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he showed on the lane. Now Morse has 7,000 gold from, you know, bonking people here and there. So is it going to be the Arcane Blink first or Rapier first? I think he should sell the Dessa right now. Get rid of it.
Do you hold buyback now as these guys? Like when you're a Mars and you're going double rapier, is having that second rapier better than buyback?
You still want buyback. You still want it, I would say. I think he will farm it first. He could have bought it already. He farms buyback very quickly anyway, so just 1,000 more gold and he has rapier plus buyback money.
And whose courier is that? Kunka is nearly at Refresher Orb. So we're going to have multiple sides of Vice, Torrent Storms, boats, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
As
We
it does
also
that ghost ship
have Miranda
as well.
going for the Hex herself, so gonna be even more disable. It's
And
common when you play
Roshan-
against Morphling, right? The more disabled, the better. Always so tricky to lock him down otherwise.
Yeah. And a Roshan's banner as well. Still one of those items that I've like not quite figured out what I want to be doing with it. Where does it fit into my life? You know, do I put it on a lane that's pushing already? Do I want to be putting it on the lane that's not pushing and we're going here?
I've thought about this. Do you want to hear my thoughts on it?
Go for it, please. Yeah.
So generally, if you don't know what to do with it, I would just slap it on the mid tier 3 tower, right behind the tier 3 tower, between the racks. The reason for this, 45 seconds duration is enough for the creeps to run all the way to the enemy base and spend a good like 13 seconds, 15 seconds in the enemy base. Now, I don't really ask more of my creeps than staying alive 14, 15 seconds in the enemy base. That's plenty. And putting it behind your tier 3 tower is going to be a very safe location, so it's hard to snipe. It actually gives a lot of gold to kill it. It's 200 gold, and it is globally revealed when you put it, where it is. So the enemy can just go there if you put it on a lane. And it has global cast range, so you don't have to run back to the tier 3 tower to do this. You can use it from anywhere, which is neat.
And just put it where you want to. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
that's the best one in my opinion. You can't do it on the side lanes though, because they take longer to reach the enemy base. But mid reaches enemy base.
Yeah, I mean, I often just find myself in a situation where, like, let's say VP here, they go top and they push top. I would, like, my brain would naturally want to put it on that dire wave that's meeting with the Radiant Wave right now. I'd want to put it there.
This is a big moment here. They have the double rapier combined, and they're smoking forward. This is currently literally one shot on anyone on Mars, so he just wants vision on either Necro, Doom, or this Morphling.
Toronto, Tokyo, careful.
Oh, the
Steps
X mark
out,
him.
notice missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart way to use this trick, actually. That's so cheesy.
It's the old Kunka trick, right? With the Daedalus and the Rapiers.
They're gonna do it again. They're gonna X-mark him. He's ready.
Toronto,
He's going in.
Tokyo.
Uh-oh.
Gonna get revealed once more.
He took
Send
damage.
him forward. Oh, he can't. He can't.
Ooh.
Hey. Doesn't get a kill.
Barely survived. Barely survived. Okay, that's it. Go farm one more rapier. We need more. sell the Desto, one more rapier, and keep doing it again. He queued up another one.
He
did it, man. He sold the Desto and got a rapier.
So the second rapier isn't worth the buyback, but the third rapier.
I mean, every rapier gets stronger and stronger, right? Like I mentioned, he has 75% spell amp now. Actually, the damage number you see when he God's Rebukes is not the real damage. The spell amp is not included in the red number when you see him do it.
It's
more. Smoke breaking.
FNG,
Bidding jump.
A little sneaky here. Lincoln's and Lotus used, returning the Finger of Death unnoticed. Oh, it's nap time for Miero.
The force boots, he power slides into that God's Rebuke.
Jeez Louise.
Dude, this build. This is so funny. I was talking to you before today saying that this is one of the builds I want to see. Exactly this build.
Oh, we've got it.
Yep. This is a hilarious build. I had the pleasure of doing this in a sing in-house recently, and it's just so much fun, dude. Here he goes again. The X-Mark adds a whole new level to it, though. So cheesy.
Oh, it's so free. Allows him to just go deep wherever he wants to. It's from to Tokyo, starting off on the Terror Blade. They pop the Lincolns, a lot of damage, but TB has that Sunder and the backup of FNG.
Yeah, FNG has the Spirit Vessel charges. He can keep himself alive, bring his HP up. He also has good HP regen from the items he has. And here goes another one. They gotta stay so far back. Look at the positioning here. And it might not be far enough back. Oh, the Mana Drain dealt damage to him.
I mean, do you want to buy back on Doom at this point?
Nah,
not really.
I think you're fine.
Jump.
Pre-click X. Good stuff.
Oh my god.
Save is doing a good job here. Both the Mana Drain, stop the Blink, and now the Hex as well. But how long can you keep it up? Sooner or later, this bonk is coming.
And sooner or later, your barracks are falling.
Yeah.
Terrorblade is just hitting buildings. Oh, notice. Back in again. He's trying. He's poking.
Oh, Necro has Unwavering Condition. He's swapping in and out on Wavering Condition. He has 1800 HP now.
Oh, for the resistance?
Yeah, but what if he
Is
gets
that
just
good?
physically bonked? I think he dies, maybe.
I think it.
Oh
my god! Oh yeah. Okay.
That's your support scum.
Yep. One of them has buyback, but your base is in disarray. The barracks have fallen. The Mars is causing some serious problems.
I saw. It's in shambles now without Lion. How are you gonna stop this guy from going in?
It just doesn't seem possible. Like, GPK's got to move forward and do something. But yeah, 1,800 HP. Seems pretty pathetic. Faced up against this VP side right now, even with all that magic resistance.
Yeah, no, he does not have enough armor as well with this build. Like, he's at 29 armor, 1,800 HP. That dies pretty fast to a TB or a Mars.
Difficult.
Oh,
Tokyo
no.
blown up. Bought back and died. And now we do go in with the Doom and BKB of Miero focusing onto this Terrorblade, and they've got him. Kyoto down.
Alright, big kill for them, but they still don't have their support. They can keep being oppressive here even without their carry. They can still do the X mark trick, and anyone can die. Ooh, he survives it. Wow.
Barely. And who's the real carry though at this point? Like, do you care, TB? He used his metamorphosis. He's going to buy back. Meta is coming off cooldown in 2 seconds.
Yeah, they need someone to actually be the one pushing, so they can play behind it with this X mark cheese.
But you're not just dangling the TB. He's the one really pressing forward, doing objective-based gaming. GPK is tanky enough to withstand that. Magic burst.
TB is just bending.
Opens up on the throne. Arena Spear out onto Miero. And GPK getting pummeled now by the Terrorblade. Finished off and killed. The throne is exposed and GG is called as VP take game 1. Are we looking at this thinking, hey, outdrafted potentially. A lot of counters here from Bet Boom, but that Mars build, my goodness.
Yeah, had a lot of fun in that game for sure. That is, noticed very happy. I see smiles on these guys because what they were doing was definitely some fun stuff. And what gameplay, man. That was a really back and forth game for so long, but once the Mars took over towards the late game here with this build, and they don't have a solution towards the X-Mark combo with it. I don't know how BetBoom were supposed to solve it anymore.
Yeah, there are no solutions. You were calling it out thinking, hey, Save's doing a good job in trying to deal with it with the hexes, your pre-casting, mana drain to try and kill things off and slow things down. But that inventory of notice there, triple rapier, the brooch, glorious.
He did 84.7 thousand damage.
Oh my god.
Yep. That's a lot of damage, especially when you compare it towards, amount farmed, net worth wise. The TB was farming a lot that game. He had some 900 CS, but it's ultimately the Mars going for this build who's going to be the real damage dealer.
Absolutely incredible. I see a few of these highlights coming back as well. That torrent, right?
Oh,
you
yeah.
called it. The scouting one, clipped them, and then how many seconds of disable on this Doom?
That was 9 seconds at least of disable.
Oh.
Probably would have been more. The problem is he died. He didn't live long enough for the chain stun to continue.
And there we go. Got our game winner graphics. Game 1, and it's best of 2. Going to Virtus Pro. Beautifully done. It is a best of 2 group stage here for Dream League Season 22. We'll find out what happens next as Game 2 coming your way after the break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Your Dire's bottom tower is taking a beating. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is taking a drubbing.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are, Game 2 coming your way. It's BB against VP, the Eastern European derby. Game 2 coming up, Virtus Pro, Waga, Game 1. It was pretty freaking exciting with that Mars.
Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. I can't believe that it actually happened after I was jokingly said, I hope we see that today. I had no expectation that someone was going to have the balls to do it in today's games. But noticed, proved us, he has balls of steel. He just goes in here, buys a rapier, has 2 rapiers, realizes, oh, I still didn't one-shot you. I'll sell this, so buy another one. That was very interesting to see them use it in tandem with the Kunkka as well. That brought a whole new layer of usefulness to it as well. And overall, I mean, the game wasn't really, it devolved into that, but it was a lot of stuff before then that was quite back and forth. These teams obviously know each other really well. Their reads on the moves were really, really good all the time. Like, BetBoom knew VP where they were going to go, but VP also had a good understanding of BetBoom's patterns. So really, exciting to see how these teams face off.
Yeah, like the amount of map reads there, like every scan was hitting, teams using double scans to try and figure out process of elimination wise, are they here? Are they taking Roche? Taking these nice little high ground spots to get deep wards down. BetBoom did exceptionally well at doing that. But when it does devolve into these big chaotic team fights, and you've got Kunkka with Torrent Storm, and you've got this X-Mark one-hit kill machine Mars blowing people up, like Save did a great job. GPK swapping in this neutral item to give himself match resist did a great job at trying to find escapes from the pain, but it just never stopped coming.
Yeah, I mean, FNGU was really, really on point as well on that Mirana with all those Lincoln's Lotus passes. I think those were crucial for that game, even staying alive. There were so many times when BetBoom were trying to initiate on Kirtik, and FNG was the only one holding them together there, turning himself into a saving hero. So yeah, there was some interesting understanding by both teams. I'm really curious to see what we're going to see them bring to the table in the next game here. If there's a change in priority on the bans, this Mars, do you fear it on the side of BetBoom? Or are you just going to say, you know what, it was just because we had Morphling and Necro who both get countered pretty hard by this Brooch build. Maybe we can, just draft differently and it's going to be fine.
Yeah, maybe make some, different mid-game decisions. GBK, that fight where he TP'd in with not quite enough mana to get that Reaper Scythe, that knock-on effect of, does that hurt his morale heading forward? Is that something that's going to stop the team from playing as aggressively as they would want to? We'll find out how it does unfold, though. Game 2 draft is ready for us as we head into Game 2 here.
BetBoom, they just say, you know what, not again. Once was enough on this Mars, gonna ban it out, so notice it does not get to play it again. Other than that, we see the Batrider, DK, Enigma, Chen, Timber getting banned out, all regulars of the current meta, so nothing too weird going on. I like the way that VP are removing some heroes that are just very uninteractive to play against. The Timbersaw and DK, these heroes that just don't take damage.
The immediate Mirana pick into the pretty quick snap Shadow Demon pick.
Yeah, curious to see BetBoom are taking the same page out of VP's playbook here, doing the Mirana rush. I really haven't seen Mirana trend that much yet, so this either is a very new thing or just something these two teams enjoy doing.
So who's let in? Is Storm Spirit is the swap for the Mars in that first phase of bans, it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up there. Also banning out the Luna on the side of BetBoom here. No SD Luna combination.
Right. Yeah, that does become a little nasty. What else do you want to get rid of at this point?
I mean, you might still consider the TB, or if you have a hero that you want to deal with against it. Okay, they actually get rid of the Sven. It's a hero that Kirtik plays really well. So I think there's more respect. It's not so much a synergetic hero for Shadow Demon as the Sven illusions are quite terrible. Sven is very annoying for Mirana though. The chase hits him pretty hard. Here we see the big boy of the patch who's been played so much, the Centaur. Just in a great spot right now.
It could be a solid lane if that is your pairing. Shadow Demon, one of those heroes that you can swap 4 and 5 quite easily.
I like it. The disruption into Stomp from Centaur is really, really potent. And you definitely pack quite a bit of damage with the double edge coming in as well.
And then if Mirana is the 5, Mirana is probably going to have some struggles trading into Shadow Demon and Centaur.
Yeah, SD fights back really well against Mirana. Mirana usually wants to like abuse her attack, just play towards the fact that her attack animation is really, really good and has decent range. But SD can just skill Q and put the Mirana under, and he actually wins the trade really easily. Or even go for the Shadow Poison. It should be fine too.
I'll just turn her damage against it. Right, Bet Boom, you've stolen the Mirana from your opponents. They used it very well. FNG there, the man himself, gave so many opportunities for that sneaky teamfight initiation to come out.
I mean, we likely see three of the 4 heroes are on that lane right now, so maybe Bet Boom are just thinking what they're gonna finalize that lane with. Like who can actually stand against the Centaur and be happy.
Is there someone like...
I mean, the problem is a lot of them are a little bit off meta. Like Ursa, for instance, used to be a very nice countered Centaur, but not a lot of people are playing him. This is another hero that, you know, you see every now and then. I wanted to suggest Morphling, but I felt like SD might disincentivize it. But if anything, we've seen, you know, from VP earlier that disincentivizing a carry pick is not a thing. They just picked that TB into everything and it worked for them.
Hero counters are for nerds. We've got the macro gameplay. We've got the teamfight decision making.
They can do it again. They can pick it into a Lion and the Morphling here. They have the SD on their own team, so some synergy.
That's true. And got some saves. Got some extra illusions to play with.
FNG having a hero that actually can save from the start. What is that? Cheating.
Doesn't have to spend, what,
10,000
like 7,000 gold?
Yeah. I mean, that was crazy though. He had some really good plays with those items. He knew his way around by baiting people. So Morphling Mirana, a lot of mobility, but I feel like the Centaur ulti is still very useful to trying to either run away from or gap close these heroes.
Yeah, feeling pretty good that Mars is banned. Like Puck is a possibility there, but a Stampede gonna get a lot of value. Chasing people down. Maybe even just to disengage from some of these fights. Looks like FNG has made up his mind. Got this third pick coming out. Big old yawn there. Drafting's not for me. I want to go and click some buttons.
Right.
God, even more gap close and catch.
Yeah, this is anti-Morphling stuff. And there we go. The Slark coming in as well. Very nice hero to try and punish these heroes. It's great against the Mirana, great against Morphling as well. If you go for the Disperser on Slark, then Morphling hates being hit by that. You lose your mana. Feels awful. And of course, Disruptor is the big one here.
5 seconds remaining.
Now you can Stampede after someone and then glimpse them back.
Is there any way you can like punish this? Is there a hero that you're looking at that lanes with Lion that's going to do well against Disruptor and Slark?
I'm thinking about it, but I mean, the obvious one, it's not an easy lane, but you might have to go for a Doom still. Like, it's a bit sad to come back to it, but okay, they go for the summon. Okay, Lycan is a hero that I've been waiting to see people start utilizing in this patch due to the Helm of the Overlord being so buffed now. Especially for Lycan, he's the universal hero that cares the most about the buff because it's super cheap. It's on a mega discount in this patch. And of course, Lycan is definitely the strongest Helm of the Overlord user in the game, I would say. There's none that is actually stronger than that. So this should be a decent hero against the Slark. You have the power of the wolves here to try and harass a lot in the lane. You have a range support on your side, so if you use your wolves, you can have your support win against the enemy support, and then you bully the Slark.
10 seconds remaining.
And then getting into these last picks.
5 seconds remaining.
Mid laners for both teams still required. I don't know this. I was thinking about like a Brood or something. Like, I guess Lycan does a similar job, like getting to the back lines, finding the two supports of VP are very, very fog based. They don't want to be showing. They're not out on the map doing stuff. They're hiding behind a core, waiting to strike.
I almost feel like on the side of BetBoom, they want to have like a Puck right now. They need more catch. Puck gets banned by VP, so they also think so. I guess they can go for like budget Puck by going like some hero, like one of the spirits, but it's a bit scary into Disruptor. Yeah.
I don't know,
Would have been the strongest for them.
10 seconds.
Is this where you bang out the tiny?
Mid tiny is risky right now.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's just still Kung. Oh, Kunkka was banned by themselves. Yeah. I was gonna say Kunkka is good against Slark, and against the Stampede, but they banned it.
I'm just thinking there's something to play a little faster out of that mid lane, get involved, hunt in the back lines.
Yeah, I think that would be one way to play it. Other than that, they could still go for a tanky mid hero and just play around that hero. Have someone who can stand in front, like go similar to the way the Necro worked in last game. VP are thinking about it, what they want to deal with the least.
Primal Beast, I guess, is still that big beefy boy that can play actively from the mid lane.
Yeah, Primal would work for Bet Boom. Not sure what VP want their hands on here. The heroes they have. They ban out the Storm, so yeah, that says a lot, right? They're banning Storm when they have Disruptor still. So it feels unintuitive, but that is how good the hero would be in the Bet Boom's draft. It would fit really well.
I mean, is there a way you can like slot an Invoker in here for Bet Boom?
You definitely could. Yeah, you definitely could. Yeah, Invoker is actually available and a decent option for him. Always nice to have so many AoE spells against Slark.
Yeah, AoE spells against Slark, Alacrity onto the Morphling or the Lycan.
No, it would work for sure. It's just up to GPK what he wants to play here. Really, I feel there's a few options, but it's either that or going towards something like the Void Spirit feels weird, but they do play it really well as well. GPK performs really well on it.
Virtus Pros turn to pick.
Oh, the Pango.
How could I forget Pango?
It. Yeah.
It's literally, yeah, that is actually the replacement for Puck, very natural one. They pick TA. I enjoy that.
The snap TA pick, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Squad X plays a really good TA, and TA against Pango is a nice matchup, so this should be good for VP's mid lane at least. It is not super fun to play against all the stuff the Bet Boom has. The Lycan can become annoying for TA if he gets a good start to the game. If he doesn't have a good start, you can bully the Lycan, so it's a little bit volatile. It depends how many items he accumulates.
It's all about protecting the farm and the stacks for Squad X, yeah.
And both teams have drafts that are ready to come and fight for sure. He has the, what is it, like €1,500 bunny mount on Mirana. On Toronto.
Oh, does he? Oh, yeah, so he does.
Yeah, riding a bunny.
Oh, yeah, like one of those Chinese New Year sets from like 5 years ago. Super expensive ones. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what Mira gets up to on this Lycan. He's one of those players, bangs out some of these zoo heroes from time to time, the Brood, the Lycan, whatever it might be.
Yeah, he's a fantastic zoo player. He was like, you and I, we cast a lot of their games back when, or his games back when it was zoo meta and it was all Beastmaster Lycan non-stop, and Miro was just shining. So I'm sure he wants zoo meta to come back. Suits him really well. But the Lycan, I think Lycan might be the most valid right now of the different zoo offlaners.
Yeah, so how's that lane going to go then? Because the Disruptor, his laning stage isn't as bad as it used to be. The damage on Glimpse, he feels much better now with Thunderstrike. He feels like he used to be a trash laner, and now he feels like a good laner.
I think it's like this. The Bet Boom have to be careful not to lose HP on save to random stuff. If Save has enough HP and he can trade together with the Wolves against the Disruptor, then they can play that lane. But the moment you start losing against the Disruptor and Slark, you're gonna get glimpsed back, pounced, and die, and you start feeding, and once it starts, it doesn't stop. So the start of the game, I would say that lane is gonna be more interesting for me than even the mid lane, which is very rare. I'm a mid player. I usually only look at mid lane, dude.
Especially when a TA is set up.
Yeah, but I know how this is gonna go. That's why.
Like freaking Grandmaster Templar Assassin.
Yeah, Squad X, he knows his way around this hero for sure. He's a certified and approved TA. He gets my stamp of approval.
He's got the certificate to prove it.
Yeah, he does.
Send him one of those YouTube, silver trophies or something.
Send him a plaque.
Send him a plaque. That's the word I was looking for. That's the good stuff. Slark looks like he's out scouting for any kind of vision. Nothing here.
Yeah. Sees the Lion, sees the fact that Lion has a sentry ward, but doesn't see if he has warded at all. Gonna check for attacks here, not gonna get attacked, so he knows there's no vision on the bottom part of the river. This is always a nice benefit you have when you're playing night vision hero. He did cut trees though, so they can see that Slark was there. It's like someone's been here.
He's left his calling card.
Yeah.
The Slark was here. Well, I do place that ward across the river though.
It's like the set that has the Treant Protector set that has Ricky was here carved into.
Yeah. Wait, do you remember back in Dota 1 when like TB was kind of self-grief because the TB model would leave like hoof prints in the ground, the footsteps, yeah. Man, I'd forgotten about that until just now.
Yeah, it's so funny.
No matter what you did, you're always leaving a trail of crumbs and cookies behind you as a
Good thing is your illusions also left the crumbs and cookies, so you know, you might lead them on a goose chase. Who knows?
Chasing ghosts, chasing illusions. Anyway, off to lanes we pop. Slark and Disruptor down bottom. Lycan and Lion in that southern lane for Bet Boom.
The bottom lane looking real exciting, to be honest. So I'll have to keep our eyes on exactly what I was talking about here. If the Lion and the Wolves, we can already see them being in tandem here. The Wolves next to the Lion to try and win the support 1v1. It's not actually a fair 1v1. You always want to have these heroes that give an advantage to the support battle. I'm still using them a bit to last it, of course, but this is going to make it hard for Slark to bully, even though he's supposed to be good against melee heroes.
Maybe even giving control of your wolves to the Lion as well. Just be like, yeah, you can use them.
That's the old Loda play. He used to share control with Ake back in the TI3 days. You know, he said, "Yeah, I just share control. I play some summon here. Just give it to Ake. He handles it."
Yeah, forget microing myself. That's too difficult. Well, so far so good. These are the lanes. The Pango, 3 and 2, 4 and 1 for the TA. Both trading farm pretty evenly over in that mid lane. And up at top, Mirana Pos 5 yet again. Paired up with a Nightfall Morphling, just trying to protect and babysit the Morph as best they can. Sayers trying to block that arrow, but well placed by Toronto Tokyo. Banish into Stomp. Nightfall taking a lot of damage top as Squadix is laying it on this mid lane. GPK taking some heavy hits.
Yeah, mid lane, so far CS looking good for the Pango though, so did a good job, gonna get his bottle safely, not gonna get bullied too much, but mid lane is pretty even.
This Mirana looks like she's shooting freaking Enchantress Impetus hits.
Yeah, it's the TI winner animation effects, you know, you gotta have a lot of dollars for this, Gareth. Don't look at it.
At every lane, people dropping low, but top lane, Toronto Tokyo pops his stick, turns the fight, but dead nonetheless.
We see the kill potential there. He didn't have level 2 just yet, just a little bit off the level 2, and that's the benefit of being able to push in the lane a little bit more, controlling the CS. You get that level 2 early, play around the power spike, and that's a quickly dead Mirana. Even though he arrowed a creep in the jungle, the Centaur and the SD were still there to get experience shared from it.
Still just that little bit behind. And yeah, we're keeping our eyes on this mid lane. Both GBK and Squadix dropping to like 100 HP. Bottom lane, there was some fighting over the Lotus Pool where Kiritich and FNG were chasing Save. Miro and Save back into that lane proper. A lot of damage onto the Slark.
Betboom are playing the bottom lane really well. Been like closely watching how they're playing. Really close together. Lion never really going off alone and being able to get punished by a glimpse into a pounce or anything like that. And there's very few openings here for VP to actually do things. And look at the way he uses the wolves too. Sends them over, body blocks. You don't have to think about having a sentry there or sending your support to body block. Just use the wolves. No risk, no commitment. So really, really clean stuff on bottom lane.
Yeah, allow Save to go across the Lotus Pool again. Just keep gathering up the resources that are available to them. The top lane Sayers continually trying to drag this large camp across the pool.
Yeah, and the arrow missed on the big creep. Toronto didn't get the arrow, so.
And rest in peace, Flag Bearer. And Nightfall's going to come across and try and gather up what he can. There's a nice juicy wave there for Notice, though.
Very good start overall for Betboom in terms of CSing. All lanes are doing pretty well. Even the Pango, who, you know, goes against the TA, which is definitely a TA favored matchup. I think he's playing it really well. GPK not being punished too badly here.
Just a wave behind.
Try a bit harder next time.
And both bottle up their water runes.
Yeah, big thing is like level 6, Pango gets a way stronger power spike than TA does. You get the traps, which is nice, but Pango can look to actually make rotations and kill. So that's where the matchups can be very different.
He's got to have resources to do it, though. He's burning through tons of regen here in that mid lane, even bringing out more tangos and clarities just to stay topped up. Nightfall stepping forward aggressively in that top lane, just trying to make sure that Toronto Tokyo has access. GPK, yeah, he's getting sideblade splashed, harassed back away from the wave.
Yeah, always looking for it. Pretty late magic stick though, going for the early gloves here. Really wants that magic stick on TA to benefit from all the swashbuckles being used.
Yeah, pretty calm first 5 minutes. We've had that one kill.
Yeah, he's safe, giving a bit of mana to Miro here. And bottom, look at Slark. This is not a fun lane for him. He can't... I don't know how many hits he's done on heroes this game, but I would guess it's like less than 5, dude. Because he's not really able to hit the Lycan ever. Every time he goes up to Lycan, the wolves are on him, and the Lion has been very, very close to always stunning. Top lane now.
Someone through the gate. Toronto Tokyo.
Nice arrow.
Nice arrow with a blood grenade on notice. Nightfall trying to finish him off, but that's a tanky centaur with rings of protection, helm of iron will, and a ton of armor. FNG even bodyguarding him as well.
This is where we see the value of the centaur. Just a big hero in the current patch. And yeah, like you said, all that protection has a lot of natural regeneration as well. So even the nerfed helm of iron will still quite strong.
Yeah, just thinking about that bottom lane again, like Slark, I think you're right. It hasn't really touched heroes. Last hit wise, he's starting to lag behind the rest of the pack as well. And I know one of the topics of discussion has become this hero model problem, where certain heroes can just stand on top of a range creep or just stand on the wave. You've got Lycan with 2 wolves and a hero. How do you hit creeps as a Slark?
Yeah, it's very obnoxious. It's a really common thing, particularly on the mid lane, but it happens more on the side lanes nowadays too. If you have these big heroes, like if you ever lane mid against Primal Beast, you'll know exactly the problem. It's impossible to click the melee creep or range creep underneath the hero. Yeah, it's just another way of denying. I call it Broodmother denying because, you know, Brood is the hero that sort of started it by just standing literally on top of the creeps, and very annoying.
Pseudo-denying, Brudo-denying.
Yeah, I feel like there almost should be like a, you know, toggle a key to hit creep under hero. Like put another hotkey. Dota has like a million settings. Add one more.
Yeah, directional move. Just give us one of those, but for creep hitting.
Yeah, give sub attack the thing under something.
Yeah, because they've made changes to make it so like heroes are prioritized, which made sense a couple of years ago, right? But over time, people find little abuses and ways to.
For last hitting is super annoying. There's nothing worse than being unable to get the last hit because someone's standing on it. It's like, I could last hit this, I have the damage, but I can't click it.
Just physically incapable of clicking the creep. Yeah, it feels pretty bad. Oh, 8.5 minutes in. Got that TA top of the net worth. Not looking too bad there for Bet Boom. Pretty tight grouping of heroes. Slark on VP, really the only one that's dragging his heels a little bit.
Move bottom. They're going on the Slark, shoving him out. He doesn't have that night vision, so very hard to get an arrow or initiation on him, but Rana is eyeing it with a Lion nearby.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Creep wave in the way for now, and Save gonna get spotted. Slark moses on through the jungle.
This is rough though, because Slark, he doesn't have ulti.
Yeah, you're right, still level 5. GPK. Haste rune up the top, glimpsed away from it though, so give that to Squadix thanks to FNG.
It's probably good for him that he got glimpsed there. If he walked up there, he didn't have mana to use Q or W for a while. He would have gotten trapped and maybe even died to a haste rune being taken by TA.
Potentially. How big of a deal is it that he's used roll there and... Oh, hang on. Is GPK in serious trouble?
He's in serious trouble. He has... Yeah, no way out.
Maybe with Save, helping and needing, killing and helping GPK. Gets the kill on Squadix first.
Save very clutch. Just in time with the Earthspike. And he did go for the max Earthspike. I didn't expect it to turn around that way. Because normally you see these max mana drains. But due to changes, you know, like I said, some people have thought about maxing differently. We'll see how it works out for him here with the 1-point mana drain build on Save. Definitely better at bursting people, that's for sure.
Oh, the mana drain gets him a stack on a large camp. Skill well used. Yeah, while this is all happening, right, Pango uses roll, making a bit of chaos happen mid. Focus there from VP, bringing both supports to help out Squadix. Lycan has taken that tier 1 bottom, booted the slot completely out of the lane. Difficult times down south.
Slark did finish up his level 6 though, and has power treads coming out, so he's gonna be able to farm decently, but certainly not farming as fast as the Lycan here, who's enjoying the lane and you know, rushing straight towards that Helm of the Overlord. It's gonna be a scary timing. He's gonna get it very fast.
It's gonna be pretty speedy. Ultimate order 2800, recipe 300.
Yeah, it's so much cheaper now. What was it, like 475 cost reduction in this patch? Yeah. So that's severely cheaper, and that will really impact a lot because it's one of the most timing-based items in the game is the Helm of the Overlord. Getting that and then pushing.
The bubble, the disruption, the shield crashed. Oh, straight onto Seosh. It's just funny to see that combination of animations happen at exactly the same. Oh god, noticed?
Yeah, Static Storm and Stampede, a lot of damage coming out of nowhere there with the Hoof Stomp and the Double Edge as well. He just didn't have enough HP morphed to get caught like that. I mean, he would need like 1600 or something, so that's rough.
Oh, pretty important kill there from VP. They're losing their objectives very quickly. Tier 1 bottom into the mid. Catapult here to help out as well with his Warpine Raider and the Wolves of Miero. GPK being given assistance. Deny attempt.
Hopeful little disruptor. Not gonna get it this time, but you know, you gotta try.
You do, yeah.
Good value though, Lycan coming in mid, taking this tower. He still has ulti as well, so for now he's gonna go bottom, take the farm, but he could look towards top tower as well soon.
Noticed. Backing away from that top lane, getting pretty close to whatever he decides he wants. It looks like he's waiting for that blink.
Yeah, it's not going to be a first item Veil. He wants the Blink Dagger, realizing that there's a lot of heroes he needs to close the gap to, and being able to initiate is probably more valuable than having more damage.
Especially when you've got TA Blink already, right?
Yeah, and this is how Squadix likes to play his TA as well. Very aggressive player. He generally always looks for, you know, heroes they can push to their limits. So we'll see the Blink combination soon as Centaur's Blink is coming up.
And then in tandem, this TA and Centaur gonna create a bit of space there for the Slark if they can play aggressively. Onto BetBoom's side of the map.
600 gold away right now, the Helm of the Overlord. Looking like a 13-minute timing.
Getting there.
Iron in trouble.
Getting there. 12-minute rune spawn bottom. There's a Static Storm right on top of save. Lion getting blasted by the TA. Noticed, did blink in quite aggressively, but still has the Stampede and the Stomp. Not sure he'll get to use it, though. Does Stampede? Oh, look at this. The sprinting race between the Centaur and the Pango. No, he's dancing and juking, but he'll still die. Miero with the wolf form arrives right on time.
Radiant are
And kicking it down to that bottom lane. Oh, there's a stack there for the wolf in the meantime. TPing straight back into mid, BetBoom. GPK, 50 seconds for the roll. Smoke out from the Lion and Mirana. Trying to pivot from mid up
I am
top,
back from my little holiday that Discord decided to send me on.
Down into the 7th layer of hell to meet Lion and Doom.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes Discord just decides, you know, needs a little restart. Also, FNG is gonna get a little restart here, it seems.
Looks like it.
They're trying to kill me. And when you say that after they killed you, I think it's beyond trying.
Oh, he succeeded. 20 seconds. A watch on.
Oh, he already got his hands on the Black Dragon on the side of Miero. This is a big thing as well when you play Lycan. If you get the Black Dragon early or if you're gonna be unlucky with the spawns. This creep is insanely much stronger than the other ones.
Especially those stupid ice shaman idiots.
Yes.
Useless garbo creeps.
Yeah, I think them and the Thunderhide Lizard, they're about in the same tier for me if I play Lycan. But the Granite Golem is acceptable, and Dragon is, I mean, that's the Dracarys, you know, you go do what you want.
At least the Thunderhides have like the Frenzy and the Clap. You know, they've got some stuff to play with.
Okay, a little bit of a panic Pango ulti there, not gonna connect on anything.
Oh, he got the Wisdom Rune, though. The Moonlight Roll into the Wisdom Rune. FNG glimpsing Lion, and again, Static Storm combo to try and burst down Say with the TA. They'll finish him off. The GPK Pango standing his ground and fighting with Nightfall. Stampede to get the TA out of here. Squadix turns and fights, still standing his ground on his high ground as Miero, a Lycan, is shapeshift, not allowing him to stick on a target. All the glimpse being moved left and right, back and forth. Nightfall dragged in with another glimpse, and he's taken down by Noticed.
Man, FNG is getting some value in this fight, having some nice glimpses there. First getting the Lion pulled all the way back, now Morphling as well. Fantastic fight for them. They may have lost the Wisdom Rune, but they won the war.
Yeah, really nicely done by FNG.
Yeah, and finally they can open up the map a little bit as well. This top tower has to be removed. Respawns are coming in, but without Pango ulti, I'm not sure they will defend it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Might just have to let Squadix take it. Kill lead for VP.
Squadix not going for the Lion. Just walking into Slark vision here, always dangerous. That's going to be a quick D-ward though. Benefit of having a Slark on your team. I was going to say the TA, you know, not going for what's popularized by Mikke, the new age TA build with the Maelstrom, but that's also because this is a mid TA. It's very different. He has to play more for tempo and playmaking, as he does have his carry as well. If you play safe lane, then the Maelstrom is really strong right now.
You can't just full greed. You gotta go for something that lets you... Like, this Blink Dagger has given him, what, like 3 kills on Lion, got him out of danger.
Yeah, he also bought the shard, so having the early access to silence in this game, fantastic against Pango, I mean, all of them, honestly. Only Lycan is the one you might not care that much about.
And then knowing you've got the backup of your team, right? You're blinking in, you have Refraction, but you've also got Disruption, Stampede, this Disruptor to kind of zonal play. That Static Storm and Kinetic Field.
Exactly. Gotta go in with the boys.
Right now, sat in the fog. Waiting right behind the Slark. No one's coming though. That boom, they've all positioned themselves up in that top jungle, it looks like. When does Roshan become a possibility for these teams?
It already is right now. They actually went through. Oh, this is a dangerous go through.
They're setting up to fight. I mean, they've got a bit of vision here. FNG ready and waiting in the trees. Oh, who's gonna come my way?
Oh.
Pings out the vision. Toronto Tokyo walks over it. Noticed. Thinking about it with his partner in crime. As Roshan has begun by Bet Boom.
This is some crazy stuff.
High ground vision there from both teams. They don't have a sentry, so they don't see the radiant vision. Now the Slug's coming in to D-ward and make the jump with the Centaur onto the Morphling, and Nightfall in trouble. GPK's going to roll and crash and save his buddy. There is Sayush coming in from the back, but shredded by the Lycan. The Wolf makes short work of him, and Disruptor. Look at Miro go, munching on them one by one. Squadix going to have to TP out now. The stuns won't come.
Yeah, they're gonna take that fight in the end. That was some very risky stuff at first for them, but the Lycan fighting in the midst of this chaos does really well. Having the Hyperstone as well, he hits really, really hard. And we just had a very weird positioning there on the side of VP where Tia had to TP out. Correct move for him to just fail there.
It looked like they had too many options. Like VP saw the Mirana, then they saw the Morphling. Do we go on him? Do we go on them? You know, what are we going to do?
Yeah, I think VP, they messed up that a little bit because they had the vision advantage and they were in a really good spot, it felt like, but they couldn't really take the entire fight. Right now, though, they don't have great tools to bring down Lycan on their side. They need like Stark to become strong to the point that he can actually go on Lycan. Because Tia doesn't have fantastic damage. She's good at assassinating his supports right now, but she doesn't have a full damage build, so Lycan will easily just shrug if she goes on.
Bet Boom playing very tight together. Some stacks here in the Ancients for Nightfall. Aegis for 4 minutes for him as well.
Yeah, feels very comfortable. I think Morphling is one of the nicest carries to have Aegis on because you can go like massive agility and just farm really, really fast. You know, he can push his limits. Like he can turn on the gas a little bit more than if he didn't have Aegis. Whereas a lot of other carry heroes, like they farm at a constant pace. Morphling feels like it ramps up when you get the Aegis.
Just gives him so much more freedom to do whatever he wants to. Tier 2 neutral items coming. Nightfall shows on that bottom wave. Boots noticed out here.
Not gonna try to go for the morph into hoof stomp combo immediately there on the waveform. Maybe I've tried to set up on the centaur.
Well, he pops through the gate. It looks like BetBoom's plan is to try and converge into that bottom jungle with Nightfall. Use this just to get some tier 2 towers.
Yeah, go for more towers. They did lose the dragon earlier, but they have the granite golem still on the Lycan, so he's quite ready to commit to this push. And he is closing in 800 gold for the Salt Cuirass. And in this game, BetBoom have great heroes to utilize it as well. The physical damage on their team is really high, with Morphling having a Vlad's as well, and then a Pango and a Lycan. It's going to be fantastic for them.
Well, Pango's going to have Ags at that point as well. He's 500 away from it.
Oh, they're hunting. Centaur's greedy.
No,
they don't know he's greedy though, so the greed is keeping him safe.
Oh, they saw him now, surely. Savers. He's caught a glimpse of the Centaur. Hello, what you doing in our jungle, buddy? Finger of death, no? Stacks.
How can you resist, man?
Very, very patient from Save. I mean, maybe he goes now onto Sayush. Disruption onto this Morphling to hold him back.
Clutch disruption before he got the disruption over on him instead. That would have been a death for sure. So good reaction by SD.
Granite Golem. Taking some
Kill
heavy
the
hits.
granites.
Oh yes, 250 gold.
Feels good. Plenty of money, but there is a new creep and a better creep over for Lycan. Over on the Ancients, can go and find themselves the Black Dragon again.
Oh yes.
Wisdom Rune coming up in 15 seconds. We already see the SD going to stack for TA and also take the Wisdom.
Thanks. We've got a DD Rune here for Squadix in his bottle. What's that going to last another minute or so?
Yeah, I think he wants to make plays again in tandem with these like double blinks, but I think the danger is if they make moves and Slark isn't there and ready to fight, then they're just gonna lose the fight. So instead, waiting a bit for this Aghanims to complete on Slark, and then when he has Aghanims, I think that's the timing for him to start really fighting.
Oh, I love that. The captaincy of FNG comes first, above all. He brings the TA away from a stacked Ancient camp, so she places a trap to get the D ward for the Disruptor.
Yeah, I get this.
Vision is king. Squadix knows it.
Yeah, they're also coming over with the Disruptor. It seems FNG wants this free shard for his team. TA needs, of course, a hero nearby, otherwise she loses refraction charges, but she just needs the support to do this. Go in, almost die, and go out. That's what the support needs to do.
Yeah.
I find it so awkward that TA specifically got this, anti-TA mechanic hard-coded on the Tormentor. Did us TA players kill too many Tormentors?
Meanwhile, Weaver over there, he just leaves the swarm on it and comes in and kills
you mean Weaver, Racer, Omni, Slardar, Meeple? Yeah, should we keep going? There's a few other heroes you can hardcode counters for.
There's tons of them.
This specific TA hate, man. Feels bad.
Very sad, very sad. Well, BetBoom trying to get the most out of the dwindling seconds on the Aegis. Put the Morphling up top as a bit of a bait. The rest of them smoked in mid. VP also going to obscure themselves with a smoke, but there's a wolf scouting the Slark right now. BetBoom see pretty much everything that's coming.
This is a very slow but powerful push. They're not going in. They're going to go on Mira though.
Silence.
He is tanky.
Static Storm. In comes Notice to stomp him up. Lycan half HP. The focus was there, but the damage not quite dealt.
Nice
now
stun.
Back in. They blow up the Lion. Good stun on 2 though. Slark and TA caught up in it. They've got this Slark shard though, so the Depth Shroud keeping the TA alive for now. Kinetic fields are down, but Squadix got refractions back up. He's able to slip away from the grasp of BetBoom, and they waveform in with a Morphling. Nightfall, very aggressive with the backup of the Lycan. Miero's back in onto Notice. Take him down. Centaur for Lion, 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, FNG hovering, but he's been spotted on a ward.
Oh, he has. Nightfall into Disruptor mode. Let's see if we can get a glimpse or just waveform straight over the top of FNG. Toronto Tokyo leaping and catching. Now maybe a turnaround play though with Sayush and Squadix moving in with Kiritich. GPK just shield crashes right into the middle of them. Good stun catches the SD. 3-for-1 in the end as BetBoom dragged that fight out a little longer than VP expected.
Also durable on the side of BetBoom. You try to go on this Lycan initially there, and the Pango comes in, he starts the car, and there's no way you're gonna kill him off. TA doesn't have BKB, so she can't just stand still and keep attacking the Lycan. And without her damage, he was completely safe. So they wasted the Disruptor ulti, and the fight became really awkward for VP from there. And meanwhile, Betboom just way more durable lineup for these chaotic fights. VP need like a structured, clean pickoff with the hoof stomp into TA going on someone. If they get the advantage of killing like Lion or Mirana immediately, maybe they can fight. But going on a Lycan first is a tall order.
Man, this Slark is playing with fire over here. He was all alone.
As long as you see the Shadow Dance region on your hero, you feel you're fine. For a moment, he was spotted there, though.
Yeah, safe put that sentry down very quickly. And Radiant even scanning up top where Toronto Tokyo is lurking around.
They do have a good tool against the Lycan, though, in the Slark Shard. It's so good for saving people against the burst that Betboom have.
Yeah, it bought a bit of time for Squadix there. It just feels like you were saying, right? They made that jump onto the Lycan. If they don't dogpile and go all in on that, that fight drags out a little bit too long. They don't get what they need. If that Slark Shard, oh my god, Slark Shard, if that had come out that little bit faster and they made that fight happen in the mid lane in front of the tier 2, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
don't confuse the Slark Shard and the Shark Slard. Those are different things. It's the Aghanim Scepter Slardar.
That's a delicacy, isn't it? The like fermented shark lard, the shark fat. Is it Iceland?
Sounds like a Swedish delicacy, yeah. Fermented shark lard.
I think it's Iceland. They dig a hole and they put a shark in there and they like ferment it for a year, and it's meant to be disgusting.
Yeah, it sounds like a northern tradition, you know. Yep.
Just eat some fat. Get it on you. The winter's too cold.
Ooh, they want some
Wolfy
fat
wolf?
on the mid lane. The wolves, they're on stage.
Wolf is hungry. And Nightfall, starving, famished, picks up a nice meaty morsel as the arrow slides past the backside of FNG, but they've got a glimpse on him now.
Man, Nightfall is really showing that Disruptor is good against Morph, but Morph also pretty good against Disruptor. As it turns out, every fight going for becoming this Disruptor and glimpsing people. It's also really good against the Slark, right? You put down the kinetic field, so yeah, he's getting some utility out of his ulti for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh my god, the push is fast. The EC.
What are you doing to stop it? You're glyphing. You're buying a little bit of time, but it feels like this Rax is just gone.
Yeah, they cut the next creep wave, but these creeps are allowed for so long, this is definitely gonna be Rax.
They jump Nightfall. I'm trying to get something done here. Hurricane Pike pushes himself back. Melee
Oh, not the dragon.
The dragon is dead.
Plus 250 again.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
TA does have the BKB now, so next fight she can actually stand her ground and not be disrupted by this Pangolier all fight. Because that's what's been going on. He's just been locking down the TA, stopping her DPS. But now she could continuously attack.
Oh, Miero's found himself an ancient ice shaman.
Oh, Kirtik saw support. He's looking for them.
And Toronto Tokyo is a juicy target, but leaps away in the nick of time. Now the Rolling Thunder, GPK going into the back lines of Virtus Pro, jumping, blinking, Seosh in trouble, disruption's there, but FNG's already gone. Notice lurking on the right-hand side, but there's no re-entry into this fight. Both supports obliterated by Betboom.
It's so rough, man. Playing two supports with no mobility built in against a Lycan, Morphling, this Pango as well. Like, you're just not getting out there. So easy pickings. They tried to get a nice initiation there, but good reactions as well by Toronto Tokyo leaping away from the initial pounce. And just straight into Roche. Gonna be a very fast Roche as well with these auras helping them out.
Yeah, there's just no way in for VP. No, now we're gonna have to rely on some high ground defense.
This game is looking a lot more clear-cut than last game. Last game was a long battle for advantage, but now Betboom are, you know, they're not letting it slip. They're holding good control of the entire fight. And it's rough, man. You see this Slark has never really come into fruition. He's been part of one kill in 28 minutes. Even though he had this Diffu for such a long time, he never really found anyone to feed on.
Oh, it's been tough times for him.
He almost has BKB though. 200 golds, BKB complete, and then maybe he'll be able to go in a little bit more aggressively and not have to use his ulti immediately and just get out.
Nightfall is leading the charge.
Oh, we have the creep here. The ice firebomb. Do it.
The tower.
He did it.
Yes.
It's burning. 12 damage per second. Gareth, the tower. It's melting. Yay. Or freezing.
Wahoo!
If it had that sound effect, I would take it more frequently. Every time you lob the ice fire bomb, I would take it just to harass people.
It's a me, ice fire bomb, yo.
I can feel the lawsuit coming in, Gareth. Please stop. Oh, TA been spotted.
Oh, the hex. Save has found the catch. Nightfall's here for the damage, and a finger at stack for good measure.
A nice BKB nerd doesn't work against Lion. You're like, screw you. You feel safe, but you're not safe because hex into stun is usually death.
Pretty good, yeah. Buyback's available for the TA, but my god, he does not want to use it.
That was the value of Miero, though. His micro has been on point this game. These wolves scouting people found that TA farming there.
I think they're swinging down bottom.
Full
Creeps
BKB on
arriving
Lycan now, too.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck, VP. Game 2 here. Looks pretty clear-cut. Slark, Pounce, Morphling, Pike.
Yeah, gotta stay safe. Goes up again, keeps pushing, trusting in his team behind him. He also has the Aegis, so very difficult to go on Morphling here. They have to go on someone else, but nobody else is showing. And vision advantage is not really there to try and get the jump.
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall, again, just pikes off the Pounce. Not a care in the world.
Yeah.
Full set bottom, mid in trouble, and just one lane remains.
Yeah, they're pinging to go over and take over the outpost, control the Ancients. And looks like they even gonna go towards top, and Tormentor's gonna spawn pretty soon too, so they could take away that, because that's, you know, VP don't have a lot of resources they can farm right now, and the Tormentor would be a very sad thing to lose for them. It's basically one of the few objectives they can actually contest right now, as Roche is, you know, too far away and too hard.
That really is a long journey off to the pits.
I'm trying to look for what out they have on the side of VP, but I really think it all has to come down to initiation. Like, the combo has to be there. If TA could complete the Daedalus, that would be huge. So we see Squadix really stressing bottom to try and finish up this item, because they need more damage to burst someone during the center stun. But other than that, I mean, they don't really have a lot of items they're really close to now. It's basically just work with what you got at this point.
Get a catch and hope for the best.
Yeah, they do have BKBs that they haven't gotten to use, though. They still have 9 second on TA and Centaur, so both of them, and actually Slark too.
Yeah.
So ideally they get a big fight with the triple BKB.
Just gotta make sure, I think primarily that your support don't just die, because FNG are showing off wide there. Now you've got no Static Storm, no Glimpse, potentially no
Otis
catch.
is killing one.
I do feel safe, you're right. GBK disengages now as Kirtich goes in onto the Lycan, leashing him up for a few seconds. He's beaten Betboom back away from this Radiant base for now. I guess that's the victory in its own right.
Squadix killed the dragon too, so it is 2-for-1 trade, you know, easy. It's basically a 6th hero.
And now the Lycan has found an ancient frostbitten golem.
Yeah, and Lycan is also working towards that support favorite item. You know, you're playing against 2 Glimmer Capes and a Ghost Scepter. What item could he possibly want next on Lycan?
Man, I hate Nullifier with a passion.
Yeah,
you know
it's
that,
buff,
right?
dude. They buffed it. I love Nullifier. No item has ever made supports cry as much as the Nullifier has. In its relatively shorter time of existence, it's made so many support tiers. It's amazing.
Well, yeah, they nerfed my Eon Disc, and then they release a Nullifier, and then they Force Staff is garbage now, and I can't Yules myself.
Skill issue, man.
Harpoon brings me out of Yule Scepter, and everyone's buying Harpoon.
I love that the counter argument was, you know, there were 2 arguments against the Nullifiers: buy Shadowblade or just blink it low. And now you gotta blink it against the 1800 projectile speed.
Dude, I've started buying. I'm a warlock, and I see people buying freaking Nullifier and stuff. I'm buying BKB. I don't give a damn. I don't care. Go Scepter or Glimmer Cape. I'm just gonna BKB and put the soup on the ground.
BKB soup. Shadowblade is the real MVP. Shadowblade and then some form of Dispel.
We'll give Shadowblade a try.
Yeah, because that one actually doesn't get dispelled, so it's pretty annoying to play against.
Interesting. Okay.
It's funny.
Yeah, I mean,
the rock, paper,
like
scissors.
I do like the raw Shadow Amulet quite a lot, so maybe that's going to get turned into Shadowblades now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, on Warlock, that's value. So, meanwhile, Betboom, they're just, you know, enjoying the map here. I doubt that we're going to see them go high ground before Aegis. They have a nice advantage. Could see them go and try to push, but There's also no real reason when they're close to Nullfire. They have some item timings coming up. And Morphling is closing in on Butterfly.
And then you're also
FNG
looking
is
at
doing some sneaky jungling bottom.
He's doing his best. Just find anything you can. The mass TP's top, though. They've seen Sayer.
Oh,
is he under vision? They just bashed him through the Glimmer Cape? Of course they did, yeah.
Yep.
Stun him up, catch him and kill him. Easy
So
for
the Ghost
GPK.
Scepter nerd.
Wow, wait.
Imagine not using Ghost Scepter, then Glimmer Cape and TP. Obviously, that's what he should have done. Yeah, that was unlucky for him. The Basher was pretty new on the Pango as well. Has only had it for a little while, so you know, I thought about it there.
How long does Howl last?
Not very long, right? It's pretty short. It's 8-second duration. I mean, it's 50% uptime because it only has 16-second cooldown. Howl is very good.
Yeah, I always underestimate the numbers on it, you know? Like, I'm not very good at maths, but then I see 40% damage reduction, and it's like, that's kind of a lot.
It's an absurd spell.
Morphling, Nightfall half HP, pounced and piked again. Nice little counteracting combo. Does get glimpsed back in. BKB's still ready to use there for Nightfall, so he'll use it to waveform away. VP
Holding it as long as he could there. He's like, I don't want to. Don't force me to use it.
I mean, Lycan used Howl in that fight. That's 40% damage reduction. Could have been Morphling dead with no Howl.
That's true. Howl is providing so much survivability and also just the kill potential. I mean, if he howls and walks near someone, that's just minus 13 armor or no, 12 armor. But it's pretty disgusting.
Oh, with AC, yeah. Jeez.
And that's without taking the talents. There's even a Howl talent for armor reduction.
Yeah, so there is.
But once you get the 25 talent, this is the Mars counter. You get the total attack damage reduction. Garrett, we solved Mars.
We solved it like at level 25 on Lycan.
Just have a 25 Lycan.
Hand of Midas time.
And Howl as he goes in. You have to time it before he bonks.
It's a difficult one for VP here.
This Morphling is super annoying, by the way, for FNG. Been in trouble here.
Yeah, trying to find room on the map is very, very challenging. You're being scouted by Observables, Moonlight Shadow, Wolves, Summons.
No, the bash.
And we found Sayosh as well. So yet again, both Radiant supports brought to their knees.
Man, he dodged the swashbuckle. He was hiding in a good spot, but then because of the Aghanims, Pango clicks W and bashes him with those procs instead.
I just, what can you do? Sometimes just unlucky.
Yeah, just don't be a support against Lycan. Feels bad.
Lycan Pango.
I mean, Lycan had wolves on both the supports, and then Pango just comes in and cleans them up.
Full set mid is gone. 20 seconds for the supports to respawn.
Ooh, that's painful. You don't want to buy back, but if you don't, you probably lose here.
They left, they jumped onto the Morphling we had. It's a lot of damage, but he's got Cheese in the backup plan with an arrow connected on Notice. They'll use the Stampede, try and chase Miero. Lycan BKBs and shapeshifts the hell out of here, though.
Oh my god, they're so fast.
Zoom, zoom. Off we pop. Toronto Tokyo does have leaps remaining to jump over the top. Save, still standing and fighting back into the slog. Squadix moving forward aggressively here from VP. Trying to catch GPK, but he's rolled up into a little ball. Beep, beep. Off we go again. Kiratic. Oh, he's in there. He's hiding away in the Shadow Dance. BKB'd and turning to fight. The chase up the staircase. Onto the high ground. The Centaur will fall.
Centaur getting a bit too deep.
Holding the zone for their own. Static Storm's down. It's a decent one there on the Lycan. Kiratic and Squadix able to open up and kill Miero. Squadix a lot of damage on the Nightfall, but the Morphling gets away. They've banished, but missing out stuns on the Kiratic's slot.
What is this fight?
I don't know, but it keeps on going now. Save being danced around. Ring around the rosy here from the Slark on the Lion, and some big kills for VP.
Yeah, nice. They actually managed to come back a lot there because of the Lycan ulti running out. So Lycan couldn't fight at all. He couldn't really turn that around. And VP correctly just keep chasing, keep looking for more. And this is what their lineup wants to do. We get to see a replay here of it. As their lineup has really good heroes for chasing. They have the Slark, they have the Glimpse from the Disruptor. They even have the Stampede as well that they utilized. And noticed, even though he went down for going around like this, I think he still had the right idea to keep going aggressive and push the advantage. Back in the game now.
Timing.
They're trying for a Roche.
Trying. So. TP's up to that top left corner.
Mindbreaker for
minute?
Pango. Strong item.
1 minute till day. Oh, Mirana lapped on by Kiritich. Glimpse across. Is it Toronto Tokyo being dragged back into another pounce? But he has a Ghost Scepter. 2 leap charges. Rolling Thunder back in onto the slug. With a Hex and the stun. The control onto Kiritich brings him down. Gone for 80. And that might be lights out for VP in game 2.
And Save is so good online. His positioning is really nice, actually. Like, very, very impressive in last game as well.
That's been perfection. Yes. 60 seconds, no slog. He's not got buyback, but a safe route here for Bet Boom. Just grab this Roshan, take the Aegis, the Cheese, and I believe, yeah, Aghanim's Scepter upgrade for Mirana.
So Mirana gets that, yeah. Okay. Gets to have that for himself as well. Get some stronger arrows now.
What do you do with no slog for 40 seconds? Just let the buildings fall at top?
Yeah, I think you can't really protect racks here, so this is just let it fall. They're even coming in with the smoke as well, so it's going to be very hard to get a good initiation. But yeah, they just gotta give up megas and then hope that they don't lose. Looks like they are smoking and going around looking for a pickoff.
Okay. Squadix does offer a lot of damage.
Yeah, but he can't kill Lycan without the help of Slark, so have to be a support here. Or Pango, maybe.
Oh, the Lion's a good one. Oh, yes, burst down, 1066. That's the big number here to clash under the Lion. Notice BKBs runs around in circles, trying to dodge away from GPK's Rolling Thunder. Squadix, shiny and golden. Hurricane Pike, but look at the bash, the control, the depth shroud. Gives time and safety here for the TA to open onto Nightfall. Waveform across with a blink away. TA is back up to safety and rains down big damage onto Morph for the man to dodge on one of the projectiles. Gets the safety for Morphling now as Kiritich chased, nearly dead, but they've caught Miero up. Forced to BKB TP and there's nothing to stop him there.
So I wish you had the level 25 bash talent.
Yeah.
Unlucky, but still, you know, a good... I'm not gonna say hold because they did lose Mega Crit, so it's, you know, not really a defense, but they did fight them off and they're still in the game.
They haven't lost yet.
Yep. They did the best they could.
There is still a dragon guarding the throne.
The prize is mine.
Still, these team fights are so wild. Like, you can see what VP are trying to do, and you can see Bet Boom trying to remedy, knowing what VP have to do in these fights to get any kind of advantage.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming for the supports mainly of VP. I feel like they're the ones who are not really going to be able to stay alive. You know, they get targeted so quickly. And due to that, it's hard even for the Slark. Like, I don't know, still 1-1 and 2. It looks like he's in the early game looking at his stats, you know? Like, everyone else is in the late game.
Well, at least out of that 1 kill and 2 assists, he has got 3 permanent agi. That's what we like to see.
That is something. 100%. Good participation.
Little bits here and there. And they know there's... whenever there's vision in this Radiant base, they're going to know it as well, because the Slark is stuck in the base.
Yeah, hard to base ward the Slark, at least when he's stuck in base and not out on the map farming. So, you know, the good thing is you dewarded, bad thing is you're not out there doing something else.
And then there's wolves just running across everywhere.
Yeah.
Bet Boom repositioning themselves once again. Aegis for 2 minutes on Nightfall, still available. Smoke again.
Yeah, re-smoking, going in. Maybe go through bottom here and enter. Get a good positioning. I mean, there's a lot of heroes they could pick off.
And could get one of these lucky arrows to hit as well.
Looks like they're sneaking around bottom, but the Wolf is almost, you know, giving a heads up for what might come here as the Wolf ran past some sentry ward.
Kiritich is like, do they see me here? Do they see me there? Oh, Shadow Demon, they saw you! Slog disappears on my screen as well. Buyback's ready, but I don't think it'll matter all that much. GPK back onto Noticed, and their Centaur just annihilated by Nightfall. A triple kill for your Morphling. Static Storm dropped on the throne to protect him, but Squadix, oh, he's hugged back into Fountain and survives. Nightfall in the base. Has that Aegis. Waveform ready in 1 second. Let's see if they've got the control. Ooh, Nightfall gonna fall.
Oh, the glyph though.
The throne is glyphed up as well. Miero has no BKB, no shapeshift. They're trying to hold here. The swashbuckle's a lot of damage. Everyone in trouble. He's trying to throw them and kill the building. They've got it done. Bet Boom strike back and tie things up in game 2.
Finish up on what could have been a little bit of throwing there with the glyph coming in as well. It looked scary for a second, but they had enough damage to just focus. Power of Friendship, they bring down the throne. Yeah, you can see Bet Boom a little bit there. Like, that was close to us messing up a bit on the final push. Literally wiping the sweat on their brow.
Yeah, I mean, a bit on the edge towards the end. And Slark started to show up. The last 5-6 minutes or so was like, right, this is Slark's time to start shining. But Bet Boom had amassed just such a tremendous lead there. And Nightfall's Morphling able to do so much. Yeah, Daedalus in the end on top of that Butterfly. 12, 3, and 6 for Nightfall.
Yeah, that was a very impressive performance by Nightfall, but overall I also think that, you know, the tempo was set from how everyone was playing really here. They utilized the Mirana Invis a lot. We didn't talk about it so much, but the Mirana was really allowing a lot of ganks, but the Lycan timing as well. I think he had like 12:30 or something, Helm of the Overlord, which nobody was really ready to fight.
Yeah, just the Lycan pick in general, right? Because you've seen the SD, Disruptor, and Centaur, so you know exactly what you're playing into. You know one of the safe lane supports. And this Lycan's just like, right, whatever carry you pick, I'm going to cause problems for them.
Yeah, it's honestly not that easy, and the Slark was, you know, completely unable to do something in lane because of how they played it. I think a lot of it comes back to that. If they had won bottom lane on VP, then Lycan could have had a very, very small impact on this game, but because he had very safe farm, always did damage to the Slark together with his Lion, and they played close together, he had massive impact instead. The triple impale there towards the end, the stun.
Yeah.
He got them all, the value talent.
Well, it wouldn't be a day one of any Dota 2 tournament group stage if it didn't go 1-1 in a best of 2, and of course the Eastern European derby as well. A very close fought battle between these two teams to try and secure that second place slot behind Team Spirit in the region, going blow for blow there in this best of 2. Bet Boom taking the second game though, and we'll see if we can grab one of these players for an interview in a couple of minutes and chat off one of their ears. We'll see who we can wrangle, who we can grab. If you had to take someone from Bet Boom, like who would you ideally pick out of this series?
I mean, probably I would like to hear from Save, you know, and hear how it feels to play the game from his point of view, because it's always scary, you know, playing with few items. But we'll see who wants to have a little chat. All of them played really well.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff there. One apiece between the two. We'll come back with that potential interview in a few minutes. For now, though, we'll have a quick break. Welcome back, folks. Game 2 all wrapped up in this best of 2, tying things up between BetBoom and Virtus Pro. VP took game 1 in a pretty long, drawn-out game, which was spectacularly executed by them and noticed Mars. Game 2, though, Waga, was much more straightforward for BetBoom, it felt like.
Yeah, definitely. BetBoom, they had a very clear game plan. They executed really well here in game 2. From the laning stage to the mid game, they just didn't really let go of the control that they had, and they managed to completely shut down VP's carry primarily as well. Just never really got to play. We saw this Slark just not really get to have any impact.
A very difficult game for him. He was like just a guy roaming around and dewarding for the first 20 minutes of the game, trying to figure out what his place was on the map. They did get to unload quite a bit of damage later on when they did connect with some of those good initiations out of Centaur and FNG's glimpses. But when you have this steamroller of a draft, the BetBoom just puts the Lycan forward, sends the Pango and Morphling to your high ground. You just say goodbye to your buildings pretty much.
Yeah, buildings and heroes as well. I mean, anyone who stood a little bit too close, we saw what happened to the supports, the initiations coming in.
Some real nasty stuff. Very, very strong indeed. As I believe we've got Toronto Tokyo potentially joining us for an interview. There's the phone ringing as well. We'll get joined by Toronto Tokyo himself. Congratulations on that game 2 victory and the draw overall against VP. My first question to you is about this Mirana. Kind of a hero that's slipped into first phase of picking and banning. Is the Mirana pick 100% because of Moonlight Shadow?
We just picked Mirana because I want to play Mirana.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite heroes.
Well, that's great to hear. I mean, we've seen him kind of come back, through BetBoom Dacha. FNG was playing it, then you were playing it. It's nice to see Mirana find a place for herself.
Yeah, it's fun hero.
Yeah, I want to ask you something. I mean, well played there in the series. I want to ask you, this game, it seems like you guys have each other figured out so well. Like, you know where they're going. All the time we saw in game 1 in particular, the movement, you guys had a really good read of where the other team was. Like, do you feel like it becomes different when you play against a team that you have such close knowledge of? Or is this just, game read for you?
I don't know. We just reading them up well against any team. I think if team against us is really, really good, it's harder, and if it's and etc. Yeah. So
yeah.
If team is bad, we are reading better. So, but now right now, it's for us. It's kind of easy to play against any teams because we understand them. And it's all about logic in Dota anyway, and if you use your brain in game, it's easier, yeah.
Following the algorithm step by step.
Yeah.
So in Eastern Europe, we've covered you guys for quite some time. We've been watching the growth of BetBoom, Team Spirit, VP. I think I would put you guys, those 3 teams, as the top 3. Do you think that you guys are second best? Do you think VP is third? And do you have a 4th place team that you think is just behind you guys?
I don't know. It was Pandas, third team. It was Pandas last season and VP 4. But right now, I don't really remember the teams from CIS. The rosters are not good for me. Yeah. So
you just care about Team Spirit and BetBoom. Those are the big 2.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro are also good, but yeah, they are good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that was an exciting game. So I want to go back to ask again. In game 1, do you feel like this this build that happened on Mars? Do you feel like it's something that we're gonna see more of now that it's been buffed with the mana cost as well and the brooch? And do you have any idea going back afterwards, something that is good to stop the Mars? What would be a counter to deal with this gameplay?
I think, to be honest, first game was easy for us, but we didn't play good enough and we make some mistakes. That's why this game was harder. And this build on Mars, it's good, yeah. It's good build, but I'm not sure if he can buy these items in normal game. like
Yeah.
let's say.
Yeah, it's high risk.
It's anyway, yeah, it's anyway one of the good builds, but it's not like 100% you will win.
Not guaranteed. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Thanks for joining us. And again, group stage, getting a draw there against VP. Pretty solid result. A good derby between two Eastern European teams. And I enjoy watching you play as always. Bringing back the Mirana, bringing back the Elder Titan, some cool flashbacks for some fun heroes. So thanks for joining us. We're looking forward to watching you in the future. Good luck for your upcoming games.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Toronto Tokyo. That I really just like thinking back and like, yeah, he picked ET Game 1, he picked Mirana Game 2. Really like flashbacks of old school like Team Spirit heroes. Him cool. And taking some pages out of Miposhka and Mira's book in that support role. And just watching Toronto Tokyo in general as a POS 5 flourish. When he first joined this team, there was that big question mark about hero pool. He played Undying in like 9 out of 10 games to start things off.
I think he has really like come into his place on the support though. Like he understands the limitations of the role and what he can do on different heroes by now, because he has built that flexibility. At the start, he isolated his focus to playing like Undying only almost, and that's a smart way to do it. If you're gonna enter a new position in Dota, then spamming a certain hero or a few certain heroes is definitely the easiest way to learn.
Right, like similar heroes, because it was like Undying, and then it was like Undying and Tree, then Undying and Tree and Clockwork, adding these melee heroes little by little. But yeah, his hero pool is very diverse, super deep now, as him and the team have both flourished. And our first series, the third series of day 1 of the group stage here for DreamLeague Season 22, all wrapped up, leading into our final best of 2 of the day. 1 win versus Aurora coming up next, right around the corner. We'll have a quick break first, and we'll see you then. And here we go, last series of the day, a best of 2 between OneWin and Aurora, as we get ourselves ramped up here and hyped up for the group stage of the Dream League Season 22. Got nearly lost track there. We were talking about it earlier. It's like, how many seasons?
2024. 2024. That's a lot of seasons.
I wanted to say 2024. It's like, wait, hang on. 2022? No, that's not quite right. Brain, help. Luckily, Waga is here to correct all my mathematical errors and issues with linguistics.
I'm just laughing at them. Not correcting.
Fixing, correcting, nah, just have a chuckle, mate. Yeah, welcome. And are you as excited as I am? You can hear me stumbling over my words. OneWin against Aurora. I've loved watching Clip Sandwich, now known as OneWin, progress through the qualifiers for Birmingham, get to Dream League, and look as good as they have to get here. How about you?
Yeah, I think this should be, exciting, and also a big showing here to see the first, first sign of how strong they're gonna perform against each other here, OneWin and Aurora. I'm mostly curious to see, how Aurora are gonna be facing up against them here as well, because Aurora, I think they have a lot of individual skill as well. Like this is a team that has such high level. I love watching their +4 in particular. Q is like just crazy good at certain things, and he's such a different player. Like he breaks meta a lot and plays stuff that is not really popular. Like he'll be playing some Yule's Blink Tiny in a meta where nobody has any business playing Tiny. So we'll see what he's going to bring in, I'm expecting him to shine on some melee hero with Blink Dagger, usually what we get to see from him.
Yeah, Tusk, Tiny, Treant, one of the big T's, something along those lines. Yeah, definitely an exciting series, and super hyped to see what they've got in store for us, as we can take a peek into OneWin's roster there. Respect, Sweden Strong, Monkushi, Cloud, and Chira Jr., as we see them in the lobby all tagged up as the freaking Power Rangers or something, eh?
Yep. Yeah, I have no clue which is which. They're in the lobby. They're all very colorful, and they're menacing looking. They got some masks on and ready to do some business here.
Yeah, they're all synchronized. Profile pictures, names, colors, all coordinated. They're ready to strike into the hearts of their opponents. That's for damn sure. But yeah,
this is the kind of ritual, you need to win Dota games. You need to have something, Yatoro shaving his head, you got the profiles here, you got the Matumba shorts back in the past, you gotta have something. Bring you faith.
Oh, the, what was it? The Sylar tissue on the mouse.
Sylar tissue on mouse? Oh yeah, to not have the hand sweat.
Yeah, that's the play. That's his little ritual. Make sure it's all ready. And Sweden Strong, yeah, the player that we want to be looking out for here. The position 4s, you're pointing at Q, and of course the counterpart, Sweden Strong here.
Yeah, they're very different. So Sweden Strong, he plays a lot of different heroes than Q, where Q is more of these melee heroes, jump in, try to be the initiator and plays altogether a pretty different roster. I find that Sweden Strong, I like watching him on those ranged kind of backline support heroes. Does really well on like Rubik and some other stuff.
Like Lion, Rubik, Phoenix almost.
Yeah, exactly. Those sort of, operate from a distance type heroes. So very different players on this position here. And of course, that comes down to the dynamic between the +5 and +4, who's going to do what, basically.
Yeah, who gets to be greedy, who gets that little bit of additional farm to like a Blink Dagger or something. And there we do see Aurora, of course. The point to make is that stand-in, Lorinov taking the place of Armel in that mid lane.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see him play with him here. It's a bit new, but Lorinov is a player that I've run into quite a few times, and I find him to be really, really talented, and seems to be a pretty friendly guy too from my encounters. So I'm rooting for him to do well here, standing in.
Previously, he's been on Gambit, PuckChamp, Level Up, Team Tickles most recently, so hasn't really found a solid home, maybe. It's always these kind of situations, right? You stand in for a team and everyone's eyes on you thinking, hey, that guy looks pretty good. What if we grabbed him for our proper roster? It's always a nice place to shine here at Dream League.
Yeah, it's honestly the best place to try and make a name for yourself, or like to try and get attention, is when you're standing in somewhere. Like the amount of times that someone does that and then either gets permanently on a roster or gets pulled to another roster for having stand-in experience in a different team. It's very common.
And there is Q.
Yeah.
Any interesting stats shooting out at you there?
stat line for support players is kind of hard to, you know, draw too much from, because like GPM and stuff is, you know, rough to take too much away from. But usually I would say the big stat that I have just from games that I've watched on Q is that he usually makes a lot happen with very few CS for being a support. Like sometimes I'll see him, it just feels like he has more items than he should for not having actually taken that much space away. So very efficient about how he utilizes the farm.
Ah, yes, that's CS into impact coefficient, the stat
Yes.
which still needs to be created. We do have a draft ready for us, though, as we head into game 1 here between OneWin and Aurora. See what we're dealing with, because previously the series we just finished off was between two teams, like you were talking to Toronto Tokyo about, very well versed with each other. They know the ins and outs of drafting, hero pool, play style, individual players. Whereas here, we're now on the kind of international stage, right, inter-regional play, where it's Southeast Asia against Eastern Europe, and the kind of fourth place team in Eastern Europe against potential, you know, first or second best team in Southeast Asia. It's going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, this is where, you know, maybe Lorenov can bring some insights. You know, it can be interesting to see. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to approach the draft, because you know, this meta has overall been quite heavily focused on high survivability and also high stun counts. Like last series that we saw was basically that, just super high on disables and a lot of survivability as well. But we'll see what draft they bring here. We have the Enge first ban along with Timbersaw. Lion also getting out of the pool.
And the Naga Siren as well. There's plenty you got to be worried about when you're heading into Chira Jr. and Munkushi. Their hero pools get pretty nasty with these Wind Ranger Invokers for Chira Jr., then this kind of Luna TB, I want to say, for Munkushi. But then you've also got the slippery ones where there's a Munkushi Monkey King that can come in. You know, there's a Night Stalker for the offlane for Klim Sanich that can be off the radar for some of these players and teams.
And some of those can be really, really hard to spend a ban on, because it's like, you know, you don't really want to have to ban like Night Stalker in current meta, but it is something they may have to think about, at least to a degree. And that's what makes Dota so complicated in drafting, is that even though you have a meta and certain things that are strong, you still have people excelling at their own game. And you gotta keep that in mind while drafting against them.
The Magnus is gone, and the Chen allowed through the draft to be first picked by Aurora.
Yeah, we haven't seen him slip through earlier today in the VP Bethboom games. It was first phase banned in both of them. He was not allowed to go through, but they're gonna get their hands on it on Aurora here. A nice hero for tempo in general. Like, Chen just feels like a really, really strong group up and take buildings hero right now.
And it kind of feels nice when you've got a player, you know, like 23, who will, you know, want to go for a Faceless Void or one of these kind of greedier carries, right? And then you've got a Chen to lane with him, keep him safe and bodyguarded. Chen can then rotate out of the lane when Void hits like level 4 or 5, when he's kind of self-sustaining, make plays across the map, go through that twin gate as the Chen, make things happen elsewhere.
Yeah, Chen is just about that early game. He falls off really hard later on. Unless you get some decent item progression some way from like buildings and actually get some tankiness from auras, you usually you exist to win the early game pretty hard. The first 20 minutes, that's when Chen has to do the work. After that, it's, you know, it's your turn, Mr. Carry. Now you gotta pay me back for what I did.
All of my investment. I want some returns on it.
Yeah.
We get to see Mr. Mars get played again. Plenty of heroes to go along with him. You know, that Rubik. Probably the big one everyone's looking at here, as Aurora banned the Mirana. She is becoming very popular.
Yeah, Mirana is finding her way back into the game. Very, you know, fun to see it, like we heard in the interview as well. It's just a fun hero, you know. Toronto Tokyo wanted to pick it because it is a fun hero to play, but I think her place is probably just in the support role very solidly. Core Mirana, I think, will be tougher to see.
Man, I'm going to be going to sleep tonight and just rewinding and revisiting that interview with Toronto Tokyo in my head, because there's that one sentence he said where Dota is just a logic game if you just use your brain. Yeah. I'm like, but I don't want to use my brain.
That's when I quickly go to the uninstall button. I'm like, yep, he's right.
He's right. I just can't do it.
If it's between using my brain or losing, you know, I'll keep losing.
Losing brain cells over here.
I mean, it was very enlightening to hear his, take on the game, especially game one. Like, yeah, we should have won that game. We just played bad, Very, very self-critical, but I think that mindset is healthy in competitive Dota. If you want to improve, you cannot be, brushing over mistakes that you make. It has to be, if I just used my brain, I would have won this. That type of mentality is helpful for winning.
It's like, yeah, the classic kind of, yes, there are external factors. Can you change those? No. So focus on the things you can change.
Yeah, exactly. Nature's Prophet comes in here from one win. But the -3 damage, Nature's Prophet is weaker now.
So I guess +5 Prophet then?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, that is what I would expect. But even on +5, the Sprout's a little bit weaker now, in early levels at least. And with the Linger effect gone, also the -3 damage hurts his harassment quite a bit. Granted, it's not like the hero is unplayable, but I do feel like Nature's might not be, the strongest hero anymore.
Yeah. There's definitely the argument to be made, though, that Chen can struggle to match the movements. If Chen sets up somewhere, goes through a gate, has an army with him, Nature's Prophet says, turn this on its head. I'm going to go to the opposing lane, dogpile on someone up there, have this numbers advantage, which can be difficult to deal with during the laning stage, because you're not moving people around. You don't want to be TP reacting. You don't want to be some React Andy going, haha, look at this. Nature's Prophet is in your lane doing shit.
No React Andys in my Dota game. No, Chen is probably the, one of the worst heroes for TPing in and trying to save someone. He did become a little bit better at it now that he can give a lot of armor immediately, but yeah, he's not going to be able to put up with that very well. So mostly mid lane can be interesting for me if one win decide to pressure the mid lane and get advantage there. Aurora gonna go with the techies here after Chen. So Chen techies and Kunkka getting a nice mix of different things into their draft.
Yeah, so in my head, Chen is like close to guaranteed +5, but there have been some players that move him into +4, right?
I think he should be +5 here. I think Techies deserves to be +4. That hero is very, very good on +4. Does quite well with a little bit of item progression as well compared to the Chen. Whereas Chen, he can just work on like an early mech or something and he'll be fine. Or Pavis if he wants to in this game, since I see Mars TA, now Gyrocopter, there could be a lot of damage to block up.
Get some protection for yourselves. So looking at the way this is going, they've got 3 cores picked up already potentially here with the Mars, TA, and Gyro. Last pick. It could be a support, but they've got like flexibility across the board.
It could be Gyrocopter support as well for one win, but we'll see what they're gonna do. And at the end of the day here, I think the TB coming in here as well might incentivize the Gyro to be support a bit more. I don't really like the Gyro into TB matchup. I feel like it's pretty hard because you do so much physical damage and TB has insane armor.
10 seconds remaining.
And then rounding things out, what are we missing from these teams? Like, it feels like Aurora have very good push, decent catch with Kunkka. Team fight's a little lacking, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for them to have some more team fight. The question is how they want to run the Kunkka. If they're gonna send a Kunkka to be a carry, if they want to send, or to mid, or if they want to send a Kunkka to the offlane to fight the carry. Because that's a big question here. I think they could cheese pick against the TA. There's a lot of different nasty heroes available in the pool still. There's not that great immediate lockdown on one win as well, so I'm looking towards stuff like Huskar could come in for them if they want to set more tempo into this. With the Chen, with the Huskar, you easily take Aegis, push towers, and even meta for really cracking the tier 2 towers fast.
Do you know what kind of hero pool Loronov's got?
I mean, he plays TA as one of them, so it's a hero that's gone. I think Lorinov could easily play Kunkka, but I'm just not sure what they prefer to do here. Overall, he's a fairly aggro player as well on the mid lane. But yeah, I don't remember him. He's not really a spirit nerd. You know, some mid heroes, mid players, they're just like, I play the 3 different spirits. That's what I play. He's not one of those.
Yeah, so looking back, let's look at the last 10 games. He's played Pango 3, Puck once, Tiny once, DP once, Kotl once, and then there's like 3 Embers there. Yeah, looks like a pretty decent spread of mid lane heroes.
He's versatile. He's not really like a super spammer. What I would like to see would be like Queen of Pain from him on the mid lane and send the Kunkka to the off lane here.
One last banner piece. Razor and Puck.
They're banning side laners, so OneWin are expecting it at least to be a mid Kunkka most likely, which is probably the most likely case as well.
I mean, would that Razor have been a lane with the techies then?
Yeah, it would have been a Razor techies lane if they went for it. It's a pretty decent game. You have a nice double range nuke. It's annoying. The ban on Pango though, this is showing like that OneWin might not be entirely sure, because that would also be a bit weird to send a Pango off lane, so it's probably a mid Pango ban and expecting the Kunkka to have the flex. So they're also not really sure what they're facing here, feels like.
Yeah, just covering bases as best as you can. Sunbeat and Jabs looking at this thinking, hey, where's it all heading? The Faithless Void, the hero that gets through to the very end, is taken out.
Yeah, they take out the Faceless Void because it would be insane teamfight control here if you have Chrono, Mars ulti, Gyro ulti, and these kind of things are annoying for TB. So they're just shielding TB, making sure he should be able to get his ulti out. Question is what they want to pick here though. I'm really not sure how Eduardo want to draft this.
It's kind of funny, I was talking about Void and Pango both being the heroes I forget at the end of the draft. They're just like, eh.
Yeah. It's also funny how both teams ended up banning like one mid hero and one side lane hero. Banned Puck and Faceless Void as well, so the drafts are very flexible here.
It's so difficult to get a confirmed read. A little bit of wiggle room, but of course OneWin are going to have that ultimate pick.
That's probably why they don't want to go for... Might not want to go for something like Huskar here. Okay, so they go for the safer... This is the safe Huskar. Huskar, you know, dumpsters TA if it's TA mid, and then you can roll with advantage. But you also risk getting destroyed. So by picking Viper, they say, okay, Viper can lane against most things, you know, he'll be fine.
I mean, is there a way now you want to put like carry TA with that support Gyro and put someone new mid?
Carry TA and mid you throw like either Sniper or Arc Warden. That's what I would say here. That would be some shit.
Hell yeah.
Because both those heroes would do quite well against the Viper. And actually, Aurora's lineup is not very good at jumping. Yes, they have techies. He has literally like a blast off, right? But look at the rest of them. Chen, Kunkka. They're not gonna get... Yeah, Viper. They're not gonna get on top of you very well. So one of these sort of risky ranged heroes like Sniper or Arc Warden, like I suggested, can actually do really well here. And you have Mars to protect you, so... And Mars has 3 abilities to screw over Techie's blast off.
Oh, true, yeah. Last pick, Phantom Lancer.
Okay, so it's... They're solidifying this TA against the Viper then, huh?
Looks like it, yeah. And the good old PL versus TB matchup. This has swung back and forth between who wins and who doesn't so many times. I've lost track. But where are we now? Does PL counter TB?
PL counters TB, yeah. PL happy. In my opinion, definitely. This has been, you know, a little bit back and forth, but overall, I would say the matchup is very, very, very rough for TB. It just feels awful. You can't really get on top of the PL in a great way. Trying to like track him down with your auto attacks. He creates a bunch of illusions with a W, easily gets away from your Q. Yeah, this is a nice last pick, I would say.
Pretty damn good.
The bigger question though is how well is Chair Jr. gonna deal with the Viper lane? Because that's gonna be annoying already. And then if supports make rotations as well, you could have to, you know, find yourself having to come back into the game, and then you rely on like the rest of your team to make space for you, and that's usually not what your mid lane wants to do.
It's like, can we be active with this Prophet? Is the Gyro going to be able to get out of the lane and do stuff with his magic damage? I rate Chen so highly. You know, the past year or so, he has been first phase pick and ban worthy because of that active nature in the first 20 minutes. Like you were saying, he brings to the table. Very annoying playing through twin gates, pushing towers. He just creates pressure wherever he is on the map. And when you do have these kind of greedy, you know, PL, TA, Mars, they're all greedy, item dependent, timing dependent, I think is the key thing here through blink daggers and such, that if you miss out on those timings and give the Chen gives the TB that leeway. The Viper crushes the TA in lane, stuff like that. It all stacks up really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think also the Chen pick into the Gyrocopter, or the Chen against the Gyrocopter is a Gyro pick into Chen, but you know, Chen versus Gyro is pretty favorable because you have a lot of creeps who can tank up the damage from the Rocket Barrage, and you also have AoE heal for everyone. Usually you build a mech as well, so you just have a lot of ways to fix the damage that Gyro does, which can be another nice thing in this game.
This is just silly. AoE armor, AoE heal, AoE everything. Well, Jab's gonna have a quick reconnect, get ourselves in, as we have the 5 men all smoked up either side. Sweden Strong has already TP'd across and placed that high ground observer ward over near the Dire Ancients.
That is one of the nice things about having Nature's Prophet in your team. You can always get the 2 first wards be completely guesswork for the opponent where they are. Like, there's just no way that you're gonna know for sure where they are, since he TP's out in smoke.
Where does the second ward go, do you reckon?
I wonder. I think
the little funny cliff top rune.
Yeah, I think either. I don't think the cliff top runes is since they're radiant. Maybe it's more productive to try and get it like where. I don't know, like try and get it on both the rune spots, perhaps like around. I can't draw. I think above the tier one tower.
I was trying to draw as well. I was doing a bit of navigating. I've got my compass and my set square. I've got my telescope looking at the 3rd star to the left of the North Star, and he's just gone and placed. Oh, it's a sentry ward, that? Wait.
That's not a sentry ward.
That's it's called sentry ward. He's done it to me.
Yeah, he's renamed it. I mean, these are the words that look like sentry wards. So what players do is rename it intentionally, and then it looks like a sentry ward because it's blue. So, yeah. So sometimes people don't kill your ward because they think it's a sentry. Because it's blue and it says sentry ward.
It says sentry ward on it.
And it is blue. It has the uniform, Gareth.
I trust the uniform, the little ID card, the badge of honor. Oh.
They don't trick me, man. I used to work as a bouncer. That's why they don't get past me, dude. I D-word all these little shit words.
So your name is McLovin and you're from Hawaii?
I see here you're 63 years old.
Yeah, not going to happen. Anyway. My train of thought from 5 minutes ago has completely disappeared.
Yeah.
So I'll just look at these runes get grabbed. Aurora trying to gather up the top ones, but a wraparound from 1 win. Gets on top of the TB. Blood grenade, rocket barrage, spear thrown. Good damage here onto 23.
So many blood
nade,
grenades.
and a bit more right-click damage should do the trick. They've got the damage over time as Q throws another little sticky bomb down. Respect. Looks like he knows he's dead, but Sweden Strong has re-arrived for a bonus kill.
Oh my god, they're all fighting.
1. Sweden Strong still fighting 1v1. The tangos, let's see who can regen the best here. But Penitence is up for Ollie, so he should be able to take down this Nature's Prophet eventually. Right-click him into the ground. It is but a flesh wound, says the Chen with a double kill as he heads up the top.
Damn, Flesh is almost level 2, dude. He's got a lot of experience from this. He's got 170 exp. So, yeah, it will be very early levels. That's actually quite useful for him to try and get towards having those creeps.
Oh, he's going to be level 2 very quick. Oh, where do we go now? I mean, 2 for 2. Creeps have barely spawned and got to the lanes. We look into mid.
Yeah, mid is going to be interesting to see how much TA can get before this lane becomes complete despair. This is a very hard matchup for TA playing as Viper. It's not easy to do, but so far the lane is pushing in. He can see us a bit, and it's only at level 3 Viper really becomes disgusting.
Those denies on the tower, though. He gets the range creep, a couple of melees. Are not doing very well.
Yeah, those were clutch.
Top lane, Cloud and Sweden Strong. And they already got that kill on the TB. I'd love to get some more. Chen has cracked level 2 and will start opening up his camps as well. With Chira Jr. in that mid lane. He's alive, right? He's gonna stay.
He's fine. He's got a fair fire too. He's fine, but taking a lot of damage.
Viper now kind of out of resources though. Needs to bring that bottle out sharpish.
Yeah, Viper actually making a bit of mistakes here. Lorenov not having the CS quite to get the bottle here. So went for a pretty expensive starting build too. TA is gonna be happy once the bottle arrives here, so mid lane is going fine for him.
And not too bad early on. Water rune's going to get gathered up as well. And down in bottom lane, the final one that we've not really looked too much at, PL Gyro lane. This is like a nightmare pub laning matchup, but in Pro Dota, Gyro +5 has looked reasonably strong.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro does a lot of damage now. The Q was buffed so much. It's really the reason that he's back to being played again as support. So he's doing the best he can here to try and trade, but Techies does a lot of damage and has longer range as well, so very difficult for him to play on this lane.
The 7 armor on Gyro definitely helping out in these kind of scenarios. Makes him reasonably tanky at the very least. And Phantom Lance, a hero that we don't see an awful lot of. Very often is in that last pick slot as kind of a soft cheese, a bit of brie comes out into play at the end of the draft. You know, Yasuo's played it a little bit. Monkushi's showing it off. We had the 15-year-old kid who's like 20,000 MMR. Butterfly. Satanic, that's his name.
Yeah.
He showed us the Bloodthorn build on his PL, and it just disgusted me. I have no words for it.
It was minorly nerfed, but it was only by, 10 damage on the active. It's still 50 damage per hit, per illusion. And then you have the 60% damage afterwards. So yeah, the Bloodthorn is still super useful in anything that has a lot of attacks. Yeah, I haven't seen too much PL recently either. Curious to see how it's going to work out here. Obviously picked into a pretty nice matchup though.
Oh yeah, it was the level 25 talent as well on the PL.
Oh yeah, with the crits.
The crits get real nasty. You're critting off all that damage.
It's funny how 24% chance to do twice damage is still not taken most of the time. It's usually the double CD, because that's even stronger quite often. Just speaks for how good this hero's talents are.
They're pretty damn good. Just need to get to level 30, and that's where you're a real beast.
Nature's Prophet coming in to make the difference here on mid lane.
Yeah, it's been too calm for the past couple of minutes. We got 4 kills, and now we'll get our 5th coming into mid to help out that TA. Shiro Jr.
Oh my god.
Helped out as respect dies to Q down south.
This is absurdly important actually, because now not only does he get the bottom rune and survives, he gets earned up by the Nature's Prophet as well, but he gets the top water rune as well. So TA is back to full resources and has made good progress towards level 6, where she can actually start being competitive for this lane again. So this rotation was really huge.
Yeah, looking at this Viper saying, hey, 13 denies for what? I'm still looking pretty hot in this lane. What,
dying
19?
a single time is just, you can't afford it as a Viper, so this Nature's Prophet making the difference.
She's 400 net worth ahead of the Viper now. I know it's only 5 minutes in, but that seems pretty significant.
Yeah, it's really good, and it was looking pretty bad, but then Viper got overconfident. The presence of the Nature's Prophet, you have to always think about it.
Ollie! The twin gate rotation, Q will finally die. But that great 2-man blast off got them the kill on the PL. Zones out respects Gyrocopter. Jabs and Ollie stay alive to continue playing the lane as well with a catapult wave here. They could do some serious damage.
That's some good stuff, getting the PL kill already. And meanwhile top, we have TB being quite happy farming. Like, the Mars doesn't really do any damage with God's Rebuke against TB, so he's not too pressured.
Stick it out there with his gauntlets and his braces.
6-minute rune spawning. Both supports fighting for it. Even Jaro coming over.
I respect the Sweden strong. Really want to guard the bottom one, but it's top for Chira.
Dire are scanning.
One win.
The bottle refill.
Another one up in that mid lane. It does leave the PL a little exposed bottom, but it looks like Ollie's Chen wandering back up top to guard up 23. Lauren off sticking it out in this mid lane with Q's techies.
This is very scary for Viper as well, because you're supposed to be winning laning stage really hard, and then later on in the game you're going to be playing against a lot of physical damage, and Peel is very good against Viper too. So bottom lane, good damage to jabs. He's a tanky Kunkka though.
HTP's back to his tier 1. Knows the wave is coming. Meanwhile, Sweden strong. He's gone up top with Cloud there, so it looks like a sprout into spear. Enough to take down the Terrorblade.
Yeah, nice combo they have as well. And TB got stunned, got surprised. He had Magic Wand, he had Healing Lotus, and he even had his Power Treads on Agi, but didn't have time to react. So just got himself a little bit too low HP and got bursted.
And now he's bought some raindrops. Like that's going to be the difference maker. Next time I get surprised, I will absolutely get some utilization out of my heals. And Gyro running back away from Q.
It's funny how it's the TA who's contesting the Viper who's jungling right now. Actually, she missed the D ward on mid because she attacked her own ward. She misclicked it before. She does get the kill on the Viper sentry though.
Keeps the traps alive for now. Yeah, annoying for Lauren off at this stage. Mars are in the top though. Cloud looking at this Terrorblade again. Respect joining in and they've killed him off. 23, not level 6 yet. No Thunder to turn around and just gets collapsed on by one win.
Twice in a row he just dies too fast. I don't think he's respecting the damage enough coming in from the Nature's Prophet, the Urn, the Sprout, the total damage is a little bit too high.
I still had 11 one charges. It looks like he did use a Healing Lotus, but not enough to keep him topped up. Lauren pretty happy there to get into the jungle away from the TA's grasp at long last. As Chira Jr. dips into her jungle.
So he's running bottom now, TB. He's like, I'm over it. I'm not gonna go top again. This lane sucks. Mars, you can be there, do whatever you want. So he's heading down bottom, gonna try and crack this tower together with the power of his Chen.
Kunkka just stepping forward, clearing out wave. He's level 6, so they've got that boat to play with.
Tower's quickly going down, PL just going through the gate, going to top instead, so gonna take over Mars farm instead. Or just farm jungle up here, we'll see.
There's just more room up there for his little activities.
There's some juicy stacks going on for them in Dire here. Viper might need it as well. He's maxing out Nether Toxin, not even maxing out the poison attack fully. So he's planning to recover.
Stack and farm. Build it up. So what are the items for this Viper fella now?
I mean, a lot of people were buying the Mage Slayer. I think overall the Dragonlance is like a must-have item. Hurricane Pike looks still good here. And other than that, there are a few different builds that people do. I like the Aghanims build a lot because of the disarm, and you know, I feel like it's pretty strong. But you could also just go down the route of like tanking up with Veil, going into the Shiva's builds. So we'll see what he's gonna do here. But either way, I think he has to tank up a little bit because playing against the lineup of Radiant, he needs physical armor. Viper has great magic resistance built in, but he does not have the armor.
I was kind of wondering who's going to be dealing with the PL. Like, is this a Kunkka Radiance game or a Viper Mjolnir? Or like, TB is never going to itemize against the Phantom Lancer, right?
It's a good question, Gareth. Who is going to be dealing with the PL? I'm wondering the same thing as well. I think the Aghanim's Kunkka and Shard Kunkka will be at least obnoxious for him, but you're probably going to have to look at some executions, you know, like try and get some X-Smart catch and then blast off combo, maybe right-click him during that. It's looking like a very good PL game.
I mean, don't you just go Shadowblade, Dagon, and Terrorblade?
Yes, the obvious solution. I think you mixed it up with a POS4 TB who can do this. That would be... I told you we should have had a POS4 TB today, but here we are having these carries.
Yeah, 23. What are you doing on this hero? Give it to Q. But it's another T hero. Tusk, Tiny, Techies, Terrorblade. It fits.
That's good. Can keep your entire hero pool just collected. They should do a research. You know, which Dota player has the tightest cluster of hero pool? You know.
I don't know. Definitely not Kuroki. Kuroki's got the widest.
It was a trick question. The answer is me. I only have TA. That's the tightest cluster you can have.
Come on.
Sample size 1.
You play at least one other hero, right?
I can play Queen, but she's far away, so I'm horrible on this.
QRST. That's not too far away.
Too far. Not gonna compete with Q.
Okay. Sweden strong.
Being sneaky.
Very sneaky. He doesn't place an observer ward though, does he?
He put a sentry, that's all.
Sentry to block, yeah.
Yeah, block the camp, don't let them farm, and meanwhile you have your TA clearing up your own ancients, so trying to get farm advantage by just, you know, starving them a little bit.
Gentleman's agreement just to sit back and be content with farming for the last couple of minutes. But it does look like Aurora starting to amass their army in the mid lane, but yet again it's Chira Jr. getting the RNG, haste rune bottled up and a bounty to grab.
There's a skill issue right there for Viper, not getting the runes. And TA very happy getting the runes when you're in an unfortunate matchup like this. He's doing really great now. 5.7k net worth on TA, 700 ahead of the Viper.
Oh yeah, he's got to feel real good. Lane countering me, I think not. And 23 getting some free reign to get into that jungle up top as well. He's been playing under a Radiant Observer ward for the past like 3 minutes. They know where he is.
Blink on Mars. He can come mid now and try and do something, because this move is coming in. So yeah, there it is.
Call down. Jab's gonna try and chuck a torrent at someone. And where's the Mars? Smoked up with Blink ready, looking for the jump. Viper and Kunkka both caught inside. Really nicely done. They do have the boat and potential turnaround play here around Jabs. Kunkka standing inside the Sprout, getting back onto Cloud's Mars. They've got damage onto Sweden Strong. Oh, the miss. Techies will secure that kill in the end. 1 for 1, but the Phantom Lancers added a bonus. A little juicy kill there on the Chen to now start diving in towards the 23 team. This Phantom Lancer is incredibly difficult to contend with, but they've got the Sunder out from 23 to keep himself alive.
That was dangerous there for a little bit. Actually, a spear might have helped him, even pushing him away. Otherwise, another lance would have been a bit scary for a TB. Nice play though by Q on his techies in that fight. That looked like it was going to be absolutely horrendous, but he did do tremendous damage by jumping in and disarming people and plopping down the mines. Still though, nice blink reveal for Cloud on his Mars.
Yeah, another move to shut down this Viper as well. Lorinov not really having a game. 0, 2, and 1. His goals start to become a little further away, a little bit more difficult and out of reach. Right, I think he's strong up to. He's grabbed a Wisdom Rune and he's not TPing out of there.
You grab one and you become a Wisdom Rune. That's usually how it goes. So, I mean, that's almost 500 gold going the way of Aurora there. They're going to be happy, even though they lost the Wisdom Rune. I think, yeah, Lorinov probably cursing Nature's Prophet existence right now, because, you know, otherwise he would have been happy and winning his lane, but these minor offsets from early rotations, like the minute 2 TP from the Nature's Prophet, just ruins your lane.
Yeah, it's really hurt him. Well, again, the pings raining out of the Radiant team onto this Terrorblade. Still playing under and near this very deep Radiant Observer ward. Sweden Strong will move into position. Sprout into Arena. Holding Spear. Trying to kill him off here with Respect arriving. They should have more than enough damage. Yeah, 30-second CD on the Sunder.
Yeah, it's still a very long cooldown, level 120 seconds. Scales down to be very low, of course, but yeah. Good recognition that he did use Sunder in the previous fight, so they could go for this kill. Even though they didn't perfectly chain stun, doesn't matter, he's still dead. The one thing that we have going sort of for Aurora here is that the Kunkka is having a very good game. He's got that Blade Mill and almost full Aghanims as well. Well, I say almost full. He's like 1300 gold away, so he needs to work a bit harder. Needs even more.
Yeah, but he's getting there.
Yeah,
I mean, Chen's also starting to ramp up as well. Vlad's is done. Looks like he's got Pipe queued up next.
Always value to have a Vlad's in your team when you're running TB. You get so much base damage.
That's pretty incredible. Backing up Lorinov. Sat behind the Viper. Maybe expecting one win to make the move. No one comes though, and a 16-minute rune being guarded by a flurry of rockets and missiles onto Lorinov's head. Mild Strike and blink away, just toying with the Viper at this point.
He got past the armor from Chen. The 12 armor for my level 1 ability keeps him very safe against TA. It's still crazy to me how this ability... I mean, it did get a 75 mana cost in the C patch that we just had, but it's still wild to me how this ability is supposed to be a thing. 24 armor.
Yeah, yeah, it's wild. 20% heal amplification as well.
Yeah, it's It's very effective. Very effective. I mean, previously you had the very, very, very awful Chen E. You know, the +1 HP regen, +1. What was it? 1 HP regen, 1 armor.
Something like just the flat bullshit.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it.
It was the most boring ability ever. At least this one is, you know, you gotta time it and use it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, at least the prior one had percentage-based heal amp on it before they made it a flat number. At least it was fun in some situations where it was like, I have an IO and a Chen, and we're gonna, you know, meme the HP regeneration.
It's like they made the old Warcraft 3 devotion aura even more, you know, simple. It's just, no, just HP. Here you go.
Just HP. This game's kind of interesting, though. We're getting these, like, flurries of, here's some hardcore aggression. Both teams ready to clash, reading the map, thinking, hey, we can get the better outcome from this. Then calm farming time where we're clearing stacks, getting some deep vision down, looking at the opponents and figuring out what to do next.
This is big. They're looking for the Kunkka. They have the blink. They're gonna get him. No way he doesn't die.
Completely caught. Gets his blade mail off, so returns a bit of damage there. But dead nonetheless.
Yeah, so that was a super important kill because he was only 400 gold away from getting his Aghanim Scepter. And now he died, so gotta farm a little bit more.
A breath of relief from Munkushi. Phantom Lancer now no longer has that difficult hero to contend with. As Sweet and Strong, they've killed off the Terrorblade. They've got in deep there with a couple of supports. The Mars trying to TP out, but the blast off and a bit of damage arrives in time. Munkushi, Phantom Lancer running it back as Respect turns to fight, realizing he's dead to rights no matter what happens. That homing missile with the shard doing a tremendous amount of damage.
Don't do it, Peel.
Techies. Mines placed, Munkushi back in onto Ollie and Lurinov now, though. Doppelganger away to the right and kill the Viper on the left with a double kill. Techies survives it, but they're killing the TB to start that off. I guess the kill on the Kunkka started off, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is just snowballing effect. I love the aggressive TP. We saw Nature's Prophet, right? He TP'd in. And Sweet and Strong, that may look like a mistake. He TP'd in, just died, right? But he went there because he knew no Kunkka means we can easily run them over in a fight. And that was completely correct. They go on the TV, burst him before techies can even come in and save him. And then the fight is really hard from here because the only damage source is like either Mines or Viper. Chen doesn't do any damage, so he can't kill anyone. Kunkka isn't there, TB isn't there. So the fight was very one-sided from that point.
Yeah, great job by OneWin, just dragging it out as long as they possibly can. And again, it's PL. He's got to know when the Kunkka's down, there's nothing that really can contend with me in any meaningful way.
Yeah, PL is getting huge too. His Aghanims and Diffu, and TA is also keeping pace with him. So this game is quickly turning quite dire for
dire
friends over here. Yeah,
on the dire. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, Aurora. I'm not used to saying their team name. It's like Aurora.
Yeah. Kunkka has Ags. Oh yeah, while we were watching the replay, Nature's Prophet did TP in and just kill the techies. Kunkka with his Ags going to play down bottom. Torrent not going to land on anybody. Was maybe expecting a jump onto himself, so protected himself with that precast Torrent. And OneWin evacuating through the Twin Gate, through that bottom jungle.
Yeah, evacuating, getting out of there, but Kunkka is getting in there, so staying in the bottom part of the map. Looks like Aurora might just take themselves a quick Roche here. And they're even smoking in towards it, and there's no TA trap there to give vision as well. But they're slowing down a bit, they're not going straight for it.
Kunkka, yeah, he X-marked himself. TP mid to clear the wave. Come down bottom to start off Roshan.
Yeah, took a little while just to fix the lane first, but looks like a pretty good idea to go for the Roche here. I don't think that OneWin are going to be there in time, even if they all rush there right now. They're just too far away.
Just going to have to let them have it.
They're going to smoke up on Jara and Mars, so they're looking for something, but it is going to be too late to contest the Roche at least.
And a bit of comfort here for 23. Oh, it's ages for the Viper. I thought 23 with his 5 deaths already. He's being left and right.
I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, that they don't give that to TV. Viper, he might have to use this Aegis as well. We'll see.
Yeah, he might have to. I mean, Jabs is the first point of contact, straight into this arena spear. Cloud doesn't really have the backup here, though. Munkushi's a little late to the party. Doppelganger away for now, giving these illusions a good old chase onto Loronoff's Viper. Meanwhile, back towards the pit, the techies focused down, killed off by Chiro Jr. as respect falls to the Viper. No chase going to come out of OneWin. Looks like they're just going to allow Aurora to back up.
I just 1-for-1, but I guess meanwhile the PL is just gonna go over and farm top, and looks like they go for an early torment to take here on Aurora. So gonna get this shard for free on the way back. A lot of them had to back up anyway, so see what they get. Who gets this one? Just gonna go to techies. That's a really nice shard to get for free. In general, just being able to protect your TV more is important here, right? Or even Viper. Yeah. And the Taser does a lot of damage with it as well, if you continuously attack.
And how does it work against these PL illusions and stuff?
I mean, they get disarmed immediately when they attack, so it does a lot of damage to them.
He's going to blast off back into this Nature's Prophet, maybe get a kill before he dies. Q! Dead in the Sprout, sadly for him. And Loronoff jabs. I should be able to catch up here to the Nature's Prophet. Good bit of vision.
The funniest thing is seeing like a Slark attack into a reactive Taser and disperse himself, or like Q himself, because then he can keep attacking and he just takes 300 damage per hit. If he if he doesn't realize what's happening, he's been hurt a lot. Also, I think Windrunner, if she ultis with BKB on, takes 300 damage, you know, minus the magic resistance per hit. So,
no way.
Yeah, I think that hurts a lot, if I remember correctly.
That's some funny interactions. This is going to feel pretty bad, though, for Aurora. Getting Roshan, getting Aegis, then what, 3 minutes of Aegis being wasted? You're still stuck on your side of the map? You kill a support Nature's Prophet, but then nothing happens.
They're not really getting the tempo that you want out of a Chen lineup, and a lot of it comes down to how mid lane went, I want to say. Like, Viper was supposed to get really strong and like crush and shut down the TA, but TA had good net worth minute 10, so they haven't been able to just go from lane to lane. And the teamfight spells are really good on the side of OneWin. They have the Mars Gyro combo. They just drop down the big teamfight spells. They do really well. But look at them. Aurora always making these moves, but they feel a bit slow and hesitant, which is all time that OneWin are farming. Like right now, this smoke move is taking them a long time, and OneWin are just all over the map doing things, being productive.
And scaling with his PL. Like PL, just every second that ticks on by, every minute that goes on, he's like closer to Manta Star, closer to Bloodborne, closer to level 25. Yeah, that's where things are just like completely out of the hands of Aurora. So I'll get a grab on the Gyrocopter in that bottom jungle, but it's a kill for a kill's sake. At the very least, they do scout Sweden strong up top. The mines give a pre-warning system to the vision and observers placed by the Prophet. He will get blasted upon and should pay for his crimes.
Yeah, very quick and easy kill. Kunkka coming in, even using the Aghanim Scepter here. But actually, the Sweden Strong is living up to his name, not going down in the first place.
Curse of the Old Growth, giving some damage from the trees.
Yeah, he was healing. Vampire Fangs was doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
That shard is very, very good. I see some people skip the shard on Nature's Prophet, and I'm just like, what are you doing? It does so much damage. Also revealing people in Fog of War. It's very, very good.
It just comes out of nowhere, just unexpected damage.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, it feels, I can't help but shake the feeling that OneWin are just farming the entire map, like, quite freely. They lost Nature's Prophet, but no one ever cared about a Nature's Prophet dying. So, meanwhile, TA is farming, PL is farming, Marsh is doing whatever he wants, and you see his item? You see what he's queuing up? Are you in for another ride, my friend?
What's he queuing up? What's he got?
He's got the Brooch queued up right now, my friend. It's the same build that we saw earlier by Noticed. Blink into BKB, and then Brooch as the third item. And after that, it's one item 3 times.
Oh, baby. One item 3 times. A lot of rapiers, yeah. Yeah, so I was just looking back at the, like the graph gives you that timeline of kills on the bottom, right? So Aurora, from your point, you know, Aurora have killed Nature's Prophet, they've killed Nature's Prophet, they've killed Gyro, they've killed Gyro. The last time they killed the core was like 6, 7, 8 minutes ago, which was the Mars.
I mean, that tracks. They only have 2 core deaths on the side of OneWin this game, so they're, you know, in 26 minutes, they can't be dying that frequently, and that's really the problem. They've been doing a great job utilizing their supports to tank the dangerous areas, but also, like, staying really effective. OneWin are playing in a very good way right now, I want to say. There's a big timing though, 23. He has his butterfly complete on TB. So he is really huge right now. And this butterfly is going to keep him alive against PL and TA really well. For now. Until they eventually get True Strike. But I think they have to play around the timing.
And Viper nearly has me on there as well. So at least something to try and contend with PL and his Illusion army. Twin gate time. Monkushi leading. Q is up here alongside Jabs. Radiant Vision is much deeper. And they will still move into this jungle with Cloud and catching 3 in the arena. That TA trap set it all up perfectly. Nice arena with the BKB out of the Mars and the cooldown landing on their heads. They're poking and prodding, not giving up any position here as the TB swung in from the northern side. Q, that's a lot of damage on the Sweden Strong from the techies, so the Prophet will trade himself out, but Lorinov is trapped inside the Sprout, speared up and cleared out nearly with that meld, and BL Illusions doing the job in the end. Aurora, tail between legs, trying to run back to their base. Ollie gonna get cleared out nearly by the Monkushi Phantom Lancer. Does TP home successfully.
And this 23, I was looking at the perspective of the TB in this fight. He basically was just a tourist in this fight. He was walking around trying to maybe go in and fight, and he's like, oh no, my friends are already dead, so I'll just keep walking. And you see this beautiful arena starting a fight, so it's pretty hard to take a fight from there. But look at TB at the top of the fight. He's like, oh, maybe I go in here. And quite quickly he realizes, I can't stay here. Starts walking around. And as he walks around, you know, you're TB, you're not very fast. You get trapped up by TA. He keeps walking. All he does is walk this entire time. Doesn't get to hit anything. It feels really sad. It's not really his fault. You know, his team did get 3 mana arenas, but his perspective was very, very sad to witness.
Yeah, it was like TA shard, trap, silence, into 3-man arena when you're all slowed, getting clapped. But honestly, the discipline from OneWin there. So often we talk about discipline as not pushing high ground, right? They're going to fall back and keep on farming, but here the discipline was staying high ground and not chasing kills. That was a 3-man arena, 3 heroes stuck inside, and you can see on that replay, the PL and the TA, they kind of held position, waiting to see, you know, where's the TB? Where's the techies? Where are these additional heroes going to come from? And they tightened up so much, the Terrorblade, you said it, he's a tourist, he comes in, he sees 5 heroes standing next to each other, and he's like, fuck that. I don't want to go and fight this.
That's exactly what happened, because if they started diving too deep, then what would happen is that some hero is not as fast as the others, and TB would start attacking into them, and, you know, maybe
one, then another.
Yeah, exactly. Things go south from there. Sweden Strong TPs in, drops a ward on the spot for the Wisdom Rune. Wisdom Rune already taken, though.
23 denying a shield rune on the other side of the map. So how far is Cloud now from item numero uno? Couple of hundred?
He's very close. He almost has the entire item, just 200 more, so farm is... oh, there's no big camp yet, but the spawns now. After this, he should basically have it.
What was the old Revenant's Brooch build? How did you use to, like, how, the item was like never bought by anyone?
It was, I mean, nobody basically built it. It was 5 hits only, and, you know, it was awful. You sometimes saw people build it desperate to try and deal with a overfarmed Morphling, like we saw it on RTCTA sometimes, or, you know, something like that, but it was just shit. Like, it felt awful.
What were the items you used to build it? I can't even remember.
It was still the... Was it just a recipe? I can't remember. It was still the Sacred Relic.
It had a Witchblade in it at some point, didn't it?
No, I don't think... No, I don't think it was the Witchblade on it. I can't remember. I don't think there was Witchblade upgradable.
Yeah, Witchblade Mystic Staff recipe.
Oh, it was, yeah. I built it so little, I honestly don't even remember. I built that item like 3 times, realized it was complete garbage.
Just never buy it. Yeah, I had to go Dota 2 wiki and look at the change logs. It's like...
Yeah. Yeah, well, I forgot that it was built out of Witchblade. Ever since Parasma came around, you know.
Oh, yeah.
No one cares about any other upgrade.
That's the real one. Aurora, high ground vision on the twin gate. Chen, Dark Troll waiting and trying to scout out where one win are coming from. Roshan half HP. We're getting close to it. Let's add a big old roar, which everyone can hear. And PL's going to start sending in illusions.
Oh, this is awkward, man.
And scouting. Roshan not dropping fast enough, and 23 trapped inside the pit. Cloud tagged. The Mars Arena blocking out the TB, catching out Jazz. BKB's up. Cloud running back, but the TB in trouble. Trapped between a rock and a Coliseum. Can he sunder? Can he turn? Heals up on a volley. Chiro Jr. down as the Viper takes out the TA and jabs. He gets a double kill out of this. Cloud and Chiro down. Aurora still in the Roche pit. Sweden Strong fall into this Viper. Learn off. He's opened up on them.
Oh my god, dude. That fight, we're gonna see a replay of it, but the MVP is no longer alive. It's one little mine right there. We see it right now after it triggered. Not the one they threw on the Mars, but there was one Mars detonated, and then he couldn't blink, and it was the most awkward situation. He lost like 80% of his HP before he did anything on Mars, because he didn't realize that mine was there. He didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, then he gets hit by TB, can't blink, can't do anything.
That was good heads-up play by Techies to actually have covered that. I think Q has been really on point this game. Both his jumps have been really good, but also the preparation there.
Ah, good stuff. He's getting pretty farmed as well. Solar Crest, Greaves, and finally some real signs of life out of Aurora. It's felt like it's been a one-way street for one win, just building up this TA and Phantom Lancer, but finally a fight where the Dire can get off the ground.
I see why they're called Aurora. I see Greaves, I see Crimson Guard, Vladimir's, yeah. Aura. Aura. They're here. They're gonna tank up, boy. Okay, they're going for the Tormentor. Again.
Boy.
Okay. Get another free shard.
Aurora, boy, Realis.
Yes.
Easy Tormentor.
Crimson Guard, OP against Tormentor. Take no damage.
Oh yeah, Chen's got it.
Yeah, it's a free shard for the Kunkka there. And that means he can keep building towards the Hex that he has queued up right now. They need that lockdown against the PL or he's never gonna die. I'm a little bit surprised to see PL go for the Heart instead of going into like Disperser or Bloodthorn Rush. He's queuing up the Bloodthorn now, but he's delaying his damage a little bit.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those awkward situations where you look at that fight and think, hey, if I had this Heart and we could poke that a little bit longer, slow things down, maybe the fight looks a little nicer for us. So I'll swing up top for a quick freebie on the Techies, it looks like. Does get off his Greaves and his Solar Crest, but to no avail.
Yeah, still going down very fast. He did buy a Glimmer Cape after the Solar and the Greaves, so going full survivability here. This should be a top tower for them, though, on the side of one win.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It should be.
Power should also give Deso charges.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Buff Deso even more.
Says the TA player.
Yeah, dude, exactly. I mean, people aren't even buying Deso on TA in most games now. It's the Mjolnir.
Yeah,
Deso is sad.
Just need to add to the limit, you know, stop it from being 20, make it like 50 or something.
Oh, remove
50
the limit,
stack.
yeah.
Sorry, remove the limit from Deso, yeah.
Yeah, very good. Then play against Meeple and hit all of them once.
Oh.
Radiant's bottom
Big stacks.
Mars, I'm not happy with what I see here, Cloud. Did you not watch Noticed?
I was waiting for you to notice what was going on there. Oh, Chiro Jr. BKB to run away? That should be good.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, going for the AC, not going for the meme build. The Brooch, still value as it is, but he's not committing for the full Rapier build.
A bit upsetting, honestly.
I mean, I think you can only get it once per day, perhaps. It's limited, you know. We can't have it all the time.
So a 24-hour cooldown.
Yeah, he changed his mind as well. He had AC queued up, but now he put Shivas instead. Which, yeah, I can probably agree with. Some minus attack speed for the TB. Also get the anti-healing effect, which might become useful here against the Vlads, the Greaves, the Chen.
That could be pretty useful. Well, Ollie We're sat behind Jabs for now. The rest of Aurora starting to make their way up top. They're looking to connect onto that Kunkka, get a tier 1. And gives them much easier access into that left-hand Wisdom Rune and Tormentor spot.
TB pretending to be an illusion. I like it. They immediately ping him though, so...
Just a move onto the tower.
Yeah, something sus when the illusion does like 90 damage a hit to a tower.
Pretty wild. So this is where you want to be as Aurora. Radiant Triangle. Look at the outpost, get some high ground vision down. Classic spot to play from.
Yeah, they're in a good spot to keep being oppressive here as well, having taken away the enemy tier 2 top tower.
With 2 catapults here, you could even think about having a go at high ground, at least chip onto
so.
tier 3.
Yeah, crack it. TP meta is ready as well.
Cool down, proving to be of little annoyance to Aurora. Even with a glyph up, they're just standing and wailing into tier 3.
They have to do something. Can't just ignore him, but the butterfly is deterring them from wanting to fight, I guess. The TA is farming for the NKB.
And Kill Illusions, you can see them there being irritating, but they are getting cleared out one by one by this Terrorblade and Viper.
Yeah.
Look at that, range racks falling quickly as well, just through the illusions.
I mean, that's all they need. If they get range racks and then back, that's gonna be fine for them. Now meta is about to time out soon, so I don't think they should stay. Can't really get too much more.
And no reason to stick around. A good move by Aurora. Using that Aegis, using Metamorphosis. I want to say equally good move by OneWin, just kind of ignoring and not defending, not fighting. So they push mid, push bot. They get some good momentum on some of these other lanes that they can now, smoke into, right? You've created this pocket, a bit of vacuum. You want to go and fill it up.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, they have even more auras now. They took over the ancient black dragon. The dragon hide aura. I love the icon for the dragon hide aura. It looks almost as derpy as the ancient black dragon himself.
Where am I looking? Where's the dragon?
Yeah, it's on the west by the ancients basically.
Ah, I see.
Also, maybe don't look there. There's a smoke gang coming in by Mars. Yeah, just look over into Roche Pit right now.
Look at the bottom corner. 23. He's the one to show. Anton Lance is right on his head. Wraparound is still coming in from the northern side, though. Watch Chira Jr. respecting Cloud. The spear misses. Scythe of Vice. They hex up the Mars. They X him and try and drag him back. It looks like Aurora are going to reset and hold their high ground here near their Ancients. Good attempt by OneWin, but very, very slippery movement out by Aurora.
Yeah, that was good by them. Good reaction there to the Mars jump as well. Mars messed up a little bit. Cloud not too sure on the spear there. Missing a bit.
And some pings onto that top tier 3.
Counter smoke coming in. Even more auras. The dragon or the ancient granite golem now. This man.
Ooh. Cloud, Rebuke and Blink. Does have a reflection illusion chasing him. Call down the covering artillery fire laid down to keep Aurora back. Don't let the men from the trenches run out across the open battlefield. OneWin gonna have to come back and maintain some lanes though. Clear out bottom. And very handy, of course, having a Nature's Prophet who can do this very easily.
He can do it easily, but meanwhile there was a battle between him and the Black Dragon on the top lane, so he didn't really push that far on that lane, because Chen having the Ancients as well. Able to push out lanes a bit. Roche can spawn in 15 seconds right now. Mid tower is gonna fall, and then I think we'll see the side of Aurora just try and control the Roche spawn.
There really is this tug of war in lane pushing. We can see still OneWin pushing mid, pushing top, thinking about top tier 3. They have to come back and defend though, because Aurora on your doorstep, whacking some buildings pretty hard. Jab is gonna X-mark himself back. Cloud holds that front line with the bulwark. And both teams, again, just reconsidering their options. No commitment.
Yeah, pretty chill push there, not using Metamorphosis, just Illusions doing a lot of damage. Tower is already low enough that they can happily back out here and just sit on the Roche high ground. We do see Nature's Prophet try and prepare with some vision there.
Must be such a fun game Sweden Strong is having. I'm just going to TP here, place a ward, get some treants, push out lanes, just rinse and repeat. He's not interacting with like enemy heroes. He's in a PvE haven.
I just figured out how you can see difference on these Sentry and Observer Ward, Gareth.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the Observer Ward has 100 to 100 damage.
Oh, wait, really? And the other has 1?
The other has no damage. There's no damage stat. I mean, there's also the little status buff that says that it's a Sentry Ward, but you know, the damage is a funnier way to look at it.
Oh wait, it's not the damage. Wait, the damage is 1, but at the bottom you're right. There's 100 to 100.
Oh, it's the bounty, I guess.
Bounty, yeah.
I thought it was damage. Yeah, you're right.
Oh. Roshan, very low. Chira Jr. and Makushi trying to make an entrance here. 23 Savage Stance up with a TA, traps, jabs, Ollie, and Q in a good position. A bit of deja vu here for 1 win as they do get in with an arena. Cloud moving towards that Roche pit, but 23 and Lorenoff already killing and grabbing the Aegis. They move on to this Jarakovta, respect falling low. 23 struggling to stick on a target until Cloud offers himself to the gods and dies quickly. 2 down, buyback out of Gyro. Makushi still in the fight, trying to 1v5. Chira Jr. on the outskirts, but a refresher BKB. The push back and 23 still alive.
Oh, the Sunder.
Gets the Sunder off in time. Stays up and running.
Still hitting.
Chira Jr. still hitting, but can't kill anybody. The Kunkka backs up. Lorenoff has this Aegis so can give chase. And 1 win. They try their damnedest, but Aurora just had so many backup plans.
Yeah, a lot of survivability. Now Peel going in, looking for someone. They're still not out from here. TPing now. Whoa. That was in time, but felt a bit risky still being down there.
Look at top.
Oh my god, the rats. The rats and ancient granite golem.
Double catapult, big golem coming. Racks are down.
And by the way, they did put banner in the way that I said. So actually, Oli, he has the same idea on the banner, putting it exactly behind the tier 3 tower, between the racks there, on the mid lane.
Ah, the efficiency.
So this is now a pro player certified strat. I haven't actually watched too many pro games to see if people are doing it the same way, but you know, looking at this makes me happy. He has the same idea.
Yeah, I know through the Bedroom Datcher tournament, there's a lot of talk that I think Sunsfan and Lacoste in particular had some question marks around the banner usage.
I mean, some definitely just waste it or put it in really weird ways that, you know, does not work, so. But yeah, I think this is like the safe play.
Yeah.
You can get higher reward sometime by like, oh, let's put it here while we push top, you know, like put it on the bottom lane or something. But
this is always
it lasts a long time. It has a crazy duration. So you may as well just keep it.
There you get consistent usage out of it. Mid lane cleared by the swarm of summons, illusions, Chen creeps, while the rest of Aurora swing down bottom. They just profit treants in the way there. I don't think it's going to deter the Dire team too much from coming high ground though.
PL does have that doppelganger CD talent, by the way, so it's quite strong in this fight.
Bloodthorn ready as well. See what it can get done here. Lorenoff feeling a bit of pain from the PL illusions already. Torrent clips the real one. Makushi gonna have to doppelganger back. Yeah, that level 25 talent gonna give him a lot of freedom here just to keep on poking and prodding. Keep Aurora at arm's reach away from the staircase.
Just endless stream of illusions, and then TA is ready to attack as well from the back. I don't think they can crack high ground in a honest push like this. They have to find a pick off.
You've got to lure them out. Draw the beast away from its cave.
It also hurts them that they have a level disadvantage on the side of Aurora. They only have level 23 on TB and 22 Kunkka, 23 Viper. They all need that level 25 timing, whereas TA has their refraction charges and PL has his 25 as well.
Spreading the load a little too much fair equity here from Aurora.
Yeah, it's from the way they've been playing. Like, we talked about earlier, how 1 win, they were always farming, always like spread out, always efficient, whereas Aurora, a little bit more making moves going together, but it takes time, you know? And that's time that you don't work on those levels.
A lot of signaling done by Respect, and Gyro's trying to get his troops in order, push out mid and top lane, get a bit of space, bit of breathing room. Once you do that, you know, potential is there for yourself to smoke, or even just get this Phantom Lancer into some jungle camps. towards his next big item.
Dude, Kunkka's next item is going to be an absurd power spike. He has Hex, BKB, Aghanim Scepter. If he gets the refresher, then, you know, double Torrent Storm, double Ghost Ship combo, 2 Hexes, 2 BKBs. He basically becomes twice the hero. And he has the mana pool to sustain it with the Scythe as well.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, it's like you said though, you know, having level 25 would feel like a little bit better. Get that Ghost Ship fleet.
Yeah, or even just getting like the Metamorphosis duration talent on TB, so they can actually use it to siege, because then you have 70 second on it, so you can quite confidently just pop it and go high ground.
That's this damn Sweden strong man. He stole too many wisdom runes.
It's been on it.
Level 20 Nature's Prophet.
He's just
100% missed chance for sprouted units now.
Yeah, that's such an annoying one for TB. TB who doesn't have an MKB. He does have BKB though, so at least he can use that. He also has Manta and Pike, which either of them could get him out of the Sprout. Manta less reliable though. The team's Tormentor. Not the most impactful Tormentor for Cloud perhaps. Getting the Shard on Mars doesn't feel super strong in late game, but it can be the difference between catching a TB illusion or catching a TB illusion and a TB. When you blink in and try and spear.
Yeah. I just felt like sometimes it's kind of grief people as well. I know Sableye was talking about it. A couple of other offlane players have kind of flamed this shard as sometimes not working 100% as you would intend or hope it would work. You know, some heroes just don't care about the
It was
shard.
buggy on implementation. At first it was like super weird. Yeah, I remember it was strange. I think it works properly now.
Okay.
But yeah, I remember there was a bug about it. I think it was when if you speared with Shard, speared someone in the arena, then they ended up outside the arena after the spear ended.
Yeah, there was something weird. It wasn't that long ago. It was a couple of weeks ago that people were complaining about it again. So it's like
there's a new one? Oh, that is a new one.
I think it's like the same bug, but it's resurfaced. Like it's like connecting on a hero, but not. So that like, yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, I like when Dota brings stuff back. It's like nostalgia, you know, like the surfing peel. We had the surfing peel, and then it's like, oh, now we have it again. You know, different patch.
Someone finds a way to Fountain Hook. It's like, yes, we're back, baby.
Yeah, that was patched in. Was it in the C patch or in another one? There was like some weird thing. All right, there was the Pulverize and Magnus thing, where you could do damage based on the difference between the map distance on the center of the map. It's like, what?
What was... There was also that thing, was it Io? You could like relocate the throne or something, right?
Coddle and Io could Magnus... I think you still can do that, maybe. The Magnus Skewer base. Oh, okay. Wraparound play.
Sure. Oh, does he get in fog in time? Torrent's off the mark with a Scythe and the boat. I get the BKB out on Shira though. It's TPing home. Oh my god! That physical damage just destroys that poor little TA.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, and he didn't really have his team there to save him. I gotta say, he may have lived if the Gyro went in and mech'd him. I'm just gonna call it, you know, like, that was really close. A little mech may have saved the TP.
A little mechy mech?
A little mech,
what's that?
Yeah.
And Gyro's too busy. He's up in the mines, mining for some wild wings and neutral items or something. Oh god.
Oh god, he dies fast. The TB hits hard, man.
Daedalus damage.
Yeah. Also, he has this level 25 now. He has that 20-second duration talent. So now, with 2 heroes dead, beelining down mid lane, he wants to catch some enemies or buildings. You know, he doesn't really care. Buildings don't really run away, so...
Viper is scaled now as well. He's got his universal...
Has he gone to university? Oh, he has?
He has.
Oh, well, very nice. A degree in toxicity. A PhD, in fact.
I mean, the knowledge was latent all along.
Yeah. This is 313 damage on him now, so the Vlad's is becoming more valuable.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to go up high ground. 20 seconds on this TA. You don't want to buy back, and you're probably not gonna, so this should be...
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage to him.
A free lane, if not more. Scary times for one way.
They're going to go mid after this.
Yeah, feels like that's the way. Do retreat to the east.
They actually backed it out.
I guess Roshan is potentially up already.
Yeah, they have a Chen creep on it, scouting it. So yeah, it's 20 seconds. Gonna back it out.
A Chen creep and a quelling blade on the floor. Threat. Like Roshan, you spawn, I'm ready for you.
Yeah, this hatchet is for you. Gonna pick it up. Kunkka has not purchased the refresher yet. He has a lot of gold, but he wants his buyback for sure. So Jab's showing good discipline here, not wanting to die without buyback in such a tense game.
So is this a buyback boots of travel kind of ploy? Because, you know, my question is, why is he not buying at least some elements of the refresher?
You could buy the elements, but it just doesn't really make a big difference. He has to have the quelling blade over any of those elements anyway. So
okay.
Oh, here comes the wraparound. Mars. Let's see if he connects to something.
Again, it's deja vu, right? It's the wraparound from northwest to northern side. Aurora already pre-smoked with mines being placed all over. I'm trying to get through the minefield here with some what, Prophet Treants, some summons, PL illusions. Looking to get a little deeper onto this right-hand jungle and scout out the TB at least. Doppelganger off again.
Being squeezed into a corner.
Another army, you're right. I mean, Q gonna have to try and blast off away. He's silenced up, Greaves out, 23. Slides down to the low ground, nullified, and BKB forced.
He swapped refresher. He's gonna refresh it. Oh, he swapped it out again. He didn't refresh. Oh, he's panicking a bit. He needs to refresh that BKB.
He's got to, doesn't he? Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's not.
He doesn't.
He's not doing it.
He doesn't want to go for it.
That's a risky move to not do it.
Right, PL has come back in with another army. Sees Lauren and Jabs on that far south. Call down chucked in by Gyro. That's such a funny little situation to be in.
This is so awkward, man. They're being squeezed.
In the pit again.
PL is just harassing.
One of those videos of the hydraulic pressure thing onto some Play-Doh and Lego, just squishing them into these little tiny holes. Cloud is in, but the arena whiffs. 23 turns and fights into this pit. Lornoff is low, but the PL can't get the finishing blow. 23 has sundered somebody in the midst
fighting Ghost,
but nobody's dead. It's just illusions fighting illusions at this point. Roshan's wondering what the hell is going on outside my doorstep, but now Monkushi, he's in with a big damage. Lornoff is gone, and so's 23. Ollie falls and his PL back and forth, poking and prodding until they finally die a death by a million cuts.
Oh my god, this is torturous how they lost that fight. Just the PL slowly but surely saying, you know what, you guys are going into the very corner of the map. And then we just kill. It was funny how they were, for 10 seconds, just standing there fighting. And they're like, hold up, none of these PLs are real, are they?
What an incredible fight.
Yeah, that was extremely good for one win.
Can we have replays that long? It's like
I think the awkward part is that Aurora, they don't have the best initiation hero. Like, Kunkka wants to counter-initiate, so they don't have a hero to jump in. But because of that, they just slowly get poked by the Aghanims of PL.
Man, just illusion after illusion. Just keeps them coming.
Just pushing here, PL going in.
I mean, Q, gotta be careful. Does have the Greaves to get away from that nasty, nasty Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, getting out of the catch here.
And now Deso with physical damage opening up on these buildings. Lane Iraq's gone down bottom, so that evens out the bottom lane. Top lane could get evened out as well if they want to head there, but it looks like mid is the next one on the menu. Dodging away from Tidal Wave, the torrents and everything, so Monkushi can keep on fighting the buildings as he was designed to do.
Yeah, slowly but surely pushing here. Mana is going kind of low on the PL.
Yeah, really? Jabs drops the half HP off the back of that Bloodthorn as well, but a good doppelganger gets him away from the X-Mark. Torrent dodges all of the whale tails as well. Laying the barracks down in that mid spot, and Aurora be relieved to see this one-win side back up, but it's never a full back. It's a bit of a fake back. Monkushi can just keep spamming illusions at you.
Yeah, they're solidly stuck in base now as well, and the TA still has Aegis for 3 minutes, and they only have one lane. This is really rough. The Viper's trying to get out with Ninja Gear to top to try and get some form of progression, but the amount of gold they got from these recent events as well. PL now can consume his Aghanims very easily. He has 9.4k gold. Already got rid of his boots, but consume Aghanims and get something else there. I mean, get a Swift Blink even, so he can go in. We'll see what he goes for. Maybe a Nullifier is still worth it.
He's got a few options.
Yeah. There are a lot of items that he could opt for here as his final. Wouldn't even be too mad about just seeing a simple Abyssal. Not a super common item anymore, but would be useful against killing the TB.
Yeah, just during that BKB, make sure he dies in the duration of it. Don't let him refresh it up.
Exactly. It's just you hold it until he's about to sunder and then just use the Abyssal. Push is coming in. Still Aegis on this push. Still Refresher Shard on the Mars, so he has double Arena.
TA? Aegis gone. That was a quick move. And now with jabs refreshing, Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, everything thrown in, but Chira and Cloud have BKBs of their own. Chase forward with an X-Mark, dragging the TA back. Jabs and Lauren starting to do some good damage onto her, and the Tidal Wave dragging Phantom Lancer deeper into the base, but the PL wants to be there. He's not phased by it. Drag me into your base so I can kill you even deeper. Go for the Terror Blade, chase out 23 as the Arena comes in onto nobody. But one win has still done a tremendous amount of damage and are forcing buybacks. Profit does fall mid-TP. The lanes of Barracks are crumbling, though, as his PL sees the target in the back. Jabs and Q in serious trouble, getting blown up. A triple kill. Mankushi is just unstoppable. There
PL
is no
versus the world
answer to this PL right now, except for a side device.
The world wins.
Jabs got the real one. The Hex on the real PL gets the job done, and 23 comes out with a double kill.
Man, that is some risky fight right there. They did have to expend triple buyback in order to win this one, but Aurora, you gotta go right now. You gotta do something, at least force more buybacks. You cannot just sit back and wait here. Respect? Is he looking for something? Oh, he's called downing the creep wave. So, he got everything except for, yeah, this one creep.
I don't know what, melee barracks atop, half HP. The last barrack standing. Cloud? Jumps to the trees and TP's home.
We're not trying to finishing an MKB. He has to travel, so we're gonna travel down to the bottom lane. Push that in as well. 40 seconds, 50 seconds. They need to force these buybacks. Mega creeps on the line here. They're gonna have to use it if they don't want to play against Megas. TA goes.
We'll see if Phantom Lancer follows suit. Cloud is looking at this as a potential jump. Doesn't want to blow it.
Without Peel, the defense is way weaker though. It's really the non-stop spam of Lances that was holding them off. Look at them.
Yeah, Cloud spent God's Rebuke to clear out some illusions, BKBs, and then gets Force Staff back to safety, but the barracks have fallen. Mega creeps coming from the dire side now.
58 minutes, 2 minutes to go for the tier 5 items. Mega creeps here for Aurora. Backing up. Play it safe. They TP out. Don't want to get caught anywhere near one wind's base here. Team going for the Swift Blink instead of Arcane Blink. Yuck! Gross. This is a sad blink. It has more than twice the cooldown of the Arcane Blink. We don't like it. It is good for trying to commit and kill something, but I really don't think this item is better than the Arcane Blink anymore.
You are a big Arcane Blink fan.
I mean, basically everyone goes for it nowadays. I haven't seen Cherry Junior's TA so much, but I feel like our Arcane Blink is so synergetic with Refraction because you can always blink. It's basically like the bubble Medusa play, you know?
Right. And what is it? It's like 5-second cooldown or something on Arcane Blink?
7. It's 7 versus 15.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's less cooldown and longer range. You know, that's also relevant. Getting the 1400 instead of 1200 range. They're going here, trying to even up the barracks. They have the refresher on Mars.
Q with his line of mines across that northern side. Make sure there's no sneaky access from the Mars in that.
Yeah.
The hidden tree line. And I do clear out these PL illusions decently now.
15 seconds here for the tier 5 items. TA is in position to take some. Jesus, the TB.
23? Careful,
your HP,
hey.
my friend.
Sundered an illusion just to stay and fight. Oh yeah, we can see the strength of this Bloodthorn Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, it does a lot. First neutral item.
And then the strength of this Nature's Prophet. So Sweden Strong's pushing out bot. Shiro Jr.'s farming jungle, trying to find a bit of room on the map while the rest of them push top.
Found a force boots on TA, so that's really nice. He didn't have any boot because of being 6-slotted, so now he has boots and also an access to easy dispel, which is super nice for him.
Very good.
Well, one more access, which is still super nice.
Yeah, they defend their barracks top though. Aurora staying in the game.
Yeah, we see Aurora trying to go out and find something for themselves as well here. As all 5 items have been found already for the Nature's Prophet and TA who just sped through it. So let's see what we have. We have force boots on both the TA and the PL. We have Pirate's Hat on Nature's Prophet. Force boots on the Gyrocopter as well. And Arcanist armor on the Mars. So a lot of damage reflection available now.
Triple force boots, yeah.
Yeah. The Viper has Pirate Hat, so he's gonna be flapping his wings super Flappy Bird mode.
Very good.
There we go. Looks hilarious when he attacks something.
And 23 finally got his Apex, and looks like Q still deciding.
Yeah, Apex is a nice one for TB. That has a lot of stats.
Radiant are scanning.
On Q.
On Roche.
Another Pirate Hat. And Ollie still hasn't picked up his.
It's funny how the Mega creeps against them, and it doesn't really feel like it. One winner, like, yeah, it's fine. Nature's Prophet got it, you know.
Yeah, he's been dealing with the creeps all right, but you add in a couple of TB illusions, and now it's kind of, this is a little bit scary.
What item is Chen gonna go for? Oh, Necrobook. There we go.
Did he? He got
more
it?
summons.
Hell yeah. Just push into that enemy base quickly, boys.
Yeah. Can send them on a mission. Oh, this smoke is big. Ooh, this is exciting, Gareth. Both teams
Roshan.
smoke heading towards Roche.
Dire scan. I know something's down there. Chiro Jr. Mankushi. Oh, they're in the pit already. Oh, they've started it and they've discounted it. TB illusions there to see them. Torrent misses on the real PL and all his illusions apparently.
Yeah, now they also know they're there, the Torrent, so they back out, play it safe, reset position.
He's just gonna kill Roshan with illusions, little by little.
Just wait.
Roshan's retaining up faster than they can do damage at this point.
Oh no,
Next
PL, he
time
wants to
around.
do the same thing again.
Right, he's coming in from that left-hand side, but Aurora this time around, at the very least, they're not getting hemmed into that bottom corner.
Yeah.
They're keeping this as open a battlefield as they possibly can with mines.
It's like boxing, you know, you gotta stay off the edge.
Yeah. 23. Gonna show himself up at front. Dire Vision out in the lane, sees the PL moving across. Mankushi yet again. Swings pretty hard into the face of the Terrorblade. Trying to force a reaction, a BKB, something.
The thing is, Aurora are so counter-reactive, like they don't initiate, so they're basically trying to have someone overcommit and then counter-initiate.
It's just not happening.
Yeah, very awkward for them. There is push coming in, so Nature's Prophet is fighting over there.
Meanwhile, in the Radiant base, Sweden Strong has picked up a DD rune to defend against the Mega Creeps.
What you gotta do? He's got that no CDTP, so went and picked the rune.
Jab's trying a fishing expedition. Giant's Ring gets him over the trees and the cliff tops, and he's trying to drag them out with a tidal wave, but nobody's there. Tier 4's taking a bit of damage in the Radiant base as the Nature's Prophet TPs to smoke his team.
Dude, I didn't pay attention. What time did he buy the Midas? Was it a 60-minute Midas for the item on Kunkka?
I have no idea.
I think he bought it 60 minutes for the neutral drop.
BKB. Cloud is in. Spear on TV. He's gone.
Where's the hand
immediately? They've killed him off. 23's gone. Mankushi now can open up. Learn off BKB. The TP in from Terrorblade onto this Viper gets him back into the fight. They're on the battlefield once more, but we return to the standoff around the Roche pit. Both teams just looking at each other.
A little bit lackluster reaction there by them. Not really.
Nope. It's fine.
Rough here. They know he bought back on TB, so if they win this fight, they know it's game for one win. I wonder if Aurora really want to stay here. They're going to back up, lick their wounds, and say, you know what? Okay, we're sitting in base now.
26 health on that tier 4 in the mid lane in front of the throne.
It's fine. Oh, Roche is trying to leave. Doesn't get that far, though.
So who gets what?
Oh, they got Aghanims on TA because Roche wanted to move top, which means he didn't have the banner anymore. So it's Aghanims instead.
Oh, he had Shard. He had Refresher Shard, right?
Is that how it works? I saw... Wait, did he get a banner then? I saw a banner on him for sure.
Oh, I don't know.
It was a banner and I don't see them have a banner, so...
Okay.
I'm confused. I'm not sure how it works anymore at this late stage.
Yeah, for some reason I thought he had Shard on him, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, Axe TA.
Yeah, I think it was Aegis, Refresher Shard, and Banner. I think. And then he moved to top, and it became the Aghanims and the Cheese and Aegis, I guess. Actually, not sure how the cycle works now with the changes.
Yeah, that must be right.
I want to see Mega Creeps with the banner. I've never seen it.
Oh god, that sounds awful.
Large.
Good luck, Nature's Prophet, defending against that.
Yeah, that would take a lot of auto attacks for a Wind Waker, Nature's Prophet. Have you seen his item build? It's utility based.
Yes.
I mean, he can counter. If someone gets caught by Kunkka, Hex, he can now blink in, save them with Wind Waker. He can even do it again with Refresher.
He's going to have a Hex of his own soon as well.
Oh, he's warding the enemy base. Sneaky, sneaky.
I'm telling you, man, this guy is 70 minutes into this game. He must be having the time of his life.
I mean, if you have no CDTP, you're pretty happy.
Around and around we go.
And she also has global TP now, so she's also pretty happy.
Yeah, where does she have traps? But there's a couple of traps
in the
in
enemy
top jungle. Not for long though, hey.
But they're killing all the gold. Bury the gold, guys.
Just deny 3 bounty runes. What on earth is happening here?
I mean, they have double pirate hats. They have access to their own bounty runes.
Alchemy, what a fine science.
Techies, you gotta use that pirate hat, buddy. What is this I'm seeing? Not clicking?
So where are these waves? Bottom wave is pushing, trending towards Radiant side. Top wave is being cut by the Necro books. But they are holding a full Radiant creep wave top to push into this final barracks, which has been stood there for quite some time. Finally, PL starts to get the job started. And Aurora, full defense duty. PL illusions, call down, kitchen sink, everything thrown in towards Lorinov.
Look at that boy flapper.
Yeah, he is the flappiest of boys. Very, very fast. I'm trying to kill off these illusions. Mankushi sends them forward towards the hero. And melee barracks, 2,200 out of 2,200 HP. Still very healthy.
This is the slowest methodical push. Just a little bit of chip damage from PL illusions at a time.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the slow siege of Dota 2 history.
Like the opposite of speed up. Oh? Yo, that's actually pushing fast though.
Who's that?
The Viper Shard. They X-Mark and TP Viper in with Shard. So he took down the tier 4 tower. This puts a clock on one win to actually do something, or they're gonna start doing this to the throne.
Yeah, that throne's open, hey?
Yeah.
Okay, Barracks finally being killed by Mankushi. Doppelganger to keep himself safe, and a glyph used up by Aurora. I want to defend this for as long as they can, because back in the Radiant base, they are losing the throne. Half HP on it.
Yo, Viper could TP there.
Right. They've got to do something.
Viper can go end
as quickly as bloody possible. They're TPing into this Radiant.
They've done it, man.
Viper's come back. The throne's exposed. Lorinov starts going. The glyph is up. Radiant going for tier 4s and looking for.
Oh my god, the base race.
The throne in the Radiant base. Jabs. Ollie with Lorinov here. It's going to be a close one, but I think the Dire have done it.
Dire done it.
The throne has fallen.
Oh my god, dude. What a way to lose. Oh, the despair. Oh my god, dude. They pulled that win out of nowhere with a Viper Shard. That is some sad way to lose though, realizing that you just don't have the damage to go through all of that as fast as Kunkka and the Viper TPing in.
But that is absolutely where you need your coach. You know, Sunbeam comes across, get the shoulder rubs, get the massages going, like, oh yes. Yes, boys, 70-minute, what a slog to get through that one.
Whew. Yeah, they found the way to win that one. That was very nice. The Viper Shard is not to be underestimated in late game as well. I mean, at any stage, when you have high attack speeds and get those stacks going, it really just burns through buildings.
Yeah, really
crazy game.
Really weird seeing that progression of the Viper. You know, knowing that he should have had a very good laning stage and then being neutered by the Nature's Prophet, then catching up and recovering, looking kind of trash as a hero. The pick didn't look very good. But then you get to late game, it's like, I'm universal now.
It's like he flipped his power spike to be upside down. You know, he's supposed to be super strong early game. He wasn't. He's supposed to not be that impressive late game, but he was. He found the win in the game. So his impact was reversed, and it worked out for them.
Just absolutely incredible. I mean, you can maybe make the argument that, you know, 1win were a little too tentative, didn't take the opportunities that were handed to them occasionally. Aurora finding that moment of brilliance to be like, wait, we can win, we can end this game. After so many odd situations around that bottom right Roche pit, my god, Deja Vu struck like 4 times, being pressed to the corner by 1win over and over again. And the realization to finally break out of that rut, get out of the funk you're in, find a position to fight back and actually get something done. Beautifully done by Aurora, honestly.
I'm gonna say,
into ages, you're playing into cheese, don't care.
Exactly. I'm gonna say, you know, they needed to have balls, like Noticed. Had to go for the rapier build on Mars. Didn't do it. Yeah. You know, you gotta commit. Go all in.
Sometimes. Just gotta go for it. Yeah, I would love to see that Mars build again, but there we go. A 1-0 lead here for Aurora in this best of 2, taking that first game. Right around the corner, gonna be game 2, so we'll see you all in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, last series of the day, wrapping up with this final game. 1 win taking on Aurora in the group stage for Dream League Season 22. As we had another long one, Waga, getting to tier 5 items, going 60, 70 minutes, and a lot happened in game 1 that my brain is still trying to process.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. I mean, we saw a lot of things there. We saw a TA doing well against the Viper in laning stage with the help of the Nature's Prophet. We saw Peel take over the game with the Zagadam Scepter, bullying people into a corner, literally boxing them into the tightest little square in the bottom right. Fantastic fights going for 1 win. And then late game, we saw out of nowhere, Aurora realized that, we can just actually win this by sending over our Viper using the X Mark. Second time today we see some X Mark combos, by the way. Using the Viper to push with the Agnum's Shard. Of course, it was super late game, so 69 minutes in, he melted those buildings really fast.
Yeah, and we're again in this kind of fun spot where we're getting inter-regional play. We were kind of curious to see how Aurora would do against what is arguably the 4th or 5th best team in Eastern Europe. 1 win, showing up, looking strong, but that victory just being edged out in the last seconds with that base race, multiple times just coming in to finish off the throne. It was a pretty good showing, and honestly, I love the state of Dota that we've found ourselves in the last couple of years. So often, as a play-by-play caster, I get into this kind of algorithmic situation of post-game analysis is, do they need to change anything? Was this an outdraft? Does a hero need to be moved? This felt like draft was irrelevant, right? This was like play versus play, decision-making late game, going into these situations which are hectic, high octane, got to keep your nerves super steel, super calm, and the better team won.
It's really about execution. I mean, it was so much about understanding how to position. I think Aurora did a great job for the majority of the game to play towards their heroes as well, and we saw a little bit of limitation that they didn't have the aggressive capabilities to initiate fights, and that really hurt them and put them in that bad spot. But yeah, both teams were, it was a back and forth with both teams getting very creative with how they approach fights, how they utilize the heroes and item builds. So it was really a great show, and I just wish we see an equally good game here going into game number 2.
Yeah, let's hope so. Draft should be ready for us. Aurora versus 1 win and the empty chair.
Yeah, that's the drafter. Your captain.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, please keep your eyes on the chair, please. Yeah.
Oh, chair check. I'm checking the chair. I'm checking the chair.
Is he off having illegal strategies in the bathroom or something? What is this? Please be in your chair, sir. Stay seated.
There we go. He's back. He's deciding which T hero he's gonna play this game. Techies. Was pretty good in the previous one. You can see that Tusk, Treant, whatever it might be.
Can't be Timbersaw at least.
Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining.
We already see
Chen.
Lion, Naga, Chen, Enchantress, Timber, and Bat being banned out. So bans stay pretty classic here against Aurora, and decided after playing against this Chen, decided, he was sufficiently annoying to warrant a ban.
Yeah, he was the one that kind of set up for that split push, base race trade, right, with the dragons and the granite golems. And of course, towards the end, that Book of the Dead, the Necro book.
He was always on top of just sending stuff and pushing somewhere. Between him and utilizing some Terrorblade as well.
And this can be one of those situations where, you over-adapt, you throw a ban to a hero that didn't necessarily deserve it, but it looks like everyone's keeping level-headed. Keeping the things very similar to...
Opening up with a Mars, just a solid hero. Doesn't really struggle that badly against too many things. Mars is in this sort of strange hero pool where he's an offlane melee hero that doesn't get hard countered so badly by like Monkey King, Slark, Ursa. All those are pretty fine for him because he can just push them away with both his spear and his God's Rebuke. So he's annoying to counterpick.
Yeah, even like the Razor as well, right? Another hero that you'd add to that kind of anti-melee hero. And he just pushes them all away. Screw you, get out of here.
Exactly.
So I guess you need like hero pairings of like double nuke damage in the lane to try and deal with them somehow.
Yeah, there are still heroes that are good against him and better or worse, but he doesn't suffer to one single thing like that. The downside is that he's not necessarily the most oppressive hero in the early game, aside from that ulti. like in laning stage, he does have a double nuke, but he doesn't have the strongest chassis otherwise.
Well, Magnus was left in. He was the trade for the Chen. All the other bands exactly the same. Terrorblade now out from 1 win. From Aurora against 1 win. He's definitely one of Mankushi's specialty heroes.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty happy having a Magnus on his team as well. Feels good having the Empower available too.
It gives you plenty of options. You know, ramps up a Slark, looks good on an Ember or something like that. No matter who you are. Troll.
See. I mean, Magnus already quite the annoying repositioning hero. We'll see if they're gonna get rid of some of the classic combos. Okay, they're gonna get rid of the Empower combo instead. Just Faceless Void. Definitely a hero that Mars can struggle against quite a bit because, you know, you're decent at bursting, sure, but if you don't burst Faceless Void, he regenerates everything. You can't really harass him easily.
That's true. The big question for me is, do you ban Rubik or do you pick Rubik? The classic anti-Magnus hero. Oh, I need a Lincoln Sphere. This guy's too good.
Yeah, can't do it. Get another Lincoln Sphere.
I'm going to sell my mech and arcanes. I need everyone to buy Lincolns, please.
They ban it.
He's banned. Yeah,
you got your answer. I mean, it's just one of the best heroes. Okay, so you do go for a Techies combo with the Magnus here, so they can do some memes. Good old memes. It's pretty strong, pulling people into mines. Also makes it very scary to go high ground.
Oh, God, it does, yeah. I mean, even just like an RP into blast off with the reactive taser on can be pretty annoying.
Yeah. But if they have good team play between them as well, and if Magnus has some increased range on the skewer, then very quickly it turns dire.
Oh, very cool. So a bit of tech here to deal with that RP, a bit of save as well coming in. And we've seen the rise of Wyvern core, but I guess when you've got a Mars, this is likely going to be a support Wyvern?
Yeah, Wyvern core also saw a great rise because of the Mage Slayer being so easily applicable to everyone, but now with a slightly nerfed Mage Slayer, it's not as horrifying anymore. I mean, previously a 6-second duration was really awful. Now it's just 3, so getting one tap by Wyvern, you're not automatically useless for 6 seconds.
Especially blink heroes like a Magnus, right? It's like, I can't do anything.
9 seconds, no blink from one hit. Yeah, it feels very fair and balanced.
That's not interactive at all. So Wyvern as a 5, I guess. Mars as a 3, so we still want this Mars partnership to come into play.
Yeah, I think so. I think you run Wyvern post 5 generally nowadays. I think the core Wyvern days have sort of fallen away. You can still do it, and like if it looks like a really great game for it, you can still play it core. But it's gonna be Mirana. Looks like Mirana Mars, pretty classic duo, work really well. The arena can be good for setting up and pinning someone, and then you just follow up with an arrow onto it.
Well, if you know what you're up against, what's a hero that you wouldn't mind playing into this?
Well, I mean, the Void ban was definitely really good because it looks amazing against their heroes now. I wouldn't mind being Slark.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Slark can get pushed away by Mars, but on the other hand, you can't really save people with Cold Embrace. That just makes them a stat bank for Slark to farm. And Slark against Mirana always feels good to me. So, and with Empower, you're pretty happy.
Counts against Leap. Always in it.
I want to see more of this, like, Chaos Knight, though. I feel like that hero, you know, with a little bit of change here and there, I want him to come back.
So I was going to say Lifestealer. I want to see him come back a little bit because he's had a bit of a sad time recently.
He has, yeah.
Used to be so good and strong.
Yeah, Lifestealer is nice in pairing with Magnus as well. It could have worked, but it can always be frustrating just getting kited a lot as well. You just have no way to reach people.
Yeah, like you get cursed during Rage and then you're stuck in an arena for the next 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Very, very annoying.
It can be quite difficult to close distance with Lifestealer, so you usually need a taxi. But Magnus could act as that as well. You just hop in. But they're gonna go with Ember first, so giving themselves a little bit of time to think, and then Hoodwink as well. So that's gonna be looking like I'm not sure. Not sure if they were on the +4 or 5 here. I guess it's preference based. Both Techies and Hoodwink are great +4.
Yeah, I think I've seen Techies +5 more than I've seen Hoodwink.
Yeah.
And I've seen Hoodwink 4 more, so I guess that's where I would naturally...
I think it goes like this, that Techies can actually do some work bottom lane, whereas I don't think Hoodwink can. It's a little bit harder due to the lay of the land, so to say. Like, where does Hoodwink stand if you go bottom? The tree line doesn't really help you as much as it does when you go off lane. So I like Techies bottom because he can more easily just sit in that tree line with his super long range and just throw bombs.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to be the ones to take the Slark over on the side of Aurora.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, decent hero into the heroes that OneWin have as well, for sure.
Yeah, plenty to slip out of.
Yeah, it's nice to have a hero that can react to the RP. You just gotta press Q and you're fine on Slark.
Yeah, it's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one button.
I wish this was SA Dota 4 years ago, because we'd start talking about Chris Luck Slark against Ember Mid, the mid lane hero counter matchup. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Ban out the park. Cover your Ember Spirit for now.
Banned Anti-Mage as well on the side of Aurora. A hero that definitely is annoying when you're playing Slark. If you get mana burned, that hero does not deal well with losing all his mana.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you just ban like a Storm or something now? Like, who's really making you afraid?
I mean, if it was up to me, I would still ban the Huskar, to be honest. You have Ember. It's I don't know. I think you just stay disciplined, but maybe they know if the team plays it or not. It's too devastating if it comes out. You're basically gonna be like 1500 net worth minute 10 on Ember. He has no counterplay.
Maybe just sit on your ramp and look at the creeps die. Just get experience and never touch them.
Yeah, it just counters everything you do. You can't Slide of Fist harass him because he has regen. You can't go to lane because you die.
Try and drag waves behind your tier 2 and hide, cower, and hope.
That's so hard to do now because of the layout on the mid lane. They made cliffs and walls of trees. It's very, very difficult to do shenanigans on mid lane.
One more ban.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. I mean, what carry hero would I care about here?
PL again? If you're afraid of TB and AM, you're not...
I mean, they have good stuff against PL, I feel. Actually, I don't think PL... I would be scared of... I don't know, nothing in the meta. I would be scared of Slark if I was them. Empowered Slark. But yeah, it's not... Or Empowered Bloodseeker against Slark, sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
scared of Slark. I mean, honestly, whenever I have a Slark on my team, I am scared of Slark. It's, Slark players are great at killing enemies, but they're also great at killing themselves.
The 0-3 Slark die backing at 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Like a classic moment.
That is a Slark mood.
Good.
No, I don't know what carry hero they want. I mean, they could go... I was thinking about Naga for a second even, but it's awkward because you don't want to be empowered on Naga.
Hey! Who's this fella? Disco Pony's back.
He's been just slurping up buffs here and there, getting stronger and stronger, so eventually he's gonna have to get played.
Is he still a Bloodstone hero?
You can buy Bloodstone. You don't have to buy Bloodstone on him. I think I would prefer not buying Bloodstone if I played him.
And instead, what are you going for?
I mean, you definitely want the early travels. Luna makes sense. Yeah. I think playing on early travels, maybe a Kaya Sanj rush, and then you see from there what you need. You know, maybe you need early BKB, maybe you need something else. But I wouldn't make Bloodstone my primary goal.
And is he like a Veil Shiva's hero at all?
He can definitely. Like, if you get the survivability build going on Leshrac, it can be strong. Also, he's a very happy hero to carry the Eternal Shroud, because it gives him a lot of mana back, which he cares about, and magic resistance, if you're against a high magic damage team.
It's a pretty cool pick, nonetheless. I mean, it gives them a bit of tower push, which they were also lacking. Tons of magic damage to now be a hero that can play in the arena.
It's also a good follow-up into the Winter's Curse. If they ever curse or spear someone, I feel like they have an easy time following up. Pounds, arrows, stuns from Leshrac. Everyone has Disable in this team. Then again, the same can be said about one win. They just have mini stuns on Luna, but other than that, they all have some from a lockdown as well.
Tons of roots and catches. Yeah, I guess looking back at this draft, that Wyvern Mirana support duo was, I guess, a little wonky for me, and I like the Leshrac bringing up the rear there, giving a lot of continual disable and damage output that can keep these fights going. And that's what you want as a Slark, right? You want this Mars and Leshrac to drag things out, bait and tank, while the Slark plays that kind of guerrilla tactics back and forth.
Yeah, you also
up and regenning.
You also benefit greatly from having Mirana, because Slark is this hero who wants to go in and like do sneaky moves. So if you're playing with Mirana in your team, you're naturally gonna make those sweeping, like enter the enemy area moves, which Slark really enjoys because he finds kills when they happen. So it can be really irritating to play against Slark who has detection to, or Slark who has his ulti to detect when you have vision somewhere, and Mirana for the invis. It's gonna be a low vision game.
It's gonna be really difficult for them to keep tabs on these observers and stuff. And one win, Techies, Hoodwink, Magnus, Ember, and Luna. It feels like they can play pretty quickly, and Luna scales up into that first 20 minutes very fast, empowered, with a bit of team fight behind her. One win have got a pretty scary lineup once you get into these brawls and everyone's got a few items. I don't know, do you feel like Aurora have a more difficult team fight or lineup to execute than one win?
I feel like they may have a little bit less tools, perhaps, but I actually think both are very even in terms of team fights. This game is going to be a lot about running around and trying to get advantage in positioning and initiation. Like, I like both drafts a lot. I do think I favor Aurora a little bit just because the team that has easier vision usually has an easier time executing as well, and I feel like they're gonna have the advantage of Slark benefit them a lot here, along with Mirana.
Just outplay that by playing always in lanes. Just five-man run down lanes with a Luna. Who cares vision? They were always in creep waves.
Yeah, that was the old Luna Drow Venge patch, you know? Yeah. Just pick all those heroes and end the game minute 6.
It's like, oh, enemy has picked Storm? Well, let me show you this 5-man.
Yeah, would you like to do a pick-off? Sorry, sir.
Not possible. Already starting things off with a D ward. Lorenoff and Ollie getting that first observable kill. And Shira Jr. with the rest of his team gathering onto that top bounty rune, zoning Aurora back. 23, Sweden strong. It looks like 2 for 2. As 23 gets both of the southern ones.
Yeah, fair and even start. Both teams getting what they should. So we'll see how the lanes are going to pair up here. Going to be interesting. The mid matchup, I mean, Lesh against melee heroes generally does quite well. But Ember is, you know, still a very strong hero in the current patch with the Flame Guard just farming. So I think mid maybe a minor favor for the Leshrac. Top lane, I think this Luna Techies lane is really strong.
Oh, with a Luna Blessing with Techies. Pretty nasty damage output. And down bottom, Magnus with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, Magnus Hoodwink, I mean, they have a lot of potential to like even skewer back the Slark. And sure, he hits really hard when he hits into Magnus, but if you get Shockwave skewered, harassed a bit by Hoodwink, you're not going to have the HP. It will be similar to the previous Slark game we saw when there was Lycan, how he just lost all his HP very quickly.
It's like putting you in that threshold, right? It's like, oh, you're 40% HP. That means the next time we go, you could die.
Yeah.
And you start playing tentative, you're a bit scared. You can't play the lane
If you're
fully.
too low on Slark, then you can't commit. But if you have a high enough HP that you can kill them, then that changes the dynamic of the lane entirely.
So far, everybody farming pretty freely. No one put under too much pressure.
Yeah, very even. We see range creeps being arrowed by Q on the top lane, just using that Mirana arrow to secure CS.
Yeah, looks like he's going to unblock his large camp as well. Gain access to that again. We'll see if Respect is going to just put himself in the camp itself.
I'm the ward now. Mirana wants to harass him, but also doesn't really want to fight against the Techies because 57 armor or 57 damage and 5 armor versus 55 damage and 3 armor.
Not
also attack range difference.
Sweden strong with a courier snipe. He's doing that without any vision in behind there, and there's even a Wyvern courier tucked in behind that bottom tier 1.
Oh, Pounce misses on Sweden strong. He'll just run away. He's gonna be fine. Creepwave in a very good position here for Cloud though, to farm on his Magnus. Spark not able to go up and touch creeps right now, missing the banner creep.
Yeah, feeling very awkward about stepping forward. And they're starting to cut through these trees, give Sweden strong a fewer spaces to hide out in.
Yeah, always feels bad as well going too close to the enemy tower when you're playing as the Magnus. You know, you don't want to get pulled under.
That's always a possibility. Yeah, that shockwave change they did a while back to have a bit of drag on it has made this Magnus guy feel very good.
Yeah, we see Wisdom, or not Wisdoms, the Lotuses. Gonna go both of them to the side of Aurora.
A 3-minute Wisdom rune. Oh, yeah, support. Cheering.
Just the supports have to do a bit more running, you know? We gotta train some marathon runners.
Another mini objective for me? Okay, off we go.
There should be one. There should be one that like gives your carry gold if you go and take it. And that's it. But only if a support goes and takes it.
Share the wealth. Looks like
no
Cloud.
sharing. I just want more like a serf, you know, to serve me. Go pick gold for me.
It's a tithe. It's a tax.
Yes.
Just pay that 10% right out of your paycheck.
I'm not opposed to
What's the offlane Magnus build nowadays? We've seen a bit of this like Wraithband, Echo Saber treads, and then much later going for Blink and stuff.
Yeah, it's most likely gonna be that. Maybe he goes Blink first item, but the Harpoon Blink play is just way too strong to not go for.
Oh my god! Lorinoff just kills him! There's a fight over that top rune. Lorinoff gets the rune, bottles it, kills Chira Jr. I didn't think that was gonna turn out to be anything, but Chira Jr. going toe-to-toe with his Lashrak and losing.
So he's doing something very interesting. He's maxing Edict and not putting a single point in stun. This is a build I haven't seen on Leshrac, and I don't think he expected it on the Ember as well. Probably why he went down there as well. He was like, I can juke the stun, you know, I got the Sleight of Fist, or I can sidestep it. There's no stun, my friend. Top lane techies. Gonna go down to the Blood Grenade, maybe?
Jabs dying to the Luna. So they do trade out. But Mankushi gonna feel much happier about that. And now you say you haven't seen this build on Leshrac. That I haven't seen this ever.
Yeah, this is like exactly this build is very rare. Like 1 point stun at least is so value, but against an Ember specifically, it makes sense to skip it if you feel like he's just gonna juke it all the time. He could skill it and just pump fake it though, and maybe bait out the Sleight of Fist.
Toy with him.
So I think he should go back for a point, but I mean, it's working out for him now. Getting that solo kill was big. And rushing mana boots. Mana boots feel amazing nowadays on mana intense heroes. Like, they're so much better than before.
Man, Lauren, I'm having a great time. That's pretty incredible. Straight back to that mid lane.
Those are some very early mana boots, so he's gonna be spamming out a lot of spells. They also did buff Leshrac recently with the activation cost on Pulse Nova, so we can toggle it fast and do extra damage. Cheaper now than it used to be before.
Okay.
Used to be a lot of mana. You like toggle it, let it tick twice, and then toggle off, on, and you speed up the damage.
Interesting. Back on the Chira Jr. again. A slight, gives him a bit of time. Lorinoff, half HP, but has an Invis rune to bottle up. He'll have the cover from Ollie and Q as well. Bit of vision there from one win across this mid lane, and pretty much 6 heroes in the mid spot.
Yeah, a lot of heroes playing for the power rune. I mean, it's not too uncommon to see for the 6-minute power rune to have a lot of attention, especially when you're playing as something like an Ember Spirit, Ember Queen, Puck, you know, heroes that really thrive on runes. So a lot of emphasis here. Oh, Chira Jr.
Again. Burnt down.
Yeah, they used the creeps to tank the tower and just ran in and melted him with the Diabolic Edict.
He's not level 6 yet, hey? He's like 2 creeps away.
Yeah, that was a very well-timed dive, and sadly he didn't have a way to stay alive on Ember. Doesn't have his ulti, like you said.
Yeah, well, this is all happening. You know, Mars starting to gather a bit of farm up top. Magnus, and he's feeling comfortable down bottom. The offlane is having decent time with all the focus moving into that mid lane.
Dude, mid tower is melting to this. Maxed out the Edict.
Yeah, I mean, Chira's like putting his life on the line, glyphing it up at the same time.
It is 4 more damage per explosion than it was before. That is quite a bit more damage, and it's pure damage, so, you know, any number is significant.
One of the few pure things left in the game now.
Yeah. Even Silencer is magical. They got
Slowly
him.
being whittled away. Yeah, PA's shard as well. It's all being taken out. Well, a bit of room here for Aurora to give some levels across to Ollie and Q. That level 6 on Wyvern, of course, vitally important. And look at the stacks also being taken out by Loranoff.
A little bit of stealing, though. Hoodwink getting a lot here. Very nice.
A couple of ogres.
Yeah, Power Rune as well. Ember has already put the Remnant, ready to try and do the double check. With help from Techies, he should be getting this rune.
Gets a D-Ward too. Shira Jr., haste rune for him. Ollie and Q not able to stop the Remnanting Ember Spirit this time around. Sweden Strong's in from behind. Ollie getting tagged by some sticky bombs and mines, and in comes the Ember Spirit. Getting some revenge in the middle lane.
Yeah, gonna farm up some neutros as well. Maybe getting a nice early neutral item, but no luck for him.
Alright boys, 5v5 mid. Everyone and their mums coming to this mid lane.
Yeah, this is a mid-only game. But Luna and Magnus, they just haven't really shown up yet. But supports are really just living here.
Now with the Mask of Madness on Luna, she can think about just going back into jungle after clearing this wave.
Luna is getting very farmed, by the way. This is favoring her quite a lot, that she has 0 attention towards her and just able to free farm. Because Mask of Madness rush Luna, I mean, he's farming super fast.
Yeah, jungle to lane, bouncing back and forth and pretty safe about it. Already has the pig pole as well. A bit more stats and maneuverability. As Aurora bring numbers top. Slark, Marana and the Mars all looking at that tier 1. While Magnus continues his reign of terror down bottom. You're talking about Luna getting off the ground with a farm. 4,300 net worth on this Magnus is no joke either.
Yeah, he's getting pretty big. Ember running top, but not going to be staying there. Throws a Remnant though, so he can rejoin if something happens. But meanwhile, going to play towards mid, take this experience.
And 23, he's got to be careful. It's that power spill. Doing a tremendous amount onto the Slark.
Yeah, Magnus is farming fast, and it looks like he is going for the blink into Echo Saber from at least his quick buy right now, which I agree with. Getting that blink dagger is still worth it. And you farm quite fast with Power Tread's double rage band anyway. You don't need Echo Saber first item.
Just play fast, farm fast, run off, get the regen rune bottled. I'm not going to chase him down. Lesh gets up back into that high ground near the Radiant Ancients.
Regen rune is so much better now than it used to be. The amount of times that I've seen people or myself that had really good situations with it. Oh, there they're going in.
Yeah, they're contesting this. Loranoff, of course, still has that regen rune going, thanks to those changes you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Attempted steal coming out from Aurora. One win. Spear stun. Catches the Ember Spirit, and they've got the follow-through damage to kill him. Good move by Jabs Mars.
0 point stun Leshrac, huh? And it's working out pretty well for him. Interesting.
Apparently, damage is good.
Yeah, damage is good. I mean, the other spells were buffed a lot. The Edict and Lightning Storm have gotten so many buffs over time. So, kind of makes sense. And you can definitely dump all your mana with your 3 abilities here. You don't need stun as well to spend your mana with. So he's going Kaya Rush, which makes a lot of sense. I think Kaya is really, really good. Amp up the mana region. So Kaya Sanj perhaps, like I suggested. We'll see what he opts for. Maybe a Meteor Hammer, even more mana. I haven't seen anyone buy it.
No, I have not seen Meteor Hammer in months, man.
Yeah, that item feels very sad.
Well, we were casting, I guess it was Birmingham Close qualifiers, and I had like completely forgotten that item had like been changed, like hella changed. And I said, what about Meteor Hammer for I think for a Tidehunter? And Lacoste was like, dude, no, just no. Just no.
Yeah. I mean, it could be built on some heroes, but the problem is all those heroes also enjoy Kaya Sanj. Now they're invading with Slark. Nice catch on Hoodwink.
One more hit to finish it off. Oh, sharpshooter dodge to jump away. Ollie can't keep giving chase.
Yeah, the dust slowed down Ollie, so he couldn't reach.
Mid-tier 1 finally taken out there by the Radiant, and they're chasing this techie straight into the jungle. Good arena from Jabs, getting the catch, and the kill for Lorinov continues his spree.
Magnus has the Blink Dagger. Oh, me man dodge! The Illusion Rune!
The Illusion Rune dodge! Okay, Lorinov. Hey.
Very nice.
Eyes
No
on
tips
this
for that
mid-laner.
one? Really, guys? Come on now. Give the man a tip. That was nice.
Beautiful. Well, that's first, Blink reveal, debut of the RP. Cloud shaking his head, wondering what he's going to do now.
That's great, man. Great play from the stand-in here. Lorinov showing off some good skill, having a great start on his Lashrak here. And that's going to put him almost at the entire Kaya Sanj. Yeah, he has it now. 13-minute Kaya Sanj and mana boots. Not too bad.
Radiant's middle
That's going to be so
tower is under
tanky.
attack.
What's that going to put him up to, like 1,700 more HP?
Yeah, roughly. And the status resistance being buffed now as well is super nice against RP.
Got that level 6 on this Wyvern now as well. Winter's Curse ready for Ollie. Halfway to Blink, it looks like. And 23 Savage had an okay lane. It's been pretty calm for him. 0-0-0. No real impact, but getting his big items up. Diffusal Blade is done. He's heading into what looks like a Mage Slayer Aghanim Scepter on this Slark, just to tank up and continue
I like
building
that. I like the
even further.
diffu into Mage Slayer. I think that's good on Slark. I don't like the Mage Slayer first item that we've seen some people do. I think it's too passive. You need this kill potential from the diffu.
High ground vision here.
Is under attack.
One went thinking about the move on to mid. Q's the only one showing though at this point, finishing off the Rod of Atos.
On their timing, we have the Mars Blink being delivered now, so that's going to open up his rotations as well. I think Aurora hitting a really good power spike right now.
Yeah, it felt like the map was pretty big and open for Munkushi to like farm top, move mid, go jungle. But the map's starting to become quite small. The only place he can stay right now is the Ancients.
Yeah. We'll see how effective this Mage Slayer completed on Ember is going to be now as well. Just nerfed quite a lot for him.
The self combo, Atos into Arrow, and then Moonlight Shadow. A runaway.
It almost killed him. At least it killed his barrier.
It killed the shield. But yeah, look, it's, you know, one when gathering up is going to 4 heroes. I guess you're defending your Luna by doing so, so Munkushi is continuing to kill off Ancients and stuff. But just watching the map and the way they're moving, 23 is stuck bottom. Seems completely free and should be completely free to run away from this initiation. The rest of the team, Aurora, are looking up at Chira Jr., but he remnants out dangerous. Jabs tried to make that jump move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, I mean, Luna is
Now
very
we've got
happy
another
this
cat
game.
mid. Atos into the Arrow and the Spear Arena. They've caught out the Ember mid and they've got the kill. So they missed the first initiation and Chira just stuck around.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, bottom. 23 gets off his Dark Pact. RP's there into the Invis. Shadow Dance and no chance to escape. Cleared out. And a nice Lucent Beam.
That's a lot of gold. 23,390. 339. That's a lot of gold, dude, for a Slark. Wow. Price really gone up.
15 minutes in.
Yeah. How much did this guy farm?
Holy moly.
Well, nice takedown for them there. And we see the advantage of their draft as well. Having this AoE damage against Slark is really nice. The techies providing a lot. The Magnus, you have this reliable like AoE spells. Even the Hoodwink, you can throw the ulti into the Slark ulti.
What's the spell amp on double damage now?
I think
20?
it's 15? It's 20? I don't know.
It doesn't show on the tooltip, which is kind of annoying me. But
It doesn't, yeah. But you can check the player. See, yeah, it's 15 because he has 27. It's additive with the Kaya Sanj. So he has 12 from Kaya Sanj and 15 from the rune.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Yeah, that irritates me because it's not 100%. The old DD rune was 100% damage increase. Now you have 80 and 15.
80 and 15. Yeah, you're close.
It's like when they shrink candy bars, you know, like there's less, but the price is the same.
Oh, shrinkflation?
Yeah,
Is that what it is?
shrinkflation. Yeah. It's happening to my runes.
Runes, they're also under the effect. These economists, man, they're coming in and ruining everything.
Seriously, dude. They're trying to scam us.
God damn it. Well, Aurora, I'm thinking about setting up something up top.
Oh, look bottom. The Magnus, he wants that Wyvern. He has a little place for him.
Oh, he's got some mines, does he? Oh, he drags
he
into
doesn't even
Luna.
use them. Yeah, just use the Luna instead. But Techie's definitely is preparing something there.
AoE glaives. Here comes the smoke, though.
Smoking in.
Jabs. Arena catches Magnus. Tried to RP. Your thoughts about it. Probably cancelled it, realizing there's no fight to be had here. So Cloud out. Magnus traded for that Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, no time for him to react there on Magnus. Thought he was gonna blink that, but Techie's sitting and waiting on his mines.
Anyone coming? Anyone
Saw
here?
them run by, but they didn't go to his mind.
Q's he's gonna leap into them or something. Is this Mirana?
This is a toxic location. Do you know? Okay, I'm gonna teach you some abusive stuff. Do you know the Aghanims bug on Techies?
The Aghanims bug.
Stay tuned after this rune fight. Okay. Okay, rune fight over. The Aghanims bug on Techies is if you put down the minefield, it's activated the moment you start casting it, even though it takes 2 seconds to plant it. So the Aghanims, like, they take damage. The rupture damage is already there before the minefield is finished. So you can, like, keep planting it and pick it up again, plant it, pick it up again.
What?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's a weird bug.
Animation cancel. 23?
Yeah, basically.
Is he okay? Yeah, he's okay.
He's fine, he's fine. He's a Slark. He'll survive. Techies is just pinging. He's like, play in this area. Magnus, I need you here.
Come to the mines.
He needs the CDR talent so badly on Techies, dude. He needs the 3-second CDR talent for his proximity mines. They don't have a natural solution to the mines to clear them. They need a Manta style or something on someone. Like, their draft actually struggles that they don't have summons or illusions.
Yeah, they've got nothing, do they?
Yeah, not really. I mean, you can go in,
Mirana.
that will clear them, but...
Mirana, go.
Send the support.
Sweep with your tail. And you toss into Arrow again. They've got Leshrac with some points and stun now. Winter's Curse overlapping, but that's caught the Magnus off guard. In comes the Arena. They've got Sleight of Fist and an RP on 3. Jira Jr., Cloud, a lot of damage. Mars still alive, and they've cleared out that Magnus. Techies blast off onto 3 this time around again. Respect. Stunned up on his way out.
Must he counter the mines?
1 win. Oh, 23. The mines did a lot of damage. Bushwhacked up. They've got the Slark and Munkushi. He can do some serious damage now onto this Mirana. A double kill for the Luna in a very scrappy fight.
Very scrappy. Pretty good prediction there by the Winter Wyvern, though the curse, he was really ready for Magnus to blink in. So it looked a bit weird overlapping with the Leshrac stun, but it was actually a really good curse. And yeah, the fight turned a little bit back and forth. We get to see a replay here. There came the quick curse, and then the jump in, and the 3-hero RP as well.
He has a 3-hero RP, 3-hero blast off.
It's a bit confusing he got a 3-hero RP after they were stunning him for so long. I think they just thought they could burst him before he gets the RP out, and then he caught 3 of them.
Was Munkushi just too far away? Because he joined the fight pretty late.
He did join the fight late, but he was farming, man. He had more important stuff to do. And coming in late, you know, fashionably late is nice in the early game as a carry. Because if you go in early, they're going to use all their spells to kill you. And you don't want that. So he came in late. They didn't have resources left to fight him. He just picked up 2 kills.
Now he's looking at Roshan. Respect to set up a bunch of mines around the Twin Gate.
He has a full BKB. The 21-minute Manta Masked Madness BKB. This Luna is huge.
He's massive, and this is without a Chen. And we saw plenty of times Luna Chen just stomping and winning games in the past couple of tournaments and qualifiers.
You pretty much could not have more space than Munkushi did this game, though. Like, there has been no attention to the Luna, which is a bit confusing to me since the Leshrac was like having a really good start as well. But they haven't been able to direct that attention to finding Luna. And maybe it comes down to how Slark is played. I don't know, like how they're supposed to stop that. Because Slark feels like he's also just farming, but in a farm versus farm, Luna is pulling ahead. He's already 50% ahead of you. You're 10,000 gold, he's 15,000.
There's a pretty big gap developing now, yeah. It's going to come down to these smoke moves, Moonlight Shadow moves. Any kind of surprise maneuver out of Aurora. Catch a hero, get the numbers advantage. Arena up that hoodwink.
Yeah. Now they can just take tier 2 tower bottom though, because the Arena is down, so no reason to be scared. You have Aegis. think that kill is like not even bad for one win. It's just gonna make them go take tier 2 tower immediately.
Yeah, they were already there set up for it. I guess 23 is starting to touch the top tier 2, but it's pretty healthy, and they don't have a tremendous amount of tower hitting.
Yeah,
if Lesh
he's
was there
just
with
a Slark.
Edict,
He can't really push that fast, so he's back to farming again. But this is not what you want to see. You don't want to have a Slark that doesn't fight at all. This is the second time today that we have a Slark just not find any real fighting. I guess the game has been very 5-man-y, very structured, and Slark thrives in scrappy scenarios where everyone is going alone and you just feed on the people who go alone. But you almost have to build that scenario for yourself. You can't just wait for them to go alone.
And it's almost as if Slark relies on the comfort of his 2 other cores. Oh, hang on, Mirana. Okay, that's an easy pick. It doesn't feel like Jabs has had a decent game, but it hasn't felt like he's super comfortable just to go in and do stuff.
Yeah, no, he's doing alright on the Mars, but like you said, he can't really just go in and kill anything he wants. It's also pretty hard for him because Ember can always get away. Very difficult for him to catch him.
And you're playing into RP and...
Yeah. Mina had a good catch earlier. He catches the wink again.
Does have to spend BKB Arena for it, though. And blink TP out. Cheer up. Cheer up. Not too far away.
Feels good, though. It propels his net worth a little bit. But again, Arena down, and we see the same thing again. Tier 1 tower falls top. And Luna just absolutely invading here, taking whatever he wants.
17,500. What's up next? Butterfly, not too far away, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, he's flying ahead in item progression. It's going real fast.
DD Rune as well. Bottle it up, Luna. Monkushi's coming.
With 2 minutes on the Aegis, does it just go down mid? I mean, what can they do? They don't have a hero that can stop Luna at this point.
Go high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can actually crack high ground with the first Aegis here if you want, but I usually say like first Aegis is just to take advantage of the map. Second Aegis is when you really crack high ground. But with how big he is, with Manta, BKB, you know, Diderun, I think you go here.
Yeah, you've got a Magnus behind you as well. I'd love to see a smoke here just to keep Cloud hidden. Sit behind with Sweden Strong, continually empower Monkushi's Luna up on the front lines. I've got that vision now up on the high ground.
Forced out the glyph. Magnus is fishing. Even though there's a sentry, it doesn't really matter. They can't go up and D-ward the ward because Magnus is there.
Just gonna get skewered back, eh?
Oh, why
with Arctic Burn. Oh, that's not working. And they're back on the high ground again. Half HP tier 3. DD Rune about to wear out now, but Monkushi still has a minute on Aegis, and once that tier 3's down, you know what happens. The glaives are bouncing.
Yeah. The moment the tier 3 falls, Luna becomes way stronger, but gonna wait a little bit here patiently. If they had a good way to heal him up, like Spear Vessel or something, they could keep going. But it's completely fine to just back and farm as well. Everybody is in the base on Aurora, so they are being positionally very outplayed right now.
I will never get over, and I will continually love the Luna taunt noise. Like a cat and a horse had a baby and made some demonic sounds. Here comes a smoke to try and get Aurora out of this little bit of a rut they're in. Aegis 30-second timer, so that's something they can wait out. And they're going for a long wraparound.
Becky's bomb is gonna work as an alarm though.
Boom. Hello. Ding-a-ling. They say hello and then goodbye to Slug because he jumps and pounces away to try and cut the wave. And 1 win, they're back to pushing mid. The barracks are open, there's no glyph available.
Yeah, this is just go in. Luna doesn't have Aegis for very long, but doesn't matter. Look at the barracks. Gone.
Spear. Catching Monkushi and sending him back to tier 4s. Chain stunned, and he's gone. Luna's down, net worth depleted. Cloud BKBs to run away. Jabs has caught 2 in the arena. They will catch 3 kills on the way out here. Ember Spirit evades the rest of them. No, he doesn't. I've lied. Rod of Atos into nothing. He has a remnant. Is it far enough away, though? Jabs is on his tail.
BKB is holding to it.
You're right, he does, but now he's got no TP, so he can't BKB TP. He's out of remnants. That's him done for now, isn't it?
I don't know. He keeps juking, but he doesn't have the speed that Slark has here. He should be getting caught. No remnants, no way out.
Surely.
I mean, he's dead. It's just a matter of time.
Eventually you'll fall and give a stack of agi over to 23 slog. So what's the damage? Ranger Axe gone, tier 3 gone.
Yeah, the melee Rex did survive. It was like 100 HP. They caught the Luna in a very good time. He didn't get the BKB out. Magnus didn't have a way to go in and save the Luna as well, because I think Mars did damage to Magnus, so he couldn't blink after. I think he went in and God's rebuked him. So really, really good catch there.
Dire's middle tower.
That's superb. That's kept the spirits up here for the Radiant for sure.
Yeah, things were looking very dire. Now though, full butterfly complete on Luna, so he's even stronger than before. We'll see what tier 3 item he has, as well as he still has his tier 1 item. He still has Pig Pole.
There's a big upgrade coming.
Yeah.
Well, Tormentor time. Easy peasy. Who gets the shard? Swing strong.
It's a pretty good shard to get. And he got the Defiant Shell on Luna, so extra stats, extra armor. Not the best item, Paladin Sword, or, you know, there's a lot of better items actually than this, but maybe he didn't have very good options. I wish casters could see options.
Yeah, that's on the list. That's near the top of the list of things that we we want for spectator mode.
Yeah, right? So irritating to not know.
It's just one of those things where it's like, that's another 5-minute conversation you can have about the choices they've got.
I want to have a conversation about what tier 2 item he has that he didn't take, you know?
Yeah.
Is there a grow bow there? Specialist array? Anything there?
Oh, it can't be. Skipped right over it. Oh, the mines are still here, huh? A little bit of a minefield for
he's
one win.
Building. Oh, this could be a horrible fight, Gareth.
Aurora.
Oh, not here, not here, not here.
Oh, into the mines and into the vision. They're going to walk straight forwards. Proxy mines are there. They do get a jump on the techies, though. 23 focusing straight onto Respect. Blast off to the right-hand side to get him a bit of distance. Cloud looking for his opportunity to jump. They've got the Lucent Beam into RP, but hey, he's invis. He's hidden away. 23 has spent his Shroud and his Dance. He's now got the help of the Curse and the Embrace, though. The damage coming out of this Luna, getting onto the slug, but 23 survived. Oh my god, Mancusi now BKBs, but he's going to run around and try and find someone to fight. Shiro Jr. is dropping low. Jabs with the arena now up. Sweet and Strong stuck inside as 23 goes wild on the back lines. Shiro Jr. is down, and Aurora just come out into this minefield and say, we don't give a heck.
Give this Wyvern a race, dudes. Give Wyvern a race and give Leshrac a race. My 806 on Leshrac, he is looking so strong in these fights. They actually don't bring him down. But also the hesitation there. The Magnus not going for anyone there when they were walking in. I feel like maybe you should just have committed, tried to pull like Leshrac through a lot of the mines. Because the thing is, mines, the way they work, every single mine after another is stronger and stronger, right? As we see, techies may go down here to a Slark.
Disarm? Disarm?
Still dead. But every single mine makes them stronger because you lower the magic resistance. So having multiple heroes tank one mine here and there is so much worse than having one hero tank 4 or 5 mines in one go. But the hesitation was pretty great from Cloud. I think he wanted the Slark really badly and just didn't even consider going for Leshrac. But I think Lesh could have died if he opted to go for him.
Mr. Mars. Brooch and Rapier.
Yeah, going for it again. This is the build that we've been seeing. A lot of fun. A lot of fun to play. A lot of fun to watch. The bonkening is coming.
The bonkening.
The bonkening, dude.
And Shiro Jr. shows down bottom with a slight on the wave. And there were heroes nearby. Smoking in behind him now, though. Ember Remnants out of danger, back to safety, as Roshan has returned to his pit. Yeah, should be down here for a while. A good 4 minutes.
Could have hit Roshan with my eyes closed. As the arrow sails by.
Slides right past him, yeah. Well, Aurora, understanding that the Roche fights in the past 2 hours of gameplay we've had have been a little messy. They're doing their best to hold the high ground, wait and see what their moment's going to be like. As Chiro Jr. has come in from the left-hand side. Rodovatos, the creeps in the way, so he gets his BKB off in time. Jabs BKB'd up and tried to initiate to the north, as Chiro Remnants off that direction himself.
Yeah, Emperor a little bit too deep alone.
They did force out some BKBs, I guess, from both sides.
Yeah, traded Mars for himself. Lesh
Yeah.
still has his, and Slark still has his as well.
True.
I feel like Ember desperately needs his, though, against these different lockdowns. The Atos, the Slark.
And we're coming up.
Oh, this is awkward.
This gets
No,
messy.
the bash by
Jabs
Roche.
Had the arena onto the hoodwink in the back. Sweden Strong dodges the arrow. On Kushi, looking at Lorinov, but look at this Luna dropping low, and Q with 23 have blown up the hoodwink and the Ember already. Now with the curse, they've stopped the Magnus in his tracks. The Blastoff's good, but Luna and Magnus in so much trouble. Lorenov's healed up with the Cold Embrace. Magic damage still pumping out left and right, and Munkushi turns the glaives. They're bouncing. Ollie, the double for Munkushi, kills off the Slark as well, but now he's stuck in between three of them. Jabs comes out with a double kill, and Lorinov just able to stand and do so. Look at that, 20. Luna did 1,748 total down to Slark, and all that came from glaives bouncing off his bloody teammates.
Yeah, those glaives came so quickly there as well. We see a replay here of the fight. In the start of the fight, the Slark jumps the Ember down in the bottom here. Double pounces him. He didn't have that BKB, like we said, from the previous initiation there. So he just dies, doesn't have a counterplay. And what a beautiful curse again. Oli is delivering on this Winter Wyvern. He is really on point, I feel.
Yeah, the curse, the Cold Embrace, everything's set up perfectly.
Yeah, but then he melts in like a split second there.
Bounces off the Wyvern into the Slark. Does die in the end, and a 5-man wipe to close out that fight, giving Aegis to the Jabs Mars.
Yeah, so he has Aegis, and we know his shopping list, Gareth. It's a very nice Aegis to have when you want to buy a rapier.
It is, yeah. I'm not too far away from it. Was it 5,600?
Yeah, he's very close. 56. It's on sale nowadays.
Didn't rapier used to cost like 6,200 or something?
Yeah, 6.2.
Yeah.
But both the items have become cheaper. The Demon Edge is cheaper than before, and Relic is cheaper than before.
No more.
If you go far enough back, there used to be a Claymore in there as well. It was super expensive.
In rapier?
Yeah.
My God, really?
Yeah, that's before you were born.
No, I should remember that. I do not.
Were you a support player? Did you not buy this rapier?
I think I just never bought rapier. I don't know, I just didn't play rapier heroes, really.
Yeah. It was also, kind of terrible. It was less damage than it is now. No spell amp. Yeah. It was pretty garbage compared to.
I think there's just something deep down inside of me that's like, if I'm spending money on this and then I die and I drop it, like, why did I buy it in the first place, All
right.
It feels bad.
They fermented the Wisdom Rune. I appreciate that. And gave both to Mars for the extra crit damage talent. These guys, they know. This Mars, they're getting him towards that 65% extra for the 365% crit.
All right, who can he one-shot right now?
Well, as it stands right now, I think Hoodwink dies, Ember lives, Tekis dies, and the other two live. But he does a lot of damage to them. I mean, anyone will take a lot of damage.
And 23. Looking to regroup with his team. Push
You
out
want
top
the
lane.
illusions?
Great. Hell yeah, brother.
The power of a lion. Purchased by Rapier.
Oh, we've got Wind Waker on Lorinov in a second as well. Even more protection up against this RP.
Oh, it's such a nice item to have as well. If you have a Rapier on your teammates, you can maybe, keep this ready to save him in some situation as well. If the RP lands on Mars, you have a solution.
Yeah, it's so nice having like the layering of saves as well. So Winter's Curse, Cold Embrace, Wind Waker there.
Yeah.
Grieves out this Marana. It looks like Hugh is going to go for a Wind Waker eventually himself.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good choice. Super good against the lineup they're playing against. Well, that's a quick kill.
Oh, I barely had time to move my camera over. I was watching Slark happily farm bottom, and then I hear some noises, and it's like Magnus has died. Yep.
Yeah, he can't one-shot the Mars, but or he can't one-shot the Magnus, but he can arena 3 hits. Well, 2 hits and a bonk.
Yep.
Oh, here comes the hunt.
Slark looking up at that high ground. Techies backs up and is protected by the Hoodwink.
It feels weird, right? You have 3090 HP as a Magnus. You think, surely I won't die to one hero in 1 second. But then you get arena'd, speared, and hit twice, and you're dead.
You get broached. And we were at a point where Monkushi's Luna was really racing out the front of these cores, but now that pack of 3 Aurora heroes have all caught up to her.
The danger is that in one more rapier, the Luna dies to a bonk as well. So that's problematic for him. It's hard to be a carry when you don't exist.
It really is. And now they've got an arrow catching Takis on the right side. Give 23 some more agi. And Jabs another kill.
I have a feeling like there's gonna be a nerf to the Brooch rapier meta. Because I've played it, it's super strong, I've seen it. And, you know, it is risky, I'll give it that. But it is also absurdly powerful. And on a hero like Mars. Mars is not a squishy, like, oh, I might die easily. You have Bulwark. And you have BKB, you know, like, this is not a glass cannon, it's just a cannon.
It's not artillery, it's a howitzer.
Yeah, exactly.
Freaking powerful. Yeah, I mean, the moment I saw... I'm pretty sure it was Amar killing Shiro. It was a carry alchemist, like 50 minutes into the game. As soon as I saw that Mars single, you know, one shot, one tap, well, Ember Spirit, also getting the treatment here, getting done over.
Nice
it's just moments like
arrow.
that, where it's like, yeah, this is getting nerfed.
Yeah, I feel, well, they did buff it in the Z patch, is the curious thing, but I feel like there's going to be, the next patch it's going to be nerfed again.
Do you remember when heroes like Slardar, anyone with an innate bash wasn't allowed to buy a basher?
Yeah.
It's like Mars is not allowed to buy Revenant's Brooch or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what will happen, but it's definitely... Oh no, don't queue up the Aeon Disc, Jabs. Another rapier, come on, man. You're not one-shotting stuff.
Yeah.
The second rapier is almost twice as good as the first one.
What is this Aeon Disc nonsense? That's a nerfed item. That's not good.
You have 2 Wind Wakers in your team, and Winter Wyvern. Well, you will have 2 Wind Wakers.
I'll be disappointed, Jabs. I better be a rapier.
Else he will get a very stern email written to him, Mr. Jabs.
Mr. Jabs.
Sir Jabs.
As per my last email, I'm very disappointed that you did not buy a rapier on Mars. Yours sincerely disappointed.
Yeah. As you can see, this email reached you safely despite not having an Aeon Disc.
Yeah. Things still not completely out of the control, out of the hands here of one win. Pushing high ground into Magnus is always very scary.
It is. They have good defensive abilities. The problem is they need to look for pick-offs or they're going to start falling behind too much in gold. So they need to look for some kills, but everyone is concerned that they die in, like, you know, split second to Mars. So it's very paralyzing. You can see it in the way they play. It's like the fear paralyzes you. It's the mind killer. You got to do something about this. So I'm not sure if they need to set up something with techies, set up some mines and control an area and then play towards it. That's basically what they're trying to do here.
Take a bit of land, control it up, and see if your opponents come to you.
Yeah, they're saying right here is where we're gonna kill this Mars. And we get his rapier, put that on Luna, and then, you know, rapier on Luna is pretty absurd as well.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's just a matter of, do they come up here or not? DD rune bottled for Loranov. BKB and Wind Waker at the ready as well. Smoke breaks. No jump. Cloud.
Oh, Mirana's in.
His finger off the trigger. Now he pulls it. Yules into the sky, and the Witness Curse there onto this mag is respect. Blown up by Jabs. Q has fallen as Mankushi able to open up, and an RP whiffs. Off the mark completely. Flashrack just Wind Waker's off. He goes safe and sound. Cloud having a torrid time on his Magnus now.
Mars ran through 4 mines on his way there, so he lost a lot of HP. But he did get 1 bonk onto the techies, and then he ran away because being half HP with Rapier is a bit scary. He hasn't purchased the Aeon Disc despite still having it in quick buy, and he has enough gold to have bought it long ago, so I have hopes.
Whoa.
Okay. Stark just got absolutely blown up.
Yeah, he did. Oh. Well, he's dead.
He's upgraded. He gives 23,000, 1,800 gold or something now instead. It's more.
3,619. Big money. Well, fortunately for Aurora and 23, Roshan is a long spawn. 2.5 minutes to go. Because that was a pretty wild death in the mid lane from 23. I guess he's thinking, hey, I can push this wave there. They're going to be scared of the Mars, but
Man, this is a painful, slow Roche spawn because this could have been ages, this kill that they got. And earlier today, we had the lucky Roche respawn, literally the first possible in the previous series.
We had like 2 in a row where the first one was 1 second spawn, and then the second one was like 10 second spawn.
Yeah.
Right as the team was like approaching the pit.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. They are doing what they should be doing here. Control the Roche pit and hope that you get it. But unfortunately, the respawn is going to come in, and they can make a move out on the side of Aurora again.
And then what is it? 1 minute. So 1 minute 40 to spawn, 2 minutes 40 until nighttime. So there's a 1 minute period of Roshan being here before he moves.
This could change the dynamic a lot, though, because Techies has been allowed to plant a few mines down here. Oh, they're coming out now. Ooh, both teams running into each other. Spooky, spooky.
There's no Lesh here, and there's no Slark for 5 seconds. Ollie, Arctic Burn to fly over the trees. Catch forward onto Q. No, not coming. Shiro Jr. decides he doesn't want to go diving this time around.
Yeah. Jabs being cautious. Doesn't want to blink in when he doesn't have any of his core friends nearby to jump in.
Moonlight Shadow's going to wear out soon as well.
They don't know that Roche is not up, so they have to play towards it, because if Dire get Roche right now, that's really bad for them. Of course, it's not up for another 50. They don't know that.
And I've got to clear waves on the way as well. Push out the lane, move into position. Loranov leading.
Tough position to hold here. I like how Munkushi is sending forward the Illusion Scout as well.
See what's coming.
They're not smoked anymore.
High ground held by Munkushi and Shiro Jr. Tentatively stepping forward. Loranov is looking, seeing if there's an approach here. Boomerang and a couple of things thrown at the trees. Cloud caught by that stun, in fact, so if he was thinking about a blink RP, that's not going to happen. He's having Lincolns put on him as well, channeling the inner collapse from TI.
5 seconds, Roche is going to come up. They know that it has to spawn soon, so we'll see if Luna immediately goes in and tries to kill it. Repositioning here from Aurora, but this is a complicated situation for them. Going straight in is hard, so they're going around.
So the mine blew above. Yeah, I mean the scan is there. Mine blew up. Arrows in the pit. So both teams know now.
Yeah. Leshak doing probably a smart thing. If he goes and just keeps pushing mid, he could throw a question mark here. Like, he pushes really fast. He has the Edict talent even. Yo, just push on Lesh.
Just push, lol.
Yeah, just push, honestly.
The arrow sees again. Roche is full HP.
He's
10,
doing it.
15 seconds until...
Yeah, Roche is going to move through all this, take a lot of damage, and then it has to be top. They should go through gate right now on 1 win, I think. Oh, why are they starting? Oh, this is risky.
3 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to kill it with the mines.
Roshan, is he going to die on his way?
Yeah, he will. In
comes the rest of Aurora, though. 23 with the Leshrac. Roshan running through the mines.
He's dead.
Kaboom! The cheese, the Aegis. Jiro grabs it, but in comes the arena.
Oh, Morse.
He doesn't get anyone stuck inside. Q and Jabs looking at the hoodwink, killing her off as respect falls to the slog. And Loranov, oh, look at the damage coming out of Jabs. The Mars just cleaves them in twain, takes them down with a triple kill. Aegis and cheese, who cares? You got a Mars with a rapier around his brooch, just destroying you one by one.
That is a lot of damage right there. So hard to fight. I'm surprised they went for the play to kill it down here and allow Aurora to actually contest it. If they went through the gate and just waited on the other side, I think that could have been the play, but maybe they were worried the mines alone would kill Roche. It's hard to know exactly how much damage it is. Here we see the replay, of course. Initiation. At first it looked bad for Mars because he went in and didn't really connect on something too well. You can see there he bonked into a BKB, didn't do too much damage. But of course the Winter's Curse again, catching them, setting them up, and then the bonk at the end of it. I mean, that's just... that's the picture perfect for him right there.
So good.
He has 8,000 gold now and still has a soul ring. Sir? Sir?
Jabs, come now.
more damage, Jabs.
Donde está la rapira?
Exactly. We had 1 rapier. What about 2nd rapier, Mark?
What's the 11th? 11th luncheon. Yeah. Give it all.
Does he know about second rapier, Gareth?
I don't know. I don't think he does. Needs a bit of help. Tormentor stolen by Aurora.
And meanwhile, Mars is hunting, solo hunting. Oh, he might find a Hoodwink coming out here top, or they might find him. It's the risky part.
And where's the rest of his team? They're all by the Dire Ancients.
He's got TP and join them. And on the outpost.
I keep hearing this Bloodthorn sound. I'm like, oh, who did they catch? Who did they? The last 6 Bloodthorns from 23 have been on Lunar Illusion, Neutral Creep, Lane Creep, Neutral Creep, Lunar Illusion. It's like, come on, dude. He's gonna use it on this. No, he doesn't.
He's just being efficient, man. Getting as much damage as he can.
That's very true.
Going Refresher next on the Slark. Gonna be big for his ulti and his shard as well. Not to mention the BKB, of course.
Still spooky.
I like Winter Wyvern having Dagon queued up. This is the second most chat item I see this game is the Dagon next Wyvern.
What's the idea there? Like, if the Mars doesn't finish them off, I will?
I guess, dude. I guess he's like, I'm falling behind in damage stats. I don't know. I don't
still insta-kill illusions?
Yeah, it does. It does. So I guess he wants to kill the Luna illusions. There's a Linken's on Luna as well, so maybe he wants to have more Linken's break for himself in case he doesn't have Q ready, I guess.
Oh, that's a good point. That's probably, you know, as Toronto Tokyo said, Dota is a logic game. Just use your brain. You've used your brain there, I think.
Because W breaks Linken's on landing, right? It's not on casting, I think, on Wyvern.
Yeah.
So Dagon would be instantaneous, which allows better ultis for him.
Cloud trying. Fishing expedition. Not
it's Bloodthorn. It's happening, Gareth.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, that's the point of a Bloodthorn.
I looked. I looked. Yeah, it's a Lunar Illusion again. When there's one sat back, these Lunar Illusions, you send them out and the creep wave's nearly gone.
I bring updates from the front line. We have a Rapier in the quick buy this time. It's updated. He is very close to the store. The merchant is right there.
Still Soul Ring.
Do it. Give in. Give in. He's thinking it.
He's trolling us. Like, this is typical pro player activity.
Typical C pro player activity. He's still, he can stop it, man. He's going in and going out. He's like, should I buy it, guys? What is this, Jabs?
I don't want to sell my Soul Ring. The Soul Ring's so useful.
Sell the BKB.
Come on, he's got nearly 10 grand in the bank.
I mean, he could at least buy it and lock it, you know? Like, he has enough gold to buy it and still have buyback, so there's no reason to not buy it and have it locked in inventory at least.
Well, Jabs is just being jabbed, I guess.
There goes his teammates.
Wind Waker is there.
And he is
got the Nihilism. Or is that? Yeah, that's what it's called. Nihilism. Turns everyone into the green little Pugna ghosts.
Some good stuff.
Oh, Bloodthorn!
Wow, that was hype. I looked. Mars. Stacking, farming. Almost. Oh, he's going for 5 digits. He wants to be in the 3 comma club, the Dota version. Okay, so
I wouldn't mind if he was just standing here, but it's the fact he's using Bulwark.
Purchase. Oh, he did it.
He bought it. He's buying it and locking it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll accept that. That's technically a rapier.
It's a soft rapier. That's a flaccid rapier.
Okay, dude.
Get the blood rushing.
Well, he has to wait until he sees Ember Spirit, or
yeah. Get the fire in his belly.
Yeah, that will combine a rapier for you.
Oh, we swapped the Soul Ring out. Soul Ring is getting sold.
He's getting one step closer every time we look at him.
Dude, it's the fact he's bulwarking that is like really grinding. Like, just what are you doing, buddy?
He's just sitting there.
Oh,
they're coming.
Smoke.
Oh, this is hype, dude.
Moonlight Shadow. Courier
Oh, did you
dead.
guys see him?
Jabs.
Dude,
they saw him, right? He blinked away. They knew he was there. He's bulwarking. He's bulwarking. He's running away. In comes Lorinov, though, wanting to play with Cloud. Misses the stun. The catch in the back is 23 Savage, pouncing but not landing. Now he'll be able to open up with the Cloud, who tries the harpoon and the skewer away, but Lorinov, the damage, too tremendous.
Oh, nice
Cloud
curse.
does get away from
Emperor's
danger
dying.
as they get the curse and the catch onto Chira Jr. Ember Spirit's gone. 23 and Lorinov, too much here. Jabs could even think about the reinitiation as Mankushi spent his BKB and got back into the base, but look at the minefield. Cloud stunned. He didn't get the blink skewer play.
He unlocked it. 2 rapiers.
Oh, yeah, the 3.6k damage hit from Jabs. Oh, it's just too much to handle right now. One win, have got a double buyback to try and hold onto their base. The minefield stays strong and keeps Aurora at bay.
You could buy one more rapier, Jabs. You have the funds. The means. They're right there.
Dire are scanning.
Use the bottle. He's just keeping the soul ring, keeping the bottle.
He doesn't want to part ways with his, it's where he came from. Jesus, there's a lot of mines in the base. I just looked up into the base.
I mean, Cloud has tried 2-3 times, and he's been like clipped by a random stun or something's happened to him. He couldn't get the skewers into base.
Dude, they need a Manta style or something to clear these illusions. Or these mines.
23, please, just BKB and run in there. It's like something. Get them gone.
Or a fresh BKB just to run around in the minefield.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. That 25 talent on Lesh, making short work of the buildings. Slark pouncing off to the right-hand side. Not wanting to go into the mines, of course. Oh, there we go.
He blinked it.
Jabs is in, and Makushi disappears. A dieback on the Luna might just signal the end here in game 2. As Aurora, the mine's blowing up on 23, refreshes and pops his BKB. Chira Jr., not much he can do here, just running back to safety. Keep away. Jabs, oh, nearly. He ate the cheese, it looks like, and stayed alive barely.
No, Luna, it's gonna be hard to fight. They have Magnus. One last try here, maybe.
He'll give it an attempt.
He got Magnus.